Chapter 1. You yellow-skinned monkey, you can't possibly comprehend the game of football. The position of quarterback rightfully belongs to me. A tall figure with yellow skin, too apathetic to utter a word, unleashed a powerful punch. Sue, after brawling with your teammates 3 times in a week, the team has decided to suspend you. You shall face a 1-month ban. Coach, are you certain? You know I am not the one instigating these conflicts. I am aware, but violence is not an option. You could have reported to me, and then. The tall figure with yellow skin listened to an incessant stream of tiresome moral lectures, finally interjecting with impatience. Fine, I understand, Coach. I shall join the basketball team instead. Sue, you're a football prodigy, you ought to. Coach, I made up my mind. Farewell. The tall figure with yellow skin participated in the school's basketball team selection, swiftly rising to become a key player, competing in NCAA tournaments, only to be eliminated in the first round. The scene shifted, and the tall figure announced his intention to enter this year's NBA draft. Visions flooded his mind indeed. Jiuyun's once vacant gaze grew increasingly bright as he grasped the reality of his surroundings. June 29, 2012, Madison Square Garden, New York, NBA draft, the green room. Jiuyun murmured to himself, "This is utter nonsense. I should be honing my skills on the playground, engaging with young ladies clad in yoga pants. I haven't even had a chance to get started. What a shame." Having processed the memories in his mind, he understood why he found himself seated in the green room, a hot prospect for this year's lottery picks. He had transmigrated into the body of a namesake, the only son of a contractor, not born into immense wealth, yet destined for a comfortable life as long as he did not squander it. The original host had a genetic anomaly. His father stood at 170 centimeters, his mother at 155 centimeters, and tracing back 10 generations, there had never been anyone exceeding 180 centimeters in height. Yet the original host had reached 180 centimeters by the age of 14, prompting his adoptive father to grow suspicious, constantly doubting that the original host was his son, for the boy was tall and handsome, resembling nothing of his father. Eventually, a paternity test confirmed his lineage. In a drunken episode, the truth slipped out, leading to a quarrel between his adoptive parents, which concluded with the original host feeling guilty and his father signing numerous unequal agreements to appease the situation. From that moment onward, his adoptive father began to indulge the original host increasingly, catering to his every whim. This led to the original host's self-centered character, as he viewed everything through the lens of his own desires. At the age of 15, after watching a football match video, he became enamored with the sport, insisting on studying in the United States, claiming it was the only place conducive to nurturing football talent. His adoptive parents initially resisted, resulting in a significant uproar, but ultimately relented, allowing him to attend high school in America. True to his genetic anomaly, the original host exhibited exceptional athletic prowess. If not for his yellow skin, one might mistake his athletic statistics for those of an African American. Over 4 years of high school, leveraging his outstanding athletic abilities and standing at 192 centimeters, he blossomed into a 5-star quarterback, earning a full scholarship to Stanford University. Thus began a series of events that followed. Truth be told, having witnessed the original host's athletic and academic capabilities through memories, Jiuyun could not help but marvel at his genius. The original host had a passion for basketball in middle school, later switching to football, but still dabbled in basketball, which led to him excelling in Stanford's basketball team selection, ultimately joining the team. With his extraordinary physical gifts, he became a key player, averaging 17.5 points, 4.7 rebounds, and 1.1 assists, propelling Stanford University's basketball team into March Madness, albeit falling short in the first round. He gained fame in the NCAA, transitioning from a projected undrafted player to a mid-second round pick. During a joint training session in Chicago, his physical metrics dazzled everyone, causing his draft stock to soar, culminating in his current position in the green room. Jiuyun naturally discovered his built-in system, suppressing his excitement. He opened it to find an interface draped in black, displaying only basic statistics. Upon reviewing these figures, he finally comprehended why the original host had received an invitation to the green room. NBA system. Host, Jiuyun. 2K value, 75. According to the system's indications, Various metrics were rated on a scale of 100. The threshold for entering the NBA is 70, while a score of 7,074 signifies a player at risk of being cut. Scores between 75-79 denote a rotational player, 80-84 a starter, 85-89 a potential all-star, and 9,094 superstar, with anything above 95 classified as a supernova. Based on the 2K value, the original host could still carve out a niche in the NBA. Basic athletic attributes. Height, 195 centimeters. Wingspan, 208 centimeters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Bench press, 185 pounds for multiple reps. Upon reaching this point, Jiuyun felt momentarily bewildered, recalling that in the football team, the bench press was not 185 pounds, but 225 pounds, which he could manage 18 times. From this perspective, his strength ranked among the elite in the NBA. Stamina, 80. This stamina rating could only be described as average, significantly lagging behind the physical freaks. It is well known that every superstar possesses commendable endurance. Injury resistance, 78. Vertical jump, 90 centimeters. Running jump, 103 centimeters. Standing reach, 256 centimeters. Explosive power, 93. Baseline shuttle run, 10.90 seconds. 34-yard sprint, 3.08 seconds. These physical test results position him as one of the best players in this year's draft, showcasing both static and athletic gifts that were top-tier, even elite. Jiuyun felt a sudden wave of happiness. For a basketball aficionado for 20 years in his previous life, dunking had always been a distant dream. Now, with such physical attributes, dunking seemed trivial. He could execute a plethora of styles. Jiuyun understood why he was invited into the green room. The NBA places great emphasis on physical prowess, believing that while technical skills can be honed, innate athleticism cannot be replicated. However, upon noticing the injury resistance rating of 78, Jiuyun felt a twinge of concern. This was not far from being labeled as glass-like. As Jiuyun continued to explore the data, his previous excitement began to wane, replaced by a chilling realization due to the disappointing revelations. Offensive capabilities. Close-range shooting, 85. Mid-range shooting, 65. Three-point shooting, 60. Free throws, 70. Offensive stability, 70. Below average, cannot be enhanced. Defensive capabilities. Interior defense, 77. Perimeter defense, 80. Stealing, 81. Blocking, 85. Lateral quickness, 93. Defensive IQ, 76. Playmaking ability. Ball handling, 70. Passing accuracy, 85. Passing vision, 85. Passing IQ, 85. Rebounding ability. Defensive rebounds, 85. Offensive rebounds, 80. In terms of these technical statistics, Jiuyun found himself in a dichotomy. His offensive skills were woefully inadequate. With shooting metrics all below 70, he could be deemed subpar, with only close-range shooting reaching an elite level. Attacking the basket was his primary scoring method in the NCAA, which explained why the original host draft stock was that of a second-rounder. His offensive skills were indeed too rudimentary. Even his ball-handling ability barely cleared the threshold, alas. On the brighter side, the original host's defensive capabilities surpassed the league's average, complemented by commendable basketball IQ. At that moment, however, Jiuyun noticed an increasing number of cameras directed at him, jolting him back to reality as he turned towards the podium. The Milwaukee Bucks select John Hunter, forward from the University of North Carolina, with the 14th overall pick. Jiuyun finally grasped why so many cameras were trained on him. It became evident that he, too, had not been selected in the lottery despite being in the green room. The list of those invited to the green room is curated through a voting process by the NBA team managers, typically featuring highly regarded players, the vast majority of whom are chosen in the lottery. Yet, Jiuyun managed to maintain a smile for him. As long as he could be selected in the first round and secure a guaranteed contract, he could establish himself within the NBA. Once he was chosen by a professional team and secured a guaranteed contract, the system would officially activate, and with his newfound advantages, he would be poised to dominate. However, as time wore on, The smile on Jiuyun's face gradually faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. It cannot be true. Can it? I to become a mere jest? I certainly do not wish to be remembered as the holder of the most dismal draft position in NBA history, a record best left to Xiaodian. He would not want to experience such drastic highs and lows in such a short span. The intensity is rather overwhelming and could lead to disillusionment. P.S. I will first correct the typos before making further improvements. The domestic sports channel in Huaxia is currently broadcasting this year's NBA draft. Several websites are also providing live textual commentary of the event. The entire basketball community in the country is particularly focused on this draft, not for the likes of rookies such as Anthony Davis, but rather for the yellow-skinned Jiuyun, who has been invited to the green room. As for Jiuyun, domestic fans are only aware of his commendable performance in the NCAA over the past year, yet they remain oblivious to the specifics of what made his performance noteworthy. In 2012, the NCAA was hardly known among the populace, let alone the availability of match footage. It could be said to be even more obscure than weightlifting competitions. However, the media's portrayal of the green room's significance that it is essentially a sure sign of a lottery pick has captured the public's imagination. The emergence of yet another high-draft player from the nation has provided the basketball enthusiasts with a new source of hope. This is especially poignant given that, during the past season, the big brother of Huaxia players performed poorly with the Mavericks, managing only 30 minutes of playtime throughout the entire season due to injuries. Averaging merely 6.8 minutes per game, he could only muster 2.6 points and 1.6 rebounds, with a lamentably low shooting percentage of 37.8. Even before the season concluded, rumors began circulating that he would return home to participate in the domestic league next season, thus formally ending his NBA career. Big Brother entered the NBA in 2007, dazzling scouts with his remarkable athleticism. At that time, the Rockets, bolstered by the presence of Chairman Yao, enjoyed substantial financial success, which sparked envy among many NBA owners. Numerous teams were eager to acquire a player with such explosive athletic ability combined with a modicum of shooting skill. Even with the negative connotations associated with being a bench warmer, he ultimately entered the league as the 6th overall pick. Given the typical tendencies of domestic media, they lauded him to the heavens, already speculating on his potential to win Rookie of the Year and to become a cornerstone of the Bucks. The expectations placed upon Big Brother upon entering the NBA were even higher than those surrounding Yao Ming's debut. Yet by the end of this season, his achievements in the NBA had become a subject of indifference. With the arrival of Jiuyun, once again the hopes of the nation have been projected onto a player representing Huaxia in the NBA. It is a pity the Bucks were in dire need of a center, which is why they opted for John Henson. The 76ers, holding the 15th pick, require guard. I believe Jiuyun has a significant chance of being selected. The commentator continued to explain Jiuyun's prospects, but fell silent when the host announced that the 76ers had chosen guard Maurice Harkless from St. John's University. Discussions regarding Jiuyun persisted online. I told you, Jiuyun is merely a media creation. If he goes undrafted, he will become the laughingstock of the world. Hey, have some decency. Educate yourself about the NCAA before you speak. A player averaging 17 points per game has a solid chance of making it to the NBA. Indeed, I heard that at the Chicago Combine, Jiuyun's physical metrics rivaled those of Russell Westbrook, perhaps even exceeding them. Based on that alone, being selected in the first round seems quite reasonable. Oh really? Big Brother was already exceptional among interior players in terms of athleticism. But what of it? Exactly, the jumping ability of Asian players pales in comparison to that of African Americans, especially for guard. He is bound to be fragile. With Big Brother as a cautionary tale, which team would dare take the risk? Being chosen in the second round would be quite an accomplishment. Are you still groveling? Another self-deprecating servant. It's 2012, and you are still bowing down. You might as well keep your pigtail. Overall, the support for Jiuyun appears to dominate, with many believing he will indeed be selected in the first round. However, when the Warriors selected Esley with the 30th pick, it signified that Jiuyun, seated in the green room as a candidate, was not only dishonored but also subjected to stark irony. At this moment, The online discourse regarding Jiuyun's prospects turned increasingly pessimistic, with fans inundating chat rooms with sardonic remarks. In the venue, Jiuyun's expression was grave. It was uncertain whether this was influenced by the original owner's volatile temperament. The normally amiable version of him in this timeline now appeared quite agitated, though he managed to maintain control, perhaps a synthesis of both temperaments. Falling to the second round, if not for racial bias, Jiuyun would not have believed he could be rejected. Racial discrimination within the NBA is palpable. It manifests in the disparity between the recognition afforded to African Americans versus that given to whites and Asians, despite possessing similar talent. Jiuyun understood that if he was not selected within the first 5 picks, he would earn the dubious distinction of holding the record for the lowest selection in the draft's green room. When the Golden State Warriors chose Draymond Green with the 5th pick, and the Sacramento Kings subsequently selected Orlando Johnson, a guard from the University of California, Santa Barbara, Jiuyun became the biggest laughingstock in NBA draft history, surpassing the ignominy of the 2008 draft with the lowest selection record. The support for Jiuyun had vanished from the domestic chat rooms, leaving behind only the shame of having his name mocked internationally. If I were in his shoes, seated in the green room, I would find a corner to hide in. I declare that Jiuyun is the greatest joke of the 2012 draft and the most overrated prospect. I wonder how much he spent to have the media promote him to the point of being invited into the green room. He must be quite wealthy. Jiuyun, a product of unscrupulous domestic media hype, has been thoroughly evaluated. If Jiuyun were to see these comments, it would undoubtedly infuriate him. What on earth? When did he ever pay for media promotion? The original owner never did either. In the TNT broadcast room covering the draft, Shaquille O'Neal jested. I don't understand why the teams ahead didn't select Sue. As far as I know, his physical talents are indeed remarkable. If I were him, I would consider returning to play football. Given the potential he displayed in high school, even a year of neglect wouldn't significantly hinder his chances of entering the NFL. Charles Barkley chimed in, you can't entirely blame the team managers. The risk of selecting Sue is too great. Historically, no Asian guards have succeeded in the NBA. Even white guards are becoming scarce. They have to be cautious. However, I believe he will be chosen toward the end of the draft. After all, taking a gamble may be worth it. In a private box at the venue, one person inquired, Donnie, what's the update? The response came, they agreed. This year, they have 2 first-round and 2 second-round picks, and they can sell us the second-round 11th pick for $3.8 million. Boss, do you really think he can make it? The reply was uncertain. I don't know, but let us give it a try. The second-round 11th pick is just right. I know a few teams later on will be considering him between the 15th and 20th picks of the second round. All right. Jiuyun now appeared as if his expression was as cold as water. He could sense the mocking gazes directed at him from the crowd. Yet, he must endure. Waiting until a team selects him, he felt a profound sense of frustration within, influenced by the proud heart of the original owner. Perhaps it was also the merging of their souls, creating a new essence that embodies the traits of both the original owner and Jiuyun. Who can say for certain? Jiuyun recalled the words of dream chaser Green, who had mentioned that he remembered the names of all the players selected before him. Now, he too had committed to memory the names corresponding to each draft position, and he yearned to dominate those players on the court. At that moment, his agent, Bill Duffy, returned. Indeed, his agent was the renowned Bill Duffy of the NBA, the former agent of Chairman Yao, who had once compensated a player with $3 million out of his own pocket due to a mistake that resulted in financial loss. His personal presence to accompany Jiuyun to the venue underscored the significance he placed on Jiuyun's potential. After Jiuyun was eliminated from the lottery show, he began receiving calls incessantly. Sue, once you are selected, you will be traded directly, so prepare yourself mentally. However, the new team will be more conducive to your development. Upon hearing Bill Duffy's words, Jiuyun realized he had a future, and his heart grew calmer, a smile gracing his face. Bill, I understand. Rest assured. The team that selects me will undoubtedly take pride in their choice today. The expression and tone of Jiuyun left Bill Duffy somewhat astonished. The Jiuyun he knew was a good boy, albeit a bit impulsive. One might even say he had a fiery temper. Given the humiliation he faced today, he should have been filled with rage. How could he calmly smile and utter such words? Could it be that he is unwell? Sue, are you all right? Jiuyun discerned the underlying meaning in Bill Duffy's tone and silently rolled his eyes. Bill, I'm doing well. I would be even better if you took me to a strip club later. Bill Duffy. The Portland Trail Blazers selected guard Will Barton from the University of Memphis. In the second round, with the 10th pick, the Blazers chose Will Barton, a guard they initially underestimated, who was traded to the Denver Nuggets 2 years later. He then went on to achieve double-digit scoring averages for 7 consecutive seasons, establishing himself as an exceptional role player. Next, with the 11th pick in the second round, the Trail Blazers selected guard Jiuyun from Stanford University. When the announcer uttered these words, the entire audience turned their gaze toward the direction of the green room. Jiuyun stood up with a smile, embraced Bill Duffy, donned the Portland Trail Blazers baseball cap, and proceeded towards the stage. However, when Jiuyun was selected, the domestic online platforms offered him scant blessings, instead echoing sentiments of skepticism. It seemed that joining the Trail Blazers marked the end of Jiuyun's opportunities to shine. Indeed, the team was replete with talent in the shooting guard position. Aside from this year's 6th overall pick, Damian Lillard, the roster included the 14-point-per-game scorer Jamal Crawford and the versatile Wesley Matthews, who averaged 13.7 points and 3.4 rebounds. What chance did Jiuyun have to stand out? Moreover, the small forward position featured Nicholas Batum, averaging 3.9 points and 4.6 rebounds, along with Gerald Wallace, who averaged 13.3 points and 6.6 rebounds. Most critically, apart from the 30-year-old Wallace, the other players were relatively young. I declare that Jiuyun's career with the Trail Blazers is shrouded in darkness. At the draft venue, Jiuyun remained oblivious to the peculiar mentalities of these online commentators. After completing all the formalities and taking his seat, he noticed the big screen displaying new trade information. The Dallas Mavericks had acquired Jiuyun's signing rights. Selected at the 11th pick in the second round by the Trail Blazers for $3.8 million. This transaction elicited a ripple of surprise in the venue. Mark Cuban's affinity for international players was well known. More significantly, the Mavericks had traded away the 17th pick to acquire picks 24, 33, and 34, yet still sought to secure a fourth rookie, spending an additional $3.8 million for the 41st pick. One could only conclude that Cuban had gone mad. Meanwhile, domestic fans were left bewildered, particularly those who had recently disparaged Jiuyun, who now faced a moment of reckoning. The environment of the Dallas Mavericks starkly contrasted with that of the Portland Trail Blazers. Last season, as reigning champions, the Mavericks' aging championship roster disbanded. Under the guidance of their veteran players, they finished 7th in the Western Conference and made the playoffs, only to suffer a swift exit, swept 4-0 by the Thunder. The team's lineup appeared rather meager, with only 4 players averaging double figures in points. The 35-year-old Jason Terry with 15.1 points, the 35-year-old Vince Carter with 10.1 points, the 34-year-old Sean Marion with 10.6 points, and the 34-year-old Dirk Nowitzki with 21.6 points. This aging crew managed to secure the 7th spot in the West, but few anticipated that the Mavericks would make the playoffs in the upcoming season unless significant trades occurred. Unfortunately, the Mavericks lacked substantial assets to engage in the trade market. Attracting marquee free agents seemed implausible. It was widely acknowledged that this was a veteran team, and the imprint of age loomed large. The veterans, though still competitive, lacked the vigor required for a championship run. In such an environment, how could they entice star players? Offering max contracts? Surely a jest. Players capable of commanding max contracts would naturally seek teams that not only offered the same financial incentives but also boasted greater competitiveness. Ultimately, players at that level prioritize performance to enhance their historical standings. Of course, exceptions like Mike Conley, who first achieved a $30 million annual salary, do exist. While the Trail Blazers finished 11th in the West last season, their younger roster brimming with potential garnered more optimism for the upcoming season. Indeed, Jiuyun was fortunate to be traded to the Mavericks, who now had 4 rookies, seemingly signaling a complete rebuild, which might afford him some playing time, especially as the aging Carter was indeed past his prime. The Mavericks, however, lacked even a moderately skilled shooting guard. So what? He was still discarded by the Trail Blazers. Ultimately, he was merely a second-round pick. I speculate that Jiuyun might spend a couple of years in the NBA, after which he could return to his homeland, where he would likely find opportunities in the domestic league. I dare say that on platforms such as YouTube and Twitter, our Chinese compatriots are undoubtedly being mocked by users from other countries, especially since Jiuyun set a record for one of the most embarrassing moments in NBA draft history. In summary, those online commentators seem inexplicably unable to tolerate Jiuyun's success, relentlessly finding angles to criticize him. Jiuyun donned the baseball cap of the Dallas Mavericks once more, and truth be told, Joining the Mavericks undoubtedly seems preferable to aligning with the Trailblazers. The image of Mavericks owner Mark Cuban flickered through her mind. The new team appeared quite promising. Mark Cuban, the owner of the Mavericks, is arguably the most charismatic proprietor in the NBA, a true aficionado of basketball, whose passion for the sport is palpable. He has frequently graced the headlines due to his outspoken nature, whether by confronting referees or making bold statements off the court. Known for his fiery temperament, he is unabashedly forthright, fostering a close camaraderie with both fans and players that transcends the typical owner-player dynamic. Of course, some opine that Cuban has directed all his affection for players towards Dirk Nowitzki alone. Furthermore, Cuban has historically maintained a cordial relationship with Chinese players, demonstrating a particular fondness and care for them. For instance, the previous season standout, as well as the legendary Yao Ming, once graced the Mavericks roster, where Cuban extended significant support, granting him opportunities to play while permitting him to return home for national team engagements. Jiuyun is also aware that in subsequent years, Ding Weiyuan had the opportunity to serve with the Mavericks, a testament to Cuban's nurturing approach. Regardless of whether Cuban's motivations are rooted in commercial interests, his positive attitude towards Chinese players is unmistakable. Moreover, during the subsequent Mago incident, he was among the first to voice his stance, declaring, "I respect the cultures of other nations. I have never commented on the policies of other countries throughout my life, nor will I now or in the future." In Jiuyun's view, Cuban's persona is quite robust. The team leader, the illustrious Nowitzki, has proven his worth as a leader through his remarkable skills, particularly his signature one-legged fadeaway jumper. In 2011, he led the team to a historic victory, overcoming the Miami Heat, who boasted a formidable trio of stars, culminating in what is regarded as one of the most prestigious single-player-led championship victories in history. The backdrop of this monumental achievement was the Heat's Big Three, and the Coughing Gate incident further tarnished the images of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Jiuyun vividly recalls that event. In the fourth game of the NBA Finals, Nowitzki suffered from a severe cold and a high fever of 39 degrees Celsius, coughing incessantly throughout the match. In the final moments, he executed a decisive shot over Haslam, leveling the series at 2-2. LeBron James and Dwayne Wade suspected that Nowitzki was feigning illness. Prior to the fifth game, as they walked down the corridor to the court, Wade pretended to cough with his left fist pressed against his mouth, to which James inquired, "Why are you coughing?" Wade cheekily replied, "Because I'm sick." James then mimicked Nowitzki's gestures from the press conference, pulling his shirt over his mouth to cough. Such disrespectful behavior drew widespread condemnation. The formation of the Big Three had already tarnished their reputation, and facing an aging Mavericks team, they not only failed to secure a decisive victory, but ultimately faced a turnaround, leading to yet another humiliation for the Heat's trio. This sense of invincibility, fostered by the presence of the Big Three, made them somewhat frivolous, prompting them to believe that the championship was within their grasp. This was evidenced by LeBron's audacious proclamation at a press conference: "Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7 championships," followed by a 4-game losing streak to the Lakers, after which he shouted, "Miami, this is for you." How easily one can be humbled when riding high. Fortunately, they did manage to reclaim some dignity with 2 consecutive championships thereafter. Perhaps, the Mavericks are indeed a fascinating team. As the draft concluded, a throng of reporters began to interview the rookies, with the spotlight on the newly crowned number 1 pick, Anthony Davis, who was surrounded by at least 70 of the media present. After all, he was the most highly rated pick in over a decade, boasting exceptional height and wingspan alongside solid skills. As an interior player, Davis's athleticism is historically unparalleled, and his talent is remarkable. His draft archetypes include 2 illustrious figures, Kevin Garnett and Marcus Camby, both of whom are former Defensive Players of the Year, a benchmark that remains unchallenged even a decade later. Such prodigious talent is undoubtedly nurtured by teams as a cornerstone for development. Following the acquisition of the first overall pick, there were indications that the Pelicans would select Davis as their foundational player. Interestingly, the second most surrounded player was not the highly touted number 2 pick McLemore or the 3rd pick Beal, but rather Jiuyun, selected at the 11th position in the second round. This created quite a spectacle at the venue. However, the tone of their interviews seemed to diverge. While Davis was met with admiration, Jiuyun faced a barrage of sarcastic inquiries. "Sue, what are your thoughts on today's green room experience?" "It was wonderful, a great honor." "Sue, are you aware that you've set a record at the NBA draft?" "I'm not aware, and frankly, I'm uninterested." You are the lowest drafted player to sit in the green room in NBA history. Will this make you feel disheartened? Not at all. Because the teams that overlooked me will regret it in the future. The reporters exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at his bravado. Having dropped to the 41st pick and still putting on airs. Their expressions did not go unnoticed by Jiuyun, who refrained from lashing out, knowing that without accomplishments, any retort would merely reflect impotent rage. Su, some say your abilities are overrated, which led to your position in the green room. What is your take? How do I see it? I use my eyes, of course. Does this fellow possess other eyes that can see differently? The audience erupted in laughter as they grasped the innuendo in Jiuyun's words, especially in a country where same-sex marriage is legal. The reporter, now flustered and red-faced, could only glare at Jiuyun in silence. Yet, one journalist posed a serious question. Su, you're a genius at quarterback. Why not return to football? Surely, it offers a brighter future than being a second-round pick. Oh no, I believe the NBA salaries far surpass those of the NFL. Laughter ensued, as the on-site reporters, including Su Jiuyun, shared a hearty laugh. He internally mused, silence. It is my turn to shine. The first pick was Anthony Davis, followed by the second pick, McGee, and the third pick, Beal. Initially, as Su Jiuyun began to enumerate a few names, all the reporters were left utterly perplexed. However, as he continued to recite one name after another, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they hurriedly rummaged through their materials to cross-reference. The 40th pick, Will Barton, represented the 40 individuals selected before him, each etched into his memory. To put it succinctly, in the upcoming season, these individuals would be the rivals he aimed to surpass. And he was determined to demonstrate to Mark that his choices were indeed sound. The reporters were left in disbelief. What manner of person was this? He had memorized the names of all the players corresponding to the picks preceding his own, and they could see that Su Jiuyun had no written materials before him. Su Jiuyun's actions caused a stir among the journalists present, drawing the attention of others. Journalists, ever keen on a spectacle, gradually flocked to Su Jiuyun's side, their curiosity piqued by the explanations of their peers. Interestingly, at the event, 60 of the reporters gravitated towards Anthony Davis, while the vast majority congregated around Su Jiuyun. This left the other rookies exchanging bewildered glances, their dissatisfaction palpable. How could a yellow-skinned player, selected at the 41st pick, command such a throng of reporters? Among them, a player standing just over 6 feet tall, appearing more mature than his peers, and likely 2 or 3 years older, cast a glance towards Su Jiuyun, snorted softly, lifted his head higher, and his competitive spirit intensified. After completing an interview with the reporters, Su Jiuyun finally met with the owner of the Mavericks, Mark Cuban. Cuban, who stood at a height comparable to Su Jiuyun's, embraced him warmly and remarked, "You are considerably taller than what the records suggest. It seems you have not been entirely forthright." Observing Su Jiuyun's bewildered expression, Cuban erupted into hearty laughter. In fact, when Su Jiuyun registered for the draft, Bill Duffy had advised him to declare a height of 193 centimeters, intending to steer him towards a point guard position. However, with his current height of 195 centimeters, transitioning into the NBA as a shooting guard is certainly feasible, albeit without the advantage of height, unless, of course, he experiences another growth spurt akin to that of Giannis Antetokounmpo. During his collegiate career, he predominantly played as a shooting guard, but his exceptional passing IQ and unique field vision, honed on the football field as a quarterback, enabled him to deliver numerous impressive assists. Nevertheless, his ball-handling skills left much to be desired, while his ability to penetrate the paint and score was commendable. Despite lacking stellar shooting and ball control techniques, his explosive athleticism allowed him to average 17 points per game, thereby justifying his placement as a shooting guard. In college, his physical gifts were top-tier, and he remains a formidable athlete in the NBA. However, relying solely on elite physical attributes without addressing significant technical deficiencies poses considerable challenges in the NBA. There have been numerous instances to illustrate this, particularly for an athlete of Asian descent with lower durability. His drop in the draft was closely tied to these factors, as selecting him carried substantial risk. After a brief conversation, Bill Duffy escorted Su Jiuyun away. Su Jiuyun also received a text message from a player within the Dallas Mavericks, and it was singular in nature. A congratulatory note from the team's leader, Dirk Nowitzki. "Welcome to the Dallas Mavericks family." Nowitzki embodies the essence of a good man in the NBA, a sentiment that resonates deeply with Su. This commendable character extends beyond the court, permeating his life as well. Can you believe that an NBA superstar engaged in a 3-year online romance and was deceived for money by his virtual partner? For Su Jiuyun, this notion seems somewhat incredulous. What era are we living in to be involved in an online romance? With wealth and fame, one should never fear the unavailability of beautiful companions. Yet, he also felt fortunate. Fortunate to have garnered the admiration of his employer, fortunate to have persevered through a career rife with skepticism. Once regarded among the 4 elite power forwards, he faced criticism during his MVP season, a tale steeped in melancholy. However, perhaps due to his exceptional character, in the twilight of his career, he managed to rally a group of seasoned players and triumph over the formidable Heat trio. It is essential to recognize that this trio consisted of the league's top 10 players, one being the best in the league, another in the top 4, and yet another in the top 10. Had one been unaware of the outcome, not a single individual among 10,000 would have predicted that the Mavericks, led by Nowitzki, would ultimately claim the championship. Yet, the conclusion unfolded with dramatic flair, as the Heat's trio bestowed warmth upon Nowitzki's career, culminating in one of the most illustrious single-player championships in history. As the draft concluded, the news related to the event surged to the forefront of American trending topics. Surprisingly, it was not Anthony Davis nor any of the top lottery picks who captured the spotlight, but rather Su Jiuyun, who, while seated in the green room, set a record for the lowest selection in its history. Su Jiuyun's record, along with his subsequent flamboyant displays, has catapulted him directly onto the trending list in the United States. Despite his unfortunate circumstances, he remains audacious. One cannot help but marvel at his ability to remember all the players ranked before him as he boldly issues challenges. It brings me joy to witness his defiance. If one is unwilling to comply, then let them face the consequences. Honestly, does no one find it intriguing how he manages to recall so many names? I watched an interview in which he appeared to rely solely on his remarkable memory. Such a formidable capacity for recollection is indeed astonishing, and it reinforces the belief that the scholars of Huaxia are truly exceptional. Various media outlets have reported on this, yet their tone tends to be laced with sarcasm. Barkley, in a recent program, jested, "I admire Su's memory. I hear he performed admirably at Stanford. It seems that if he cannot make it in the NBA, he could always return to academia and earn an impressive degree, which isn't a bad backup plan." However, Su Jiuyun's actions have been misinterpreted domestically. The leading sports news portal in the country, Certain Wong Sports, headlined, "Is it arrogance born from pride or courage derived from strength?" Su Jiuyun's brazen declarations at the draft. Are these signs of self-inflation? He ought to learn from Chairman Yao and his elder brother. Overall, the entirety of the coverage criticizes Su Jiuyun for lacking the traditional virtue of humility, which some argue may hinder his development in the NBA. Furthermore, his fiery temperament during college is believed to be the reason for his fall to the 11th pick in the second round. In his hotel room, he listens to his father on the other end of the line, informing him of the public sentiment surrounding him online in his homeland. Su Jiuyun found it remarkably easy to immerse himself in the persona of his adoptive father, feeling no sense of awkwardness whatsoever. This father figure's educational philosophy was straightforward: speak freely and conceal nothing. Son, pay no heed to those petty critics. Focus on your game. Even if things don't work out, your father can provide for you without issue. You've already brought honor to the Su family. After all, with over 3 billion people in Asia, how many have the chance to play in the NBA? As he listened to his adoptive father chatter away, a smile graced Su Jiuyun's face as he attentively absorbed the words, occasionally interjecting with a response. Suddenly, his father inquired, "Son, are you Su Jiuyun? Is there a mole on your little rear?" Su Jiuyun was utterly infuriated by her father's nonsensical reasoning. "Old man, it's not little Gigi, it's big Gigi, for goodness sake. It's considerably larger than yours. Moreover, I assure you, there are no blemishes on my big Gigi. Are you perhaps envious of me?" The sound of her father's anguished cries echoed from the other end, indicating that her mother had intervened. After her father's rambling, the call with her mother dragged on for nearly half an hour before it finally ended. On the other side, once Su's father concluded the call, he rubbed his aching body in bewilderment and remarked, "Are you certain that this is still our mischievous child?" Although he answered correctly, why on earth did he exhibit such patience in listening to our incessant chatter for so long today? No. Could it be that he asked you for more allowance again? Only in that case would he display an unusual degree of patience. Mother Su cast him a displeased glance. Can't you think a bit more kindly of our son? He hasn't even asked me for an increase in his living expenses. Perhaps he has matured, considering he is about to embark on his career. Furthermore, could you refrain from uttering such crude remarks in the future? Is this truly the dialogue befitting a father and son? I feel as though something is amiss. In the presence of Bill Duffy, Jiuyun inscribed his name upon a contract worth $68 million over 3 years. The third year, however, was designated as a player option, a stipulation Jiuyun insisted upon during negotiations with Bill Duffy. As if, I have a system in place, 2 years of servitude is ample. There's no way I would endure 3 years of it. Once Jiuyun had signed, a mechanical electronic voice resonated within his mind. Detection complete. Host has officially signed an NBA professional contract. System activation in progress. Please await further updates. Jiuyun felt a surge of excitement within, glancing at the virtual panel that displayed upgrading, prompting him to set it aside for the moment. He participated in a signing ceremony with the club, but there were hardly any reporters present as a few days had passed since the draft and his trending topic had long since cooled. After the series of events concluded, Jiuyun headed straight home. He declined the accommodation provided by the Mavericks as it lacked a basketball court. Instead, he sought out a residence that included an indoor basketball court. The rent was indeed steep, but Jiuyun did not mind, after all. His benefactor could easily cover the expenses, despite the old man's frequent remarks about his living costs. Upon hearing that Jiuyun wished to rent a house with an indoor court, he promptly transferred the funds without hesitation. Driving home in his rugged SUV, he rushed into a modest half-court indoor facility, cradling a basketball. He settled on the floor and activated the virtual control panel, only to find that the system upgrade had been completed and the panel was no longer gray. Host, Jiuyun 2K value, 75 basic physical attributes, height, 195 centimeters weight, 95 kilograms strength, 185 pounds bench press for in-repetition stamina, 80 injury resistance, 78 wingspan, 208 centimeters vertical leap, 90 centimeters running jump, 103 centimeters standing reach, 256 centimeters explosiveness, 93 baseline sprint, 10, 90 seconds 34-yard dash, 3, 8 seconds offensive skills, close range shooting, 85 mid-range shooting, 65 three-point shooting, 60 free throws, 70 offensive stability, 70 poor, non-upgradable defensive skills, interior defense, 77 perimeter defense, 80 stealing, 81 blocking, 85 lateral quickness, 93 defensive IQ, 76 defensive rebounds, 85 offensive rebounds, 80 playmaking abilities, ball handling, 70 passing accuracy, 85 passing vision, 85 passing IQ, 85 skills, none lottery chances, 0 packages, 1 beginner's gift pack. Anger value, 0. After studying the system for a while, Jiuyun grasped its functionality. Skills could only be acquired through the system's shop or by lottery. Unfortunately, a most vexing stipulation was that both skills and lottery opportunities required the expenditure of anger value. 1,000 anger points could be exchanged for a single attribute point, while 2,000 anger points could secure 1 lottery chance. Thus, anger value served as currency within the system, and to gain experience points, one needed to accumulate more anger value. As anger value could only be obtained from professional basketball players, a spark of joy ignited within Jiuyun. If he could incite anger during interviews, wouldn't he that allow for a continuous influx of anger value? Feeling as though he had discovered a loophole, Jiuyun burst into laughter within the gym. Just wait. I'll be venting on Twitter soon enough, and I have no doubt it will rile you up. A daily tirade, and come the season, I shall dominate the court. The more he envisioned his triumphs over his opponents, the more euphoric he became. However, just as he was reveling in his fantasies, a mechanical voice interrupted his reverie. Bug detected in the system. Corrections are being implemented. Correction complete. Host advised. Anger value can only be obtained when facing opponents directly. Jiuyun, initially beaming, was left speechless, his mouth agape. It took some time for him to regain his composure. System, you owe me that bug. You scoundrel, show yourself. Please, at least let me utilize it once. Considering I discovered the flaw. Despite his pleas and curses, the cold, unyielding electronic voice remained silent. Disheartened, he continued to examine the system's store. When he saw the prices of the items, he gasped in shock. For instance, during crucial moments when stamina was flagging, what would one desire most? Naturally, stamina restoration. The system offered stamina potions, with a single-use potion restoring 50 stamina costing 2,000 anger points, and a full recovery potion priced at 5,000 anger points. How outrageous, he thought. 2 attribute points just to recover 50 stamina? It's hardly worth it unless it's the finals. As he perused the basketball skills, Jiuyun nearly erupted in expletives again. The prices were exorbitantly ridiculous. Skills like Mad Dog's Frenzied Bite and Curry Tion's Quick Release required anger value, as did the Old Scoundrel's Fadeaway Shot. However, when he noticed the auxiliary skills list, his eyes lit up. Clutch Performer enhances shooting accuracy by 15 during the final 24 seconds, redeemable for anger value. A 15 increase in shooting accuracy was a remarkable asset, particularly in the last 24 seconds, which often represented the final decisive moments of a game. He recalled the rankings of the greatest NBA legends' shooting percentages in the closing seconds, noting that aside from the Old Scoundrel, none achieved a 40 success rate, all falling significantly below their usual statistics. With the knowledge that even LeBron James, often criticized for his late-game decisions, ranked third with a 37 success rate in those moments, while the much-mocked Curry, with a dismal record of 0-4-9 on game winners, unexpectedly surpassed even him, Jiuyun mused, "Well, it seems the system has a sliver of conscience. I'll refrain from cursing you for now. Let us see what treasures await in the beginner's gift pack. But heed my warning, if the contents prove subpar, I shall not hesitate to unleash my wrath upon you." With a heart brimming with both excitement and trepidation, Jiuyun opened the novice gift pack. As a flash of light enveloped him, his exhilaration swiftly dissipated. The novice gift pack, 40 freedom attribute points. What could a mere 40 attribute points possibly accomplish? Was it merely a means to squander time? Just as he contemplated cursing the system, he remembered the absence of any response, leaving him with no choice but to resign himself to the situation and ponder how to most judiciously allocate these 40 attribute points. Should he invest them all into three-point shooting? Indeed, this would maximize his attributes, presenting him as a top-tier shooter. However, Jiuyun was not foolish. With a ball-handling skill of merely 70, could he truly rely solely on shooting? Lacking the ability to evade defenders would confine him to a mere 3-and-D role. But Jiuyun had no desire to be relegated to such a position. He relished the sensation of having the ball in his hands rather than waiting for others to serve him. He adored ball handling, akin to the delicate mastery of a particular sport, believing that his hands were meant for controlling the ball rather than for mundane tasks. Alas, this dilemma weighed heavily on him. The system was miserly, granting him 100 or more points would not render him invincible nor disrupt the balance of the game. Jiuyun continued to contemplate his personal attributes, noting his injury resistance at 78 and stamina at 80, quite disheartening indeed. Regardless, he resolved to elevate his injury resistance to 90. Without a robust physique, even the most refined skills and impeccable shooting accuracy would amount to naught if injuries prevented him from taking the court. Given the physical demands of the NBA, an injury resistance of merely 78 would likely allow him to participate in only about 50 games throughout the season, which was far from ideal. Upon clicking confirm, Jiuyun felt a surge of warmth coursing through his muscles and bones, accompanied by a sensation of pain, followed by itchiness. After a considerable time, drenched in sweat, he finally sensed that these symptoms had subsided. He could intuitively perceive an improvement in the resilience of his muscles and the density of his bones, enhancing his capacity for physical confrontation and bolstering his injury resistance. He noted that his muscles seemed slightly smaller, which was a welcome change, as his previous physique had appeared somewhat bulky. Now, he looked far more streamlined. Suddenly, a wave of alarm washed over Jiuyun. Had his muscles truly diminished? He quickly tugged at his pants, for this was one of the sources of his confidence in the locker room, where he stood tall and proud. It was imperative for him to awaken to ascertain whether the system had indeed altered his physique. In the confines of a modest indoor basketball court, a tall youth with pronounced features examined his own attributes, the sight of which was undeniably amusing. After measuring the newly awakened beast, Jiuyun was relieved to discover that he had not shrunk. He finally felt a sense of ease. No longer did he possess fragile attributes. The system now indicated a commendable injury resistance of 90, placing him at an excellent level within the NBA, albeit still shy of the Iron Man standard. Nonetheless, he hesitated to push it to 100, as he was mindful of his limited attribute points. He understood that enhancing his skills was essential to securing playing time. He also raised his stamina to 85, confident that this would allow him to endure 34 minutes of play. Thus far, these two enhancements had consumed 17 of his attribute points, leaving him with just 23 remaining. Jiuyun began to contemplate the allocation of his attribute points, a decision intricately tied to his positioning on the court. From an attributes perspective, he possessed commendable defensive capabilities and a respectable passing IQ. Coupled with his height of 195 centimeters, he undoubtedly held advantages in the point guard position, his elevation granting him a broad view of the court, enabling him to survey the spatial dynamics with ease. Moreover, as a point guard, he would naturally handle the ball more than any other position, aligning perfectly with his personality. However, the extent to which a point guard could maintain control of the ball hinged not only on his own abilities but also on the caliber of his teammates. Players like Beverly, for instance, despite their tenacity, often fell short of significant ball control, relegating them to the role of frenetic defensive players with limited shooting capabilities. After determining his future position, Jiuyun opted to elevate his ball handling skill from 70 to 80. While this enhancement was modest, it, combined with his explosive power rated at 93 and his physical strength, would allow him to outmaneuver shorter, leaner, and slower guards. Yet, it was clear that emulating Irving's dazzling dribbling prowess was out of reach. Suddenly, an intriguing thought crossed his mind, with his 80 in ball handling. Could he leverage his physique and strength to forcefully penetrate the paint, much like the forward LeBron James? Perhaps he would even develop a unique finesse akin to the elusive six-step skill. Regardless, he mused, if LeBron could dominate the paint with sheer strength during the early stages of his career, why couldn't he? As he contemplated his final attribute distribution, he knew that the remaining 13 points would undoubtedly be allocated to shooting. Yet, upon examining his shooting attributes, 85 for close range, 65 for mid-range, 60 for three-point, and 70 for free throws, despair nearly overtook him. Aside from close-range shooting and free throws, enhancing either mid-range or three-point shooting would yield results only marginally better than Simmons, and would not differ significantly from Westbrook during his tenure with the Lakers or the Post, 2017 Green. Imagining a scenario in which opponents dared him to shoot from 2 meters away, their disdainful gazes conveying a challenge, Jiuyun felt a pang of indignation. Such dismissive attitudes were both damaging and insulting. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to allocate all 13 remaining points to mid-range shooting, elevating it from 65 to 78. His reasoning was grounded in the context of 2012. Although the prevalence of three-point shooting was on the rise, the league had yet to fully embrace the small ball era. It would take at least another season for the significance of the three-pointer to become universally recognized. This was the year when Stephen Curry, having recovered from injuries, led the previously struggling Warriors, who had finished the prior season with a disappointing 23 wins to 43 losses, to an impressive 47 wins and 35 losses, securing the 6th seed in the Western Conference and a playoff berth. Curry's performance was remarkable, averaging 22, 9 points, 6, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds per game. Although he did not make the All-Star team, he began to rekindle memories of his collegiate prowess. During this season, he achieved a remarkable 45 free shooting percentage from beyond the arc, averaging 3.5 three-pointers per game and breaking Ray Allen's single-season three-point record with 270 successful attempts. In the playoffs, he guided the 6th-seeded Warriors to an upset victory over the 3rd-seeded Nuggets, defeating them 4-2, and posed significant challenges to the Spurs, led by the formidable trio of Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili. Coach Popovich's famous remark, "I see Jordan," was a testament to Curry's transformative impact, as he demonstrated the terrifying potential of the three-point shot. Considering these factors, Jiuyun chose to invest his remaining attribute points in mid-range shooting. After all, even a decade later, the much-maligned bust draft pick, who was often ridiculed, thrived not on three-point shooting but through relentless drives to the basket and reliable mid-range shooting, managing to secure a starting position in the small ball era. Given that he was situated in an era still on the cusp of the small ball transition, with the disadvantages of subpar three-point shooting yet to be amplified, he believed he could indeed secure a starting role, leveraging his existing advantages. Jiuyun truly could not believe it. After extravagantly expending all of his attribute points, Jiuyun wore a relaxed expression. There was no alternative, as he could no longer accumulate Fury points. With the points allocated, Jiuyun eagerly commenced his training with the ball. He discovered that his ball handling skills had significantly improved, allowing him to execute movements that were once clumsy and awkward with newfound fluidity. Moreover, his mid-range shooting accuracy had also seen considerable enhancement compared to before. Jiuyun realized that when he shot the basketball based on his own memories, he employed a two-step shooting technique. He furrowed his brows, acknowledging that the current trend in the NBA predominantly favors the two-step shot. However, he was aware that this trend would shift in a few years. The one-step jump shot effectively harnesses the power of the legs push-off, seamlessly propelling the ball forward. In contrast, The two-step jump shot involves shooting at the pinnacle of the jump, or even slightly before reaching the apex, primarily relying on the upper body's forward momentum to launch the ball. While the visual differences in the movements may appear minimal, the methods of power generation are fundamentally distinct. From a power perspective, the one-step jump shot fully exploits leg strength, with the pushing force of the upper body surpassing the swinging force, making it more effortless for long-range shots and particularly suitable for players with less strength or shorter stature. The one-step shooting technique is characterized by its consistent transfer of energy, allowing for quicker and smoother releases. A prime example of this is Stephen Curry, whose rapid shooting speed is unparalleled in the league. The advantage of the two-step jump shot lies in the ability to adjust aim during the hang time after leaving the ground, making it more suitable for turnaround shots, fadeaways, and quick stops, where the player alters their body position mid-air before adjusting their shooting motion. Just like the seasoned veterans of the game, both the old rogue and the old snake embody the essence of the two-step jump shot. Jiuyun pondered over which shooting technique would best suit him. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt the approach that numerous NBA players would favor in the years to come, utilizing a one-motion shot for long-range shooting, while reserving the two-motion shot for mid-range attempts. Jiuyun believed himself to possess remarkable explosiveness and exceptional jumping ability. He felt that utilizing a two-step shooting technique for mid-range shots would allow him to fully leverage his strengths. Reflecting on the unfathomable mid-range shots of the old rogue, it became evident that such a technique showcased his superior jumping, explosive power, and aerial control to perfection. Furthermore, employing a one-step shooting technique for three-point shots would expedite his release, minimizing defensive interference while conserving energy. How advantageous that would be. However, after practicing for a while, Jiuyun found the technique somewhat awkward. Consequently, he resorted to calling Bill Duffy on his mobile phone, seeking his assistance and finding a shooting coach to help refine his shooting posture and power application. Bill Duffy was delighted by Jiuyun's request, as it was well known worldwide that Jiuyun's most significant weakness lay in his shooting ability and shot selection, which adversely affected his draft standing. His proactive approach to improving his shooting was indeed a commendable development. Duffy took a hands-on approach with Jiuyun, rather than delegating the task to his subordinates. He held Jiuyun in high regard, believing that he possessed the potential to become a key player in the NBA. Should Jiuyun secure a starting position, his commercial value would surpass that of an ordinary all-star in the NBA. The commissions from player salaries are not the primary source of income for agents. For commercially valuable players, the earnings from endorsement deals significantly outweigh the benefits derived from salary commissions. Despite the harsh criticism Jiuyun faced domestically, he was aware that many in Huaxiao exhibited a remarkable capacity for forgiveness, often forgetting grievances with a few kind words, especially when it came to one of their own. The fervor of support would be tremendous once he proved himself and brought honor to Huaxia. This phenomenon was well known among those from abroad seeking to profit in Huaxia, explaining the pride many brands exhibited towards the Chinese populace. On July 1st, as the NBA free agency market officially opened, Jiuyun kept a keen eye on its developments amidst his training. His focus was not on the Dallas Mavericks moves, but rather on several trades that had dramatically altered the fates of many in the original timeline. The league's premier center, Dwight Howard, found himself at odds with head coach Stan Van Gundy due to tactical disagreements, alongside notable discord with the management. Though he was dubbed the Superman, having achieved the status of the league's foremost center, he still harbored ambitions of contending for a championship. However, he felt the management had not provided him with sufficient support, particularly when comparing his current teammates to those he could have traded for in the past. As the season concluded, it became a widely accepted notion that Howard's departure from the Orlando Magic was a foregone conclusion. Indeed, much like in the original timeline, the managements of the Lakers, 76ers, Nuggets, and Magic convened for half a month, ultimately reaching a resolution that catered to the needs of all four teams, culminating in the signing of a trade agreement. This monumental transaction, which involved 4 NBA teams and 12 players, along with 5 draft picks, would significantly impact the power dynamics within the entire NBA. Such grand trades are rare in NBA history, yet an analogous event had transpired 6 summers ago. The Lakers welcomed Howard, forming a new iteration of the famed F4. Observing these developments, Jiuyun smiled faintly, realizing that the time had come for him to stir the pot a bit, accumulating some dissatisfaction. When they eventually crossed paths on the court, would not the intensity of emotions be heightened, for the sake of that intensity, to counter the naysayers, and to vie for supremacy in the NBA? Well, Primarily to amass greater wealth, he mused that facing some fan backlash was a trivial concern. After all, pursuing wealth is hardly a disgrace. Jiuyun, resolute in his thoughts, took action amidst the media's astonishment at the Los Angeles Lakers' formidable prospects for the upcoming season. While players lamented the perceived inequity of such trades, Jiuyun took to Twitter. Is this not a modern iteration of the legendary Lakers F4 from 2004? Let it be noted. 1. The collision of the exuberant beast with the obsessive, self-flagellating Mamba is destined to result in a mutual downfall. 2. The rivalry for supremacy among the stars. 3. The Lakers will falter in the first round of the playoffs. The tweet from Jiuyun initially lacked any fervor. Yet its content represented a refreshing breeze. It swiftly garnered the attention of Lakers fans, who were engrossed in their luxurious lineup featuring the league's premier center and first shooting guard, along with Nash and Paul. What more is there to say? The enthusiasm surged. The fanbase of the Lakers is undoubtedly unparalleled among NBA teams, and this holds true even within the domestic sphere. Jiuyun's phone was nearly frozen, overwhelmed by an avalanche of messages and vitriolic comments that he could scarcely keep track of. Subsequently, he once again ascended the trending topics. Even domestic fans took to the forums to lambaste him mercilessly. Son, perhaps you should consider deleting your Twitter posts. It seems the entire nation has turned against you, branding you a pariah. Alas, when others enter the NBA, they are met with widespread support. Yet, within the brief span of your NBA tenure, you have already faced public outcry on 2 occasions. How disheartening it is to hear fans demand your expulsion from the NBA, claiming you have brought shame upon them. Jiuyun's cheeks twitched. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the domestic reaction was somewhat excessive, catching him off guard. Had he stirred a hornet's nest? However, his ire soon flared. What nonsense is this? I want to delete anything. So what are you going to do about it? Come at me. Before long. Players from the Lakers began to respond on Twitter, their discontent nearly overflowing. Kobe remarked, "Sue, who are you?" "The only players I know from Huaxia are Yao San." "And are there any players in the league like that?" "Oh, a rookie." "Kid, train hard. Come next season, I will show you the consequences of provoking the Lakers." Howard added, "Sue, where did you come from?" "Kobe and I will lead the Lakers to the championship next season. With such a star-studded lineup, we have no reason to lose." In any case, Jiuyun ignited yet another firestorm. Bill Duffy observed the online vitriol directed at Sue with a wry smile, uncertain whether it signified good fortune or misfortune. Mark Cuban, however, found himself increasingly intrigued by the young man. After all, what self-respecting loudmouth owner wouldn't take an interest in a brash player from another team, especially one involved in a trade that left him quite displeased? It irked him immensely that Howard chose the Lakers over the Mavericks. Dirk Nowitzki, the team leader, sensed that this year's rookie might be a bit too brash. He hoped he wasn't a troublemaker, as he wished to enjoy a tranquil final few years of his career. The turmoil surrounding Jiuyun continues, while significant transactions unfold within the NBA's free agency. On the other hand, the Oklahoma City Thunder ultimately relinquished James Harden, one of their prized 4, due to a mere few $1 million difference. The Houston Rockets traded several players and draft picks to acquire Harden from the Thunder. This transaction did not yet register as a transformative moment for the league. Clearly, James Harden had only been recognized as the 6th man of the year, and many regarded the Rockets' actions as desperate measures. It was widely believed that Harden could never become the cornerstone of a franchise. Subsequently, Jiuyun resumed his tweeting. The Thunder's management made an exceedingly foolish decision, completely oblivious to Harden's exceptional talent. Harden was poised to become an all-star in the upcoming season, and with him, the Rockets would emerge as a formidable force in the Western Conference. Following the Lakers incident, Jiuyun had garnered a substantial following on Twitter, and this particular tweet quickly attracted considerable attention. This time, he was not met with overwhelming vitriol, yet few believed that Harden, who averaged 16.8 points last season, could become an all-star in the new season. Prompted by a friend, Harden viewed Jiuyun's tweet, his face flushed with indignation. He had not forgotten the humiliation inflicted by the Thunder's management, allowing himself merely half an hour to contemplate his next move. Now, some had begun to criticize the Thunder's management for their folly, asserting their intentions to enter the All-Star game next season. Was this not a case of sibling rivalry? Harden directly tweeted Jiuyun, "Bro, come to Houston, I'll treat you to dinner." Shortly thereafter, Jiuyun responded, "Dangu, your sincerity is lacking. What is so fun about dinner? You love to control the nightlife, but don't bring me along. Such insincerity." At this, Harden's eyes narrowed with laughter. They were kindred spirits. Haha, brother, you come, and I'll set it up for you. Fans, bewildered, wondered what was happening. Two players who had never met were engaging in a lively Twitter exchange, even discussing nightlife. What was going on? Mark Cuban, who initially thought highly of Jiuyun, felt a twinge of concern upon witnessing the interaction between Jiuyun and Harden. However, remembering that Jiuyun was merely a second-round draft pick acquired for $3.8 million, a bargain with low risk, his unease subsided somewhat. Yet, just as one wave receded, another surged forth. Los Angeles Clippers fans, envious of the Lakers' F4, engaged in verbal sparring with Lakers supporters, proclaiming that the Clippers would undoubtedly be stronger in the upcoming season. Given last season's chemistry, they argued that their first point guard and Dwight Howard duo would surpass the Lakers' first center and Kobe, citing Kobe's age as a disadvantage. With the additions of Jamal Crawford, DeAndre Jordan, and other notable role players such as Paul Pierce, Matt Barnes, Karen Butler, and Lamar Odom, Clippers fans believed their team would be a serious contender for the championship. Nevertheless, the number of Clippers fans paled in comparison to that of the Lakers, and their banter soon found itself on the defensive. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and thus, some fans, besieged by Lakers supporters, sought Jiuyun's endorsement. Jiuyun found himself in a perplexing situation as he perused the content on Twitter, glancing over at Bill Duffy, who sat beside him. Bill, this isn't what I intended to tweet. Look, numerous fans are urging me to post this. What do you think? Should I go ahead or refrain? Bill Duffy, observing the young man before him, who was regarded as quite dashing in the eyes of a Westerner, felt a headache brewing. The recent Twitter incident surrounding the Lakers trade had prompted him to rush to Dallas, where he shared a multitude of insights about the nuances of the league. The crux of his advice was clear. One should refrain from hastily expressing opinions, avoid offending high-profile players, and steer clear of antagonizing clubs. For the NBA is fundamentally a business where future collaborations may hinge on present relations. Offending anyone now could narrow one's path ahead. Ironically, the Clippers fans had sought his assistance for support, propelling him into the realm of internet fame. Well, you manage it as you see fit. Ideally, you should avoid offending either side, that's my counsel. Of course, silence is often the wisest choice. It is essential to note that agents in the NBA differ significantly from those in the entertainment industry. In the domestic entertainment sector, agents can impose constraints on the behavior of artists. Conversely, NBA player agents lack such authority and constantly face the potential of contract terminations, making their guidance largely advisory. Whether players heed it remains a mystery. Jiuyun smiled as he edited the content. I hold a profound admiration for Chris Paul, who stands as the most formidable traditional point guard in the current league. Following his arrival at the Clippers, the team ascended to prominence in the Western Conference. However, according to the 5 elements theory prevalent in our Huaxia culture, the Clippers are associated with wood, while Paul is linked to metal, signifying wealth. The 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth interact in a cycle of creation and destruction. Metal conquers wood, wood overcomes earth, earth controls water, water extinguishes fire, and fire defeats metal. Thus, while the Clippers, bolstered by Paul, may thrive as a strong contender in the West, reaching the Western Conference Finals remains elusive. For Chris Paul to advance to the conference or even the championship finals, he must join a team aligned with fire. Bill Duffy gazed at Jiuyun's Twitter post, utterly bewildered. What was this? The 5 elements? Was it some form of mysticism? Not only was Bill Duffy perplexed, but a multitude of netizens, including onlookers and critics, were equally baffled, as they could only comprehend that with Paul, the Clippers could not reach the Western Conference Finals. This incited an immediate shift in sentiment among Clippers and Paul fans, who transformed from allies to adversaries, unleashing their ire upon Jiuyun. Amusingly, many Lakers fans, who initially criticized Jiuyun, surprisingly acknowledged his point, rallying to support him. In summary, chaos ensued. The subject of the discussion, Paul, could hardly contain himself. A mere second-round draft pick, resorting to such antics for attention? Ultimately, the Twitter drama orchestrated by Jiuyun proved far more captivating than the trade market itself. The 5 elements, understood solely by the Huaxia people, sparked a dialogue on mysticism, even as some dismissed it as unscientific. Yet, the majority of the audience, who were merely onlookers, began to delve into the nuances of this ancient philosophy. Many American netizens recognized that the 5 elements bore similarities to their own tarot cards and astrological readings, thus garnering interest. As the tone of the conversation shifted, Jiuyun found himself amidst a curious exchange on mysticism, eliciting both laughter and exasperation. Bill Duffy, still in a daze, inquired, "Sue, how accurate is this five elements theory? Perhaps you could predict when I went big in Las Vegas?" Domestic fans were left speechless. How could a second-round pick ascend to the top of the U.S. trending list twice in such a short span, especially by mocking Paul through mysticism? There are numerous fans of Paul in our country, ranking him among the top 5 active NBA stars. After all, local commentators frequently extol Paul's virtues, elevating his abilities to near mythical proportions. Therefore, while Jiuyun's mockery of Paul attracted criticism in the U.S., the shift in conversation led to fewer detractors and more discussions on mysticism. However, the sentiment was starkly different domestically, where he faced a relentless barrage of criticism, mockery, and insults. How could someone who has never played an NBA game dare to ridicule the league's premier point guard? Such an individual clearly lacks self-awareness and a proper understanding of their position. Jiuyun, leave the NBA and spare us the embarrassment of your presence as a Huaxiao person. The vitriol was unyielding, with many among the critics being genuine fans, while others likely had not even watched a handful of NBA games. Their eagerness to deride Jiuyun stemmed from a societal tendency to feel inferior in the face of perceived superiority, leading them to chastise him in the presence of those with lighter skin tones. Jiuyun received yet another call from his rather troublesome father. "You rascal. Can you not stir up trouble? There are already people online digging into our family's affairs. Let me tell you, if this escalates and affects my business, and I find myself without earnings, I shall see how you manage to reside in that spacious house with a basketball court." Listening to his father's incessant ramblings, Jiuyun felt exasperated. "Dad, have you reached your middle-age crisis? You're so nagging. Rest assured, I am not concerned about your income. In a year, you can retire and travel the world with Mom. I'll support you both. However, I warn you, do not go seeking a mistress outside, or you'll be in for it. Of course, if you indulge during social gatherings, that's your affair. Just ensure you take precautions. Are you itching for trouble, daring to joke about your father? Humph. Do you believe I wouldn't cut off your allowance right now?" Well, he still had to rely on old Sue for assistance. Otherwise, how could he afford such a large residence, especially one with a basketball court? Even with an NBA contract, it wouldn't suffice, so he had to show his father some respect. After softening his tone and uttering a few conciliatory words, Jiuyun finally ended the call. Reflecting on the conversation, he felt helpless. Even 10 years hence, in the minds of many spineless individuals domestically, the allure of foreign lands remained irresistible, and the air seemed sweeter. Despite the prevalence of self-media, the zombie-like atmosphere among these populations suggested that as long as freedom was attained, other matters were inconsequential. Freedom was paramount. Sighing, he thought to himself that he would have his moment to strike back. In the days that followed, with the assistance of his trainer, Jiuyun diligently worked to refine his shooting technique while undergoing systematic training to adapt to the NBA as swiftly as possible. It must be said, professional-level training indeed accelerated his improvement compared to college. Both his shooting selection and consistency saw a notable enhancement, and surprisingly, his shooting attributes, whether 3-point or 2-point shots, experienced a slight boost, though further growth stagnated thereafter. In the midst of training, he also kept a keen eye on the NBA's free agency developments. Junzi Lei signed a 2-year contract worth $12 million with the Heat. The Raptors traded Forbes and a future protected draft pick to acquire the best point guard in the franchise's history, a transaction that would only be truly recognized in the years to come. Griffin re-signed with the Clippers for 5 years at $95 million. The venerable Duncan extended his contract with the Spurs for 3 years at $36 million, marking his 16th season with the team. The Knicks opted not to match the Rockets' 3-year, $25.1 million offer for Lin Shihao, who officially joined the Houston team. In summary, there were no particularly sensational trades. What concerned him most was the activity of the Mavericks in the free agency market, as it pertained to his own interests, and he could hardly recall the Mavericks' maneuvers from the previous summer in his original timeline. The focal point for Mavericks fans was undoubtedly the fate of the seasoned kid. Rumors had circulated that the Mavericks were nearing a 3-year, $9 million agreement with him, which delighted the fans, suggesting that Kidd would play for the Mavericks until the age of 42. However, after careful consideration, Kidd ultimately signed a 3-year, $9.5 million deal with the Knicks, receiving no scorn from Mavericks fans, only slow blessings. The Mavericks traded center Mahinmi to acquire point guard Collison and Dant Jones from the Pacers, and Collison became a key signing for the Mavericks. Who is Collison? He is the remarkable player who served as Westbrook's backup during college. The Mavericks exchanged a player averaging 8 points and 7 rebounds for a starting point guard with last season's averages of 4 points and 8 assists, an absolute heist. Shortly thereafter, the Mavericks secured former captain Brand for a salary of $1 million, a player who contributed 11 points and 7 rebounds last season. Just as Mavericks fans were filled with disappointment, believing the team's transactions had concluded, the franchise officially signed Mayo. Upon encountering the news of the signing, Jiuyun felt a pang of anxiety. First there was Collison, and now Mayo has arrived, intensifying the competitive pressure on the Mavericks backcourt for the upcoming season. Last season, Mayo had already been relegated to a bench role with the Grizzlies, averaging a mere 6 points per game, with a shooting percentage barely reaching 40, rendering him an inefficient scorer. One should not be deceived by the impression that Mayo, after playing in China, has become more amiable. His temperament has been a significant factor in his tumultuous journey thus far. Once renowned in high school as a national sensation, Mayo was heralded as the next Kobe Bryant. Yet his rebellious nature has hindered his ascent in the basketball world. He had previously been ejected from a game for confronting a referee in high school and faced penalties at USC for accepting improper benefits during his college career. After joining the Grizzlies, he engaged in a physical altercation with teammate Tony Allen during a flight over a card game dispute, and subsequently faced a 10-game suspension for violating the league's drug policy. With such a temperament, Jiuyun could easily envision the unfolding drama upon his arrival to the team. On July 9th, Jiuyun received notification from the team to report the following day for Summer League preparations. Hearing about the Summer League ignited a spark in his eyes, as it typically involves rookies and fringe players aiming to acclimatize to the intensity of the NBA while allowing the team to evaluate talent and finalize roster positions for the new season. As for the 40 rookies ahead of me, I intend to make my mark on each and every one of them, he mused. The next day, Jiuyun traveled with the team to Las Vegas for the Summer League. On the private jet, he glanced around, recognizing no one, as they were either rookies, undrafted players, D-League athletes, or mere waterboys, and thus, he was unfamiliar with any of them. Just as he was idly gazing out the window, lost in the scenery, someone suddenly took the empty seat beside him. The scent of perfume wafted through the air, accompanied by a voice. "Hi, Sue, have we met again?" Jiuyun turned his head to look over, and a dark face came into view. He found it difficult to recall who this person was. "Who are you?" he inquired. "What? Sue, you actually don't remember me? We faced off in the NCAA. I'm Jack Crowder from Marquette University. I held you to 5 out of 14 shooting. Have you forgotten?" As he spoke, the smug expression on his face was unmistakable. Jiuyun was momentarily taken aback, but then memory surged forth, and he finally recalled. "Nonsense. Were you the only one defending me? And let's not forget who I sent sprawling to the ground, who I knocked out of the way, and who only managed to score 4 points throughout the game. You're audacious to act so cocky in front of me. Do you even know how to spell the feat? Let me tell you, I could obliterate you in an instant." As he spoke, he raised his chin defiantly, leaving Jack Crowder speechless. However, a moment of inspiration struck him, and he retorted, "You think you could obliterate me in a heartbeat? Of course, your ability to trend online could certainly overshadow me. On the basketball court, though, let us not forget, I was drafted 33rd, you were 41st. What do you say to that?" Jiuyun found herself at a loss for words, utterly perplexed by the situation. The onlookers regarded the two with a mixture of envy and amusement. The envy stemmed from the fact that both possessed secured contracts, while they themselves toiled aimlessly in pursuit of a similar agreement. The amusement arose from the childlike nature of their quarrel, reminiscent of playful youngsters. Someone nearby fanned the flames with a suggestion. "I propose that during training, you two engage in a duel. The victor shall claim the title of leader. What do you think of this splendid idea?" At this, Claude and Jiuyun's eyes brightened in unison, a glimmer of competitive spirit igniting within them. Jiuyun laughed heartily and said, "Very well, let it be so. I shall first recruit a little brother. Once I join the team, when the big shots ask me to carry their bags, I can delegate that task to my little brother." The initiation of rookies into the team often involves playful pranks, and carrying bags is a cherished tradition in the NBA. Did you not see the image of the god of point guards, who was nearly overwhelmed by the weight of the bags? That illustrates the significance of experience. Jiuyun had already begun to indulge in his fantasies, his expression and raucous laughter irking Claude, yet eliciting mirth from those participating in the Summer League. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiuyun. He rose to his feet and exclaimed, "We have arrived in Las Vegas. Although our chances of indulging in the pleasures of the gambling city may be limited, we can certainly entertain ourselves. Come. Let the 33rd pick challenge the 41st pick. Let us engage in a spirited duel. The stakes are not only about victory or defeat, but also about hierarchy. The odds are set at 1. Who wishes to place a bet? The passengers aboard the plane were taken aback, pondering the audacity of such an arrangement. Claude, feeling indignant, protested, "What do you mean by the 33rd pick challenging the 41st? Am I to lose my dignity? Is it not the case that the 33rd pick holds a higher rank?" With a grumble, he produced $1,000 and handed it over, declaring, "Humph, arrogant young man. I shall bet on my own victory. Prepare to lose your money." With Claude initiating the wager on his own behalf, a multitude of others soon followed suit, placing bets of varying amounts merely for the sake of amusement. Jiuyun was simultaneously infuriated and delighted as he counted his money. His anger stemmed from having wagered 2/3 on Crowder's victory, leaving only 1/3 on his own success. Yet, his delight was palpable, should he triumph. He would earn a modest profit. After all, even the smallest gains are worthwhile, especially when acquired through one's own efforts. It was truly gratifying. The Summer League team was led by the newly appointed offensive coach, O'Brien. Observing the players behind him, who were engaged in light-hearted banter, he noted their excellent morale, suggesting a promising start. He then returned his focus to devising his offensive strategies, which involved every player acting as a point of initiation for ball handling and organization. The journey unfolded smoothly, but, rather unfortunate, he found himself sharing a room with Crowder again upon checking into the hotel. "Hey, Jay, do you snore at night? If you do, please take to the bathroom to sleep, lest you disturb my slumber. Otherwise, it would be your fault," he remarked. Crowder, somewhat perplexed, wondered about the logic of his companion's thoughts. "Humph, do you think I am as foolish as you? If you dare to snore, I shall certainly send a slipper flying your way." Jiuyun was tidying up her luggage when she suddenly asked playfully, "Jia, we must establish 3 rules. You absolutely cannot engage in left and right combat in the room tonight." Claude, slightly bewildered, inquired, "What do you mean by left and right combat?" After Jiuyun offered his explanation, Claude retorted angrily, "Sue, I have plenty of women at my disposal. As an NBA player, I only pursue white models." Observing Claude's smug demeanor, Jiuyun curled his lip. Those individuals lack discernment. How could they possibly find someone as unattractive as you appealing? "Hey, Sue, do you wish to duel me? Are you certain? What is your weight class? Do you have any idea about mine in the football team?" Claude faltered, realizing the disparity in their physical prowess. After all, the members of the football team were not to be trifled with. "Humph, Sue, I am a civilized person, uninterested in brawls. Just wait, during this afternoon's training session, I will obliterate you." "Pfft, anyone can boast," he scoffed, shedding his jacket in preparation for a shower. As Claude inadvertently caught sight of Jiuyun in his boxers, he couldn't quite believe his eyes. Is this really an Asian? Glancing down at himself, he hastily donned a pair of loose-fitting athletic pants. Had Jiuyun witnessed this moment, he would undoubtedly have remarked, "What a rarity. I am the protagonist, equipped with a system, destined to conquer, not only the court but also women. Without the requisite attributes, how could one conquer? Such is the essence of a protagonist's aura." Gagaga. In the afternoon at the Mavericks training facility, the number of players participating in the Summer League far exceeded 15, which should have resulted in a cacophony. However, this year's training session commenced with everyone congregating on one half of the court, and the coaching staff showed no objections. Instead, they stood by with keen interest, observing. Dressed and ready, Jiuyun approached the three-point line and made a dismissive gesture towards Claude. "Jay, concede already. I'm offering you a chance. Surrender and I'll return half of your $1,000 bet." Claude, infuriated, realized that ever since he had begun interacting with this fellow, he had always found himself at a disadvantage verbally. "Enough of your prattle. I will tear you apart on the court and show you the distinction between the 41st and 34th picks." Jiuyun shrugged his shoulders, donning a nonchalant expression. Yet, deep within, he felt a sense of frustration, for he had been waiting and waiting, only to find that the system had not granted him any anger points. Could it be that teammates within the same team were not considered adversaries? After all, we are wagering money this time. How could they not be opponents? It baffled him. Unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Claude inquired, 3 dribbles, 21 points. How does that sound? All right, no problem. Jiuyun tossed the ball directly to Claude, casually remarking, "All right, you can serve first. Consider it a concession from me. Otherwise, I fear you might not even be able to touch the ball later. Jiuyun's actions left both Crowder and the onlookers momentarily stunned. Such behavior was decidedly unfriendly to those who had wagered on his victory. Someone shouted, "Su, are you in cahoots with Jie to deceive us? By allowing him to serve first, haven't you handed over the initiative to him?" Jiuyun retorted with irritation. "Why on earth would I conspire with him to fool you? I have far more bits on my victory than his. Do you think I have that much money to intentionally let him win?" His frustrated outburst elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. However, Crowder was not amused. Laughter was beyond him. Jiuyun's repeated provocations ignited a firestorm of rage within him. He was determined to shatter Jiuyun on the court to reclaim his lost honor. Suddenly, a chilling electronic voice echoed in his mind. Anger level 10. Jiuyun was momentarily taken aback. Then he gazed into Claude's eyes, which seemed to shimmer with the allure of currency. He began to comprehend that teammates within the same team could, under certain circumstances, become adversaries, but only on the field and after the match had commenced. Therefore, it should pose no issue for me to seek out Claude daily to boost my rage points, he mused with a sly grin. Jiuyun now perceives the cold electronic voice as a melodious symphony. Soon, both individuals assumed their stances, and Jiuyun shed his nonchalant demeanor, becoming entirely earnest. Although he spoke as if he had complete control over Claude, he held a significant respect for him. In terms of height and wingspan, Claude possessed a slight advantage. Jiuyun stood at 195 centimeters and weighed 95 kilograms with a wingspan of 208 centimeters. While Claude measured 198 centimeters and weighed 105 kilograms with a wingspan of 206 centimeters. This weight differential granted Claude a notable edge. Yet Jiuyun's superior strength compensated for some of this disadvantage. Despite Claude's reputation as a defensive stalwart and one of the league's premier 3D players in the era of small ball, it would be a misjudgment to assume that he lacked technical prowess. His shortcomings and skill were merely relative to NBA players, as even a center's ball-handling ability in the NBA could surpass that of domestic professional guards, if not more so. After securing the ball beyond the three-point arc, Claude positioned himself 1 meter in front of Jiuyun, readying his defensive stance. Claude initiated a triple threat posture, yet Jiuyun remained unfazed, fixating his attention on Claude's feet. He had resolved that as long as Claude remained stationary, he would not budge. While this might render him somewhat passive, he possessed confidence in his explosive agility. In fact, Jiuyun's draft report indicated that although he lacked experience, his one-on-one defensive capabilities were satisfactory. His defensive shortcomings stemmed from a lack of experience and timing in help defense. Nevertheless, his defensive proficiency was deemed adequate due to his explosive power and physical robustness, which surpassed that of many collegiate athletes. Jiuyun remained perfectly still, his center of gravity showing no sign of alteration. Observing that Jiuyun was impervious to any effect from his 3 threats, Claude suddenly shifted to his right, charging forward like a diminutive tank. Upon witnessing Claude's movement, Jiuyun swiftly followed suit, his explosive power surpassing that of Claude, ultimately sealing off the route. The sound of muscles colliding echoed as Jiuyun was knocked back half a step. However, before Claude could transition into another move, he closed in once more. This highlighted Claude's mediocre technique, as the fluidity between his actions was lacking. Yet, when Jiuyun re-engaged, Claude executed a sudden pivot, dribbling the ball and breaking through from the left side. His turn capitalized on his broader physique, allowing him to gain a half-step advantage. Having previously faced Jiuyun on the court and having tasted his blocks, he was acutely aware of Jiuyun's leaping ability and speed. Thus, after establishing that half-step, he refrained from barreling toward the basket, instead engaging in a confrontation with Jiuyun during his 3rd dribble. This time, he finally secured the space for a shot, completing the offensive play with a jump shot that found its mark. The score stood at 2:00. It is worth noting that every NBA player, from point guards to centers, practices shooting diligently. While centers may not attempt mid-range shots during games, their shooting accuracy and training remains impressive. This contrasts sharply with domestic players, whose centers often struggle with mid-range shooting. A glance at the renowned, rugged Howard among NBA centers illustrates this point. Upon joining the Taiwanese league, he excelled in mid-range and three-point shooting due to the lack of defensive pressure. After scoring, Claude pounded his chest with his fist, pointing at Jiuyun and taunting. "You're not there yet. You've still got some distance to cover. Get ready to part with your money. You're a good guy, so send us some cash." The crowd below, who had bet on Claude's victory, erupted in cheers. Jiuyun remained unfazed, bending down to pat the floor with both hands. Then, extending his right hand. He beckoned with his index finger, provocatively challenging, "Come here, if you dare." Jiuyun's audacious gesture and expression incited Claude's irritation. He resolved to teach this audacious individual a lesson about his own prowess. Anger level 8. Jiuyun discovered a decline in his anger level and, after a moment's reflection, realized that the initial thrill is always more exhilarating than subsequent attempts. Reigniting the fire yields a vastly different result from the first spark. Claude continued to serve, this time foregoing the triple threat, aware that his skills were insufficient to unsettle Jiuyun's balance. Instead, he opted for a more reliable technique, using his body to push against Jiuyun. Although Jiuyun possessed equal strength, he was forced into a reactive position, granting Claude a degree of initiative. He maneuvered near the paint, turned, and successfully banked a shot. The score was now 4-0, and Claude's grin revealed his prominent white teeth as he flexed his biceps. Taunting Jiuyun, "Have you not eaten? Is that all the strength you possess? TSK, and you claim to hail from a football team. My grandmother's strength surpasses yours." Claude's words ignited a flare of anger within Jiuyun, causing his expression to darken, and he bent his waist slightly more during his defense. Though Claude boasted, he knew Jiuyun was not easily subdued. Sensing Jiuyun's formidable stance, he understood that the true challenge had commenced. Claude proceeded with a conventional approach, attempting to break to his right. However, he altered his strategy midway, dribbling forward once more before abruptly pivoting after taking a small step past the free throw line. Yet, he still could not shake Jiuyun. Executing a fake shot, Claude succeeded in momentarily unsettling Jiuyun, whose center of gravity shifted. At that moment, Claude bent forward, employing a quick-step maneuver, thus finally evading Jiuyun's defense. A wave of relief washed over him as he took a step forward, closing in on the basket for a potential dunk. With a powerful leap, he soared upwards, grinning at the approaching hoop. Suddenly, he perceived gasps from the onlookers, and a shadow loomed over him. As he attempted to evade in midair, he realized the challenge was far from simple. The sound of his palm meeting the basketball resonated throughout the arena. As Claude landed, he stumbled, ultimately falling to protect himself, while Jiuyun steadied himself, taking 2 steps forward to regard Claude on the ground. The spectators gaped in disbelief at Jiuyun's astonishing display of skill. Was this the athleticism one would expect from a 41st overall rookie? After being momentarily faked out by Claude, Jiuyun had swiftly recalibrated and, utilizing his exceptional explosiveness and vertical leap, had swatted the ball away just as Claude was about to dunk it. His leap was so high that it could almost be described as level with the rim. The speed of his explosive launch, the velocity of his jump, and his leaping ability were all top tier, even elite by league standards. Could anyone truly argue that such physical prowess belonged to a 41st pick? The reason many undrafted players remained undrafted often boiled down to insufficient physical talent, as basketball is a sport heavily reliant on such attributes. Thus, all present regarded Jiuyun with expressions of incredulity. Many might argue that Stephen Curry's physical gifts are lacking, but that perspective is relative to NBA players. Compared to domestic athletes, his physicality is indeed overwhelming. The head coach, O'Brien, who was also the offensive coach for the team's new season, looked on with newfound admiration for Jiuyun, his gaze filled with contemplation. Jiuyun regarded Claude from a position of superiority then. Amidst the gazes of Claude and the onlookers, extended a hand and bent slightly. Claude, under the impression that Jiuyun intended to assist him, also reached out his hand. Jiuyun also noticed Claude's hand and felt an urge to grasp it. However, upon contemplating the anger meter, she could only silently lament, "Alas, old Jia, I apologize. But you shall have to lend me your anger points. Please do not lose your temper and strike me." Jiuyun was well aware of Claude's notorious reputation for his explosive temperament in the NBA. He genuinely feared that an eruption might occur, not out of concern for his ability to contend with Claude, but rather because a confrontation would prove detrimental for both parties involved. Though his mind was preoccupied, it did not hinder Jiuyun's agility. He deftly evaded Claude's grasp, and amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he extended his palm, gesturing at a height that was merely 20 centimeters above the ground, as if to say, "Is this all you have?" A cacophony of whistles and cheers erupted from the crowd, all captivated by Jiuyun's audacious display. Anger level increased by 12. Jiuyun revealed a smile, expressing, "Ah, how delightful. Your temper is even more intense than before." Turning her gaze towards the darkened visage of Claude, she hurriedly added, "Jay, our battle is far from over. I shall show no mercy. nor extend a hand of compassion unless you concede. With a sudden surge, Claude leapt to his feet, his eyes burning with fierce determination as he declared, "Su, do not revel in your triumph. I will make you understand the true essence of a man's war." After Jiuyun made his call, he stepped beyond the three-point line to execute a serve, and now it was Jiuyun's turn to launch an offensive. Jiuyun, as per usual, executed a triple threat move. In truth, it is customary for professional players to employ such tactics prior to making a breakthrough. If one can successfully shift their center of gravity, it may yield advantageous results. However, in the realm of professional competition, losing one's center of gravity often signifies falling into a passive position. Crowder, a master of defense, is well aware of Jiuyun's technical attributes and, naturally, would not be easily deceived. Jiuyun disregarded him and suddenly darted to the left. Claude hastily slid to block his path. Yet Jiuyun abruptly halted before swiftly veering to the right, seizing half a body's advantage. By the third dribble, he had already reached the right side at a 45-degree angle, mid-range, with a sharp screech. The sound of his basketball shoes scraping against the floor echoed as Jiuyun executed a sudden stop, leaping high into the air for an abrupt jump shot. Jiuyun's sudden display of prowess left everyone present in awe of his explosive potential. However, many remained skeptical about his ability to score, having perused his draft report, which indicated a low success rate for his abrupt jump shots. It was widely noted that during the combined trials, his mid-range jump shot accuracy in open situations was rather unimpressive, verging on inadequate, let alone his ability to execute a sudden jump shot amidst a rapid drive. Jiuyun leaped impressively high. When he took his shot, Crowder's outstretched hand could scarcely obstruct his line of sight. Although Crowder was unable to interfere with Jiuyun's shooting vision, he remained unperturbed, convinced that Jiuyun would miss. In previous encounters, Su had attempted similar shots twice, both of which had failed to find the basket. With a leisurely turn, Crowder wore a smirk, poised to ridicule Su with a few choice words. However, the swish of the net abruptly froze that smile upon Crowder's face. This couldn't be real. Sheer luck, perhaps. Regardless of Crowder's thoughts, O'Brien on the sidelines brightened at the sight of Jiuyun's jump shot. Although he noted several technical deficiencies, Su's physical attributes were undeniable. His explosive power and quick leaping ability were remarkable, especially the height he achieved on that shot. O'Brien perceived that Jiuyun had decisively overpowered Crowder's natural talent. The more he observed Su, the more his eyes sparkled, prompting him to instruct his staff to set up a camera to record the moment, intending to share it with Rick and Mark. In O'Brien's perspective, Jiuyun's seemingly effortless shot was undoubtedly a product of his athletic prowess. While Crowder's height was officially listed at 198 centimeters, that was with shoes, barefoot, he measured 195 centimeters, the same as Jiuyun. Furthermore, Crowder's wingspan of 206 centimeters fell short by 2 centimeters compared to Su's 208 centimeters. When comparing their vertical leaps, Jiuyun boasted an impressive 90 centimeters standing jump and 103 centimeters running jump, whereas Crowder measured only 79 centimeters and 88 centimeters, respectively. It was evident that the two were not of the same caliber. In terms of speed, Jiuyun completed a 34-meter sprint, 22.86 m, in a mere 3.8 seconds, while Crowder took 3.37 seconds for the same distance. Their velocities were markedly distinct. Crowder's only advantage lay in his heft of 110 kilograms. After all, Jiuyun weighed just 95 kilograms, which had allowed Crowder to push Su back to within a step of the free throw line during their initial offensive exchanges. Although Su's strength could rival Crowder's, even surpassing it slightly, he could not fully compensate for the 15 kilograms disparity in weight. Thus, Jiuyun's recent offensive maneuver adeptly leveraged his advantages, avoiding direct confrontation with Crowder. Throughout their exchanges, O'Brien noted the basketball intelligence exhibited by both players. However, it was premature to draw conclusions after only a few rounds. As the basketball swished through the net, Jiuyun shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Too easy, Jay. Give me a challenge." With Su's anger level diminishing, he found himself perplexed. Had he been subjected to too many blows, or had his resilience simply grown? It felt somewhat unfriendly. What was wrong with a little harmless advantage-seeking? This time, Crowder remained silent. As Jiuyun received the ball beyond the three-point line, Crowder immediately closed in, persistently attempting to disrupt his movements and intercept the ball. Su was compelled to sidestep, using his body to shield the ball. At that moment, Crowder's other hand pressed against Jiuyun's waist. Such defensive maneuvers had been permitted in the league prior to the 2004 to 2005 season, known as hand-checking. However, to promote offensive play and enhance the entertainment value of the game, the league prohibited hand-checking, preventing defenders from using their hands or forearms against offensive players who were not in a post-up position. While this was against the rules in official games, it was a common practice during intense one-on-one situations. After evading Claude's harassment, Jiuyun abruptly shoved him aside with his shoulder and suddenly accelerated. Just as Claude struggled to keep up, Jiuyun executed a sharp stop. As Claude adjusted his footing, Jiuyun sprang into action once more, ultimately pivoting to leave Claude completely behind. With a resounding slam dunk, Jiuyun concluded this offensive maneuver, leveling the score at 4-4. O'Brien, somewhat perplexed, pondered the narrative that suggested Su's ball-handling skills were subpar and his offensive capabilities mediocre. Who authored that scouting report? It was utterly ridiculous. The recent offensive display, a swift rise, a sudden halt, followed by a deft turn, was executed with a commendable fluidity. While not ostentatious, it starkly contradicted the claims of his inadequate ball handling and offensive prowess. O'Brien suddenly surmised that the individual responsible for Jiuyun's scouting report had either failed to conduct a thorough analysis or harbored a bias against him. He had never anticipated that Jiuyun could evolve to such an extent in such a brief period. During subsequent one-on-one exchanges, Jiuyun's advantages became evident as he leveraged his superior speed and athleticism to penetrate the paint and execute mid-range jump shots, leaving Claude in a state of disarray. With his enhanced attributes post-leveling, his 2K rating now stood at a commendable 80, rivaling the starting capabilities of some weaker teams. In contrast, Claude's rating hovered around 75 or 76, as Su recalled that in his rookie season, Claude had not performed particularly well, mainly relying on his defensive skills for playing time. As for offensive capability, it was hardly worth mentioning. This was not yet the era of small ball, after all, and not everyone could rely solely on three-point shooting, especially since Su had yet to fully develop that aspect of his game. Admittedly, due to insufficient shooting attributes, he missed several mid-range attempts, particularly given the physicality of his encounters with Claude, affording Claude some opportunities. Occasionally, Claude managed to sink a mid-range shot or even a surprise three-pointer. But more often than not, he resorted to brute force, executing awkward turnaround jumpers. Ultimately, the score settled at 21-13, with Jiuyun emerging victorious. As the match concluded, Claude, with a scowl, exchanged a high-five with Jiuyun and remarked, "Su, just you wait. Once I improve, I will defeat you again." Haha, Jay, keep dreaming. You think I'll remain stagnant while you advance? Let me tell you, I am an insurmountable mountain for you. And by the way, shouldn't he be calling me boss? Anger level 2. Claude was indeed irked, yet after an intense bout, his frustration had waned somewhat, leaving him more contemplative than furious. The thought of a 22-year-old handsome man having to refer to a 19-year-old kid who couldn't even enter a bar as boss reddened Claude's face. However, with Jiuyun grinning at him and a rowdy audience egging him on, Claude knew he could not escape the situation. Oh well, old boss. Ha ha ha, all right. Old boss will treat you to donuts today. Jiuyun's words made Claude roll his eyes in exasperation. Truly, how miserly can one be over mere donuts? Once the commotion had subsided, O'Brien commenced the training session. After warming up, they engaged in fundamental drills and shooting practice. Jiuyun approached the training with utmost seriousness, recognizing that his technical skills required refinement, a process that demands persistent effort rather than a fleeting commitment. Even for those possessing considerable talent, without systematic training, skills may become rusty. Hence, regardless of one's stature, training sessions hold significant importance. Of course, this principle may not apply to prodigies like O'Neal, who, had he exhibited even half the diligence of Kobe, would have enjoyed an extended peak and achieved even greater accolades. Selecting Jordan over others and Shaq over alternatives is no trifling matter. Lacking divine foresight, the latter statement remains pertinent across eras. However, the choice of Jordan is not universally beneficial in every epoch. Following this, they divided into teams for scrimmage, with O'Brien assigning Jiuyun to the blue team alongside Jared Cunningham, a guard acquired by the Mavericks through the 17th pick, as well as center Bernard James and small forward Jake Crowder, supplemented by an undrafted power forward. Jiuyun was designated as the shooting guard, while Cunningham took on the point guard role, to which Jiuyun raised no objections. Their opponents consisted of a motley crew of Mavericks former Waterboys, undrafted players, and G League athletes, collectively forming the white team. Jiuyun struggled to recall their names. primarily due to their length and the challenge of remembering the features of some players of African descent. As the match commenced, the opposing team initiated the play, and Jiuyun noted that the white team lacked any semblance of coordination. A diminutive player dazzled with his dribbling before sinking a mid-range shot over Cunningham. When it was the blue team's turn to attack, Cunningham advanced the ball past half-court, signaled for a play, and Bernard James stepped forward to set a screen. However, Cunningham failed to distribute the ball promptly, thereby missing a crucial opportunity. Jiuyun suddenly made a cut inward, and this time Cunningham seized the opportunity. However, his passing intent was too evident and was thwarted, yet the ball was retrieved by Crowder. O'Brien furrowed his brow. It seemed that Cunningham was ill-suited for the role of point guard. Suddenly, Jiuyun made a sudden dash, reaching out to seize the ball from Claude. Upon realizing it was the boss, Claude had no choice but to reluctantly pass the ball. As Jiuyun received the pass, he signaled to Claude, indicating for him to cut towards the basket. To everyone's surprise, Claude comprehended the cue and made a sudden drive inside. Seizing the moment, Jiuyun launched the ball towards the hoop, and Claude charged forward with remarkable vigor. He leaped high, overpowering the white team's center, and with a resounding thud, he slammed the ball into the net. After executing the dunk with Jiuyun's assist, Claude, brimming with exuberance, let out a series of triumphant roars and pounded his chest before turning to Jiuyun, who was retreating to the backcourt, and offered him a thumbs up. Jiuyun accepted the challenge and even gave a thumbs up. Yet, he couldn't fathom why one would shout and simultaneously strike oneself a few times. What peculiar behavior was this? O'Brien and the other assistants were captivated by Jiuyun's pass. Realizing that his basketball IQ and passing skills were indeed as promising as described in the draft report. Could it be that they should consider developing him into a point guard? The prior doubt regarding Jiuyun's capability to play as a point guard stemmed from his somewhat inadequate ball handling skills. However, O'Brien discerned from the one-on-one confrontation between Jiuyun and Crowder that Jiuyun's ball handling was far beyond anyone's expectations. Suddenly, O'Brien envisioned the advantages of Jiuyun playing as a point guard. Standing at a height of 198 centimeters, he could easily outmatch numerous point guards, and even more crucially, this height endowed him with the speed typically reserved for shorter guards, perhaps even excelling in straight-line acceleration. On the offensive end, Jiuyun could leverage his linear speed and his physique, comparable to that of a powerful small forward, making him akin to a point guard version of LeBron James. Additionally, he possessed a competent mid-range shot. Although his three-point shooting was slightly lacking, his ability to disrupt defenses on the offensive end was undoubtedly elite. Defensively, his commendable one-on-one skills and speed allowed him to guard any guard, and he was unperturbed by mismatches, easily holding his own against small forwards due to his height and strength. Furthermore, his height and wingspan provided him with significant pressure on opposing point guards. The more O'Brien contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, believing that Jiuyun embodied his vision of a strategy where every player could serve as a point of attack and facilitate ball movement. Amidst his musings, the white team's offense was thwarted by the combined efforts of Crowder and Jiuyun, leading Cunningham to receive the ball from the center and initiate a forward advance. Suddenly, he heard the coach's voice from the sidelines. Pass the ball to Su. Let him play point guard, while you take the shooting guard position. Reluctantly, Cunningham passed the ball to a bewildered Jiuyun. Although he was puzzled by the sudden shift to point guard, he welcomed the opportunity. Upon receiving the basketball, he slowly dribbled toward the front court and gestured for a screen. The center stepped out to set the pick, allowing Jiuyun to utilize it for his drive. The center then rolled into the paint, and Jiuyun's height granted him an advantageous line of sight. He hesitated to pass initially, noticing that the small forward on the opposite side had made a move to fill the gap. Hence, Jiuyun pressed inward, driving towards the basket, compelling the defender to shift their focus toward him. The subsequent actions were straightforward. The center soared for an alley-oop dunk, concluding the offensive play. Following the score, Bernard James eagerly approached Jiuyun for a high five. Su, your passing is exceptional. It felt fantastic. I enjoyed the dunk immensely. All right, I'll pass you another one shortly. Bernard's excitement stemmed not merely from the thrill of a dunk, but from successfully executing the responsibilities expected of a blue-collar center in front of the coach. The Summer League served not only to adapt to the game, but also as a platform for each player to assert their position within the team and the potential playing time in the upcoming season. The white team shared this sentiment. Every player seized opportunities to showcase their abilities, leading to a lack of structured strategy, primarily relying on simple pick-and-rolls and individual efforts. O'Brien, too, refrained from implementing any specific tactics, as this was a competitive evaluation of players, directly influencing who would see playing time in the forthcoming match. As the game progressed, the blue team dominated the white team, thanks to Jiuyun's orchestration, allowing every player to shine. Even the white team members envied their blue counterparts for having a proficient passer, making the game significantly easier for them to express their individual skills, which was precisely what they desired. Regrettably, the white team's point guard struggled, particularly under the defensive pressure from Jiuyun, who left them with scant opportunities to distribute the ball effectively. Throughout the scrimmage, Jiuyun emerged as the most luminous presence on the court, excelling in both defensive and offensive roles. He rendered the opposing point guard ineffective, preventing any penetrative attempts and even blocking 2 shots. On the offense, he frequently exploited his robust physique and speed to penetrate, delivering the ball to open teammates before the defense could converge. Alternatively, he would drive to the basket or execute a mid-range jumper, establishing himself as the standout player among the 10 on the court. O'Brien's astonishment had transformed into sheer joy. He felt that Jiuyun's participation in the Summer League was a waste, and it would be more beneficial for him to return and have the coaching staff devise a training regimen. However, he decided it was prudent to observe whether Jiuyun could replicate this performance in a competitive setting. Upon the conclusion of training, a smile remained affixed to Jiuyun's face, giving him an almost silly appearance. The others assumed his happiness stemmed from his stellar performance during the scrimmage, which was certainly a reasonable conclusion. Not only did he shine on both ends of the court, but his physical attributes seemed incongruent with a 41st draft pick. Such qualities should not have been overlooked in the lottery selections, with a top 10 pick being entirely plausible. During his first training session, Jiuyun showcased his extraordinary talent, leaving an indelible impression on the coaching staff, which was undoubtedly a source of joy for him. What they failed to realize was that Jiuyun's elation was not merely due to this. It felt natural to him, especially after exhausting the attribute points from his rookie gift package. Performing admirably among a group of undrafted players was hardly exceptional in his eyes. His true delight stemmed from witnessing the anger value on the system's virtual panel rise to 76. After just one training session, he had already tempered his performance. Yet his outstanding display elicited jealousy from opponents over trivial remarks, coupled with the gains from his one-on-one with Crowder. It seemed he could amass 1,000 anger points after participating in merely 10 training sessions. In high spirits, Jiuyun emerged from the shower with a large towel in hand, having forgotten to wrap a bath towel around himself. Upon noticing, the other individuals in the locker room were momentarily taken aback, but after a couple of glances, they returned to normalcy. After all, they had all transitioned from college, with some even having played professionally. Dressing himself, Jiuyun pulled out some money and chuckled. "Come on, guys, let's split the bounty. Haha, thanks to the other brothers for sending us some cash." Jiuyun's words brought immense joy to those who had bet on his victory. Regardless of the amount, winning is winning, and it undoubtedly brings happiness. After compensating the victorious bettors, Jiuyun cheerfully approached Claude, counting 100, 200. Claude's expression darkened, and he could only exclaim in a mix of laughter and frustration as he lunged towards Jiuyun, feeling utterly insulted. In the changing room, Jiuyun playfully evaded his teammates' advances, filling the space with laughter and mirth. After counting, Jiuyun realized he had won a total of 600, with Claude contributing a hefty 1,000. "Thanks, man. You've contributed nearly half. Allow me to treat you to some donuts," he said. Claude, with a sullen expression, retorted, "Could you possibly be any more shameless? Winning 600 and only offering to treat me to donuts? How miserly." With a mischievous glint in his eye, he continued, "Given your substantial winnings today and your exceptional performance in training, you are bound to start in the next match. Shouldn't you show some generosity? Dinner is on you." Claude, believing he had successfully employed moral persuasion, cast a triumphant glance at Jiuyun. Jiuyun's eyes glinted with mischief as she replied, "Very well. I shall treat you all to dinner at the hotel later." Jiuyun's words once again incited a commotion within the locker room, leaving Claude at a loss for words. "Come on, Sue, can you be any more shameless? The hotel expenses are already covered, yet we only wish to dine at your expense tonight." All right. But this is all the money I have. You all can decide how to use it." Cheers erupted in the locker room, especially from Claude and his companions who had lost money, laughing heartily as they resolved to recoup their losses. Upon returning to the hotel, a few $100s were left for Jiuyun. In his room, Claude languidly lay on the bed, liking pictures of young models. Suddenly, he turned and urged Jiuyun. "Su, why don't we hit the casino for a few rounds?" Without lifting his head from his phone, Jiuyun, who was engrossed in figuring out how to download domestic social media apps, replied, "How much money do you have?" Claude's demeanor instantly diminished, akin to a wilted eggplant. Player salaries in the NBA are disbursed biannually, with payments occurring twice a month for a total of 12 times a year, specifically on the 1st and 15th. As the new NBA season begins in October, the first payday is set for November 15th, meaning Claude had yet to receive his salary. Most African-American players in the NBA come from humble beginnings and often lack financial resources before joining the league, while Claude had previously advanced a portion of his salary. The team cannot pay players before July 1st each year, although they may advance up to 80 of their guaranteed salary or 50 of their base salary, whichever is lesser. Prior to the first payday set by the league, Claude was hesitant to spend his advanced salary on gambling, pondering where he would live and how he would survive afterward. He was not one of those super rookies who, despite not playing a game, had already secured lucrative endorsement deals. Take this year's first overall pick, Anthony Davis, for instance. Even before the draft, Nike had signed him to a contract based on his collegiate performance and potential, ensuring he was financially secure. Observing Claude's predicament, Jiuyun recognized his financial constraints. After taxes, Claude's contract was decent compared to an average person, yet it was insufficient for extravagant spending. You would be better off hitting the gym instead of wasting time here. Once you secure a major contract, Las Vegas will be within your reach. And managing 2 girlfriends simultaneously will be a breeze. At this, Claude found himself no longer bored. "Su, you're quite the flirt, thinking you can juggle 2 girlfriends. TSK. You certainly play the field extravagantly." Jiuyun did not refute him, but set down his phone, gazing at him as if he were a fool, which made Claude feel uneasy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked. I am observing a fool. What is your purpose in making money?" Claude pondered for a moment and replied, "Of course, it's for enjoyment." "And what constitutes enjoyment?" Jiuyun inquired. "To indulge with the most beautiful and alluring women. To reside in the finest homes, to drive the best cars, to savor exquisite cuisine, and to drink the finest wines," Claude answered with a grin. "Oh, you're not entirely foolish, placing the pursuit of women at the forefront. Let me ask you, is one woman more enjoyable than 2? A lewd smile spread across Claude's face. "Is that even a question?" "Naturally, it is 2. I have plans, once the summer league concludes. I intend to take a few young models on a yacht trip. Just imagine, surrounded by beautiful women, all at my beck and call. I find that exhilarating." Upon hearing Claude's words, Jiuyun felt a stir of excitement himself. It certainly sounded delightful. "Now, do you still think I'm fickle?" he scoffed. "In truth, every man's heart is but a flower. It is merely a matter of whether his abilities can support his whims. So, when you possess the means to indulge, why not do so? Otherwise, what is the purpose of striving to earn so much? However," he added, "just be cautious not to pursue women you cannot conquer, or you might find yourself in a predicament." Listening to Jiuyun's roundabout discourse, Claude was utterly impressed. This was the essence of what a man ought to enjoy. He increasingly felt a deeper camaraderie with Jiuyun. The Wizards were the Mavericks' first opponents in the Summer League, having endured a dismal regular season the previous year with only 20 wins against 46 losses, ranking second to last in the Eastern Conference in overall. With hopes of securing the first overall pick to acquire Anthony Davis as a cornerstone for the franchise, they ultimately lost out to the Bobcats, who held the worst record in the league. Instead, the Hornets, then ranked 3rd from the bottom and yet to be renamed as the Pelicans, snagged the coveted top draft pick. The Wizards were left with the 3rd pick, from which they selected shooting guard Bradley Beal from the University of Florida. Thus, in this year's Summer League, all eyes were naturally on the promising Beal. In the Mavericks locker room, Jiuyun was perusing Beal's profile on his phone. As it was merely a trivial Summer League, there were no pre-game briefings from assistant coaches regarding the strengths and weaknesses of the opposing players, unlike in the regular season. Jiuyun was entirely unaware of where he would find himself today, thus he could only study his opponent in the shooting guard position. Bradley Beal rose to prominence at a young age, earning a selection to the 2011 McDonald's All-American game and being named to Parade Magazine's All-American High School team. During the year, he averaged an impressive 32 for points, 5, 7 rebounds, 2, 8 assists, and 2, 7 steals, showcasing a well-rounded game. His stellar performance in high school garnered him several offers from prestigious NCAA programs, ultimately leading him to choose the University of Florida. Although he played there for only 1 year, his averages of 14, 8 points, 6, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists earned him a spot on the Southeastern Conference's first team and the all-freshman team. Despite his brief collegiate career, Beal's scoring prowess and three-point shooting ability positioned him as one of the most sought-after rookies ahead of the draft. ESPN recognized Beal's skills and talents as a shooting guard, noting his quickness and agility. While his explosiveness may not be his strongest suit, he possesses commendable finishing skills, particularly in shooting. His high basketball IQ enables him to create scoring opportunities for his team and contribute defensively. However, on the other hand, he stands at a disadvantage compared to traditional shooting guards in the league. It is often said that height can be compensated for with leaping ability, but Beal's lack of explosiveness limits him in this regard. Jiuyun scrutinized Beal's profile, already formulating strategies in her mind on how to counter him during the match. Upon entering the locker room, O'Brien wasted no time with unnecessary chatter and promptly announced today's starting lineup, which consisted of yesterday's 4 rookies from the blue team and 1 former waterboy from last season. Jiuyun was positioned as the point guard, which filled him with quiet delight. He relished the control that came with the role. The competition venue, though not as crowded as a regular season game, still attracted a considerable audience, with Jiuyun estimating a few thousand attendees. This atmosphere did not induce any anxiety in him, as it paled in comparison to the larger crowds he had faced during his university days. During warm-ups, Jiuyun spotted Beal, who appeared rather slight for someone listed at 193 centimeters and weighing 92 kilograms. He wondered if he could easily knock him over. However, recognizing that Beal was not his direct opponent, he decided to leave him to Cunningham, given their similar physiques. The game commenced swiftly, with the Mavericks winning the tip-off. Jiuyun, with the ball in hand, faced an unknown point guard from the Wizards. After executing a swift crossover, he launched himself to the left, prompting the Wizards guard to hastily shift to obstruct his path. With a resounding thud of muscle meeting muscle, Jiuyun's momentum remained unimpeded as he surged into the paint. He gathered himself, took off, and soared into the air, his feet pounding the floor with fervor. The Wizards' interior defenders, caught off guard at the start of the game, were unprepared for Jiuyun's rapid advance. Although one attempted to contest his shot with a jump, he was a step too late, standing at 207 centimeters. He leapt with remarkable agility, showcasing his impressive vertical leap exceeding 1 meter. Spectators witnessed a yellow-skinned player seize the moment with an explosive first step, asserting his position and using his robust physique to break through the defense. Rather than slowing down, he charged directly at the Wizards' center, eliciting gasps from the crowd as he ascended. In that moment of astonishment, Jiuyun, adorned in the number 14 jersey, held the basketball aloft behind his head, resembling a bow-drawn taut. In an instant, he released it, his hand acting like a swift arrow, hurtling towards the hoop for a thunderous dunk over his opponent. The rim reverberated with a powerful crack, and the crowd erupted into cheers, with even the Mavericks bench rising in exhilaration. The intensity of Jiuyun's display left an indelible impression on everyone present. The DJ, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "Oh my heavens, it's Su." The Mavericks delivering a breathtaking dunk on his first offensive play. The 41st pick of this year's draft is absolutely phenomenal. In that instant, Jiuyun resembled the Grim Reaper, delivering a fatal blow to his adversary. Fans, now aware of Jiuyun's status as the 41st pick, were left in disbelief. Their mouths agape. Such a remarkable ability to break through, such explosive athleticism. How can he only be the 41st pick? They marveled. Their cheers for Jiuyun continued, as they were there simply to enjoy the game, cheering for whoever performed best, regardless of team affiliation. Beal, witnessing Jiuyun land gracefully after his dunk, felt a mix of shock and envy. His own physical abilities paled in comparison to those who could dominate through sheer athleticism. As Jiuyun absorbed the crowd's adulation, he felt a surge of exhilaration, reveling in the electrifying atmosphere. As a 3rd overall pick, Beal could not allow a mere 41st pick to overshadow him without consequence. It would be a significant blow to his pride. The Wizards' offense commenced, and despite the Summer League's tendency for individual showcases over tactical plays, star players like Beal were accorded more opportunities. After dribbling past half-court, Beal called for the ball, receiving it reluctantly. Facing Cunningham's defense, he executed a deft change of direction, penetrating the lane before performing a quick crossover and stopping abruptly for a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. His shot demonstrated his finesse on the court, showcasing his skillful side. Following his basket, Beal did not celebrate with the same fervor as Jiuyun. Instead, He pointed to the ceiling before retreating to defend. The crowd applauded him, but their cheers paled in comparison to those for Jiuyun. Beal grimaced, feeling somewhat disgruntled at the disparity in fanfare. He believed his skills were superior, dismissing his counterpart as merely relying on physical advantages. Unbeknownst to him, beneath those thoughts lay the bitter sting of jealousy. Once again, Jiuyun faced the talented point guard of the Wizards. Although this time the opponent was exceptionally cautious and focused, it proved ineffective. The disparity in speed and strength was insurmountable, and Jiuyun penetrated the defense once more. This time, however, the Wizards' interior defense was prepared. At the moment Jiuyun initiated his drive, they timely moved to provide assistance. Their timing was impeccable, granting the opponent ample space to avoid being penalized for a blocking foul. Simultaneously, they positioned themselves effectively on defense, with the more skilled players attempting to provoke an offensive foul, for it is indeed challenging for most players to alter their direction after such an initiation. In truth, although Jiuyun had begun his drive, he was conserving his energy, and such directional changes posed little difficulty for him. After all, since high school, he had thrived on the football field as a dual-threat quarterback, adeptly transforming into a running back and deftly maneuvering past defenders to score, a skill ingrained in him. While the Summer League is a stage for showcasing individual prowess, Jiuyun was not inclined to continuously attempt thunderous dunks over the opposing center, as the risk of injury was excessively high, and dunking was not simply a matter of desire. In a sudden display of brilliance, Jiuyun executed a precise pass while on the move, leading to a fast-approaching Jay Crowder, who caught the ball at a 45-degree angle, leapt, and executed a flawless dunk. In the realm of basketball, nothing ignites excitement quite like a powerful slam dunk. The Mavericks commenced their game with two successive offensive plays, both culminating in thunderous dunks, instantly electrifying the fans and eliciting a chorus of cheers and applause. What a beautiful pass!" Crowder exclaimed as he exchanged a high-five with Jiuyun. Jiuyun raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, declaring it all too simple, devoid of any semblance of pressure. Fury points increased by 4, then by 3, and again by 6. A melodious chime resonated in his mind as he gazed at several talented players around him, poised to launch an offensive. His earlier dismissive remarks had irked them considerably, and their glances towards him were laden with palpable hostility. Jiuyun exhibited neither fear nor hesitation. Instead, he shrugged and sprinted towards the backcourt. The Wizards' point guard, eager to regain his dignity after being repeatedly outmaneuvered by Jiuyun, attempted to redeem himself. However, he found himself at a disadvantage, as his defensive shortcomings would render his aspirations for a contract futile. Despite his efforts to break through twice, he failed. Relying on speed yielded no results, and his attempts to outsmart Jiuyun with technical finesse fell short, as his feints were ineffective and nearly led to a turnover. Hastily, he passed the ball, resulting in the Wizards' offensive efforts being thwarted. After the Mavericks secured the defensive rebound, Jiuyun was poised to make a fast break, though the ball was not passed to him promptly. Once Cunningham advanced past half-court, he signaled for a pick-and-roll, intending to penetrate the defense. However, he underestimated Beal's vigilance and was ultimately besieged by both opponents and teammates, leading to a turnover. Seizing the opportunity, Beal surged ahead, dribbling towards the front court. Given Jiuyun's previous maneuver along the baseline, Cunningham found himself as the last Mavericks player trailing behind, while Beal faced an unobstructed path. Others had already envisioned their dunking strategies, confident that no one could catch up to him. He gathered the ball, initiated his leap, and aimed for a commanding tomahawk dunk to assert his prowess, intending to demonstrate to the audience that the third overall pick was indeed formidable. Suddenly, he heard a warning from behind, accompanied by gasps from the crowd. Uncertain of the cause, he remained resolute in his decision, unable to alter his technical execution. Unlike the legendary Jordan, he was not one to defy gravity midair. Just as Beal's ball was about to crash into the hoop, a resounding slap echoed as he felt the ball slip from his grasp, leaving him in utter disbelief. Who could possibly have caught up to him? In the ensuing moment, Beal's empty hand struck the rim, producing a sound that reverberated throughout the arena. It was an astonishing block by Jiuyun, thwarting Beal's seemingly certain dunk. The speed of his chase and the height of his leap were reminiscent of LeBron James, indeed, a point guard version of LeBron. As Jiuyun landed, a passionate roar erupted from him, and he turned to Beal, exclaiming, "Are you the third pick? Is this the extent of the third pick's prowess?" The fans beneath the basket, stirred by Sue's provocation, began to buzz with excitement. Truth be told, Basketball aficionados are well aware that conflicts and provocations on the court often captivate more than the game itself. Anger level 4. Could it be that my taunts were insufficiently audacious, leading to Bill's lack of fury? It seems I should adopt a more confrontational approach, akin to that of a fiery player like Crowder, to elevate my anger level further. Bill, glancing at the provocateur Jiuyun, retorted, "Sue, my annual salary exceeds 4 million. While you barely scrape 80. Jiuyun was left speechless. What could he possibly say in response? After all, who plays for anything other than financial gain? If one earns less than another, words become futile. If anyone knows otherwise, please enlighten me. He certainly would not emulate Gary Payton, boasting to a seasoned rival, "I can afford a Ferrari," only to be met with the retort, "My Ferraris are gifts from others." He had no intention of making such foolish remarks. The basketball, swatted away by Jiuyun, ricocheted off the backboard, where Cunningham seized the opportunity for a swift counterattack, ultimately scoring with a layup. The Wizards called for a timeout. Though the score was merely 6-2, and the margin not overly significant, the Wizards could not afford to remain idle. The momentum had shifted entirely to the Mavericks. 2 thunderous dunks and a chase-down block had effectively captivated the majority of the audience. The Wizards head coach cast a glance at the yellow-skinned number 14. Realizing that all the excitement stemmed from him, every impactful play had originated from his hands. A familiar thought surfaced in his mind. Is this the 41st pick? Surely you jest. He then pondered whether scouts might be blind, questioning their decision-making. Reflecting on the team's selection of Satoransky with the 32nd pick, an individual yet to make his mark in the NBA, he felt the leadership must have lost their wits by overlooking Jiuyun, who was currently overshadowing their prized pick. A question crossed his mind. If Jiuyun could perform so extraordinarily during the regular season, would it not warrant a reevaluation of all general managers in the league? Upon returning to the bench, Jiuyun exchanged high-fives with his teammates before settling in to hear the coach's next directives. The game resumed swiftly, with the Wizards setting up more screens for Bill to receive and shoot, while others might engage in ball handling. The current iteration of Bill was not yet the scoring champion capable of playing both on and off the ball. At this stage, he leaned more towards off-ball movement, even executing 75 of his plays without the ball. Given the makeshift nature of their team, a coherent defensive strategy was non-existent. A simple pick-and-roll effortlessly created openings, allowing Bill to showcase his shooting prowess. For Jiuyun, the approach was straightforward: drive to the hoop or pass after breaking through. 2 simple tactics. Yet they proved effective as no defender could contain him. Not only did Jiuyun thrive, but his teammates also reveled in the opportunities he created, leading to impressive statistics. A line of 15 points on 12 attempts and another of 12 points on 7 attempts. Clearly, which figures would shine brighter in the eyes of team managers and owners? The answer was self-evident. Once more, Jiuyun, as swift as lightning, tore through the Wizards' defense, executing yet another thunderous dunk, his 4th of the game. He had become the reaper of misfortune for the opponents, heralding the emergence of a new explosive guard. Let us extend the most enthusiastic cheers to Sue of the Mavericks. As the DJ's voice echoed through the arena, Jiuyun, now substituted out, basked in the adoration of the crowd. Meanwhile, Bill, maintaining a stoic demeanor on the sidelines, observed Jiuyun, arms raised in triumph, receiving the raucous cheers from the fans, his eyes betraying a flicker of wariness. Indeed, while Bill had performed admirably, scoring 16 points, Jiuyun's dazzling display, 24 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, had eclipsed him entirely. The abilities exhibited by Jiuyun undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge to the high-ranking rookies of this season, for none would relish the thought of being overshadowed by a second-round pick ranked 41st. Upon the conclusion of the match, the Mavericks triumphed over the Wizards by a resounding 20 points. The limited number of reporters present swiftly converged on Jiuyun, reminiscent of the scene Bill experienced during the draft. However, whereas those reporters once sought the mockery of the record holder for humiliation, today they gathered to celebrate him as the standout player of the game, having secured victory with his own prowess as a coveted 3rd overall pick. Jiuyun was elated. For today, he not only dominated the competition with remarkable prowess, but both his performance on the court and his statistics overshadowed those of Bill. Furthermore, this match had bestowed upon him a fury value of 76, which was even lower than that of yesterday's training session. Jiuyun understood that in the competition, there wouldn't be so many individuals clashing with him, as they were seasoned by numerous trials and tribulations. Although Jiuyun's trash talk might have provoked their irritation, Their anger remained relatively subdued. The journalists encircled Jiuyun, forming a tight cluster around him. "Su, your performance in the first summer league was more impressive than Beal's. Yet you played in the point guard position. May I ask if your decision to avoid him stemmed from fear?" Jiuyun listened to the first reporter's question, which was laced with an air of superiority and condescension, as well as a deliberately provocative tone. She cast a fleeting glance at him and retorted, "Are you out of your mind? How could a newcomer like me possibly influence the decisions of the coaching staff? Furthermore, you claim that I fear Beal? Are your eyes closed? Or do you simply lack an understanding of basketball? Is that why you assert that I moved to the point guard position out of fear? Why don't you ask Beal if he would dare to say such a thing?" Fool. Jiuyun's unabashed disdain and blunt reprimand left the reporter utterly bewildered. Is this the audacity of a rookie to speak so to a journalist? You, what do you mean by you? Go watch a few more basketball games before you attempt to interview players. Next, a stunning reporter clad in a deep V asked, "Su, throughout the game, it was evident that you were quite exhilarated. Is it due to Beal's influence? I recall after the draft, you pronounced the names of the rookies ahead of you. Reflecting such determination, is this the source of your energy today? So white, so large. No. I was actually infuriated by that idiotic question. To put it simply, there is a bit of truth to that, but what truly energizes me is my love for competition. As long as I am on the court, my greatest motivation is to surpass everyone." Jiuyun nearly voiced his thoughts aloud, but fortunately, he corrected himself just in time under the alluring gaze of the beautiful reporter. These captivating journalists are truly formidable. Su, your performance today at the point guard position has been exceptional, and your ball handling skills, along with your offensive play, starkly contrast with what the draft report suggested. Does this imply that we will see you playing as a point guard in the upcoming season? Well, the position I play is not solely up to me. It ultimately depends on the coaching staff. As long as I have the opportunity to step onto the court, I am willing to play any position. However, I believe that playing as a point guard today has allowed me to showcase my abilities most effectively. As for the draft report, I consider it to be rather misleading. After all, we rookies are still young and improving every day. So that report does not accurately reflect our true potential. The teams that did not invite me for tryouts failed to recognize my progress." Jiuyun's remarks were primarily directed towards the coaching staff, expressing his willingness to comply with their arrangements, indicating that he was amenable to playing any position, although he preferred the point guard role. The interview at the sidelines was brief, and soon Jiuyun returned to the locker room. Inside, seated at his designated spot, he gazed at the note in his hand, which contained but a single phone number. Nevertheless, the thought of that fierce yet fair-skinned female reporter brought a mischievous smile to his face. Beside him, Crowder observed Jiuyun's expression with curiosity, and upon noticing the note, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Dude, are you here to play basketball or to chase girls? It's utterly unfair. Why is it that such a handsome guy like me hasn't received a note with a phone number?" Crowder's comment captured everyone's attention. Jiuyun, brimming with pride, folded the note and tucked it into his backpack, then casually adjusted his hair, which was only slightly longer than a buzz cut. Alas, there's no helping it. Being handsome and playing basketball so gracefully inevitably attracts admiration from the ladies, he mused. A chorus of mocking jeers erupted in the locker room, followed by hearty laughter. Once the jovial banter subsided, Crowder quietly inquired, "Which beauty bestowed that upon you?" After making a deep V gesture, Jiuyun's identity became clear to Claude. They had previously discussed the impressive depth and whiteness of that V during their bench time in the game. That night, O'Brien rewatched the game's footage and found himself increasingly fond of Jiuyun. After contemplating for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Old friend. Calling me this late? Congratulations. I heard you won today. How did it go? Those young lads didn't give you any headaches, did they?" O'Brien smiled upon hearing the voice on the other end. "Hi, Rick. Everything went smoothly today. They're a great bunch. No headaches at all. Do you know who the real hero behind our victory was?" On the other end was Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Mavericks. O'Brien's question caught him off guard as he only knew they had won but not the details of the game or the players involved. Was it Cunningham? He should be matching up against the third pick, right? Leading the team to victory is no small feat. O'Brien frowned at the response. "What kind of coach are you? Don't you care about the team? Is Dirk the only one in your eyes?" "Hey, Rick, you're mistaken. The true hero of today's victory wasn't T. Cunningham. It was the 41st pick, Su. Let's just say the scouting department should be fired. You have no idea how negligent they were." As O'Brien continued, his voice grew louder with anger. Jiuyun's performance had far exceeded expectations, and after holding in his excitement for 2 days, he was finally able to share it. All right, calm down, old buddy. Su, the rookie that Mark bought for $3.8 million? The one who set the record for the lowest draft pick? That ridiculous record. All NBA scouts should be dismissed, a bunch who only judge players by their skin color. Do you know? This guy is astonishingly talented. His physical attributes, speed, and jumping ability are top-notch. But did you know? They claim his ball handling, offensive skills, shooting, and shot selection are poor. It's the biggest joke in the world. O'Brien's fervor left Carlisle momentarily stunned. What kind of performance had Su delivered to provoke such ire against the entire league's scouts? Wait, was he also indirectly criticizing the team's head coach and general manager, since they too had doubted Jiuyun? Carlisle was at a loss for words. O'Brien continued, the only critique in the draft report that holds any weight is his shooting ability, but his mid-range game is still a threat. Not as bad as they say. The rest of the critiques are utterly unfounded. I had him play point guard today, and his ball handling, drive, and shot selection were exceptionally sound. Oh, and his basketball IQ is remarkably high. He ignited the entire court. Rick, he is undoubtedly the most underrated player this year, overshadowing the performance of the third pick. Upon hearing O'Brien's description, Carlisle's expression turned serious. Old buddy, are you sure you're not exaggerating? Rest assured. Once you watch the game, you'll see it's not an exaggeration. His ability to inspire on the court is extraordinary. He turned the entire arena into a home crowd. I'll send you the footage shortly. The video team is probably still working on the edits. All right, thanks. 2 hours later, Carlisle had finished watching the footage. Sitting quietly in front of his computer, repeatedly adjusting the progress bar to re-watch key moments. Exhaling deeply, he felt a surge of anticipation. He could now confirm that O'Brien's claims were largely accurate. Although the overall skill level of players in the game was not high, Jiuyun's displayed abilities were truly exceptional. Not that his technique was unparalleled. Jiuyun's skills still had much room for growth. However, combined with his athleticism, he was notably outstanding among rookies, especially with O'Brien placing him at point guard. It was a stroke of genius, revealing immense potential on both ends of the court. Hey, Mark has finally done something right besides drafting Dirk, Carlisle mused to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly made a phone call. A blond man was roused from sleep by the ringing phone, struggling to extract his hand from the cozy confines of his surroundings. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was nearly 1 o'clock, and Rick was calling. Hi, coach. What time is it? Aren't you supposed to be resting? Did you sneak off to a bar? Hearing the groggy voice on the other end, Carlisle couldn't help but admire this man. It was the off-season, yet he indulged so little, rarely visiting nightclubs. According to Carlisle, such self-discipline was rare among NBA players. With only a few like Stone and the tall Chinese player comparable in restraint, unlike the billionaires who practically lived in nightclubs. Chuckling at the thought, Carlisle continued, Dirk, I remember you're in Dallas, right? Are you free the day after tomorrow? Nowitzki pondered his schedule before replying, yes. But I have to fly back to Germany the day after that. What is up? Need my help with something? I don't have anything pressing. But I'd like to invite you to Las Vegas to watch our Summer League game. Surprised, Nowitzki wondered what kind of game could warrant such an invitation from Carlisle. He wasn't naive. He knew such an invitation carried weight, but he didn't bother to speculate. Sure, no problem. The Mavericks game against the Wizards didn't garner much attention domestically, being just a Summer League match. Were it not for Beal's presence, media coverage would have been even scarcer. However, among Mavericks fans, many caught wind of the reports, and with Jiuyun's impressive stats of 24 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, his previously tarnished image underwent a significant transformation. In China, despite Jiuyun trending negatively on social media, as the only representative from China in the NBA, the media still provided coverage. Major sports websites reported on the game. Initially, many clicked on the articles expecting to find Jiuyun's embarrassing statistics, only to be left wide-eyed upon discovering his actual performance, leading them to double-check several news outlets to confirm its authenticity. Yet, they remained in denial, flooding the comments with skepticism. What is there to celebrate? It's just a summer league, mostly featuring undrafted players and G League talent. Isn't this expected, right? I wonder if this site has run out of news, reporting on a summer league match. Of course, Jiuyun's outstanding debut also brought some back to reality, prompting immediate rebuttals against the naysayers. Enough already. He is still our Chinese player. Why is it that when he performs well, you dismiss it as a low-level competition? Beal scored even lower. The individuals upstairs seem to be underestimating Bill's seriousness. And have you not noticed that his playing time was 5 minutes less than that of Jiuyun? It is quite lamentable to compare data of someone who does not take things seriously. How amusing it is to observe your group of critics who, unable to appreciate domestic efforts, lavish praise upon foreign counterparts. Yet, when domestic achievements surpass those abroad, you hastily claim that the latter simply lacks the desire to compete. TSK, a bunch of spineless individuals. Come, I have a substantial bone for you. Let me hear you howl. Once this comment surfaced, it seemed to poke a hornet's nest, swiftly becoming a target for many to attack. Consequently, the protagonist of the event, Comrade Jiuyun, was thrust into the limelight, transforming into a battleground between patriotic individuals and the spineless. 2 days later, at the site of the Dallas Mavericks' second game in the Las Vegas Summer League, the attendance swelled compared to the first game, buoyed by the previous match's thrilling performance, with many fans returning from the earlier encounter. Cuban, Carlisle, Nelson, and Dirk Nowitzki occupied the front row. Aside from Nowitzki, neither Cuban nor Nelson were summoned by Carlisle, as they had watched the footage of the first game. As the players engaged in shooting warm-ups, Nowitzki furrowed his brow at Jiuyun's shooting accuracy, which was rather disappointing. Particularly his three-point shooting. He could achieve better results with a one-handed shot. The other three shared the same sentiment. Behind them, two young boys began to argue. Jack, you mean that incredibly talented and explosive player, the one wearing number 14 for the Mavericks? Yet, I see nothing remarkable about him. Just look at his shooting percentage. He's missed so many shots. You must be deceiving me. John, am I someone who would deceive you? Humph. Just the other day, I watched the Mavericks game, and that number 14, Sue, was truly exceptional. The crowd even called him the LeBron James of point guards. And DJ referred to him as the Grim Reaper of that match, bringing misfortune to the opponents. Humph, you have no credibility with me. Have you forgotten our agreement on fair competition? Yet, you secretly went on a date with Ollie behind my back. Humph, the Grim Reaper, how laughable. Today, I am supporting the Trail Blazers' 6th pick, Lillard. Although he's a tad older, his collegiate statistics were truly impressive, an average of 24. 5 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 steals per game, far superior to your touted Sue. Cuban and the others listened to the exchange, exchanging glances and smiling. Regardless of whether Jiuyun could shine as brightly against Lillard as he did in his first game, as long as he did not crumble under pressure, it would signify his potential. After all, though Lillard only played 3 seasons in college, he spent 4 years there, entering the NBA at the relatively advanced age of 22. It is evident that a rookie of such age and experience, having played numerous games, possesses an advantage that the 19-year-old Jiuyun cannot easily match, as the experience gained through countless matches cannot be dismissed lightly. Jiuyun and the others caught sight of the team's owner, general manager, head coach, and star player. Unlike his companions, Jiuyun felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration, for it offered him the splendid opportunity to showcase his abilities before their discerning eyes. This could significantly influence the amount of playing time he would receive in the upcoming season. In contrast, Claude exhibited a different demeanor, though his temperament was notoriously volatile. The stakes involved made him somewhat uneasy. Hey, the big bosses are here, Sue remarked. Make sure to pass me a few good balls during the game. I'd like my stats to shine a bit. Noticing Claude's furtive expression, Jiuyun extended 3 fingers. Claude's face darkened, realizing that this fellow was indeed a master at exploiting opportunities. Come on, my salary is already modest. Are you really looking to take advantage of me, brother? Jiuyun shrugged and said, Come on, Jay, I am your superior. And do you know? There is a saying in our country, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. This pertains to your initial impression before the major bosses. You owe me 3 invitations to the bar, and the compensation for this transaction is already quite minimal. It turned out that the invitations they referred to were the times each would treat the other to a night out at the club, a notion proposed by Jiuyun. According to his reasoning, although he could not yet openly enter the bar, he expected to be owed these invitations, which must be repaid even if he changed teams in the future. Eventually, Claude reluctantly conceded to Jiuyun's demands, agreeing to 2 invitations as a price. After receiving the satisfactory compensation, Jiuyun patted him on the shoulder and said, Ha, we are brothers. Helping you is only natural. Hey, make sure to set more screens for me. Run back on defense. And when you have the chance at the 3-point line, don't hesitate to shoot. Got it? Observing Jiuyun's rapidly shifting expressions, Claude felt a strong urge to punch him. he was being utterly insufferable. If he didn't believe he was outmatched by Jiuyun, he might have acted on that impulse. Furthermore, he lamented the fact that despite acquiring a phone number just 2 days prior, he hadn't gone out on a date and had T even shared his own number. Was this the nature of brotherhood? Claude thought bitterly. P.S. I will correct any typos later. In the previous match, the Trailblazers triumphed over the Rockets, largely due to the stellar performance of their 6th overall pick, who dominated the game. With 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, the 6th pick mirrored the outstanding performance of Jiuyun in the last game. And this promising 6th pick is none other than the future superstar, Damian Lillard. When Jiuyun caught sight of Lillard, Lillard also turned his gaze towards him. As they were about to face off, it was evident they had both reviewed each other's profiles. Their eyes met, yet neither could assert a stronger presence. One was a natural show-off, while the other bore the confidence of possessing a unique talent. Jiuyun, despite acknowledging Lillard's commendable performance during his rookie season, which had indeed overshadowed Anthony Davis for the Rookie of the Year title, pondered the significance of it all. As the game commenced, both Jiuyun and Lillard took on the role of point guards. When they exchanged a fist bump, Jiuyun suddenly flashed a smile and inquired, "Buddy, do you really stand at 188 centimeters? Because you appear to be at most 185. He gestured to indicate that Lillard barely reached his nose. Observing Lillard's puzzled expression, Jiuyun's smile widened in anticipation of a delightful retort. However, silence ensued. Lillard cast a bemused glance at Jiuyun before dismissively muttering, "Idiot," and returned to his side of the court, preparing for the jump ball. Jiuyun felt akin to a duck caught by its neck, rendered speechless. The situation was awkward, exceedingly so. He had merely intended to provoke a reaction based on his height, aiming to accumulate some ire, yet Lillard appeared entirely unfazed, regarding him instead with an expression of bemusement. Jiuyun could only scratch his head and return to his own half of the court. Soon, he came to a realization: the practice of inflating heights is a common occurrence in the NBA, and it hardly instills any sense of guilt in these players, let alone provoke anger when exposed. Moreover, Lillard had completed 4 years of college, possessing a mature mindset. This individual was renowned in his previous life for his extraordinary composure. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly executed those remarkable buzzer beaters with such precision. Jiuyun's provocation resembled a comedic slap on the rear of a horse. However, his disposition enabled him to swiftly alleviate any ensuing awkwardness. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the match commenced in earnest. The Mavericks secured possession of the ball, and Jiuyun received a pass from the center, gradually dribbling across half-court. With 4 prominent figures in attendance, the Mavericks players exhibited remarkable energy and movement. Jiuyun merely gestured, prompting the center to step forward and set a screen for him. Utilizing a screen, Jiuyun propelled himself forward like a razor-sharp sword, piercing through the interior of the Trailblazers' defense, entirely disregarding their center, whose sluggish movements proved utterly ineffective in halting his advance. As Jiuyun surged towards the paint, his teammates from the Mavericks were also in motion, particularly the center, who was shifting towards the lane from the opposite side. Having developed a rapport in the previous match, they understood that if they could establish advantageous positions, it would facilitate Jiuyun in delivering precise passes. The Trailblazers seemed devoid of any defensive strategy. The dual incursions by Jiuyun and the center captured the attention of all onlookers, as the Trailblazers players attempted to rotate in for help defense. Jiuyun opted not for a hasty jump shot nor a direct assault on the basket. Instead, he unexpectedly lofted the ball into the air, directed towards the trajectory of the center's movement. However, the Mavericks center exerted all his strength, yet still fell short of reaching the ball. Was it a turnover? This was the prevailing thought among many spectators. Yet Carlisle, seated courtside, felt a surge of excitement as he noticed someone sprinting along the baseline on the center's side. As the basketball sailed above the center's head, the player leapt with great elevation, grasping the ball, an apparent mispass to most, before executing a spectacular one-handed alley-oop dunk with a flourish reminiscent of a powerful strike. The first sound echoed as Crowder's hand met the rim with force, while the second resonated as the basketball, unencumbered by the hoop or net, struck the floor with the sound of a piercing blade. The arena erupted with an overwhelming roar from the fans, who were captivated by the unfolding drama. What had initially appeared to be a blunder transformed into a moment of brilliance, as Jiuyun's pass was intended for another player. The 4 prominent figures of the Mavericks on the sidelines nodded in approval, unable to contain their applause, especially Mark Cuban. Though he was the team owner, he was genuinely a fervent basketball enthusiast, and the brilliance of that play exhilarated him. Clapping was insufficient. He stood to join the other fans in their cheers. Once seated again, he turned to Rick, smiling as he inquired, "How is Sue performing?" Carlisle, having transitioned from a former NBA point guard to a coach, could discern talent. He's remarkable. Thanks to his height advantage, his court vision is exceptionally broad, and his basketball IQ is commendable. His ball handling skills are not as deficient as the draft report suggested. For now, this is all I can assess. But he is certainly capable of being a key rotation player. It seems my wager was wise. The $3.8 million investment was indeed worth it. Jiuyun was oblivious to the conversation among the four bosses on the sidelines. Once the game commenced, his focus was unwavering. Claude executed a decisive dunk, and after a high-five with him during the transition, Jiuyun turned his attention to the dribbling Lillard, his true adversary for the day. As Lillard approached the three-point line, Jiuyun swiftly advanced to defend, leveraging his height and long arms to disrupt Lillard's ball control. Undeterred by the prospect of Lillard's infamous jump shot over his outstretched hand, a maneuver that, quite frankly, had yet to gain widespread adoption, Lillard guarded the ball cautiously. Having narrowly avoided a steal moments ago, Jiuyun's defensive pressure was undeniably formidable, and his reach was indeed impressive. After two failed attempts to break through, Lillard resorted to a pick-and-roll to advance to the free-throw line, concluding the offensive play with a mid-range shot. In his earlier career, Lillard's ability to penetrate was not particularly strong, and even as he later emerged as an all-star, he consistently struggled against forwards with excellent wingspans and swift defensive movements. Standing at 195 centimeters and 198 centimeters in shoes, Jiuyun was more than capable of playing as a forward. Lillard's most potent weapon remained his shooting. As the Mavericks launched their offense, Jiuyun dribbled forward, signaling his teammates to create space, intent on taking on Lillard himself. After executing a crossover dribble, a sharp, grating sound echoed as he abruptly darted to his right, catching Lillard off guard, who hastily retreated to intercept him. However, Lillard, known for his vulnerability on the perimeter, found it challenging to contain a high-intensity, quick-footed guard like Jiuyun. Thus, Jiuyun cleanly evaded Lillard, and as the Trailblazers attempted to rotate defensively, Jiuyun executed a Euro step that left the covering center in his wake, soaring upward like a rocket for a thunderous dunk. The resounding crack of Jiuyun's powerful slam echoed throughout the arena, met with an eruption of cheers from the crowd. Many fans, witnessing the spectacular dunk, rose from their seats with wide eyes, captivated by the sequence that unfolded from Jiuyun's south initial drive. His assertive and fluid penetration bypassed the sixth-pick's defense, and upon entering the paint, he skillfully sidestepped the center's help with a Euro step. Conventionally, following such a maneuver, a player's momentum would diminish. Jiuyun, however, defied expectations, launching into a magnificent dunk on his second step of a three-step layup. The difficulty of this feat was immense, a true testament to his physical prowess. On the sidelines, Cuban and Nowitzki leapt to their feet, cheering for Jiuyun's extraordinary play, exclaiming how remarkable his talent appeared. It was a breathtaking score, and this young man was indeed a treasure. Carlisle and Nelson also stood, albeit with a more restrained applause than Cuban and Nowitzki, yet their admiration was evident. Carlisle's eyes sparkled with intensity as he regarded Jiuyun, scrutinizing his performance more closely than others. The initial dunk could be deemed fortuitous, yet this subsequent play silenced any doubts about Su's ball handling skills. His first step in the drive was notably swift, and while his ball control was not yet on par with the elite, it sufficed for his current stage, and he had ample room for growth. Nelson turned to Carlisle, smiling. "Rick, it seems you're smitten. This $3.8 million investment is surely worthwhile." "Indeed, it's worth $1 million," came the response. Upon landing, Jiuyun glanced at Lillard, who awaited a pass nearby, and with a grin remarked, "Buddy, I heard you were the sixth pick." Yet it felt as effortless as crossing a street for a 41st pick like me, as an icy yet delightful voice echoed in his mind. Jiuyun's smile widened with glee. "Hey, how cool can you remain while I'm challenging you? How long can you maintain that composure?" His radiant grin was, to Lillard, utterly infuriating. The embarrassment of being so easily dunked on was already substantial, and the added taunt only intensified his ire. In such scenarios, it was often those like Dunbar, seemingly unperturbed, who remained unaffected, observing rivals seize rebounds without flinching. "You'll soon understand why I'm the sixth pick," Lillard retorted, receiving the ball from a teammate and initiating his advance. However, Lillard was not one to falter easily. and as he crossed half-court, a teammate promptly set a screen for him. Jiuyun circled the pick, intent on continuing his defensive onslaught. But Lillard had already seized the opportunity and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball swished cleanly through the net. After the shot, Lillard looked back at Jiuyun, chin raised slightly, signaling with a gesture, "Su, that's 3 points. Your 2 will always be 1 less." Jiuyun curled her lips in disdain. "Is a three-point shot truly remarkable? I am eager to see just how high your shooting percentage can be." After Jiuyun advanced beyond the halfway line, he attempted a breakthrough pass, yet his teammate ultimately failed to convert. Conversely, Lillard's subsequent pass also missed its target. As the Mavericks launched their offensive, Jiuyun made another attempt to penetrate the defense. However, this time the Trailblazers fortified their interior with formidable defenders, denying him the opportunity to score. Although he managed to locate a teammate, the three-point shot ricocheted off the rim. On the sidelines, the Mavericks' prominent figures observed the unfolding scenario with an air of calm, eagerly anticipating how Jiuyun would navigate the impasse. The Mavericks pressed forward once more, and this time, the defender assigned to Jiuyun was this year's 40th pick, Will Barton, a 196 centimeters shooting guard weighing only 82 kilograms. While not particularly robust, his defensive prowess surpassed that of Lillard. Nevertheless, Jiuyun regarded Barton with a cruel smile. "So, you are the one ranked just ahead of me, huh? Let's see what skills you possess to be placed before me. I hope you aren't too lacking." Anger level increased by 3. At this moment, Jiuyun was not genuinely attempting to provoke him. He was merely expressing his feelings. However, with the opportunity to acquire some anger points, he thought to himself, why not seize the chance for dual benefits? Barton, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze intently on Jiuyun, resolutely determined to silence this loquacious individual. Jiuyun did not call for a screen. After several deft changes in direction, he surged towards the left side. Barton, having anticipated the move accurately, hastened to position himself in an attempt to thwart Jiuyun's advance. However, Jiuyun's feints were convincingly executed, making it entirely plausible for Barton to read the play. Aware of the difficulty in deceiving opponents with his deceptive maneuvers in a stationary battle, Jiuyun had mentally prepared himself for the challenge. Upon the initial physical contact, Barton was pushed aside, allowing Jiuyun to seize half a step advantage. With another stride taken, he had successfully distanced himself from Barton, now positioned at mid-range. Suddenly, Jiuyun came to an abrupt halt before launching a shot. Caught off guard, Barton, who had been relentlessly pursuing him with all his might, was unable to make a swift stop and ended up colliding with Jiuyun's leg. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Barton. As Jiuyun was propelled into the air, he momentarily lost his balance, yet he straightened his torso, maintaining his shooting form before releasing the ball. As he descended, Jiuyun fell to the ground, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the basketball he had thrown. The sound of the ball striking the backboard and swishing through the net brought a smile to Jiuyun's face while he lay on the floor. The ensuing match mirrored the first. Jiuyun's signature three-pronged attack left the Trailblazers' backcourt in disarray. His strategy involved using his speed and explosive power to break through defenses, followed by either attacking or passing. He bulldozed through defenders with his robust physique, opting to either score or assist. His remarkable leaping ability allowed him to either dunk or execute a sudden jump shot. Given his height and the abrupt nature of his jump shot, it was exceedingly difficult for the Summer League guards to impede his shooting. Meanwhile, Lillard skillfully utilized screens, avoiding entanglement with Jiuyun, mercilessly targeting others with his drives to the basket or jump shots. His shooting range extended from the paint to beyond the three-point line, far surpassing Jiuyun's reliance on mid-range shots, layups, and dunks. In essence, both players showcased their prowess on the court. Observing Jiuyun's effortless performance, Carlisle remarked to O'Brien, "Let him return to Dallas tomorrow. I will have the trainer devise a training regimen for him, which will be more beneficial than him wasting time here." Ultimately, the Mavericks triumphed over the Trailblazers with a score of 109-100. Jiuyun once again dazzled the audience with an impressive performance, recording 23 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals. Meanwhile, Damian Lillard emerged as the most outstanding player for the Trailblazers, contributing 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists. As the final whistle blew, Jiuyun and the Trailblazers players exchanged high fives and embraces. When embracing Lillard, he sternly remarked, "Su, you are exceptionally talented, surpassing my expectations. However, the Summer League does not equate to the regular season, There exists a significant disparity in physical prowess between them and true NBA players. Therefore, we shall see in the regular season, you will not replicate today's remarkable performance. Our styles differ. My approach will yield similar results in the NBA arena. Today, I have not been bested by you. Let us compete in the regular season and determine who excels. Jiuyun curled his lips, acknowledging that one of the future kings of banter truly lived up to his reputation. Regardless of the outcome, his words remained unyielding. In the forthcoming decade, in Lillard's eyes, even luminaries like James and Durant had failed to sway him. With Curry clinching his fourth NBA championship, he now stood equal in titles with James, reigniting fervent discussions online regarding who among them is superior, often featuring insights from professional basketball players. For instance, Lillard candidly expressed that, when it comes to winning an NBA championship, the player he respects the most is Curry. He holds no regard for others, whom he views as merely banding together to secure victories, a notion he finds distasteful. Furthermore, it was not a mere fluke that Curry managed to win him over. It took repeated, rigorous confrontations to earn his respect, especially considering that in playoff encounters, Curry boasted an impeccable 10-0 record against Lillard. Buddy, have you ever been accused of being stubborn? You're tougher than a duck's bill, he declared. Mark my words, every time I see you, I'll take you on. With a shared scoff, both turned away, two resolute individuals whose words seldom aligned. The team's four captains, after addressing the players in the locker room with encouragement, departed. Throughout this interaction, Jiuyun was the sole player to receive encouragement from all four, leaving the others enviously awestruck. On the team's charter bus to the hotel, O'Brien beckoned Jiuyun to sit beside him and said, Sue, Coach Carlisle has conveyed that if you are inclined, he wishes for you to leave the team and return to Dallas. He will arrange for a trainer to devise a training regimen for your development, asserting that you won't progress here. What are your thoughts on this? Jiuyun initially felt a surge of joy, for this signified that the coach had recognized his potential, marking a promising beginning for him. Although he had previously harbored aspirations for the new season, buoyed by the system's assurances of his impending success, he understood that if the energies, philosophies, and expectations between a coach and a player were misaligned, unless one was a core member of the team or a secondary star, one could easily be sidelined. The coach's attention upon him was indeed a source of delight. However, he soon reflected upon his own circumstances. He yearned for self-improvement, which could not solely be attained through training. While training would enable him to employ various techniques more adeptly, true enhancement could only be realized through playing in matches. In just a few days, he had already amassed an impressive 366 points of anger value. He had provoked Claude during practice, hoping to ignite some competitive spirit within him, and intended to do the same with opponents in actual games. Had it not been for the differing mindsets between Summer League players and those in regular season play, he would likely have accrued even greater anger points by now. Summer League participants tended to temper their tempers, refraining from unnecessary confrontations, as most were essentially job seekers, unwilling to display their volatile sides before potential employers, which would jeopardize their chances of securing contracts. By the conclusion of the first game, Jiuyun had already discerned this reality, leading him to restrain his provocations and keep his trash talk relatively mild. After all, he felt a pang of conscience about undermining others' job prospects. With a firm resolution, Jiuyun turned to O'Brien, earnestly expressing, Coach, I wish to remain in Las Vegas to complete the Summer League, as there are only 3 games left. I truly relish the camaraderie and competitive spirit shared with my teammates. The words of Jiuyun filled O'Brien's eyes with admiration. This child possesses remarkable potential. Very well. I respect your decision. I will explain it to Coach Carlisle, so you can focus on the game. Upon returning to his original seat, Claude, with curiosity, quietly inquired, Sue, what did the coach want with you? Nothing much, Jiuyun replied. The coach mentioned that he would occasionally provide you with some special training. You seem a bit hasty on the court, not at all reflective of your age. Hearing Jiuyun's playful banter, Claude genuinely believed him. He glanced at the coach's position, then shrank back, a frown creasing his face. Watching Claude's expression, Jiuyun struggled to suppress a laugh and maintained a serious demeanor as he gazed forward. With outstanding performances in 2 consecutive games, Jiuyun had undeniably caught the attention of true basketball enthusiasts. After all, who but genuine fans would watch the Summer League? With statistics exceeding 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in both games, Jiuyun had outperformed his counterparts, the 3rd overall pick Beal and the 6th overall pick Lillard. His explosive playing style endeared him to fans, especially those present at the games, as a growing number of fans rallied behind Jiuyun. He had made the highlight reel 3 times, his dunks delivering a powerful impact that exhilarated the audience. A reporter from TNT's NBA column crafted a special feature titled, "The Most Dominant Dunker of the 2012 Rookie Class," the Chinese player who surprised all NBA team managers, Su. In this feature, TNT outlined Jiuyun's physical measurements and draft report, analyzing each aspect meticulously. This piece, coupled with Jiuyun's highlight plays, significantly boosted his visibility, causing the previously mentioned stigma of being the lowest-ranked player in the draft to fade into oblivion. Meanwhile, domestically, his commendable performances in the 2 games rejuvenated his reputation. Incredible! Who would dare say Jiuyun brings shame to our nation? I recall my elder brother never having such an impressive performance. Nonsense. My brother participated in the summer league with the national team, hitting a buzzer beater against the Cavaliers. Could Jiuyun achieve that? Yet, the Mavericks did not require a last-second heroics. Jiuyun led the team to victory without any drama, which in itself speaks of greater strength, does it not? In summary, the online sentiment towards Jiuyun is somewhat divided. However, the volume of criticism seems to outweigh the praise, as there are numerous naysayers who cannot bear to see their compatriots succeed, often displaying formidable hostility. Jiuyun's loyal fanbase remains relatively small, lacking the capacity to generate significant online support. He was aware of this dynamic. He had finally managed to access domestic news on his phone after considerable effort. Nevertheless, he remained unruffled, recognizing this as merely the beginning. With continued stellar performances, he was confident that these detractors would soon be brought to their knees, singing his praises. In the following 3 games, Jiuyun excelled in each, ultimately leading the Mavericks to a perfect record of 5 wins and 0 losses, concluding the Las Vegas Summer League. He averaged an impressive 25 points, 5, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, earning him the MVP title of the Summer League, surpassing Lillard's average of 26 points, 5, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds. Despite their comparable statistics, Lillard's team finished with a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, leaving him to ponder the disappointment of losing to someone he had least expected, particularly a lower-ranked player from the same rookie class. The performance of Jiuyun has stirred a profound reaction in the public sphere, predominantly marked by astonishment and delight. After all, a seemingly unpromising prospect, the 41st pick from the greenhouse has astonishingly made a triumphant return, outshining all rookies in the Summer League. The first overall pick, Anthony Davis, did not participate in the Summer League due to his commitment to the U.S. national team for the Olympics. Most other high-ranking selections were present. Yet on this shared stage, all their brilliance was eclipsed by Jiuyun. Not only did he lead his team to remarkable success with impressive statistics, but his explosive playing style was equally captivating. By the conclusion of the Summer League, he had already garnered a substantial following. ESPN published an article ranking the top performances of the 2012 Rookie Summer League, placing Jiuyun at the forefront. 1. Jiuyun, Dallas Mavericks, 41st pick, averaging 25 points, 5, 8 rebounds, 7, 1 assists, 1, 7 steals, and 1, 8 blocks, and undisputed MVP. His strengths include exceptional agility and leaping ability, while his play is electrifying. He possesses a remarkable composure as a point guard, adeptly utilizing his robust physique and remarkable speed to penetrate defenses and distribute the ball to teammates. His ability to attack the rim during fast breaks is notably strong. However, his shooting prowess, particularly from mid-range and beyond, remains a deficiency. 2. Damian Lillard, Portland Trail Blazers. 6th pick, averaging 26, 5 points, 4 rebounds, and 5, 6 assists in the Summer League. Strengths, excellent shooting and scoring ability, demonstrating substantial leadership on the court and strong control of the game's tempo, exhibiting formidable skills in smaller matchups, akin to a less dominant version of Derrick Rose, while also embodying some traits of Chauncey Billups. Weaknesses, occasionally poor shot selection and a need for improvement in defensive capabilities. 3. Jeremy Lamb, Houston Rockets, 12th pick, averaging 20 points and 4 rebounds. 4. John Henson, Milwaukee Bucks, 14th pick, averaging 18, 3 points and 6, 8 rebounds. 5. Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, Charlotte Bobcats, 2nd pick, averaging 18 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 steals. 6. Bradley Beal, Washington Wizards, 3rd pick, averaging 17, 6 points and 6 rebounds. ESPN's compilation of the strongest rookie performances quickly gained prominence. While it remains premature to draw definitive conclusions about these newcomers' professional trajectories based solely on their summer league performances, one can subtly foresee the contributions they may render to their teams in the forthcoming season. Consequently, Jiuyun's popularity has skyrocketed, surpassing that of all 2012 draftees excluding Anthony Davis. However, it is important to note that Jiuyun is not yet in a position to rival the acclaim of Anthony Davis, who is currently a key figure being cultivated by Nike, with a plethora of news releases surrounding him. Following the Summer League, Jiuyun vanished from the public eye. Upon returning to Dallas, he adhered to a training regimen established by his team, inviting Claude to join him. The two spent the entirety of July immersed in rigorous training. Claude, it could be said, endured a relentless trial, as Jiuyun relentlessly taunted him during their one-on-one sessions. "Claude, you're as soft as a feather, Claude. Why do I feel this is too easy? Claude, are you sure you're playing basketball?" By the end of July, Claude finally escaped Jiuyun's relentless challenges. As Jiuyun prepared to return home to visit his father and mother, lest they come searching for him. Nonetheless, Jiuyun was thoroughly satisfied with the month spent, particularly relishing the latter half where he provoked Claude, causing the hot-headed Claude to be perpetually incensed. Observing Claude's escalating frustration, Jiuyun couldn't help but chuckle. Had Claude not developed some immunity, his anger would have surpassed 2,000 points, enough to exchange for 2 attribute points. However, Jiuyun had no intention of exchanging points at the moment, as an increase of 2 points would not significantly impact him. He intended to accumulate 2,000 anger points to draw from a skill lottery, hopeful for a beneficial acquisition. As Jiuyun prepared for his return home, the summer proved to be a disheartening season for basketball enthusiasts in the homeland, as the Chinese men's basketball team finished the 2012 Olympics with a dismal record of 5 losses, placing last. The 2012 London Olympics saw the Chinese men's basketball team suffer 5 consecutive defeats, culminating in their last-place finish. On July 29, 2012, the first match ended with a loss to Spain, 81-97. July 31st, the second match saw them lose to Russia, 54-73, August 2nd. The third match resulted in a 61-81 defeat to Australia, August 4th. The fourth match concluded with a 59-98 loss to Brazil, and on August 6th, the fifth match ended with a 58-90 loss to Great Britain. These 5 matches were characterized by a lack of resistance, ultimately stripping away the last remnants of dignity for a national team missing its figurehead, Yao Ming. The media swiftly compiled a litany of issues. The performance of the guards remained a glaring weakness for the national team, setting aside purported experience. From a physical and age perspective, the height of the guards had reached world standards. However, compared to guards from stronger teams, their physical robustness fell short, placing them at a disadvantage during competitive play. The scoring capability of the guards revealed significant disparities when compared to other teams, with a lack of proactive offensive awareness, limited scoring methods and areas, and poor shooting accuracy and consistency. Their inability to penetrate defenses was evident, with few attempts to threaten defenders. In terms of organizational skills, under high-pressure defensive tactics, they often struggled to cross half-court, with limited passing vision and techniques, resulting in low passing accuracy. Due to a lack of tactical awareness, they faltered in judging appropriate offensive timing and transitioning from defense to offense, demonstrating poor timing in executing fast breaks and a deficient application of fast break strategies. Defensively, while their enthusiasm was commendable, their lack of physical confrontation skills and inappropriate defensive actions further widened the gap between them and the top 4 teams. The guards' fundamental skills were lacking, with physical attributes placing them at a disadvantage, leading to lapses in concentration during passing and receiving, insufficient coordination, and poor timing in dribbling and penetration. In summary, the absence of a reliable guard hampered the performance of the otherwise competent interior players. At this critical juncture, as Jiuyun prepared for his journey home, he unexpectedly surged into the trending topics in the domestic basketball community. The reason Jiuyun has surged to the top of domestic trending searches is the national men's basketball team's dismal performance at the Olympics, with the primary weakness being the point guard position. Jiuyun, having outperformed this year's second and third draft picks in the Summer League, ascended to the pinnacle of ESPN's 2012 strength rankings, securing the first position as a point guard. The deficiencies of the national team's guard line are precisely his strengths, prompting a wave of inquiries online regarding why Jiuyun was not summoned for the Olympic squad. Despite the presence of detractors, the prevailing sentiment among the public, in light of the national team's failure, leans towards considerations of national honor. Can a player capable of entering the NBA truly be inferior to the current national guards? Thus, the chorus of criticism regarding the selection process for the national team has intensified, compelling the responsible authorities to respond. They clarified that it was not a matter of choice, but rather a lack of understanding of Jiuyun, who, at that time, was merely an NCAA player and had yet to enter the NBA. By the time he was drafted by the Mavericks at the end of June, the national team had already undergone months of training, making it impractical to incorporate a newcomer without disrupting the team's chemistry. Nonetheless, they expressed intentions to seek Jiuyun's input in future selections to strive for his inclusion in the national team. This public relations statement insinuated that previously, Jiuyun was regarded merely as an NCAA player, a college student, whose capabilities were not perceived to surpass those of domestic players. This revelation not only failed to quell the domestic fan skepticism, but instead invited ridicule. How could a player averaging 17 points in the NCAA, with expectations of at least a second-round draft pick, escape their notice? One might ponder whether key domestic players could even secure starting positions on NCAA's top 64 teams. I remain skeptical. They struggle to navigate half the court, easily faltering under pressure. In contrast, Jiuyun's prowess illuminates that the issue lies not in a lack of talent, but in the inadequacy of those responsible for selections. Where, then, is the chemistry they speak of? It might be more beneficial to allow Jiuyun to play. In summary, this issue has stirred considerable controversy, leading to Jiuyun trending on domestic social media platforms. In a lavish office within a certain skyscraper, several middle-aged men are enveloped in clouds of smoke, each bearing an expression of discontent. They are the very individuals thrust into the spotlight. What shall we do about this? One queries. I think we ought to ignore them. The public will eventually tire of the narrative if we remain indifferent, another replies. I concur. Regardless of their intentions, we must align with their sentiments. After all, we have work to do. However, I believe it is indeed necessary to summon Jiuyun for the next training session. His talent is undeniable, and we require results. This sentiment holds merit. Yet, he must contribute a training fee, the amount of which can be discussed flexibly. At Shanghai International Airport, numerous fans gathered to welcome the men's basketball team back home. Although their performance was lackluster, the enthusiasm of basketball aficionados remained palpable. They awaited at the exit, brandishing various banners, predominantly conveying messages of encouragement. Jiuyun arrived at the international airport of the Magic City. As soon as he disembarked, a familiar sense of home enveloped him. For those of Chinese descent, who harbor their homeland in their hearts while wandering abroad, China represents their true home. Jiuyun, intrinsically identifying as a Chinese person, savored the profound sense of belonging that accompanied his annual return. Jiuyun donned merely a pair of sunglasses, a white t-shirt, athletic pants, and a pair of sneakers, presenting a casual appearance. However, he was naturally endowed with the features of a quintessential male model, possessing strikingly chiseled facial features and standing at an impressive height of 195 meters, embodying the essence of a handsome gentleman. His allure transcended cultural boundaries, appealing to both Eastern and Western sensibilities alike. One should not be misled by the portrayal of Eastern individuals in Western media, often reduced to the stereotype of slanted eyes. Such representations do not reflect their aesthetic values, but rather an imposed perspective. In their view, what may be deemed unattractive is paradoxically considered appealing by their own standards, thus reinforcing their sense of superiority and sense of triumph. At a height of 195 meters, Jiuyun is considered remarkably tall in the eyes of the Chinese populace. Consequently, he attracts the gaze of many. Men regard him with a hint of perplexity, while women cast fiery glances in his direction. It is inescapable. His handsome features and well-proportioned physique captivate all. Jiuyun had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. During his university days, after every training session, he would often find notes handed to him by eager admirers. Despite being of Asian descent, he attracted considerable attention from foreign women, especially as a promising player with aspirations of joining the NBA. The allure of wealth only heightened his popularity. Therefore, the actions of passers-by held little sway over him now. The national men's basketball team had finally made an appearance, and the fans were in high spirits, with some even singing patriotic songs in unison. The atmosphere was vibrant, and the players felt a renewed sense of confidence. In an effort to restore the team's image, the team leader had even agreed to let the players sign autographs for the enthusiastic crowd. As the festivities unfolded, Jiuyun emerged from the entrance, his towering stature instantly capturing the attention of many. The more the fans observed him, the more familiar he appeared. Noticing the lively scene, Jiuyun smirked, thinking it quite amusing, and quickened his pace, preferring to avoid the commotion. Just as he was about to leave the area, a voice cried out, Jiuyun. He is Jiuyun. The shout momentarily stunned the crowd, causing even those who had been eagerly seeking autographs from the national team to pause. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice, eyes following the finger pointing towards Jiuyun. Among them, a tall man wearing sunglasses also turned, astonished to see from where the sound had originated. Jiuyun's sunglasses were merely a pair of ordinary shades, not the oversized ones that could obscure most of his face. Thus, when someone exclaimed that he was Jiuyun, those familiar with Jiuyun's photographs promptly recognized him. In an instant, a throng of admirers surged towards Jiuyun, with numerous reporters following suit. Even a fan who had just received a jersey signed by a member of the national basketball team momentarily retrieved it to join the crowd. Suddenly, the national team, which had just been surrounded by enthusiastic fans seeking autographs and photos, found themselves sidelined. The expressions on their faces became rigid before gradually returning to an impassive demeanor. They gazed at the encircled Jiuyun, devoid of smiles, their thoughts inscrutable. Yet their eyes conveyed a profound intrigue. Meanwhile, the team captain's countenance darkened. This was an opportunity to mitigate the repercussions of their dismal Olympic performance amid the fans' reception. They could have asserted that despite their dissatisfaction with the results, the fans' passion for the national team remained unwavering. However, now a mere youth, who had only played basketball in college for a few years, had inadvertently overshadowed them. Even if he had made it to the NBA and performed commendably in the Summer League, who could predict his future? Though an NBA player, he should not disrupt the prevailing atmosphere at such a crucial time, how lacking in foresight and perspective. While some reporters had been specifically summoned for interviews, they could not resist the allure of the moment, driven by Jiuyun's burgeoning popularity. He was rapidly becoming a beacon of hope for domestic fans, particularly due to the lamentable state of the national team's guard line, their last-place standings, and their series of devastating losses by considerable margins, realities that many seasoned fans were reluctant to acknowledge. Online, one could frequently encounter excuses such as the presence of an NBA player who had yet to participate, suggesting that the team's record would differ significantly otherwise. This is precisely why Jiuyun had ascended the trending topics. His emergence undoubtedly commanded widespread attention. As the national team departed in their bus, their expressions were far from cheerful, for it was disheartening to witness a player who had yet to join the national squad eclipse the limelight that rightfully belonged to them. The so-called strongest basketball athletes in the nation, Jiuyun, feeling helpless, could only accommodate a portion of the fans present by granting autographs and taking photographs. Yet he declined to engage in an interview with the reporters. Ultimately, with the assistance of airport security, he managed to extricate himself from the throngs of adoring fans. Jiuyun's residence is not located in the bustling metropolis, but rather in a quaint town situated 500 to 600 kilometers away. Consequently, upon entering the taxi, the driver transported him to a 5-star hotel. After inquiring about his preferences, the driver received the response of having none. Subsequently, after an arduous journey of over an hour, Jiuyun remained oblivious to whether the route taken was indeed direct, yet ultimately, he found himself at a luxurious hotel with a splendid view of the Pearl Tower. Upon observing the spring, summer, autumn, winter hotel, Jiuyun noted with dismay that the rate of nearly 3,000 yuan per night was quite exorbitant. However, he could afford it now. Despite his grumbling about the price, he felt too weary to seek alternative accommodations. After checking in and learning about the amenities from the staff, he discovered the hotel offered a commendable experience, featuring a temperature-controlled swimming pool, a soothing hot tub, and a well-equipped gym. Notably, the swimming pool boasted floor-to-ceiling windows, providing a spacious and luminous atmosphere, allowing views of the Bund across the river and the iconic skyline of the metropolis. At 6 p.m., Jiuyun indulged in a delightful meal prepared by the hotel chef, which was truly exquisite. It was a stark contrast to the culinary experiences he had in America. The memory of bland health food paled in comparison to the enjoyment he derived from the Chinese cuisine he was savoring. By 9 p.m., having digested a considerable amount, Jiuyun made his way to the gym, where he found the atmosphere pleasantly uncrowded at that hour. Although Jiuyun has now acquired a system, he understands that persistent training is beneficial rather than detrimental to him. Thus, even when he is unable to engage in ball training, his daily sessions at the gym remain indispensable. Within the gym, he embarks on his daily fitness regimen. Although the equipment is somewhat limited, he makes do with what is available. Each aspect of his training leaves onlookers in awe, their minds racing with the thought that he seems almost superhuman. Gradually, the gym empties, leaving only Jiuyun to continue his rigorous training alone. Jiuyun glanced around the gym, noting the absence of others, and proceeded to remove his drenched shirt, placing it aside. Had there been any onlookers, they would undoubtedly marvel at his remarkable physique and the definition of his muscles. After undergoing a systematic transformation, his body no longer bore the slight bulkiness attributed to his previous rugby endeavors. Now he showcased 2 prominent pectorals, an impressive 8-pack of abs, and a striking V-line, all of which were unmistakably sculpted through rigorous training rather than mere supplementation. At this moment, he exuded an intoxicating aura of masculinity. Suddenly, 2 women entered the gym. One stood around 165 centimeters tall, her enchanting beauty accentuated by luminous skin and a commanding presence. Clad in athletic wear that, though not form-fitting, hinted at an appealing figure. She was not the slender type, but rather a voluptuous beauty. The second woman appeared to be her assistant, carrying towels and water bottles. Upon entering the gym, the first woman was taken aback to discover someone else present. She had expected the space to be deserted, as it had been during her previous visit at the same hour. Following the sound, her gaze fell upon a strikingly impressive physique that made her swallow hard. At 30, she was in the prime of her allure, and the sight of Jiuyun, bare-chested with sweat glistening on his well-defined muscles, was undeniably captivating, especially when combined with his chiseled features. The woman found herself captivated, her throat dry. "Jinjia, shall we continue our workout?" Her assistant's voice snapped her back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she chastised herself for momentarily losing composure. "Of course, why wouldn't we?" she replied, confidently striding in. As she passed Jiuyun, she stole a few additional glances. However, when she noticed that he didn't even acknowledge her presence, irritation bubbled within her. Was this truly a man? From her experiences, most men in the gym harbored ulterior motives, which was why she often found herself in the company of few companions. Nevertheless, she soon refocused her attention and dedicated herself to her workout. Having neglected her diet lately, she had gained a few extra pounds, much to her chagrin, as the weight had settled where she desired. With an upcoming photo shoot, shedding some of this excess was imperative, prompting her to engage in private training sessions when time permitted. However, her stamina was limited, and after a brief period of exercise, she found herself breathless, unable to continue. Her gaze, almost involuntarily, drifted back to the man who tirelessly persisted in his training. Jiuyun had nearly completed his daily quota, thus his movements had slowed. At that moment, he sensed someone observing him. Following his gaze, he beheld an extraordinarily enchanting face, those alluring peach blossom eyes seemingly glancing at him with intention. Upon seeing this visage, Jiuyun was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had encountered a major celebrity, indeed a prominent star, one whose popularity in the country currently seemed unparalleled. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had stood in close proximity to Hollywood stars and NBA legends countless times on the NCAA courts. There was no room for awe, envy, or excitement. In essence, she was merely a relatively affluent individual. Jiuyun performed a series of relaxation exercises, unaware that his actions led Sister Jean to ponder whether she had lost her allure. Why, upon the first glance, did that man seem captivated and astonished, only to reveal little else thereafter? She found herself inexplicably irked by this. After completing his relaxation exercises, Jiuyun tidied up the equipment, acutely aware of the occasional gaze from those enchanting almond-shaped eyes. Once he finished organizing everything, he casually draped his clothes over his shoulder and approached Sister Jean with a smile. "Hello, Sister Jean. I hope I'm not interrupting. Are you planning to work out? I noticed that your form seems a bit off. Would you like some assistance?" Jiuyun's proactive approach left Sister Jean and her assistant momentarily stunned, before they began to adopt a more cautious demeanor. However, the assistant, feeling somewhat insecure, lowered her head, blushing as she regarded Jiuyun. Sister Jean was all too familiar with such situations, although she had frequently stolen glances at this individual during her workouts out of mere curiosity. She felt a twinge of irritation at Jiuyun's earlier indifference towards her. "Oh, you know me?" Sister Jin's words caught Jiuyun off guard, prompting her to chuckle. "Haha. Of course, this is my first time seeing the real Sister Jean, and you are just as stunning and fair as in the pictures. Truly, you are one of the most breathtaking stars in the entertainment industry." The first statement from Jiuyun left Sister Jean speechless. Could you have possibly encountered the deceased version of me? What am I even thinking? However, Jiuyun's final remark about the most strikingly beautiful star in the entertainment industry brought a smile back to her face. Are you the fitness instructor here? Jiuyun curled her lips in amusement. Come on, have you ever seen a fitness instructor with such an impressive physique and striking looks? A burst of laughter escaped from Jean Jia and her assistant, finding his self-admiration quite amusing. However, gazing at Jiuyun before them, with her remarkable figure and captivating beauty, one couldn't help but agree. All right, you certainly have enough confidence. I need to lose weight, particularly around my waist. What should I do? Jean Jia, your waist appears to be devoid of any excess flesh as well. Perhaps we should utilize this equipment, and then Jiuyun activated the temporary fitness coach function, engaging in a blend of exercise and conversation. It was at that moment that Jean Jia finally recognized the individual before her. To her astonishment, he was an NBA player. Particularly, when it comes to domestic players entering the NBA, their influence, once established, far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, he was remarkably handsome. Lost in her thoughts, Jean Jia found herself blushing. However, the realization of their significant age difference brought her back to reality, leading her to believe that any possibility was futile. Yet, despite this, it seemed plausible to ride on his coattails, if only to enhance her own image. As Jiuyun's hand rested on her waist, adjusting her technique, she could not help but shiver slightly. Jiuyun found Jean Jia to be truly exceptional. Although separated by a thin layer of fabric, the sensation of his hand resting on her waist was undeniably delightful, the tactile experience exquisite. An air of intimacy seemed to envelop them, and at a certain moment, upon concluding her workout, Jean Jia's fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue. Thank you so much, Su, for your guidance tonight. I had no idea there were so many considerations. I would love to seek your advice again sometime. Ha, Jean Jia. You are too kind. It was merely a matter of lending a hand. All right, when your league matches commence, I will definitely be there to cheer you on. Be sure to save me a ticket. Jean Jia, just give me a heads up, and I will make all the necessary arrangements for you. After parting ways, Jiuyun returned to his room, indulging in a refreshing shower before he switched on the television. At that moment, his phone chimed with a text message. Upon checking, he was pleasantly surprised to discover it was from Jean Jia. Su, would you like to join me for a few drinks? Jiuyun was taken aback. Being invited to drink at this hour was quite unexpected. Though Sister Jean was indeed a few years his senior, her beauty was undeniable and captivating. Should he entertain the possibility of ulterior motives behind her invitation? He pondered whether to accept. After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly replied, Sure, sister. When and where shall we meet for drinks? Shortly thereafter, Sister Jean responded, As public figures, it may not be advisable to frequent a bar at this hour. I have 2 bottles of fine wine here. Would you dare to come over for a couple of glasses? Room 2012. With the invitation laid out so plainly, Jiuyun felt he could not refuse. Sister, wait for me. You have the wine, and I have stories to share. A perfect match. He then began to dress, chuckling to himself. Who said Sister Jean was old? She had just crossed 30. Admittedly, to Jiuyun, she was somewhat older. Yet she was Sister Jean, one of the most famous actresses in the country. Despite being 30, her skin was fair and supple, giving her the appearance of someone in their early 20s. How did Jiuyun know her skin was so youthful? He had certainly noticed while guiding her through exercises at the gym. Most importantly, Sister Jean was the actress he had fantasized about for 2 lifetimes. Now, with this opportunity before him, the psychological gratification was beyond description. Moreover, there was no obligation. After all, they were merely 2 lonely souls meeting in a hotel, seeking a spark of connection, fulfilling their own desires. When Jiuyun knocked on Sister Jean's door, clad in shorts and a t-shirt, she opened it wearing a deep V silk nightgown that barely covered half of her thighs. He was instantly entranced, nearly drooling at her allure. Her cascading long hair paired with her enchanting visage, those beguiling eyes seemed to radiate electricity at every moment, complemented by the revealing neckline of her gown, which showcased her flawless, fair complexion. No normal man could withstand such a sight. Even those with different inclinations would find themselves swayed. Sister Jean, are you a human or a siren? You might lead someone to their doom. Her laughter, sparked by his comment, echoed through the room as she pulled him inside. Upon entering, Jiuyun was struck by the stark contrast between the lavish suite and his modest room that cost him nearly 3,000 yuan. It was a clear testament to wealth. On the coffee table, 2 bottles of red wine and 2 glasses awaited them. Jiuyun plopped down onto the sofa, pouring wine as he remarked, "Sister, you truly are treating me to a drink. Alas, it seems I was overthinking things. Ha ha ha. You cheeky rascal, of course. I'm treating you to a drink. What did you think it was for?" At that moment, Jiuyun handed a glass of red wine to Jia, who sat beside him, and continued, feeling melancholic, but never mind, let us indulge in this drink. Delightful. Inhaling the enchanting fragrance that emanated from Jia, Jiuyun clinked glasses with her, and then downed the drink in one go. Jiuyun took a deep breath, exclaiming how delightful it was, which made Sister Jean laugh uncontrollably. As they sipped their drinks, their conversation predominantly revolved around Jiuyun. He shared everything he could, leaving nothing concealed, truly embodying the phrase, "You have the wine, I have the stories." Really? You don't have a girlfriend? As far as I know, every NBA player is quite the charmer. You certainly don't strike me as someone who is particularly virtuous, Sister Jean teased, leaving Jiuyun momentarily speechless. How do you figure I'm not virtuous? He retorted. Just looking at your face tells me otherwise. And earlier, when you were instructing me on fitness, were you not intentionally taking advantage of me? Not at all. You're wronging an innocent person. I warn you, continue to misjudge me, and I shall not hold back. Sister Jean shot him a playful glare, her eyes sparkling. Oh? And how do you intend to be not polite? In that instant, the allure radiating from Sister Jean was indescribable, causing Jiuyun's breath to quicken. He downed the remaining drink in his cup and lunged at her like a wolf among sheep. You mischievous little brother, what do you think you're doing? What do you think? Naturally, it's you. You initiated this conflict, and now you must bear the consequences. Oh dear, you're too heavy. Let us go to the bedroom. No, I intend to stay right here for a while longer. Come on. Mischievous brother, are you even human? Can we not pause this battle for now? Absolutely not. I am doomed. Outside the window, the scenic riverside at night silenced all, while the tumultuous struggle within stirred the heart, with cries of battle and the sounds of collision weaving together a poignant and soul-stirring war song. After what felt like an eternity, the combatants finally reached a resolution, with the larger figure emerging victorious, leaving the opponent to realize that their previous experiences were merely child's play. Jiuyun was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of a bell. Groggy and disoriented, he glanced at the source of the sound, only to realize it was not his phone. He nudged his sister Jean, who was entangled around him like an octopus, and said, "Sister, it's a call." "Oh, annoying little brother, I don't want it anymore. Please, let me be." Jiuyun found herself in a state of bemusement, exclaiming with mild irritation, "What are you thinking? Your phone is ringing. Someone is calling you," with fatigue evident in her eyes. Sister Jean opened them slowly and took the phone, connecting the call. "Let us cancel today's itinerary. I'm feeling unwell. I will notify you once I have rescheduled." After hanging up, Sister Jean gazed at Jiuyun with a smile, her peach blossom eyes filled with satisfaction yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. "You little rascal. Are you even human? Is the stamina of athletes really this extraordinary? Sister, you must understand, it's not merely a matter of physical endurance. It also involves the strength of the components." As she spoke, Sister Jean seemed to sense something, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Ignoring her fatigue, she attempted to rise and dash to the bathroom, only to be seized by Jiuyun. "Silly brother, I have matters to attend to. I need to take a bath and cannot continue this fitness discussion." "Hey, it's nothing serious. We're just going to soak." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." After a moment, from the bathroom, Sister Jean's voice rang out, weakly chastising, "Is this what you call a soak? You deceiver." Upon returning to his own room, Jiuyun felt utterly rejuvenated and immensely content. He turned on the television to the sports channel, listening to sports news while browsing various online portals and forums to see what news awaited him upon his return. While the sports channel had little coverage of his homecoming, the major websites and forums were ablaze with headlines. "The strongest point guard returns, colliding with the worst national basketball team." Jiuyun crashes into the national basketball team at the airport, slapping them in the face. Upon reading this headline, Jiuyun felt a wave of frustration. When did I ever slap the national basketball team in the face? What does this have to do with me? Isn't this inviting enmity? No matter where he looked, images of him surrounded by fans accompanied by pictures of the national team leaving in disgrace were prevalent. Displeased by the constant reminders, Jiuyun decided to forego further reading and headed to the hotel's swimming pool. The outdoor pool was quite pleasant, at the very least. The lighting was more favorable for observing beautiful women. Some recognized him, mostly greeting him politely, but only a few true fans approached for autographs or photos. Jiuyun resided at the spring, summer, autumn, and winter hotel for 2 days and 2 nights, exhausting himself thoroughly, to the point of frightening away Sister Jean. "You insufferable little brother, you are beyond human. Now that sister has departed, I wish to live a few more years. I certainly do not wish to be overwhelmed. Let us converse more deeply another time." Meanwhile, at that very moment, his indulgent father, compelled by his mother due to Jiuyun's prolonged absence, had no choice but to drive over and retrieve him. Thus, Jiuyun was obliged to return home. Reflecting on his 2 days at the hotel, he found himself reminiscing fondly, particularly about the 30-year-old Sister Jean, who was indeed in the prime of her youth, her fair, delicate skin, enchanting visage, coupled with her remarkable skills. There is a saying that goes, one does not appreciate the allure of a 30-year-old matron in their youth. Upon Jiuyun's return home, it can be said that he brought great honor to his family. Thus, on the very first day of his homecoming, Su's father summoned all their relatives to the house to celebrate in earnest. Jiuyun's feelings towards his inexpensive parents were quite positive, yet his sentiments towards his relatives were rather indifferent. Thus, amidst the continuous praises from others regarding their children, he felt more fatigued than after an intense competition. On the 3rd day after returning home, a reporter from National TV 5 approached him for an exclusive interview. After some contemplation, Jiuyun decided to accept it, considering the potential benefits for his future. The interview itself was rather straightforward, primarily focusing on his adaptation to life in America, his journey into basketball, his mindset after being selected, and the emotions surrounding his MVP title in the Summer League. Having experienced life in 2 different worlds, Jiuyun was no stranger to the media, which allowed him to feel at ease during the interview. His sunny and humorous personality shone through. 3 days later, the interview aired on National TV 5, the largest sports channel in the country. Jiuyun's mother called all their relatives and friends, urging them to watch it, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that maintaining a low profile was an impossible task. However, with every worry, there was also joy. His mother prepared a variety of delicious dishes for him each day, allowing Jiuyun to indulge his appetite. Over these days, without any training and enjoying such rich food, he gained several pounds. Following the broadcast of his interview on National TV 5, more and more people in the country began to recognize him, and his popularity continued to rise. On August 15th, a call came in from Bill Duffy. "Su, I've heard you are doing quite well back home." Jiuyun curled his lips in disdain. "What do you know, Bill?" "How do you know?" "Every day, a multitude of young ladies seeks to date me. Alas, my purity remains intact, so..." Upon hearing Jiuyun's words, Bill Duffy quickly interrupted him, his head throbbing in exasperation. Wait, Su, let us not delve into that. I have several sneaker endorsement contracts here. They are all from brands in your country. NCAA has offered you a 5-year deal worth $2 million, while Peak has proposed a 4-year contract at $160,000 per annum. What do you think?" Upon hearing the offer, Jiuyun sensed a lack of sincerity and pursed his lips. "Not much. I believe they lack genuine intent. The highest should be no more than $50,000 a year. Should we even consider them? Are we the kind of people who settle for $50,000 annually?" Bill Duffy was momentarily speechless. He found himself at a loss for words, thinking, "You're quite impressive." But what he doesn't realize is that Jiuyun has yet to voice his true sentiment, that he is actually seeking $5 million a year. Jiuyun speaks the truth. He feels insulted and harbors resentment towards these merchants. How could they underestimate him so? Signing Wade for a staggering $100 million over 10 years plus a lifetime contract, and Garnett for $60 million over 5 years, yet for a fellow compatriot like himself, they offer not even a fraction of that sum. Though his name may not shine as brightly as theirs, surely such an amount is beneath consideration? Bill Duffy, while also dissatisfied, regards Jiuyun's comments with skepticism. Having served as Chairman Yao's agent, he is well aware of the endorsement fees in the domestic market. However, that was for a first overall pick, who, upon selection, was already a member of the national team and had garnered significant recognition domestically. Therefore, a high endorsement fee was to be expected, was it not? Yet, Jiuyun himself lacks such prominence in the domestic sphere. Even the annual endorsement fee of $400,000 strikes him as insincere. Might one suggest he has become somewhat delusional? Nevertheless, recognizing his client's dissatisfaction, he can only concede. Indeed, I too find it lacking in sincerity, and I shall continue discussions with him. By the way, Bill, did I not earn the MVP of the Summer League? Did Nike or Adidas fail to extend any contracts to me? Yes. Upon hearing Bill Duffy affirm this, Jiuyun felt a surge of joy. After all, the NBA has long been dubbed the Nike League, and as an ambassador for Nike, his path within the league would be somewhat smoother. Even Adidas would suffice, as it has yet to experience the decline it will face in a few years. As for any turmoil a decade hence, he could simply choose not to endorse at that time. By then, he would be established, capable of securing contracts of substantial worth. So, what were the figures they proposed? Nike offered $100,000 per year, while Adidas extended a proposal of $200,000 annually. My goodness. Jiuyun erupted with a flurry of expletives, leaving Bill Duffy utterly bewildered. Sue, what are you saying? Bill inquired. Is it truly that low? Indeed, she replied. Non-lottery picks typically fare like this, for second-round selections. Merely receiving a pair of shoes is considered fortunate, with many having to purchase their own. Jiuyun fell silent. Just reject them all, Bill. There's no need to engage in commercial endorsements this season. I am confident that next season, they will be vying to shower me with money. All right, Bill Duffy reluctantly agreed. Jiuyun then noted these businesses down in his notebook, anticipating their future approaches. Through this experience, he gained a clearer understanding that in the league, only strength commands authority. Whether dealing with clubs or various commercial brands, possessing power means they will eagerly pursue you with lucrative contracts. Lacking that strength, you are left with mere trifles. Jiuyun had spent over a month in the country, during which half of the time was spent at home, while the other half was devoted to traveling with his parents to various destinations. They had set aside their work to cherish these moments with him, as they expressed. You are preparing to enter the workforce, which marks your transition into adulthood. Consequently, your future will involve greater burdens, and you will no longer exhibit the playful mischief of your childhood with us. As his mother spoke, a melancholic expression washed over her face, affecting Jiuyun deeply. Throughout this month, he cast aside all reservations and wholeheartedly accompanied his parents, indulging in the finest delicacies and visiting exciting attractions. Ultimately, this indulgence had its consequences. He had gained nearly 10 kilograms, altering his physique. When the Dallas Mavericks training camp commenced on September 30th, Jiuyun faced unfortunate repercussions, as his weight had escalated to a staggering 100 kilograms. Carlisle and O'Brien gazed at the fitness assessment data in stunned silence, their disappointment palpable. Carlisle then decisively declared that Jiuyun must reduce his weight to below 95 kilograms. Otherwise, he would be barred from participating in the preseason games. Thus, amidst the derisive laughter of Crowder, Jiuyun begrudgingly began to train alone. Meanwhile, the training camp for the Mavericks was fully booked, with 20 spots occupied, and several players vying for contracts, at the very least, a two-way contract. Watching those players engage in tactical drills, laughing and enjoying themselves, filled Jiuyun with envy as he toiled in solitude. After all, this was a matter of pride and ambition. Jiuyun beheld Dirk Nowitzki, whose shooting precision was truly remarkable. Although he had reached the age of 34, his signature one-leg jumper remained unimpeded within the confines of the training camp. Another figure capturing Jiuyun's attention was the once half-man, half-god, Vince Carter. Despite the unfortunate injury inflicted by Bowen that robbed him of his leaping ability, last season he adeptly showcased a pure shooting style, averaging 1 points, 2, 3 rebounds, and 3 for assists, effectively fulfilling his role as a supportive player. During a break, Jiuyun eagerly approached Carter to discuss dunking techniques. Following this, there was Sean Marion, who left a lasting impression on Jiuyun with his notably long arms and rather unorthodox shooting form. Additionally, two players who piqued Jiuyun's interest were Darren Collison, widely regarded as the primary choice for the Dallas Mavericks point guard this year, and O.J. Mayo, the favored shooting guard. Jiuyun is capable of playing in both positions, which makes him the most formidable competitor for Jiuyun. During the training match, Jiuyun could only watch as Darren Collison and O.J. Mayo were placed in the same group as Dirk Nowitzki, indicating they were assigned to the main lineup, a situation that greatly displeased him. Indeed, Collison is rather short, standing at only 183 centimeters and weighing 79 kilograms. Jiuyun even discreetly approached him to gauge his height, confirming it to be 183 centimeters. However, in the competitive match, Collison's speed advantage was evident, and his shooting was precise. He excels in fast breaks, though his playmaking abilities are average, and his passing to Nowitzki and O.J. Mayo was merely adequate. He prioritizes shooting, possesses decent lateral movement, and can apply pressure on the ball, yet he struggles in physical confrontations. On the defensive end, his shorter stature hampers his ability to protect the backcourt rebounds effectively. Jiuyun believed he could easily overpower him with a single charge. As for Mayo, it was evident that he did not possess the 196 centimeters stature claimed in the records, for Jiuyun felt he was a tad taller. He was a dual-threat guard, renowned for his precision in outside shooting and adept at utilizing screens for off-ball movement to create scoring opportunities. His ball-handling skills were commendable, yet his lack of explosive speed limited his ability to drive to the basket. While he could temporarily assume the role of a point guard, his defensive capabilities were lacking. He struggled against shooting guards due to his height, and his speed was insufficient to contend with quicker point guards. Although he could defend taller point guards, facing someone like Jiuyun, a guard of considerable height, would prove to be futile. Jiuyun, whenever he found a moment on the sidelines, keenly observed the technical maneuvers of the players, imprinting them in his mind to later compare and analyze his own strengths and weaknesses. As the training camp progressed, he felt immensely fortunate to have been selected by the Mavericks, particularly noting the lack of talent in the guard positions. It seemed that the Mavericks had developed a peculiar affinity for players around 180 centimeters, possibly influenced by Beria, with Darren, Collison, and Rodrigue Beaubois all listed at 183 centimeters, yet weighing less than 80 kilograms. In the shooting guard position, there were only O.J. Mayo and Vince Carter, both possessing eccentric temperaments and considerable age. This truly exemplifies a team that serves as the perfect opportunity for self-improvement. As Jiuyun's anxious heart gradually calmed due to the additional solitary training, he concluded from his observations and analyses that he would undoubtedly secure a starting position in the upcoming season. On the sidelines, Mark Cuban, Rick Carlisle, and O'Brien watched as Jiuyun practice diligently, teeth clenched in determination. Cuban inquired, "What is Su's reaction?" The coach replied, "Although this kid hasn't managed his diet, his attitude is commendable. Let him train as he wishes. We have incorporated a substantial amount of foundational training into his regimen, and he has voiced no objections. Through our discussions, we have determined that he is the type who becomes even more driven when faced with restrictions, and he is quite hard on himself. Consequently, they collectively decided to give him a few games off during the preseason, believing that given his robust physique, he would quickly acclimate to the intensity, with later games providing him the opportunity to adjust. They needed him to assume a more significant role during the regular season, catching opponents off guard. Cuban had no objections. Preferring not to interfere with the head coach's decisions, his concern was solely for Jiuyun's welfare. Little did Jiuyun know that his preseason journey had already been meticulously planned. The preseason for the 2012-13 season commenced on October 5th and concluded on October 26th. Since 2006, top European and NBA teams have faced off, offering fans thrilling matches. The 17-time NBA champion Boston Celtics will battle against the Turkish League champions, Fenerbahce, in Istanbul. A day later, the 2011 NBA champion Dallas Mavericks will go head-to-head with the 8-time German League champions, Alba Berlin, where superstar Dirk Nowitzki will perform before a home audience. In addition to their October 6th matchup in Berlin, the Mavericks will also contend against the team from Barcelona in Spain on October 9th. Unfortunately for Jiuyun, he returned to Dallas just days before participating in training camp, where he spent 3 grueling days confined to a small room, training alone. Such is the price of indulgence. The exquisite domestic cuisine is to blame. Every year, upon returning, he feels compelled to make up for lost time. After 3 days of solitary training, he began his journey with the Mavericks to Germany. Ultimately, Jiuyun finally understood why many NBA players claim they spend more time on airplanes than in their beds. Germany is the homeland of the legendary Dirk Nowitzki, and upon the Mavericks' arrival, they were greeted by a throng of German fans shouting his name, which puzzled Jiuyun as he believed most Germans were football enthusiasts. However, upon returning to the hotel and conducting research, he discovered that Nowitzki's influence and popularity in Germany are indeed unparalleled. Consider this, which face in German sports possesses a greater recognition than Dirk? This sentiment was echoed by the German fans. For years ago, when the flag bearer for the German Olympic team had yet to be chosen, the public had already identified their ideal candidate, Nowitzki. A German website initiated a voting campaign to select the most suitable flag bearer for the German delegation. Nowitzki led the polls with an impressive 69 of the votes, as thousands of netizens cast their ballots in his favor. Even though Nowitzki has never secured an Olympic medal for Germany, this is a testament to his immense popularity. such as Nowitzki's charisma, a distinctive presence that truly reigns supreme in the realm of German sports. Jiuyun found herself once again sharing a room with Claude. Observing Jiuyun, who was half slumped on the sofa, Claude chuckled. "Su, do not be disheartened. Do not be sorrowful. Focus on your training. And once your physical condition meets the standards, the coach should consider utilizing you. Until then, you can cheer for me from the sidelines as I tackle the Alba Berlin team." Watching Claude, who was making exaggerated gestures and wearing a smug expression, Jiuyun felt speechless. "Jia, are you certain you can handle the Alba Berlin team? Although you are currently the first substitute for the small forward position, is it truly necessary for you to be so arrogant? Haha, Su, you are still training solo, completely unaware of the experience of being a first substitute small forward collaborating with genuine NBA-level players. TSK, get lost." Jiuyun hurled a cushion directly at him, while Claude, witnessing her exasperation, found immense joy in the moment. At last, it was his turn to infuriate this scoundrel. A sense of sweet revenge washed over him. No wonder this rascal incessantly spewed trash talk during their one-on-one encounters. On October 6th, the match between the Dallas Mavericks and the Berlin Alba team commenced officially. The Mavericks fielded a lineup featuring point guard Darren Collison, shooting guard O.J. Mayo, small forward Sean Marion, power forward Dirk Nowitzki, and center Chris Common. This lineup appeared quite formidable, showcasing both interior strength and perimeter prowess. Jiuyun found himself in the unfortunate position of donning a training uniform, wielding a towel as he played the role of a morale booster, or handing water to the key players during timeouts. When domestic fans in a certain online chatroom witnessed that Jiuyun did not step onto the court for even a minute throughout the entire match, they were left bewildered, subsequently venting their frustrations at the coaching staff of the Mavericks. How could the MVP of the Summer League not play even for a moment? Was Carlisle out of his mind? Did the Mavericks harbor a bias against Jiuyun? A shadow loomed over Jiuyun's journey in the NBA. Meanwhile, his detractors reveled in the spectacle. They laughed, claiming that he was not as formidable as presumed. The Summer League was evidently a farce, with the MVP remaining on the bench. Just a while ago, he was basking in the limelight, even stealing the thunder from the national basketball team at the airport. How ironic. Throughout the game, the Mavericks showcased no absolute advantage over the Berlin team, their coordination appearing rather unpolished, and their offensive strategies lacking effectiveness. Dirk Nowitzki, hindered by knee injuries, managed a mere 8 points and 5 rebounds from 9 attempts. In contrast, starting point guard Darren Collison excelled, racking up 14 points and 9 assists. Much to the chagrin of Jiuyun, the ever-reliable Ma Liang contributed 12 points and 11 rebounds. The most impressive performance came from Vince Carter, who, despite being a substitute, scored 14 points with 4 three-pointers from 8 attempts. The legendary Delonte West added 6 points with a crucial three-pointer. Ultimately, the Mavericks narrowly triumphed over Alba Berlin with a score of 89-84, marking a successful start to their playoff campaign. However, aside from Dirk Nowitzki, no one seemed elated. Facing a team from the German League, the Mavericks' struggle was somewhat embarrassing. Yet, little did they know, the most humiliating moment was yet to come. On October 9th, the Mavericks arrived in Spain to face the Barcelona team. With Nowitzki's knee injury proving serious, he did not take the court, leaving veteran Brand as the starter. The Mavericks initially focused their offensive efforts on the interior, relying on Brand, Old K, and Marion to score through sheer individual prowess. Barcelona, akin to most European teams, primarily capitalized on scoring opportunities created through pick-and-rolls. The Mavericks briefly led 15-8, but Barcelona closed the gap to 2 points with their fast-break three-pointers. Following a timeout, the Mavericks introduced their substitutes, allowing Barcelona to seize the momentum and execute an 8-0 scoring run, taking the lead 21-19 by the end of the first quarter. In the second quarter, the Mavericks continued to deploy their substitutes, perhaps feeling the sting of embarrassment due to trailing. The physicality of the game escalated, with Barcelona predominantly scoring from beyond the arc. The Mavericks countered with fast break attacks as Darren Collison and O.J. Mayo emerged as their sharpest weapons. The score remained tight, and by halftime, Barcelona maintained a slim 42-40 lead over the Mavericks. In the third quarter, Barcelona began to widen the gap, with former NBA player Navarro controlling the game, contributing 5 points and 4 assists in the period. Conversely, the Mavericks' offense appeared disjointed due to a lack of effective organization, relying solely on individual efforts for scoring. Carlisle hesitated multiple times, glancing at Jiuyun, yet ultimately refrained from calling upon him. By the end of the third quarter, the Mavericks suffered a disheartening 27-13 deficit, trailing Barcelona 69-53. The fans in attendance began to cheer for Barcelona, their support growing louder and more fervent. Jiuyun furrowed his brow as he observed the unfolding situation on the court. He yearned to take the floor himself. However, witnessing Carlisle's indifference left him feeling helpless and exceedingly frustrated. In the fourth quarter, with the Mavericks trailing by a significant margin, they sought to implement a change by adopting full-court pressure against Barcelona. The players' physicality escalated, intensifying the competitive atmosphere. With just 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, Delonte West received a technical foul, an unusual occurrence for a preseason game. After all, the preseason serves as a period for teams to acclimate to the game following a lengthy off-season, and players typically do not exert themselves to the fullest or become overly heated. Seizing the opportunity, the Mavericks gradually narrowed the gap. Following a dunk by Cunningham, the Mavericks surged with a 20-11 run, reducing the deficit to 7 points. Barcelona, however, steadied their composure, resulting in a back-and-forth struggle around that 7-point margin. With 1 minute and 45 seconds left in the game, Navarro hit 2 crucial three-pointers, extending the lead back into double digits. Subsequently, Wright missed a jump shot, and the Mavericks lost their final chance, ultimately succumbing to Barcelona on their home court. Coman recorded 15 points and 10 rebounds, while Collison contributed 14 points, and Brand averaged 10 points. Navarro, a former NBA player, tallied 19 points for Barcelona. The Mavericks' defeat sparked significant reactions as an NBA team lost to a European counterpart, and they were thoroughly dominated throughout. American fans ridiculed the Mavericks, leaving even their own supporters speechless. The Mavericks' excursion to Europe ended amidst a chorus of derision and mockery as they returned to the United States. Upon their arrival in Dallas, the team took a day off before resuming their preseason journey. The beleaguered Jiuyun accompanied the team on their European trip yet failed to step onto the court even for a second, earning him the scorn of fans who dubbed him the most lackluster MVP of the Summer League. This left Jiuyun immensely disheartened, prompting him to vent his frustrations on the training staff. Continuing their preseason campaign, the Mavericks struggled in their subsequent 5 games, posting a dismal record of 1 win and 4 losses due to Nowitzki's absence. Overall, they concluded the preseason with a record of 2 wins and 5 losses, marking one of the poorest performances in recent memory. In the final 5 games, Jiuyun managed to regain his weight to 95 kilograms. Yet he only played 5 minutes in the last 2 matches, merely soaking in the atmosphere. Conversely, Darren Collison recorded impressive statistics of 10 points and 5 assists, while O.J. Mayo averaged 13 points per game. Though their scoring numbers appeared commendable, they did not synergize well with the Mavericks' style of play, as both preferred a faster tempo, which suited their comfort levels. Yet, they lacked the explosive force necessary to push the pace. While the Mavericks' starting lineup featured aging players, the youngest being 30-year-old center Coman, followed by 33-year-old power forward Brand, and 34-year-old Marion. The team was undeniably slow and aging, lacking any significant impact, making their losses seem almost inevitable. Moreover, their backcourt combination was akin to a liability, with both guards lacking height, strength, and weight, rendering them targets for opponents and forcing reliance on the interior defense. Particularly, Marion, despite his age, exhibited keen instincts for help defense and diligently adhered to his responsibilities. Regrettably, he averaged only 20 minutes of playing time while accumulating an average of 3.8 fouls per game, a significant portion stemming from his help defense efforts. During a broadcast, Shaquille O'Neal expressed his bewilderment regarding the Mavericks' failure to utilize this year's 41st draft pick, Sue, who had been named MVP of the Summer League. He emphasized that Sue's defensive prowess and impact were precisely what the Mavericks lacked. To put it succinctly, Sue was arguably the most dynamic player on a roster that was either aging or lacking distinctive traits, if not the only one. The Mavericks' inability to execute fast breaks, coupled with the absence of a penetrating player in half-court situations, rendered their defeats comprehensible. In Dallas, within the confines of Jiuyun's home gym, he lay sprawled on the floor, accompanied by his close associate, Crowder, who resided nearby, having rented his accommodation with an advance on his salary from the team. Jiuyun, brimming with self-satisfaction, played a segment of O'Neal's show in front of Claude, relishing the discontent evident on Claude's face. His spirits soared as he thought, "Gia, do you still aspire to usurp the position of the leader? Humph. Even though I am no longer in the realm, my legend endures. Do you see? The greatest center in history, a Hall of Fame player. One of the top 10 in history has declared that I am the sole player on this Mavericks team with true impact." Claude merely smirked, retorting, I averaged 19 minutes on the court over 7 games, while you have barely logged a total of 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Jiuyun glared at him in anger, exclaiming, what difference does it make? You are merely a useless player averaging 2 points per game. I have played an average of 19 minutes over 7 matches, while you have spent a mere 9 minutes and 49 seconds on the court. Jiuyun fixed his gaze upon him, but what purpose did it serve? Look, even O'Neal has failed to remember you. I have averaged 19 minutes of play time across 7 games, whereas you have merely accumulated a total of 9 minutes and 49 seconds on the court. How absurd. Jiuyun glared furiously at Claude, who had casually turned over and sprawled comfortably on the floor. Can we not communicate properly? You keep repeating the same phrase. Get up. Let's settle this one-on-one. Today, I shall strike you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you, despite knowing that defeat was more likely than victory. Claude could not contain himself upon hearing Jiuyun's brash words. Come on, you'll obliterate me. Humph, I was merely warming up. How could a mere substitute outshine a water cooler attendant? Then, the gymnasium reverberated with a cacophony of various sounds. Jiuyun, worthless, is this all the capability you possess? Jiuyun, you're too slow. Even my grandmother is faster than you. Jiuyun, goodness, you fell for that? Even my dog is more intelligent than you. Claude, don't go too far. You don't even have a dog at home. Jiuyun, humph, isn't my home in this country good enough? Anger points 7, anger points 5. Anger points 4. It was only when both were utterly exhausted that they finally ceased their duel. Jiuyun lay on the floor, laughing heartily, not solely because he had triumphed over Claude once more, but also because he had amassed 2,000 anger points and could finally partake in the lottery. However, he refrained from indulging just yet. He would wait until after his evening bath and reclining in bed to do so. The two made a phone call to order takeout and continued to discuss their recent confrontation, which was more a matter of self-aggrandizement and belittling the opponent than a genuine discussion. When the takeout arrived, Jiuyun had already completed his bath, while Claude had taken the liberty of using his water. The two sat in the living room, dining on their evening meal and watching television. When a sports news segment left them both astonished, their expressions tinged with gravity. The official report from the Dallas Mavericks revealed that Dirk Nowitzki, due to prolonged wear and tear and having foregone rest last summer, had played an excessive number of games during the shortened season, ultimately leading to further deterioration of his already aging knee, which had developed significant fluid accumulation. He was compelled to undergo minimally invasive arthroscopic surgery. It was anticipated that he would be absent until after New Year's Day, casting a substantial shadow over the team as they faced the new season without their cornerstone player. Jiuyun and Claude exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh. Despite being newcomers and the inconsistency of Nowitzki's position rendering little assistance to their playing time, they understood that Nowitzki's absence profoundly impacted the team, significantly affecting their own prospects as rookies. At present, Dirk Nowitzki stood as the sole formidable player for the Mavericks. If his absence were to persist, the team would inevitably dissolve into disarray, facing a foreseeable string of defeats. Such a culture of losing would undoubtedly be detrimental to the development of newcomers. This sentiment resonated with most, though Claude failed to notice that amidst Jiuyun's solemn expression, there flickered a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. That night, as Jiuyun lay in bed, he activated the system. Host, Jiuyun 2K value, 80 basic physical attributes, height, 195 centimeters weight, 95 kilograms strength, 185 pounds bench press multiple times stamina, 85 injury resistance, 90 wingspan, 208 centimeters vertical leap, 90 centimeters running jump, 103 centimeters standing reach, 256 centimeters explosive power, 93 baseline shuttle run, 10, 90 seconds 34-meter sprint, 3, 8 seconds offensive skills, close range shooting, 85 mid-range shooting, 79 three-point shooting, 62 free throws, 74 offensive stability, 70 below average. Cannot be increased. Defensive skills, interior defense, 77 perimeter defense, 80 stealing, 81 blocking, 85 lateral speed, 93 defensive IQ, 76 organizational skills, ball handling, 80 passing accuracy, 85 passing vision, 85 passing IQ, 85 rebounding skills, defensive rebounds, 85 offensive rebounds, 80 skills, none draw attempts. 0 anger value, 2036. The anger value could be exchanged for 2 attribute points, yet Jiuyun hesitated, knowing that such an increment would offer little benefit at this juncture. His primary interest lay in acquiring skills. However, his anger value fell short, and he had yet to attempt to draw. He yearned to take a chance, believing that with his reincarnation and the presence of a system, he must be a child of destiny, blessed with fortuitous luck. Surely, his fortune would not be lacking. Why is Su so fixated on skills? To be candid, merely elevating your attribute points to an extraordinary level does not guarantee invincibility within the league. After all, that serves as a mere foundation. One must also comprehend the art of application. Those skills are the refined techniques honed by legendary players through relentless practice. And not everyone possesses the capacity to master them. Take, for instance, the fadeaway jump shot of the old rogue. While many can leap and exhibit superior hang time, it has been 2 decades, and only Kobe Bryant has managed to emulate it convincingly. One might wonder if, throughout the years of the NBA, there have been no players with comparable jumping ability and hang time as the old rogue. The answer is negative. Statistical analysis reveals that the old rogue ranks only 4th in hang time, with players like Nate Robinson, Gordon, and Levine surpassing him. Yet, they have failed to cultivate an unanswerable fadeaway jump shot. It is not merely a matter of skill. The fadeaway shot remains elusive for many. For instance, consider Novak at the 3-point line. He may sink nearly every shot during practice, but in actual games, the results can be dismal. Thus, to navigate the complexities of the league, such skills are indispensable. Count the superstars. None lack their signature moves. After making a resolute decision, Jiuyun silently recited the lottery once, and with a flicker of the virtual screen, he received the core strength skill reward. Current level, bronze, core strength 10. Experience points, 0. Will you use it? Jiuyun was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sense of disbelief. What sort of frivolous reward skill was this? A waste motor? One could easily misunderstand its implications. However, his excitement soon surged. This skill was simply marvelous, truly marvelous. It is essential not to misconstrue his enthusiasm. His exhilaration did not stem from enhanced endurance of his waist and abdomen, nor from a step closer to becoming the waist king. Rather, it was about the shared benefits for himself, for her, and for everyone involved. Jiuyun is not so superficial, for his joy is merely incidental. The primary focus lies in the immense utility of basketball itself. The strength of the core muscles is fundamental for basketball players, serving as a critical component. It coordinates the execution of various technical maneuvers, maintains body posture, and ensures balance and control of limbs during aerial movements. Its significance resides in enhancing fundamental physical qualities, effectively coordinating the strength of both upper and lower limbs, and preventing injuries that may arise from a disparity in strength between these limbs and the core. Furthermore, it augments the stability, precision, and correctness of fundamental basketball techniques. For instance, in the execution of a breakthrough move, the player typically engages in physical confrontation with the defender, often occurring in the upper body. During this interaction, the strength of the back and core is paramount to maintaining balance and orderly footwork, thereby facilitating a more seamless breakthrough. Similarly, if a player is fouled while attempting a layup, insufficient core strength significantly diminishes the likelihood of converting a 2-1 opportunity. Conversely, with robust core strength, a player can adjust their posture and seize the moment to shoot, even amidst a foul. Throughout these technical maneuvers, the strength of the core plays a pivotal role. It not only supports athletes in maintaining their basic posture and executing various specialized sports techniques, but also constitutes an essential link in generating power. A comparison with professional players domestically reveals a stark disparity in physical conditioning when juxtaposed with the NBA. Observing their gym equipment usage, one might find the weights to be shockingly inadequate. For instance, a certain center's squat equipment pales in comparison to that used by a typical athlete. This discrepancy is reflected on the court, as few players manage to convert a layup into a 2-1 after a foul. Some attribute this to genetic factors, muscle elasticity, or bone density. Such assertions merely serve as excuses. Consider the progression of a certain military deity, whose warm-up routines have become a fervent model for fitness enthusiasts abroad. Ultimately, the core issue is one of laziness. It is perplexing that fitness tests are still conducted prior to the league's commencement, an anomaly on a global scale. This regulation exists primarily due to the lack of oversight during the off-season, where indulgences in smoking, drinking, overeating, and irregular schedules prevail. It is indeed peculiar that some individuals resort to financial means to navigate physical fitness assessments. As Jiuyun pondered, excitement surged within him. Stripped bare, he approached the mirror, gazing at his physique while silently uttering the word use. Suddenly, A jolt of energy coursed through him, causing every muscle in his body to ache. Yet the discomfort remained within tolerable limits. Observing his reflection, it was evident that transformation had taken place. His abdominal muscles, V-cut, and gluteal muscles were already commendable, but now, enhanced through alteration, the contours of his muscles appeared even more aesthetically pleasing. In the confines of his room, Jiuyun laughed, a wild and unrestrained laughter. He felt an extraordinary strength radiating from his waist, convinced that during his next competition with Jin, she would surely realize that the last time she managed to endure for 2 days, she was merely a shadow of her former self. This time, he was determined to make her leave, supporting herself against the wall. A little engine in my core, how delightful. That night, Jiuyun slept soundly, immersed in dreams where Jin appeared, and his abdominal prowess was unleashed, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. Upon waking the next morning, he reluctantly changed his sheets. As last night had been quite the adventure, not one to favor clothing while sleeping, he found it constrictive. Alas, here I am, a dignified NBA player, drawing maps in the middle of the night. Who would believe such a tale? After preparing breakfast, Jiuyun ate while perusing the latest NBA updates. He stumbled upon news regarding the Mavericks. Darren West had been waived, and the team had subsequently claimed center Eddie Curry. The announcement of West's release illuminated the harsh realities of the commercial league. The NBA was, indeed, a business. Without formidable talent, one held no authority or leverage. At 29, West averaged 24 minutes on the court last year, contributing 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists, alongside an average of 1 steals defensively. He was an integral part of the Mavericks' backcourt, receiving accolades for his performance throughout the previous season. This season, in a bid for long-term stability with the Mavericks, West had insisted on accepting only a minimum salary, yet the conclusion of his story was regrettably tragic, as he was released during his prime. Jiuyun was acutely aware that since his dismissal, West would gradually plunge his life into an abyss, ultimately descending to the status of a homeless individual. In truth, Jiuyun had observed within the team that West had conflicts with his teammates. He had come across comments online suggesting that he had a dispute with Deng Taijun. But in reality, the discord lay with Carter. Jiuyun could not fathom the reasons behind the discord between the two. Perhaps it was merely a profound ideological dissonance. As a newcomer, he felt unqualified to pass judgment on who was right or wrong. It was simply a case of individuals being at an inappropriate juncture, ultimately culminating in a regrettable conclusion. He could only silently extend his best wishes to West, hoping he could avoid the path of a drifter in the future. Moreover, he had observed the preseason news regarding the release of the 2K ratings. Naturally, as the season progressed, these ratings would fluctuate. Yet their initial figures reflected the external recognition of the player's abilities. LeBron James topped the list with a remarkable rating of 98, followed by Kevin Durant at 95. Dwayne Wade and Chris Paul both received ratings of 94, while Kobe Bryant garnered 93. Dwight Howard and Carmelo Anthony each earned 92. And Russell Westbrook and Derrick Rose were rated at 91. Rajon Rondo rounded off the list with a score of 90. Upon reviewing these figures, Jiuyun could not help but marvel at the strength of the Miami Heat, with 2 of their star players ranked among the top 3 in the league. Even Chris Bosh, who had been relegated to a blue-collar role, managed to secure an impressive rating of 86, placing him within the top 20. Jiuyun curled his lip in disdain, thinking to himself, with 2 teammates like these, I could easily clinch the championship. Upon glancing at his own Mavericks 2K ratings, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The highest rating was only 83 for Nowitzki, and there wasn't another player above 80. It was a blatant disregard for the Mavericks. He then noticed the ratings for the rookies. Despite having played only a few minutes in the preseason, he found himself sharing the same rating of 70 as Lillard, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. While a score of 70 was indeed modest, he recalled that Curry had only received a 69 in his early days. However, when he caught sight of the number 1 pick, Anthony Davis's 2K rating, envy washed over him. The guy boasted an impressive 80. What on earth? How did he earn such a high rating? He thought, feeling incredulous. This guy is so much better than me? I refuse to believe it. Jiuyun cursed vehemently, and like him, a certain fellow in Portland was equally incensed by the 2K rating. As the new season draws ever closer, the performance predictions for the Eastern and Western Conference teams have become a topic of great speculation. In the East, it goes without saying that the Miami Heat stands unparalleled, firmly securing their place as frontrunners to emerge from the conference. In the West, the Los Angeles Lakers are the favorites, bolstered by the twilight brilliance of Kobe Bryant. The peak prowess of Dwight Howard, alongside the support of Pau Gasol and Steve Nash. Meanwhile, the San Antonio Spurs, with their aging trio of Duncan, Gin Billy, and Parker, have also seen their 2K ratings decline, with both Duncan and Nowitzki resting at a modest 83. The Oklahoma City Thunder, despite their previous year's journey to the finals, have lost the pivotal presence of James Harden and remain too youthful to compete with the formidable Lakers lineup. Teams such as the Grizzlies, Clippers, and Nuggets appear devoid of the capability to break through the West, solidifying the Lakers' path to the playoffs. Enthusiasts are already envisioning a final showdown between the Lakers and the Heat. In just a few days, the highly anticipated season opener will feature the Lakers hosting the Mavericks, generating far more excitement than the Heat versus Celtics or the Cavaliers against the Wizards. Everyone is eager to witness whether this new dynamic duo can replicate the formidable prowess of the past superstars. Media outlets have initiated polls on social platforms, showing that the Lakers' championship odds are nearly on par with those of the Heat. Jiuyun pouted and subsequently shared the voting post, commenting, "Ideals remain mere ideals. I dare assert that the Lakers' chances of winning the championship are null. Let this stand as testament." Shortly thereafter, Jiuyun faced a barrage of harsh criticism, seeking attention. "Do you truly believe that provoking once more will land you in the trending topics? Dream on. Su is but a jester. Someone who cannot even play a few minutes in a preseason game. How dare you critique the Lakers? Su, return to your homeland. Your presence here is superfluous, as you are unable to take the court." Jiuyun, indifferent to replying, finished his breakfast and drove directly to the training facility. His teammates were already aware of his antics on Twitter by the time they entered the locker room. As they arrived in succession, they teased him playfully. When Claude arrived, he grinned widely at Su and exclaimed, "Haha, Su, you really have guts. Why provoke the Lakers all day? Aren't you worried that Kobe might come after you?" Su retorted, "Uft, what do I have to fear? As long as I get to play, if he doesn't come after me, I'll be the one seeking him out. I want to remind him that he has passed his prime. This league belongs to the youth." As soon as Jiuyun finished speaking, he felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, and then he noticed a group of 30-something veterans in the team staring at him intently. This represented nearly half of the members. However, possessing remarkable composure under pressure, Jiuyun chuckled and said, "Haha, esteemed leaders, I did not mean you. You remain vigorous and robust, capable of enduring 10 bouts in a single night. Yet, on the court, the situation may be quite different. How about a one-on-one match?" The initial words of Jiuyun were not entirely objectionable, yet the latter part merely added fuel to the fire. Carter chuckled, saying, "Su, let us not discuss the situation on the field for the moment. Instead, let us address the present. You stand alone against our multitude. And now I present you with two choices. Either you challenge us all in a single combat, or we shall confront you collectively. Choose wisely." Ha, my friends. One must not engage in such conduct. This is merely the strong preying upon the weak. As soon as he finished speaking, having donned his training attire, he dashed out of the changing room, leaving behind a chorus of laughter. There will be an additional update later. P.S. Any typographical errors will be corrected subsequently. Jiuyun has successfully integrated into the team's training sessions, swiftly grasping various strategies and executing his responsibilities admirably during drills. Over this period, he has come to understand why Carlisle is referred to as a tactical maestro, as he truly possesses remarkable expertise. When Carlisle's name is mentioned, many fans immediately associate him with the title of the league's tactical genius. His innovative defensive strategies during the 2011 playoffs, the astute utilization of players like J.J. Barea and Peja Stojakovic, the creative death lineup employed against the Spurs in 2014, and the Oscar-worthy performances in the third and fourth quarters in recent years have left a lasting impression. Carlisle excels in leveraging role players, maintaining a stable lineup that consistently ranks among the league's elite, showcasing comprehensive offensive and defensive skills while adeptly countering opponents, and thus, he is revered by fans as a tactical mastermind. Prior to coaching the Dallas Mavericks, he had also helmed two traditional Eastern Conference powerhouses, the Detroit Pistons and the Indiana Pacers. Having been mentored by the esteemed Larry Brown in his early years, Carlisle embodies the quintessential academic coach, meticulous yet affable, stubborn yet adaptable. From a first-rate coach to a legendary figure, he has witnessed this historical journey alongside the fans. If one were to consider the Warriors of the coming years as the quintessential run-and-gun team, then the Mavericks of the past could be regarded as the progenitors of this style. Under the guidance of the late Don Nelson, The Mavericks were once the epitome of the league's most representative and entertaining run-and-gun squad. As the team evolved, they initiated a new chapter in the run-and-gun era through shooting and pick-and-roll tactics. In truth, the continual emphasis on shooting and pick-and-roll strategies not only facilitated the Mavericks' success in the 2011 finals, but also inspired the subsequent small ball movements of teams like the Heat, Spurs, and Warriors. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to assert that the Mavericks' pick-and-roll has become a veritable textbook for the league. Although Jiuyun lacks shooting range, he has consistently taken on the role of the primary playmaker for the second unit in the absence of a penetrator on the team. During training scrimmages, he has demonstrated a clear advantage in his matchups against Collison, yet it remains a mystery why the coaching staff has chosen to keep him on the bench, leaving even Collison somewhat astonished. Today was no different. After completing tactical drills, they engaged in a 15-minute scrimmage. As Jiuyun forcefully drove into the paint against Collison's defense, he executed a powerful dunk that sent veteran Come-On flying during the help defense. Upon landing, Jiuyun shrugged and remarked, "Darren, you defended splendidly. Perhaps you should switch out next time." He added, "Chris, when I charge in again, it would be wise for you to step aside. Or else I might just employ Vince's signature move from years past and leap right over you." With an increase in intensity, he reveled in the chilling yet delightful sound of escalating anger points. 5, 8. Jiuyun's spirits soared as he thought, "At last, it's not just 1, 2, 3 anymore. It seems I must unleash my sharp tongue to elevate their anger points, which had begun to become immune." However, the danger of this approach was palpable. Observing the nearly ravenous expressions on Collison and Come-On, who had been thoroughly vexed by him in recent days, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Even though the two had grown somewhat immune to his provocations, this time his words were particularly biting, igniting their desire to retaliate. Jiuyun suppressed the turmoil within him and strode confidently toward the backcourt. The audience was left speechless. This individual was nothing short of eccentric. He often wore a playful demeanor, jesting with everyone. Yet upon stepping onto the court, he unleashed his verbal jabs indiscriminately. Fortunately, his taunts were not arbitrary. They were a byproduct of his fervent gameplay, showcasing a deep commitment and passion. This amalgamation of factors prevented the seasoned players from ostracizing him for his trash talk during confrontations. With such a resolute demeanor, he often provoked Wiggins and Towns during practice. Yet they ultimately faced departure, highlighting the precarious position of a newcomer like him. The coaching staff, including Carlisle and O'Brien, exchanged glances, concerned about the potential for Jiuyun to be overwhelmed by a group confrontation, which could lead to a scandal for the Mavericks. "Rick, do you perceive Sue as an angel or a devil?" O'Brien lamented, eliciting a sardonic smile from Carlisle. "How am I to know? However, once the season commences, he will undoubtedly become a nightmare for our opponents. His incessant banter leaves me at a loss for words. I've cautioned him, but he struggles to rein himself in." "Are you certain you want to place him on the bench for the new season?" Carlisle shook his head, asserting, "No. I intend to include him in the starting lineup for the opening game against the Lakers, catching them off guard, with Collison leading the second unit. This way, both our lineups will not suffer significant shortcomings at the point guard position." O'Brien chuckled. "I am eager to witness the expressions of those media outlets that have mocked him if he performs admirably as a starter." Carlisle shared in the anticipation, remarking, "Indeed. With Nash aging and unable to keep pace with Sue, the physical advantage is undeniable. As long as Sue remains composed, a commendable performance is to be expected. My concern lies in his penchant for challenging opponents in the paint, particularly since the Lakers have Howard, who is not to be underestimated compared to Chris," O'Brien noted. "Moreover, will he dare to provoke Kobe? If so, and that relentless defender takes it upon himself to guard him, it could spell trouble." Carlisle sighed. "This individual has a knack for stirring up trouble the moment he steps onto the court." O'Brien concurred with a resigned smile. "I suspect he will. He instigated when the Lakers assembled their new quartet, and just this morning, he took to Twitter again. Ah, what a troublesome character." Jiuyun remained oblivious to the concerns of his coaching staff, who were anxiously deliberating over his performance while he reveled on the court. As time elapsed, the NBA season opener drew ever closer, and various analyses began to emerge regarding the matchup between the Lakers and the Mavericks. Opinions were overwhelmingly pessimistic regarding the Mavericks' prospects of emerging unscathed, particularly in the absence of their star player, Dirk Nowitzki. Meanwhile, Jiuyun's parents had traveled from their home country, determined to witness the inaugural chapter of his professional career. Jiuyun personally went to the airport to welcome the players and managed to secure a seat behind the bench through the team. The tickets for this match were exceedingly sought after, and securing a spot behind the bench speaks volumes about the team's favorable regard for Jiuyun. On October 30th, the NBA season officially commenced, drawing the attention of basketball enthusiasts worldwide. The opening game featured the Washington Wizards facing off against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Last season, the Wizards recorded a disappointing 20 wins and 46 losses, placing them 14th in the Eastern Conference, while the Cavaliers, led by the newly crowned number 1 pick Kyrie Irving, finished with 21 wins and 45 losses, ranking 13th. The most prominent players in this matchup were former number 1 draft picks John Wall and Kyrie Irving. Yet neither team made significant enhancements during the offseason. It remains a mystery why the league chose to showcase these two struggling teams in the season opener. From Jiuyun's perspective, the league likely aimed to highlight the burgeoning rivalry between two of the most popular young point guards in the current game. After all, last season, Wall averaged 16, 3 points, 8, 0 assists, and 5 rebounds, while Irving posted averages of 18, 5 points, 5 for assists, and 7 rebounds, both standing out among their contemporaries. However, with memories spanning the next decade, he felt indifferent towards Wall and Irving. Although Wall and Beal had previously led the Wizards to commendable performances, their time together was fleeting, and Wall's flamboyant style eventually overshadowed him. As for Irving, it is hard to gauge the prowess of someone who has never demonstrated leadership capabilities. Unexpectedly for the league, Wall would be sidelined for the first 8 weeks of the new season due to a fractured kneecap. Thus, this season opener devolved into a contest of rookies, where the Wizards, lacking Wall's guidance, saw only 2 players reach double figures, with the highest score being a mere 11 points. Jiuyun's summer league rival, this year's 3rd overall pick Bradley Beal, made his debut but delivered a lackluster performance, shooting 2 for 8 and scoring only 8 points. In contrast, Kyrie Irving exploited the absence of Wall's defense, decimating the Wizards' starting point guard price with a stunning 29 points, along with 3 assists and 6 rebounds. Thanks to Irving's formidable performance, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Wizards with a score of 94-84, marking a victorious start to the season. The second game featured the Boston Celtics visiting the defending champions, the Miami Heat. This matchup was not only a clash of old and new powers, but also steeped in rivalry. During the offseason, due to conflicts with Rajon Rondo and the management, Ray Allen rejected a 2-year, $12 million contract extension from the Celtics that included trade veto rights, subsequently signing a 3-year, $9.7 million deal with the Miami Heat. If Ray Allen did not harbor resentment or thoughts of revenge, it is improbable he would have joined the Heat at such a price, as only the Heat possessed the strength to decisively overcome the Celtics. Throughout the game, the Celtics displayed commendable resilience, but the gap in talent was evident. Although the 35-year-old Paul Pierce performed admirably, shooting 6 for 15 for 23 points, along with 5 assists and 5 rebounds, and Rondo contributed a dazzling line of 20 points, 13 assists, and 7 rebounds, age ultimately caught up with them, unable to withstand the onslaught of the youthful Heat. The 36-year-old Kevin Garnett managed only 9 points and 12 rebounds. On the Heat's side, LeBron James scored 26 points with 10 rebounds. Dwayne Wade added 29 points for assists and 3 rebounds, while Chris Bosh contributed 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Meanwhile, Ray Allen's transition to the Heat was underscored by his efficient performance, hitting 5 of 7 shots from the field, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, and sinking 7 of 8 free throws for a total of 19 points, delivering a stinging rebuke to the Celtics at the Staples Center as both teams warmed up. Jiuyun could sense the hostile gazes directed at him from the opposing half of the court. It was evident that these were the Lakers players. Incensed by Jiuyun's repeated critiques of their so-called 4 stars being utterly devoid of success this season, not only did the Lakers players harbor grievances against him, but a minority of early arriving fans began to boo him as soon as he started to warm up, the jeers growing louder whenever he missed a shot. Crowder approached him and inquired, "Su, with so many people booing you, are you feeling nervous?" Jiuyun regarded him with a look of incredulity, then pretentiously inquired, "What is tension? What on earth is it?" Claude felt an urge to hurl the ball at his face. He had encountered pretentiousness before, but never to such an extent. Observing Claude's dismay, Jiuyun chuckled, "I am currently exhilarated. I have already devised a plan to confront them." Claude, at a loss for words, distanced himself. This was simply unbearable for conversation. It was not that Jiuyun was arrogant. Although he did not recall the historical matchups between the Mavericks and the Lakers during this season, he was aware that the Lakers were not particularly formidable. Kobe had endured a severe injury just to lead the team into the playoffs. Hence, this Lakers team was not to be feared. And with his comprehensive advantage over the aging Nash, defeating them was certainly within the realm of possibility. Soon, both teams returned to their locker rooms, where Carlisle commenced the announcement of the starting lineup. Today's starting center was Brandon Wright. The starting power forward was Elton Brand. The starting small forward was Sean Marion. And the starting shooting guard was O.J. Mayo. As he reached this point, Carlisle paused and surveyed the room before declaring, "The starting point guard is Sue." Though he had anticipated this outcome, having occasionally swapped with Collison during recent practices to join the first team, many still believed that Collison would take the starting point guard position, as Jiuyun lacked experience. Upon learning that he would be the starting point guard, Jiuyun couldn't help but break into a broad smile, exclaiming with delight that he had finally awaited this opportunity. He wondered how those critics and detractors would continue to use his absence from the court as a point of attack. This lineup was undoubtedly the strongest that the Mavericks could field at this juncture. With Dirk Nowitzki sidelined due to surgery and Kamon nursing a minor injury, he would be unable to participate in this match. When the assistant coach presented Jiuyun with strategies for countering their respective opponents on both offense and defense, Jiuyun was taken aback. Was this the result of a data analyst's negligence? The scant 2 sentences he received contrasted sharply with the lengthy, detailed analyses provided to others. "Coach, is it truly just these 2 sentences? Are you certain you haven't made an error or been remiss in your duties?" The words of Jiuyun resounded in the locker room, eliciting waves of laughter. After the jest, Jiuyun surveyed the situation on the defensive end, closely marking him, consistently exhausting his stamina, while on the offensive end, utilizing his robust physique to relentlessly challenge him. This seems rather hasty. Yet does the coaching staff possess an excessive confidence in my abilities? Regardless, let us proceed with this plan. Coach Carlisle approached the tactical board, clapping his hands as he declared, "Today, I wish for Sue to exploit your breakthrough capabilities against the defensive vulnerabilities of Steve Nash. Whether to pursue the shot or to pass after your penetration is a decision for you to make on the court. As Sue advances, O.J., your role is to await a pass from him beyond the 3-point line, while the rest of you must timely cut towards the basket." Jiuyun nodded in understanding, brimming with confidence to accomplish the task ahead. After all, the fundamentals were sound, and the defense was formidable. The reputation he had earned was not unfounded. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon time to take the stage. Within the locker room, the echoes of deafening cheers from the audience filtered in. Simultaneously, fans watching the televised broadcast at home erupted in jubilation upon seeing the Dallas Mavericks starting lineup, with a significant portion rallying behind Jiuyun. Conversely, a small faction of detractors grumbled as if they had just lost a significant sum of money. Online forums and live text streams were abuzz with exuberance. Just moments ago, I had seen naysayers asserting that Jiuyun would not have many opportunities today. Yet here he was, starting. It seemed he had successfully adjusted his form, prompting the coaching staff to place their faith in him. Jiuyun, strive to establish your foothold in the NBA. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for a nation of 1.3 billion to lack even a single representative in the league. Though the critics were displeased, their harsh words did little to dampen their resolve. You shouldn't hold out too much hope. He might just be a token starter." They scoffed. Indeed, he is likely a mere placeholder, playing only a handful of minutes at most. In the TNT broadcast room, Charles Barkley expressed surprise at Jiuyun's inclusion in the starting lineup. Carlisle had unexpectedly promoted him to the starting roster for the season opener. Although Jiuyun had excelled in the Summer League, he had played less than 10 minutes across 7 preseason games. This maneuver by the Mavericks was perplexing, however. The Lakers would be wise to take note, as Nash would struggle to contain Sue's aggressive drives. At 38 years old, Nash's defensive shortcomings had remained unchanged since he entered the league. Meanwhile, at the game venue, when the DJ announced Jiuyun's name, the arena erupted in a cacophony of boos. The sheer volume left Sue's mother, seated behind the bench, looking rather pale. "Why is it that our son is met with the loudest cheers, especially in his first game? Could this affect his performance?" she anxiously inquired of his father. Sue's father, rendered speechless, remarked, "Your son is utterly restless. Did I not show you the news last time? He has twice declared that the Lakers are underperforming. Tell me, if the fans do not boo him, whom will they boo?" Alas, had it not been for the national basketball team's dismal performance at the Olympics, his reputation at home would not have been rehabilitated so swiftly. The more he spoke, the more he found himself amused, This little rascal truly cannot remain still. However, perhaps this suits him well, for what would it mean to be young without a touch of youthful insecurity? Indeed, my son's temperament mirrors my own. As Su Jiuyun listened to the overwhelming jeers, there was no hint of fear upon her visage. Instead, she broke into a smile, her bright white teeth resembling the fierce grin of a predator poised to pounce. Su Jiuyun was indeed exhilarated, though he could not quite fathom why such an occasion ignited a fervor within him without overwhelming his senses. Suddenly, amidst the thunderous boos of the audience, he made a gesture akin to that of a wind-catching ear, implying that he desired the cacophony to intensify, to crescendo even further. This audacious act provoked the ire of all Lakers fans present, and the uproarious jeers grew deafening, as if they might tear the very roof asunder. Carlisle rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Here we go again, he thought, as the Mavericks players recognized that their teammate had once more embraced his eccentricity. Yet, it seemed that this outrageous display brought them a peculiar delight. As smiles broke across their faces, their competitive spirit ignited. On the sidelines, Crowder waved a white towel energetically, rallying support for Su Jiuyun. He, too, was known for his fiery temperament, and having spent time alongside Su Jiuyun, he had become caught up in the fervor. In the TNT broadcast booth, O'Neal chuckled. I suddenly find myself quite fond of this little guy, huh? It seems Su could drive Kobe to distraction. Just look at Kobe's expression, it's absolutely hilarious. Kenny Smith was left speechless, pondering the caliber of his broadcasting partner. Can you not act like a commentator? I know you have a grudge against Kobe, but can you not set aside that animosity for now? Impossible, haha. On the Lakers' side, the players were initially oblivious to the commotion, but upon hearing the tremendous boos, they glanced at the large screen above, which replayed the incident. Most wore grim expressions as they turned their gaze towards Su Jiuyun, who was preparing to enter the game, with Kobe's stare the iciest of all. However, there was an exception. The newly joined Howard chuckled at Su Jiuyun's antics. As he aimed to play a joyful brand of basketball, was it not normal to enjoy a bit of fun? Upon noticing Howard's mirth, Kobe shot him a fierce glare. While others might have quailed, Howard, who sought to assert himself as the team's alpha, was undeterred, maintaining his jovial demeanor. Mike Brown felt a weariness settle upon him. He had realized that managing the relationship between his two star players had become his foremost challenge since the training camp. From the moment Howard joined the team, he had exuded the aggressive demeanor of a top center eager to claim dominance. Yet, Kobe was no ordinary player. He had been the Lakers' leader for nearly a decade, having led them to consecutive championships just a few years prior. If he refused to relinquish his position, none could usurp it. What compounded Brown's fatigue was Howard's steadfast refusal to set screens for Kobe during games. He was beginning to regret his decision to coach the Lakers. As the teams took to the court, when Su Jiuyun and Nash exchanged a high five, Su Jiuyun grinned and remarked, "Uncle Steve Nash, I'll be targeting you in this game, so keep your wits about you." Nash was taken aback, for it was the first time anyone had ever called him uncle on the court, and he found it rather peculiar. When Su Jiuyun and Kobe slapped hands, Kobe fixed him with a steely gaze and declared, "Listen here, kid. This is my territory, and I will not tolerate anyone wreaking havoc within it. Should that occur, I will personally see to their destruction." Su Jiuyun curled his lip and said, "Buddy, are you truly confident that you can tear me apart? Let us not jest. We are not competing in the same category. However, if you wish to take on the role of my primary defender, I wouldn't mind." Anger level 2. The starting lineup for the Mavericks is as follows. Point guard, Su Jiuyun, 195 centimeters, shooting guard. O.J. Mayo, 196 centimeters, small forward. Sean Marion, 201 centimeters, power forward. Elton Brand, 203 centimeters, center. Brendan Wright, 208 centimeters. The Lakers starting roster. Point guard, Steve Nash, 191 centimeters, shooting guard. Kobe Bryant, 198 centimeters, small forward. Ron Artest, 201 centimeters, power forward. Pau Gasol, 213 centimeters, center. Dwight Howard, 211 centimeters from the starting lineups. It is evident that the Mavericks lack both Come-On and Nowitzki, resulting in a significant height disparity in the paint against the Lakers. One could say they are nearly exposed in the interior. The Lakers' offensive and defensive capabilities in the paint are likely to overwhelm the Mavericks. As long as the Lakers focus on their inside game, I believe the Mavericks pose little threat to them. Despite past disagreements with Kobe, O'Neal clearly understood the pivotal factors for victory in this match and offered his insights. Meanwhile, domestic broadcaster TV5 aired the game. After Yu Jia introduced the starting lineups, he queried the venerable Zhang Laoyi. Director Zhang, Su Jiuyun hardly featured in the preseason, Yet he steps into the starting lineup for the regular season opener. Do you think he can adapt? Director Zhang shook his head. To be frank, it may be quite challenging. The Summer League's level is limited, and it is not comparable to the intensity of the regular season. Moreover, this match is against the Lakers, whose 4 superstars exert considerable pressure. Nevertheless, Mavericks coach Carlisle likely had his reasons for placing him in the starting 5, perhaps intending to utilize his speed and explosiveness against Steve Nash. However, given Kobe's temperament, if Jiuyun does not temper his provocative behavior towards the Lakers, Kobe will undoubtedly take on the task of defending him closely, thereby diminishing Jiuyun's opportunities to shine. Despite being 34 years old, it is important to note that a superstar of Kobe's caliber remains in his prime at this age. As Kobe Bryant extolled Kobe's virtues, Yu Jia was speechless, yet maintained respect for the veteran. As the teams prepared for the jump ball, Jiuyun stood in his team's backcourt, finally having a moment to survey the sidelines. Jack Nicholson, the visibly aging figure, was most conspicuous. A host of Hollywood stars, including Stallone, Beckham, Tom Cruise, and DiCaprio, filled the area, but Jiuyun's gaze was more drawn to the beautiful ladies. His eyes, like radar, scanned the crowd, landing on Jessica Alba. Stunning, radiant, and alluring. He compared her to Kim Kardashian, both of similar age and beauty, each possessing their unique charm. However, he found Jessica Alba to be more captivating, while Kim's fair complexion and delicate skin were particularly appealing to him. After all, it is widely acknowledged that regardless of their ethnicity, white skin tends to be coarser. If not for their generally striking figures, Jiuyun would have little interest. He also spotted Megan Fox, whose mesmerizing eyes seemed to emit sparks. If they were to spend a night together, he wondered who would struggle to remain upright. He caught sight of Durant's goddess, Scarlett Johansson, clad in a revealing black outfit that certainly exuded sensuality, though he had always found her less attractive and rather diminutive compared to Kim. Being 5 to 6 centimeters shorter, definitely not his type. He pondered how Durant, towering over 2.1 meters, could be enamored with someone merely 1.6 meters tall. Imagining the height disparity made him shudder. How could they possibly kiss without awkwardness? Each time he saw O'Neal with his petite girlfriend, he feared for her safety. Amidst the array of Hollywood starlets, Jiuyun realized that many players likely desired to join the Lakers for the opportunity to mingle with such beautiful women. After all, proximity often breeds affection. Just look at Clarkson from the Philippines. Since joining the Lakers, he has wooed numerous starlets. However, as the referee's whistle blew, the game officially commenced, and Jiuyun shifted his focus entirely to the match. Wright's jump ball was no match for Howard's superior leaping ability. Nash controlled the ball as he crossed half-court, with Jiuyun stationed beyond the three-point line, awaiting Nash's move. To his surprise, Howard initiated a screen, and Jiuyun navigated around it in pursuit. Yet, Nash did not engage him, nor did he attempt to drive. Nash opted not to pass to Howard, who had not secured a favorable position. Instead, he swiftly delivered the ball to Gasol, who had pulled out to the perimeter. Following the pass, Nash darted along the baseline, with Jiuyun closely trailing him, yet without any screens to aid his movement. At that moment, Artest cut across to the vicinity of the free throw line, prompting Gasol to pass him the ball. Artest received the pass and, while being challenged by Marion's long reach, attempted a drive into the lane, but his shot failed to find the net. Marion seized the rebound and quickly passed it to Jiuyun, who had circled back to the three-point line after following Nash. Upon receiving the ball beyond the three-point line, Jiuyun noticed that 3 Lakers players had already crossed the halfway mark in their defensive efforts. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have patiently awaited his teammates to advance before initiating an offensive play. However, after a brief glance at the retreating trio, Nash, Gasol, and Kobe, Jiuyun propelled himself forward with a powerful push off the ground, swiftly accelerating toward the front court. The situation of Jiuyun left the commentators in various broadcasting studios utterly perplexed. Why did suddenly accelerate towards the front court without waiting for his teammates? Was he really intending to take on 3 members of the Lakers single-handedly? Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. To elaborate, Jiuyun's speed and acceleration capabilities are remarkably strong. He swiftly approached the three-point line, with Nash being the first to defend against him. However, in Jiuyun's eyes, Nash's defense was rife with flaws. With a slight change of direction, Jiuyun adeptly maneuvered past Nash. Though there was a modicum of physical contact, it hardly impeded Jiuyun's momentum. Kobe, taken aback by Jiuyun's audacity to challenge 3 opponents, found himself unable to provide timely assistance as Jiuyun breached Nash's defense. Nevertheless, he sprinted in pursuit, hoping to double-team Jiuyun alongside Pau Gasol. Having already reached full speed, Jiuyun, just beyond the three-point line, gathered the ball and took 2 strides, stepping well inside the free-throw line. The sound of his basketball shoes fiercely scraping against the floor echoed as Jiuyun soared towards Gasol, resembling a taut bow. Upon witnessing Jiuyun's movement, Pau Gasol realized his intentions, a surge of irritation coursing through him. How dare a rookie attempt to dunk over him? Did he perceive him as a pushover? Certainly, Pau Gasol was no pushover. While he may have been regarded as relatively soft during the era of the 4 great power forwards, in the current small ball era, he undoubtedly possesses elite rim-protecting abilities. Gasol leaped as well, extending his long arms and massive hands towards the ball in an attempt to thwart Jiuyun's audacious endeavor. Jiuyun observed Pau Gasol's movements. But at that moment, there was nothing he could alter. He could only stake everything on this one chance. With a sudden, fierce motion, he propelled the ball in his right hand towards the hoop, akin to an arrow released from a bow. The crowd surged to their feet, gasping in astonishment as the blue-clad rookie number 14 of the Mavericks, a player they particularly loathed, effortlessly bypassed Nash and attempted a spectacular dunk over Gasol. Their astonishment stemmed from the sheer velocity of Jiuyun's actions, and the remarkable height he achieved in his leap elicited audible gasps. It was evident that Gasol, suspended in the air, appeared to be at least a head shorter in stature compared to Jiuyun. Amidst the collective gasps from the audience, Jiuyun's thunderous dunk ultimately eluded Gasol's outstretched hands due to its blinding speed. The sound of their collision resonated like a clap of thunder, followed by the resounding impact of the rim. A profound silence enveloped the arena, starkly contrasting with the previously deafening noise, leaving only the Mavericks bench players, who, in a state of shock, leapt up, emitting cries of astonishment, roars of excitement, and a flurry of animated gestures. The most exaggerated reaction came from the Mavericks owner, Mark Cuban, who, as Jiuyun soared into the air, clasped his head with both hands, his face a mask of incredulity as he witnessed Jiuyun's ball find the net. He then erupted into childlike exuberance, exclaiming, "FK, that was incredible, Su," just like that. Carlisle, too, was momentarily taken aback, incredulous that this was a rookie making his NBA debut. Not only was he unfazed by the jeers of the opposing fans, but he also demonstrated unwavering determination, delivering a breathtaking dunk over the towering 2.13-meter Gasol on his very first offensive play. In the TNT broadcast booth, Shaquille O'Neal rose to his feet as Jiuyun ascended, and at the instant the ball swished through the hoop, O'Neal exclaimed, "Oh my God, what did I just witness?" He nearly sank to his knees, while Barkley, equally astounded, shared in the spectacle, as both were known for their lively antics. Jiuyun hung on the rim until he regained his balance before descending to the ground. He then turned to Pau Gasol and with a shrug remarked, "Why do I feel like this hoop belongs to our Mavericks? It feels as effortless as dunking during practice." Gasol nearly choked on Jiuyun's words, casting an angry glare at him. Anger level 12, anger level 5. Upon hearing that delightful sound, Jiuyun felt elated. He knew the 12-point increase in anger was undoubtedly due to Gasol, for his comment made Gasol feel as though he were invisible, as if Jiuyun's dunk posed no challenge whatsoever. It would be disingenuous for Gasol not to feel irked. The 5-point increase in anger likely stemmed from Kobe, who was notoriously obstinate. Jiuyun's words could be seen as an affront to his old comrade, as well as an insult to the entire Lakers team, which surely ruffled his feathers. However, after battling in the league for over a decade, he had encountered countless instances of trash talk. While he might feel anger, it was increasingly rare for the one who had been dunked on to reach a state of furious outrage. Jiuyun's gesture of raising his hands towards the 2 star players of the Lakers elicited a chorus of boos from the once silent Lakers fans. Kobe approached him and remarked, "Rookie, do not be so arrogant. One shot does not signify much. You have yet to earn the right to boast." "Oh, is that so?" "Off the court, I hold you in high regard, but on this court, anyone who seeks my respect must demonstrate their prowess." The entire audience bore witness to the heated exchange. As the two were nearly face to face, it was evident that this audacious rookie was daring their leader. The jeers and curses grew louder, and the referee swiftly intervened. "Hey, play the game. This is a basketball court, not a place for antics." The referee's admonition was clear to Jiuyun. It was merely a warning directed at him, with no connection to Kobe whatsoever. Jiuyun smiled and walked away. He was not foolish enough to confront the referee. A technical foul could result in a hefty fine of $5,000, which was no trivial matter given that his annual income barely exceeded $400,000. Moreover, as a rookie, he had no standing to challenge the authority of the officials. He was not a Michael Jordan or a Kobe Bryant. Back in the day, when Jordan asserted that a foul had occurred, the referee would respond, "Michael, I trust you. If you say it's a foul, then it certainly is." Lacking such stature, he had to temper his interactions with the referees. However, as he retreated on defense, he raised his arms in a gesture, inviting the Lakers fans' boos and jeers to intensify. The noise in the arena became overwhelming, drowning out all conversation. Even the Hollywood stars, accustomed to grand spectacles, were taken aback by this rookie's audacious display, their eyes glinting with admiration. After all, not all of them were there merely for the love of the game. They sought publicity as well, and Jiuyun's handsome visage, appealing to both Eastern and Western tastes, combined with his recent slam dunk, made him quite the attraction among the beautiful starlets. In the TNT broadcast booth, Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, and Kenny Smith watched in astonishment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I love this rookie. Who cares who you are, even if you're the league star? He still stands up to you. Did you notice?" Amidst the thunderous boos from the Lakers' home crowd, he actually smiled. Barkley chuckled at O'Neal, saying, "Hey, this guy is bound to be as tough in a brawl as I am. After all, I could knock you out, Shaq." I can see the fervor in his eyes. This remark ignited O'Neal's temper. Recalling past grievances, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Barkley, only to be restrained by Kenny Smith. Laughter echoed throughout the broadcast room. Meanwhile, in the domestic TV5 studio, Yu Jia and the elderly Zhang suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. After a long pause, Yu Jia remarked, "Jiuyun is a passionate basketball player. That slam dunk was truly exhilarating. No wonder he is so animated." Zhang concurred, stating, "Among players of Asian descent, it is rare to find someone with such jumping ability and physical resilience. That dunk was indeed spectacular. However, he should remain humble. Otherwise, Kobe will soon be defending him closely." In the online text commentary section, fans commented as if celebrating a festival, their messages flying in rapid succession. "Wow, what did Jiuyun eat to grow so high? How did he manage to collide with Gasol in midair without losing ground? Come on, who jumps higher, the brother or Jiuyun? Obviously, have you ever seen the brother dunk over an all-star center? Besides, Jiuyun is a guard. I'm switching allegiances. No one can stop me from supporting China's first flying man. In my lifetime, I actually witnessed our country's basketball player dunking over an all-star center in the NBA. As someone in the industry, I am immensely proud. Jiuyun, a forever legend." It can be said that Jiuyun's remarkable dunk transformed numerous neutral spectators into fans, silencing his critics. Upon returning to defense, Jiuyun exchanged high-fives with his teammates, just as the Lakers charged forward, fueled by anger. Nash brought the ball up, and upon seeing Jiuyun defending, he quickly passed it to Kobe, who was stationed beyond the left three-point line, simultaneously on the left side of the basket. Howard and the Maverick center, White, battled fiercely for position. White, realizing he was outmatched against Howard, who was 3 centimeters taller and 11 kilograms heavier, opted for a frontside defense. However, Howard's formidable physique kept White pinned outside the paint, creating ample space between him and the basket. Kobe swiftly lobbed the ball, and as Howard received it, he leapt for a thunderous dunk. 2-2. At that moment, Brand, the Mavericks defender, finally arrived to assist. Jiuyun exclaimed, "What on earth? Who says Kobe can't pass?" The timing, height, and force of that pass were impeccable, each element essential. Otherwise, Brand would have been in position to assist. Indeed, as many in later years have remarked, Kobe is not incapable of passing. He simply chooses not to. Howard's thunderous dunk finally allowed the fans in attendance to release a collective breath, their exuberant cheers filling the arena, reminiscent of the legendary connection between him and Shaquille. In the TNT broadcast booth, Kenny Smith smirked and remarked, "Shaquille, does this pass from Kobe to Howard evoke memories of when he fed you the ball? Who do you think had the more commanding dunk, you or Howard?" O'Neal rolled his eyes in response. "Kenny, anyone who has watched basketball knows my dunks were far more imposing than Howard's, for goodness sake. Furthermore, it is 2012. Why do we keep reminiscing about the past?" "Ah, you old-timer, you seem to be stuck in bygone days." Charles Barkley, ever the instigator, chimed in, "Ha ha ha, Kenny. This old geezer won't want to admit it, as he wouldn't want to attribute his success to an 8th-numbered player on the Los Angeles Lakers." O'Neal glared at Barkley with disdain. What would you know about our thoughts? You who have never even won a championship ring. I struck a fatal blow. A knockout. As the Mavericks launched their offense, Jiuyun positioned himself beyond the three-point line on the right, facing Nash's defense. Without calling for a screen, he executed a crossover dribble to his left hand and dashed straight to the left, intent on exploiting Nash's weaknesses. Although Nash anticipated the move and recognized Jiuyun's intent to drive, his mind was quick, but his legs could not keep pace. As Jiuyun took his first step, he was already parallel to Nash, and with his second step, he had surpassed him by half a body length. By the third step, he had completely eluded Nash and surged into the paint. From the initial exchange, the Lakers players had already discerned Nash's inability to contain Jiuyun, prompting them to strategically collapse defensively as he made his advance. Upon noticing the swiftest Artist converging for support, Jiuyun deftly flicked his gaze and unexpectedly passed the ball to the left corner while in motion. Marion, upon receiving the pass, took 2 steps forward, poised to shoot from mid-range, yet Kobe had already arrived for the defensive rotation. Not one to seek personal glory, Marion dished the ball to Mayo, stationed at the left 45-degree arc beyond the three-point line, a moment that left the Lakers' defense scrambling. The resounding swish echoed throughout the arena. 5-2. The Mavericks led by 3 points. Half of the credit for this play belonged to Jiuyun. His explosive singular performance had disrupted the Lakers' defensive formation. The presence of a seasoned veteran like Marion certainly proved advantageous. Yu praised, and old Jean concurred. In the opening exchanges, both of the Mavericks' attacks were strategically targeted at Nash's defensive vulnerabilities, a tactic likely devised by Coach Carlisle prior to the game, aimed at fully exploiting this advantage. It now remained to be seen how Coach Mike Brown would respond. Brown opted against calling a timeout, deeming the 2 possessions inconsequential, and he placed his trust in Kobe, Howard, Nash, and Gasol for players capable of resolving any situation. As Nash crossed half-court, Jiuyun applied pressure, intent on intensifying the challenge. However, Nash evaded confrontation, utilizing Howard as a moving screen to pass the ball to Gasol at the top of the arc, before slipping along the baseline, with Jiuyun reluctantly in pursuit. Gasol sought to connect with Howard, but finding him in suboptimal position, he redirected the ball to Artist on the same side, just as Howard established a favorable stance. Artist lobbed the ball inside, and as Howard received it, he spun and surged towards the paint, executing a hook shot from just outside the restricted area with precision. 5-4. The Lakers initiated their offense inside, just as I had predicted before the game, Barkley proclaimed smugly. O'Neal and Kenny Smith were left speechless. It was a conclusion any reasonable observer could draw from the starting lineups of both teams. Jiuyun was undeterred by Howard's consecutive successes. He did not believe that Howard could sustain such a rhythm indefinitely. His gaze fell upon the black mamba that had yet to reveal its fangs, the true anchor of this team. The Mavericks launched another offensive, and this time the Lakers intensified their defensive coordination. Jiuyun refrained from forcing the play. While he was indeed the primary ball handler, he was not yet the core of the team and could not act with reckless abandon. After all, the NBA also adhered to the nuances of interpersonal relationships. Unless one is a leader and an unequivocal core player, one must temper their ambitions. Otherwise, the dynamics can become quite contentious. The leaders of the team play without concern for the sentiments of other players, dictating their style of play as they see fit. There are tales circulating online of how young Curry audaciously challenged the team's star in defense. Such boldness, verging on insubordination, likely led to his subsequent trade in the next season. Of course, this was more jest than truth, yet it highlights the leniency afforded to the leaders within the NBA, as they are indeed the ones who draw the crowds. To be candid, Jiuyun did not wish to impose his playstyle recklessly. After all, this was the NBA. When Artist came over to assist defensively, Jiuyun passed the ball, but Marion failed to capitalize on the opportunity, ultimately passing it to Brand. However, Brand found himself at a disadvantage against Gasol, and his attempt to score fell short. Kobe, having secured the rebound in the backcourt, advanced the ball himself. Upon facing O.J. Mayo, he opted for a back-to-the-basket move. A slight shoulder feint sent Mayo off balance, allowing Kobe to pivot and score off the glass just before Brand could provide help. The score shifted to 5-6, with the Lakers taking a 1-point lead. Carlisle, standing at the sideline, furrowed his brow as he observed the unfolding scenario. As Jiuyun dribbled past, he called out, "Be decisive." Jiuyun nodded slightly. After the halftime break, he directed the traffic and suddenly made a decisive move, charging towards Nash. His robust physique and explosive force were simply beyond Nash's capacity to withstand. However, Kobe timely intervened, positioning himself to block Jiuyun's pathway. In that moment, Jiuyun executed a sharp stop, pivoted, and turned his back to Kobe. As fate would have it, Brand had just stepped up to set a screen for Mayo, and Gasol was momentarily out of position, allowing Jiuyun to deliver the ball seamlessly. Mayo received the pass and launched a shot. Swish. 8-6. This marked Mayo's second three-pointer, and he exuberantly high-fived Jiuyun and Brand. Jiuyun had provided him with two perfectly timed assists, enabling Mayo to vent some of his frustration from being overlooked by the Grizzlies. Following that, both teams struggled to score for 2 consecutive possessions. But Jiuyun drew a blocking foul from Nash. White was called for a foul against Howard as they battled for position, leading to an official timeout. On the Mavericks bench, Carlisle laid out the strategy, saying, "Gentlemen, you are performing admirably. We are currently ahead of the Lakers' formidable quartet, so our strategy is sound. As long as Nash is on the floor, we will continue to stick to our game plan." On the Lakers bench, Brown glanced at Nash, then at Kobe, finally stating, "Steve, Sue's explosiveness is too overwhelming. You've already committed a foul. Let Kobe handle him from now on." "Kobe, is that all right with you?" Kobe, focused on the other end of the court, replied without turning around, "Leave it to me. I'm eager to teach this arrogant young man a lesson." In the TV5 broadcasting room, Ujia remarked, "In the past few minutes, both teams have exhibited fluid gameplay. The Lakers' offenses have predominantly flowed from the inside out. Whenever Howard and Gasol had the opportunity, they would attack the basket. If not, Kobe would utilize screens to take mid-range shots. They are effectively capitalizing on their strengths. Conversely, the Mavericks' strategy has evolved from last season. Previously, when Nowitzki was absent, the approach was more opportunistic, with no clear main scorer. However, in the recent minutes, every offensive play has predominantly initiated from Jiuyun, who consistently challenged Nash, effectively disrupting the Lakers' defensive framework. What followed were either his own drives to the basket or assists to teammates for open shots, while Mayo did manage to sink 2 three-pointers during the stretch. It was Jiuyun who shone the brightest. One wonders if Coach Brown will devise a different defensive strategy for Jiuyun once the timeout concludes, and what further feats he might accomplish. It can be asserted that Jiuyun has established a firm foothold in the NBA, consistently enjoying playing time with the Mavericks. In response, Mr. Zhang remarked that, based on the few minutes of the Mavericks' utilization of Jiuyun, it is certain that he will secure stable playing time this season. Upon returning from the timeout, it is possible that Kobe will take on the challenge of guarding Jiuyun, as their physiques are quite comparable, while Nash would be aptly suited to defend against Mayo. Otherwise, having Arteas defend Jiuyun while Nash attempts to guard Marion would be a grave miscalculation. At this juncture, both teams have begun to return to the court, with the Lakers initiating their offense. After receiving an inbound pass, Kobe executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol, easily overcoming the slower-footed Brand with a well-timed mid-range jumper. However, when Jiuyun brought the ball into the front court, an astonishing scene unfolded. The crowd erupted as Kobe deliberately approached Jiuyun for defense. In the TNT broadcast studio, Barkley exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my goodness, this is utterly insane." Jiuyun, the 41st pick this year, has compelled Kobe himself to defend against him in his very first NBA game. What a remarkable achievement. Shaquille nodded in agreement, stating, "Though I am not fond of Kobe, I cannot deny that his defensive prowess ranks among the elite in the league for guards. Even at the age of 34, his defensive capabilities have not diminished significantly. He remains a competent defender. Thus, it is evident that the rookie Sue has performed exceptionally well, having thoroughly challenged Nash and the Lakers' defensive line in the earlier minutes. Of course, I dare say that another reason for Kobe's decision to defend is that Sue had previously provoked him. I am well aware that the Serpent harbors a rather petty disposition." As Jiuyun felt a shiver at the prospect of Kobe defending him, an exhilarating excitement surged within him. Gazing at the legendary figure before him, he boldly declared, "Kobe, you cannot contain me." With a slight smirk, Kobe replied nonchalantly, "There were others who claimed I was not the best defender, and I sent them off to go fishing." Jiuyun felt a smile creeping onto his face. The person Kobe referred to was none other than Westbrook. In the years prior to the playoffs, the Lakers were riddled with injuries, finishing with a disheartening record of 7 losses in their last 11 games. In the first round, they faced the Thunder. In the opening match, Westbrook relentlessly pursued Old Fish, delivering a barrage of blows. Kobe, taking it upon himself to guard Westbrook, ultimately led the Lakers to victory. After the game, Westbrook wore a defiant expression, twisting his mouth as he remarked, "He isn't even the Defensive Player of the Year." Anyone who witnessed that look could tell Westbrook was far from pleased. The series concluded at 4-2, with the injury-stricken Lakers sending the once-dominant Thunder fishing. Kobe. That was 2 years ago. You are now aging, and I am here to take your place." With that thought, Jiuyun quickened his dribbling pace, suddenly charging to the right without any finesse. Kobe was taken aback. This kid's speed was indeed impressive. However, having spent years among the elite defenders, Kobe was not to be underestimated. He quickly closed in, attempting to impede Jiuyun's momentum. The collision was jarring. Kobe felt an immense force surge through him. And rather than slowing Jiuyun down, he found himself slightly pushed back. Intent on maintaining pressure, he realized too late that Jiuyun had already slipped past him, leaving him to grit his teeth and give chase. The simplicity of the maneuver stemmed from Kobe underestimating his opponent. Even though Jiuyun possessed greater strength than Kobe, it should not have been so effortless. Much like James's bulldozer-like drives, defenders may struggle to stop him, but they wouldn't be brushed aside so easily. As Jiuyun advanced a small step into the free throw line, Howard was already poised to intercept him. Suddenly, Jiuyun executed a sharp stop, then shifted laterally to the left, leaping to take a shot. Kobe, who had been trailing Jiuyun from the left rear, was caught off guard when Jiuyun abruptly moved into his path, resulting in a collision. The referee's whistle pierced through the air, although Jiuyun lost his balance mid-air. Upon hearing the whistle, he twisted at the waist, maintaining his shooting form as he propelled the ball forward. As he landed, stumbling to the ground, Jiuyun fixed his gaze intently on the basketball. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the backboard and swished through the net. The score now stood at 10-8. Jiuyun lay on the ground, raising his hands high. Looking at Kobe in front of him, he chuckled. "So, Kobe, how does it feel? I told you that you were getting old, and now you believe me, don't you?" Kobe fixed his gaze intensely on the prostrate Jiuyun, feeling a sense of indignation. As a veteran of the NBA, he was accustomed to dismantling others. Never had he experienced being mocked and provoked by a rookie. With a fierce glare directed at Jiuyun, an aura of aggression enveloped him. If moments ago he merely intended to teach the newcomer a lesson, now he sought to utterly crush his opponent. Ha ha, the old snake Kobe has been outwitted by this rookie Su. Not only did he successfully penetrate with his speed and strength, but he also cleverly executed a last-minute stop and lateral move, causing this old serpent to suffer a tailgating mishap. My admiration for Su grows exponentially. Shaquille O'Neal's laughter resonated throughout the live broadcast, with Kenny Smith agreeing. Su truly is a delightful surprise as a rookie. Initially, I thought he was merely a brute, but the basketball intelligence he displayed in this play is indeed remarkable. In various live streaming rooms across the country, everyone was astonished by Jiuyun's prowess. On site, Mark Cuban could hardly contain himself. If it weren't for the ongoing gang, he would have dashed onto the court to give Jiuyun a kiss. Cuban was restless, flailing his arms as he stood watching the match, and turned to the team's general manager, Donnie Nelson, saying, "Donnie, was my decision to spend $3.8 million back then not supremely wise? Haha. I have a feeling that selecting Su will be as monumental as when I chose Dirk all those years ago." Donnie Nelson smiled, pondering what he could say. Initially, he had been skeptical about spending $3.8 million to acquire Jiuyun's signing rights. Alas, once again, he found himself outsmarted by Mark. Upon witnessing Jiuyun fall on the court, Sumu found herself devoid of the initial concern and heartache she felt during their first encounter at a match. Over the course of a year, she had immersed herself in the nuances of basketball, acquiring a wealth of knowledge about the sport and understanding the significance of that moment for her son. After all, it was a powerful drive resulting in a 2-1 play, executed against the backdrop of Kobe's proactive defense. Regardless of the subsequent performance in the game, this particular scene would undoubtedly enhance her son's reputation. Su's father is an ardent basketball enthusiast. As Jiuyun made his shot, he erupted with exuberant cheers, exclaiming, "Well done, my son. Overwhelm Kobe. Dominate him." Had Su's father been speaking in a language other than Chinese, and had the surrounding Lakers fans comprehended his words, the likelihood of him facing a violent reaction would have been substantial. At the very least, a beer might have been hurled in his direction. Jiuyun was lifted by his teammates and made the additional free throw. The score stood at 11-8, with the Mavericks in the lead. The Lakers launched their offense, and Kobe positioned himself early for the ball in the mid-range with his back to the basket. Nash promptly passed the ball to him. After 2 strong pivots, Kobe executed a turnaround jump shot that found its mark. The score narrowed to 11-10. Mayo found himself utterly incapable of handling Kobe, as he was at a significant physical disadvantage. After sinking the shot, Kobe shot a fierce glare at Mayo, instilling a sense of unease within him. He was bewildered as to what had provoked Kobe's ire. However, after that single piercing look at Mayo, Kobe's attention shifted back to Jiuyun. Jiuyun remained unfazed. Once he crossed the halfway line, Kobe immediately closed in, his body pressing against him relentlessly, denying him any opportunity to accelerate. This was the wisdom of a seasoned veteran. Kobe discerned that Jiuyun's ball handling skills were not yet refined. Such pressure rendered Jiuyun unable to gain speed, significantly diminishing his capacity to break through. Jiuyun had no choice but to pass the ball to Marion, then sprinted towards the weak side. Kobe closely pursued him. Yet the Mavericks on the strong side found no openings. In this instance, the Lakers' defense performed exceptionally well. Suddenly, Jiuyun made a decisive cut through the center, halting in the bull's horn area to impede Kobe's defense. He then extended his hand, signaling for the ball. Marion observed this, hesitating momentarily before ultimately passing the ball. His hesitation stemmed from his lack of confidence in Jiuyun's post-up skills, especially considering the formidable defender was none other than Kobe. Jiuyun's single-handed offensive prowess was indeed lacking, yet at that moment, he was not preoccupied with such thoughts. With a resounding thud, he collided against Kobe, and surprisingly, Jiuyun's strength was revealed as he forced Kobe back by a considerable distance. Kobe, taken aback by Jiuyun's power, felt a sharp pain in his chest. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and pressed forward once more. After the second clash, Kobe had retreated significantly, allowing Jiuyun to advance to the free throw line, where another move would grant him ample space and distance for a shot. The spectators in the arena, viewers at home, and commentators were all astounded. Was this rookie truly so powerful? It suddenly dawned on them that this individual had once been a prodigious quarterback in football, where strength training far exceeded that of NBA players. Just as Kobe and the audience anticipated another confrontation between them, Kobe had already tensed his body in readiness. There were murmurs of pull the chair, a tactic that might work against clumsier interior players, yet proved difficult against perimeter players. Unexpectedly, during their third clash, Jiuyun refrained from exerting force. Instead, he merely leaned in, executed a swift pivot, and subtly nudged Kobe with his elbow. This caught the already taut Kobe off guard, preventing him from reacting promptly. In that moment, Jiuyun deftly broke through Kobe's defense. Howard rushed in to provide support, but Jiuyun delivered a high lob. In the 2.8-meter center for the Mavericks, White soared into the air, executing a powerful dunk. As White scored, Jiuyun raised his arms in triumph, turned to Kobe, and flashed a subtle smile, saying, "Hi, veteran. Once again, this rookie has breached your defense and assisted right in front of you. Ha ha ha." Jiuyun's laughter carried a hint of triumph and arrogance, raising the anger level by 4. At long last, Jiuyun heard a prompt that brought him joy. Encountering such seasoned players was indeed a source of frustration. Having endured much, it was not easy for him to lose his temper. Perhaps he should provoke Atheist a little. Yet upon gazing at Atheist's countenance, that irritable expression made him feel a headache akin to that of dengue. Kobe, with a stoic demeanor, kept pace beside him as they advanced toward the front court, remarking, "Humph, are you not aware of whether your own actions are foul? Such petty tricks can only be employed once. We still have ample time left in this match." Returning to the backcourt, Jiuyun followed Kobe and called out to Mayo, "Buddy, I shall take on Kobe." Jiuyun's proactive defense left Kobe slightly astonished. After all, there are few individuals on the NBA court willing to take the initiative to guard him. Engaging in defensive efforts often depletes one's energy, consequently diminishing the vigor available for offensive plays. No one desires to undertake such a thankless task without the coach's directive. It is through offensive prowess that one can showcase statistics. Favorable statistics lead to lucrative contracts. Rarely does one secure a substantial contract for excelling in defense while possessing lackluster statistics, as such players are often relegated to blue-collar roles, at best landing a mid-level contract. Conversely, those with impressive statistics yet poor defense still command significant contracts. Thus, Jiuyun's actions prompted a shift in Kobe's earlier disdain for him. Oh, Jay. Mayo could hardly bear the thought. Guarding Kobe felt like an ordeal. Jiuyun's initiative to defend Kobe bewildered all spectators. What is transpiring between these two? Are they truly matched against each other? A rookie facing off against a former league MVP, now a top 5 superstar. Is this a case of Kobe bullying a rookie? Or the rookie overestimating his abilities? As Kobe confronted Jiuyun's defense, he executed a between-the-legs dribble followed by a swift change of direction. When Jiuyun obstructed his path, Kobe, utilizing his body to create contact, unexpectedly retreated a step. Jiuyun anticipated a jump shot and stepped forward, aiming to block. However, the moment he advanced, Kobe made his move, suddenly launching into a breakthrough. At that instant, there was no turning back. With one leg suspended in midair, how could Jiuyun possibly impede Kobe? The ensuing sequence was straightforward. After evading Jiuyun, Kobe effortlessly rose for a mid-range shot, scoring to make it 13-12. He then turned to Jiuyun and calmly remarked, "Rookie, playing basketball requires skill. Do you need me to teach you how to pivot or execute a quick stop and start? Relying solely on brute strength is insufficient. I am younger and stronger than you. It seems I will simply outlast you with my stamina." Jiuyun's words left Kobe speechless. How infuriating. Is this not a personal attack? To say that I am old, my anger has risen by twofold. At this moment, Jiuyun had grown indifferent to the accumulation of anger points. His previous remarks were made with sincerity. Engaging in technical play with Kobe was akin to seeking torment. Thus, he resorted to a more brute approach, relying on stamina, speed, and strength. He signaled Mayo to take control of the ball while he and Kobe sprinted towards the front court. The beautiful shots made by both teams, under the leadership of Jiuyun and Kobe, had resulted in an impressively high shooting percentage since the beginning of the game. Yu Jia sighed in admiration. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, both players are performing exceptionally well. However, the duration from the start until now can only be considered a preliminary phase. What lies ahead will be the true test." Once they reached the front court, Jiuyun did not immediately seek to receive the ball. Instead, he and Kobe engaged in a frenzy of movement. In this offensive play, Jiuyun refrained from receiving the ball, and his movements indeed disrupted the Lakers' defense, resulting in Marion missing a mid-range shot. Kobe, helplessly observing the young man before him, deemed him a complete nuisance, seemingly intent on exhausting his own stamina as he darted about the court. As the Lakers initiated their attack, Kobe once again took the ball to challenge Jiuyun. After failing to outmaneuver Jiuyun with two swift changes of direction, Kobe resorted to a back-to-the-basket play, ultimately executing his signature fadeaway jump shot. The ball struck the rim and rebounded, but Howard seized the opportunity by grabbing the offensive rebound and scoring with a putback. "Thank goodness you have a towering teammate. Otherwise, with your shooting, you might have bent the rim," he mused. "Do you know what it means to shoot 4 bricks in a row?" Jiuyun once again began to incessantly hurl trash talk into Kobe's ear. Anger level 1. Hearing that it was only a single point, Jiuyun felt a sense of helplessness. At this rate, when would he ever reach the coveted 1,000? He glanced at Arteist, contemplating whether to take a risk. This time, however, Jiuyun refrained from controlling the ball and did not continue to engage with Kobe. Instead, he led Kobe on a chase past half court. When Marion received the ball, Jiuyun happened to be running nearby. His eyes lit up, and he immediately sprinted over, exclaiming "Ball." Upon hearing the call, Marion looked up to see Jiuyun approaching. Although he was the one most deserving of the title of team leader at that moment, he was known for his amiable temperament. Thus, he opted to pass the ball to Jiuyun while simultaneously executing a delay. Kobe was momentarily caught off guard, leaving Arteist to only provide weak support in front of Jiuyun. At this time, Arteist had undergone a transformation, having changed his name from Ron Arteist to Meta World Peace, and had also severed ties with a certain vain woman. It was rumored that Arteist had caused quite a stir, but upon returning home, he would likely find a more grounded partner. Now at 33 years of age, Arteist's athleticism had declined significantly. Last season with the Lakers, he only managed to achieve statistics of 5 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assists. Standing at 2.01 meters and weighing 113 kilograms, his mobility had diminished considerably compared to Kobe. Jiuyun made no other movements, capitalizing on the acceleration phase inherent to himself, while a taster struggled to maintain his footing as he rushed to defend. With a deft feint, Jiuyun slipped past, leaving a taster unable to keep pace. Compelled to merely trail alongside, exerting a faint semblance of defensive pressure on Jiuyun. Jiuyun surged into the paint, while White effectively blocked Howard, leaving no one to provide timely support. With a powerful slam dunk, Jiuyun descended gracefully. Upon landing, he turned to Arteist and remarked, "Buddy, you were too slow. Wasn't my dunk exquisite?" Arteist, initially preparing for a routine free throw, could hardly contain himself upon hearing those words. With his eyes wide and a fearsome expression, he advanced menacingly towards Jiuyun. Anger level, 15. Jiuyun felt a surge of delight. This was the highest level of anger he had ever achieved. As he observed the furious atheist approaching, Jiuyun, fully prepared, stood his ground and met his gaze unwaveringly. Newbie, what are you saying? If you have the audacity. Repeat it, atheist challenged, pushing against Jiuyun with his chest as he spoke. Jiuyun did not indulge him, pushing a tester away with her hand. Heh. Do you wish to make a move? I am not Harden. Harden exclaimed. Who have I offended? This is slander. Am I truly such a coward? At that moment, the referee and players from both teams rushed over to separate the two, resulting in both being assessed technical fouls. Jiuyun, resigned to his fate, found himself inevitably facing a fine. Taking advantage of the situation, Carlisle executed a substitution, and Jiuyun was replaced after nearly 7 minutes of play in the first quarter. A satisfactory duration. Corson stepped onto the court to assume the role of point guard. Upon Corson's entrance, the Mavericks' strategy underwent a transformation, devoid of a primary scoring option. Their approach reverted to a series of pick-and-rolls, adhering to the principle of taking shots based on opportunity. However, it took them 4 consecutive possessions to finally score a single basket. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, Howard suddenly erupted, scoring twice against White, both successful. Nash also sank a three-pointer, allowing the Lakers to complete a remarkable turnaround from trailing to leading. Ujia remarked that with Jiuyun's departure, the Mavericks exhibited a lack of aggression, lacking any player capable of strong offensive plays, which enabled the Lakers to effectively restrict them defensively. Conversely, the Mavericks had no one who could match up against Howard and Kobe, explaining why they swiftly transitioned from leading to trailing. Old Master Zhang concurred with Ujia, acknowledging that this was indeed due to Nowitzki's absence. Nevertheless, prior to the game, it is unlikely anyone anticipated Jiuyun becoming the focal point of the Mavericks' offense. On the bench, Jiuyun attentively observed the unfolding match when assistant coach O'Brien approached and squatted down before him, inquiring, Su, how would you rate your performance during your time on the court? Jiuyun was somewhat taken aback, yet after a moment's contemplation, he replied, It should be around 9 points, perhaps, as I believe I've performed quite well, fulfilling my responsibilities. O'Brien nodded with a smile. Indeed, during your time on the court, you played commendably. The team managed to maintain a lead against the Lakers' formidable quartet, and you undoubtedly played a pivotal role in that. However, if I were to assign a score, I could only give you a maximum of 70 points. Do you know why? Listening to O'Brien, Jiuyun gazed at him in confusion. Why? Su, I understand your character. You're one who dares to challenge authority and confront formidable opponents head-on. But tell me, who do you think is easier to break through, Nash or Kobe? Kobe. O'Brien nodded and continued. You know this yourself. So why did you feel compelled to engage Kobe in a direct confrontation when there were more prudent alternatives available? For instance, calling for a screen from your teammates to draw out Nash and the slower-footed interior players before making a move would have been far more efficient. Yet, you chose to forego that opportunity, opting for the most irrational and difficult path. Although the results were decent, such behavior is inadvisable. One cannot merely rely on brute force to succeed on the basketball court. Jiuyun fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, why must he persist in tackling formidable challenges rather than strategically employing screens and other tactics to exploit easier targets? This train of thought led him to recall that singular individual capable of defending against Durant, who similarly succumbed to pressure, frequently faltering at critical moments and becoming the subject of external mockery. Jiuyun was unwilling to find himself in such a predicament, after all. He considered himself a cerebral player, not one relying on brute strength. As the first quarter concluded, the Mavericks trailed the Lakers by 4 points at 25-29. Largely due to Collison's buzzer-beater three-pointer, which had spared them from a greater deficit. Carlisle seized the moment, clutching the tactical board to finalize arrangements for the second quarter. Su, you're on as soon as the second quarter begins. We'll employ a big 4-small strategy. I need you to elevate the pace. The Lakers simply cannot keep up with your rhythm. However, exercise caution in managing your emotions. You've already incurred a technical foul. Another misstep, and you'll be ejected. So you must remain composed. The referee's whistle soon pierced the air, signaling the start of the game. Jiuyun took to the court alongside Crowder, Marion, Carter, and Brandt. On the Lakers' side, the backup point guard was Steve Blake, paired with Mix, Jamison, Jordan Hill, and Gasol. observing Blake, who appeared significantly smaller. Jiuyun couldn't help but smile. He was certainly under 80 kilograms. Nonetheless, he understood that the Lakers would not assign him to defend against Blake, likely opting for Jody Mix instead. Yet, what difference would it make? Mix was merely another undersized shooting guard, lacking both height and weight compared to Su. Having reflected on his earlier performance, he recognized that he had not played with sufficient intelligence. The Mavericks initiated the play, and instead of pushing for a fast break, Jiuyun advanced slowly past half-court. Faced with Mix, he refrained from forcing a drive and instead called for Carter to set a screen. Once Carter established his position, Jiuyun drove towards him. Blake attempted to help defensively, but his defensive prowess was already mediocre. And with a substantial physical disadvantage, over a 15-kilogram weight difference, he was unable to compensate, especially given Jiuyun's superior speed. As Jiuyun penetrated the lane, he effortlessly dismantled the Lakers' defense, then passed the ball to the open Jay Crowder on the perimeter. With a swift motion, Crowder sank his first three-pointer of the game. The score stood at 28-29, with the Mavericks trailing by just 1 point. Following the basket, Crowder pointed at Jiuyun, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Crowder relished playing alongside Jiuyun, as his ability to penetrate and distribute the ball highlighted Crowder's shooting prowess. The Lakers launched their offense, and Jiuyun faced off against Blake, applying intense pressure with his long reach, instilling a sense of urgency in Blake, who opted to pass the ball to Mix. Mix, possessing a certain degree of driving skill and speed surpassing that of Carter, executed a series of feints and managed to drive past. He then halted abruptly for a jump shot. Just as Mix reached his apex, a collective gasp resonated through the arena, and Jiuyun's imposing hand emerged from the side. With a resounding smack, he swatted the ball away. As the ball hit the ground, Jiuyun dashed towards it, racing against Blake, who was nearly equidistant from the ball. Ultimately, Jiuyun's speed prevailed. He bent slightly at the waist, scooped up the basketball, and propelled himself forward. Initially, Blake attempted to pursue, but after 3 steps, he conceded. As Jiuyun crossed the free throw line, he leaped into the air, his right hand raised high, his feet trailing behind him, resembling a soaring bird. The sound of the ball crashing into the rim silenced the crowd, leaving only the Mavericks players and a handful of their fans to cheer. The score shifted to 30-29, with the Mavericks taking the lead. Jiuyun sprinted back towards the court, observing the quietude around him, and made a gesture for silence. The fans responded with boos, albeit lacking conviction, as Jiuyun's recent defensive and offensive feats were simply stunning. The indicators of rising tension flashed. Anger levels increased by 3, 2, and 5, bringing joy to Jiuyun. The Mavericks players became invigorated. After successfully defending against a Lakers attack, Jiuyun seized the ball and galloped towards the front court, flanked by 3 teammates like arrows targeting the Lakers' heart. This exposed a vulnerability in the Lakers' defense. Carter found space at the right 45-degree angle. Jiuyun glanced his way, prompting the Lakers players to believe he would pass. Indeed, Jiuyun did pass, but not to Carter. Instead, with a clever feint, he slammed the ball to the left, where Marion, having slipped behind the baseline unnoticed, caught it, leaped, and dunked. The score was now 32-29. The Lakers called a timeout, having succumbed to a 7-0 run by the Mavericks in less than 3 minutes. Jiuyun's no-look pass showcased his finesse, prompting admiration. Following the intermission, the Mavericks intensified their pace, and Jiuyun's performance was nothing short of exemplary. Was this the 41st pick from this year? His defensive tenacity, offensive ferocity, and playmaking ingenuity warranted reflection among the league's general managers regarding his draft position, which seemed almost criminal. O'Neal's offensive prowess drew even the typically critical Barkley into agreement. Domestic fans reveled in the sight of a compatriot, with yellow skin and black hair, dominating the NBA, stirring their hearts with pride. The timeout concluded swiftly, with Mike Brown hastily reintroducing his starters. However, the emboldened Mavericks showed no fear against the Lakers. Kobe continued to shadow Jiuyun. Yet Jiuyun was no longer inclined to provoke Kobe. The intensity of the game diverted his thoughts. The Mavericks further accelerated their tempo, leaving the aging Lakers struggling to keep pace. Particularly striking was Jiuyun's defensive rebound, as he charged forward like a rampaging bull, often catching the Lakers off guard. The ensuing plays became straightforward dunks, layups, or passes. As the second quarter concluded, the Mavericks outscored the Lakers 30-17. At halftime, the score stood at 55-46, with the Mavericks leading by 9 points. The spectators were thoroughly entertained, though Lakers fans seethed with frustration over their team's deficit. In the first half, Jiuyun amassed 12 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds, emerging as the star of the Mavericks and tying with Kobe for the highest score of the half. Kobe's performance in the second quarter was lackluster. Perhaps Jiuyun's absence in guarding him contributed to his struggle. Howard, despite shooting 4 for 5, faced a dismal free throw performance, converting only 1 of 6 attempts. This inconsistency drew a dark expression from Kobe as he left the court. During halftime, laughter echoed in the Mavericks' locker room, while the atmosphere in the Lakers' space felt stifled, with Kobe's somber demeanor overshadowing any positivity, save for Howard's cheerful disposition. Kobe, glancing at the smiling Howard, felt an urge to chastise him, but refrained, recognizing it was the season's opener and perhaps Howard was still adjusting his mindset. Across the globe, broadcasters and commentators dissected the Mavericks' first-half performance against the Lakers, concluding that the primary reason for the Lakers' struggle, despite boasting 4 superstars, was the remarkable display of this year's 41st pick, Jiuyun. Neither Nash nor Blake posed a significant threat. Only Kobe seemed capable of containing Jiuyun. However, after several exchanges in the first quarter, Jiuyun opted for strategic maneuvers, utilizing screens and off-ball movements to elude Kobe effectively. Meanwhile, Mike Brown appeared to falter in his tactical duel with Carlisle, particularly in the second quarter, as the Mavericks employed a small ball strategy, accelerating the game's pace, catching the Lakers off guard, and shifting the momentum decisively. The second half commenced swiftly, with the Mavericks adjusting their starting lineup, promoting Crowder to the starting 4 position, catching the Lakers unprepared yet again. Fans worldwide watched as these relatively unknown players relentlessly pursued the 4 superstars, with Mayo and Crowder stationed beyond the arc, occasionally launching 3-point attempts. Crowder, in particular, left Gasol in an awkward position, unable to decide whether to defend him or not. Jiuyun's personal breakthroughs and passes, once he accelerated, were utterly effortless, leaving the aging Lakers defense riddled with vulnerabilities. However, the Lakers' offense did not flow as smoothly as anticipated, particularly for Howard. When he became uncontainable, the Mavericks targeted him. Yet today Howard's free throw performance was dismal, with a mere 4 out of 16 attempts. This prompted laughter from Shaquille O'Neal in the broadcast booth, who jested that Howard should teach him how to shoot free throws. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, it lost all suspense. Ultimately, the Mavericks unexpectedly triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers, a team many predicted would dominate the Western Conference, with a score of 111-99. As the final whistle blew, reporters vying for post-game interviews rushed towards Jiuyun, a rare occurrence in Kobe's home arena, especially for interviewing a rookie. Hollywood stars in attendance turned their gaze towards Jiuyun, their expressions marked by contemplation. Initially, I intended to elaborate on the second half of the game, but I realized that writing about one match had already stretched into 6 or 7 chapters, giving the impression of unnecessary filler. Alas, it seemed to deter readers, though I felt my content was substantive, focusing on the nuances of the game. Thus, I decided to summarize the latter half briefly while ensuring clarity. Upon the game's conclusion, Jiuyun disregarded the swarm of reporters and headed straight for Kobe. Although Kobe found Sue's incessant trash talk on the court irritating, he maintained a cordial demeanor after the match. Following a high five and an embrace, Jiuyun cheerfully remarked, "Kobe, you are my favorite player. Would you be so kind as to give me your jersey, perhaps with your signature as well?" Kobe, momentarily taken aback, questioned whether this was truly the same individual he had battled fiercely on the court. How could one exhibit such a fierce demeanor during play yet display such charm afterward? "Sure, no problem. Just wait a moment, and I will bring it to you." "There is no pin here," he replied. Jiuyun, with a mischievous grin, audaciously proposed, "Hey, I also admire your sneakers. How about you give me a pair of each style? It would be splendid if you could sign them as well." Kobe, taken aback, wondered if she had come to him for a wholesale deal. Nevertheless, he eventually nodded and replied, "Sue, provide me with your address, and I'll send them over later." "Kid, everyone has underestimated you. You performed exceptionally well. As long as you continue to persevere, you will undoubtedly astonish the league one day. You are remarkable. However, when we meet next, I shall be prepared. Anticipate my retribution for today? Bring it on, my friend. I've told you, you're getting old. Just watch how I'll leave you in the sand." With that, Kobe was once again irked by Jiuyun's words and turned away in frustration. Jiuyun watched as Kobe stormed off in a huff, curling her lip in disdain. Such a child, unable to handle defeat. At that moment, Howard approached, embracing Jiuyun before exclaiming, "Su, you have quite the leap. How about we participate in a dunk contest? I truly admire the way you stood up to Kobe." Jiuyun observed the cheerful beast, who, despite the loss, wore a smile that starkly contrasted with Kobe's sour expression after a defeat. It was no wonder they could not coexist harmoniously. "Hey, Dwight, next time I shall seize the opportunity to dunk over you. That would be amusing. Perhaps I could participate in the dunk contest, should the chance arise. But is your back up to the task? According to our country's saying, you are rather spent, hence your back is not up to par. Why are you spent? Because you pursue women too frequently, haha?" With that, Jiuyun dashed off to find others, leaving the cheerful beast pondering the perplexing conclusion that his frequent pursuits of women had rendered him spent and unfit. Amidst the warm embraces of Nash and Gasol, Jiuyun received their heartfelt blessings, for both men are known for their kindness and magnanimity. At that moment, a reporter finally managed to halt them. A strikingly elegant woman held a microphone and inquired, "Su, congratulations on your victory over the Lakers. As this marks your inaugural game in the NBA, how do you perceive your performance? Did you feel any apprehension while facing off against Kobe and the others?" Upon hearing the provocative question posed by the low-cut attire of the female reporter, Jiuyun responded without hesitation, "I believe I have fulfilled the tasks assigned to me by the coaching staff, and we emerged victorious. Facing Kobe, I felt no anxiety, only exhilaration." The reporter continued, "It is apparent that during the match, you engaged in numerous altercations with the players of the Lakers, and your banter persisted throughout the game. As a rookie, do you not think this displays a lack of respect towards them?" The reporter's remark carried a hint of malice, which Jiuyun could hardly tolerate. "Certainly not. Even if your connections run deep, they are not mine. By the way, do you have a boyfriend?" The female reporter was momentarily taken aback by Jiuyun's question, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. I have a boyfriend?" Jiuyun revealed a wicked smile and said, "That's good. If a woman suddenly appeared before you, attempting to snatch your boyfriend away, would you graciously yield him to her?" The beautiful reporter was somewhat perplexed but honestly replied, "No." Upon hearing her answer, Jiuyun shrugged and remarked, "Then that's precisely it. In the arena, victory is my aspiration, and triumph is akin to the girlfriend I intend to pursue. Heh, no matter who tries to seize her from me, I shall not politely relinquish her to any rival." Although this analogy may be somewhat inappropriate, the essence remains similar. Thus, your earlier question holds no significance. That is all. With that, Jiuyun turned and walked away, leaving the reporter in a state of confusion. Had she just been rebuffed? His dismissal of her question implied a critique of her own capabilities. Anger surged within the beautiful reporter. However, Jiuyun had already distanced himself, and with a show to produce, she had to suppress her indignation. After having given the reporter a sharp retort, Jiuyun felt even more elated. Humph. The self-proclaimed king without a crown, what nonsense. He relished the expressions of those who disdained him yet felt powerless to act. Upon returning to the locker room, the celebration resumed, especially since, against all odds, they had triumphed over the favored Lakers in the season's opening match. It would be disingenuous not to feel joy. Notably, Crowder pranced around the locker room in his boxers, reveling in the moment. Jiuyun comprehended that in this match, Crowder played for 23 minutes, achieving 4 out of 7 field goals, including 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc, totaling 10 points, 2 assists, and 3 rebounds. Not only did he contribute offensively from the three-point line, but defensively he performed admirably against Artest and Jamison, and even held his ground against the power forward, Pau Gasol. It can be said that this game showcased his capabilities splendidly. Throughout the match, the standout performer for the Mavericks remained Jiuyun, who impressively shot 9 out of 15. With 5 successful free throws out of 7 attempts, amassing 23 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, demonstrating his versatility. However, he narrowly missed achieving his first double-double. His scoring was the highest for the Mavericks, with Darren Collison following closely, scoring 17 points on 8 out of 12 shooting with 4 assists. Together, they effectively subdued the Lakers' backcourt during crucial moments. Under the leadership of Jiuyun and Collison, a total of 7 Mavericks players scored in double figures. Nevertheless, the highest scorer of the game was not Jiuyun, but Kobe Bryant, who netted 24 points on 12 out of 20 shooting, without any three-pointers or free throws. Pau Gasol contributed 22 points and 13 rebounds from 8 out of 19 shooting, with 6 successful free throws out of 8 attempts. Among the formidable quartet, Dwight Howard recorded 20 points and 10 rebounds from 8 out of 12 shooting, but only managed 4 points from 16 free throw attempts. Nash struggled with 3 out of 9 shooting, contributing merely 7 points and 4 assists. Despite 3 Lakers players surpassing the 20-point mark and holding a significant advantage inside, the absence of additional double-digit scorers among the rest of the team was a key factor in their defeat. As Chun Chonglu and Marion were preparing to accompany Carlisle to the post-game press conference, a staff member entered and announced, "Sue, Kobe is looking for you. Would you like to step out and see him?" Before Jiuyun could utter a word, Claude, in his characteristic manner, exclaimed, "Really? It's just a game. Isn't it? It's merely that Sue's trash talk has been a bit excessive. Is this truly a reason to block the locker room door?" Initially, the others had not anticipated Kobe would confront them at the locker room entrance. However, Claude's remark prompted them to recall Jiuyun's erratic behavior upon entering the court, as he was known for his audacity in speech, which could indeed provoke Kobe to take such action. Marion rose from his seat, prepared to step outside himself, hoping to facilitate a dialogue. Jiuyun stood up, exasperated, and addressed Claude, saying, "You have quite the ill omen. Is Kobe Bryant really so petty as you?" "Humph. He came to deliver a signed jersey to me, just as I had requested." With that, he merrily exited, leaving the entire locker room in a state of bewilderment. Claude nudged his fellow rookie, Cunningham, and remarked, "What just transpired?" During the game, I distinctly observed both of them exchanging nothing but disparaging remarks, likely spitting vitriol at each other, not to mention the physical clashes. How could Sue request a signed jersey from him at the end of the match, and Kobe personally deliver it to the locker room? What kind of narrative is this? Claude's voice carried, prompting everyone in the locker room to follow his train of thought. And soon, silence enveloped the room. After all, they were not strangers to Jiuyun's antics. He was similarly vocal during training sessions and scrimmages, often uttering the most unsavory comments, making one want to deliver a punch. Yet, once the game concluded, his sweet-talking charm was undeniable, which is why no one had ever contemplated physically confronting him. However, they had never truly considered whether they could even overpower Jiuyun in a confrontation. Indeed, it was Kobe who had brought the signed jersey, and after exchanging contact information, Jiuyun gleefully returned to the locker room clutching the jersey. At the post-match press conference, reporters were particularly eager to inquire about Jiuyun. Both Carlisle and Marion lavished high praise upon him, stating that he was among the most dedicated players they had ever witnessed in a game. Naturally, some reporters posed questions regarding the altercation between Jiuyun and Artest, as well as the exchanges between him and Kobe. "Sue," a journalist began, "Artest from the Lakers remarked during his interview that you lack respect for your elders, continuously engaging in trash talk that borders on personal attacks." One reporter's question clearly struck a nerve with Jiuyun, eliciting a chuckle from him before he responded, "That is the most amusing thing I have heard today. Heavens, engaging in trash talk is quite commonplace in the league, isn't it? I merely suggested that his speed was somewhat lacking and asked if he needed me to slow down. Is that truly a personal attack? If his psyche is so fragile, I would advise him to consider playing in the development league instead." Jiuyun's remarks left Carlisle and Marion in a state of exasperation. This fellow excelled in every aspect, save for his relentless tongue. The journalists present were equally taken aback. Was this not a form of personal attack? Such blatant sarcasm was unmistakable. After executing a successful dunk, he had the audacity to chastise his opponent for being too slow, suggesting perhaps he should slow down. One could only wonder what sort of character would utter such words. Yet, technically, there were no overtly offensive terms in his statements. "Well, you certainly possess a talent for provocation." Finally, a reporter posed a question that deviated from the theme of conflict and trash talk. "Sue, during the game, Kobe took the initiative to defend against you. How would you assess his defensive skills? Can he truly impede your progress?" Indeed, these individuals were formidable. What sort of divine inquiry was this? It seemed every question was designed to stoke the flames, yet this one appeared devoid of any impropriety. Jiuyun pondered for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and said, "As you all know, Kobe is one of the rare elite guards in the league over the past few decades, excelling in both offense and defense. I acknowledge his formidable defensive experience and prowess. Even when his speed no longer surpasses mine, he can still thwart my drives. However, I have coaches who advise me that there is no need to engage him in a head-to-head confrontation. Therefore, my performance speaks for itself." Carlisle nearly applauded Jiuyun. He had initially feared the young man might speak recklessly. Yet, not only did he commend Kobe, but he also praised himself. "This kid is quite clever. though one wonders why he often resorts to provoking his opponents on the court. Carlisle, of course, was unaware that without provoking his adversaries, Jiuyun would have no source of anger to channel. The reporters in attendance felt somewhat disheartened. What they truly desired was for Jiuyun to boldly declare that Kobe was past his prime, that his defense was inadequate, and that he could not contain him. Such headlines would possess far more sensational appeal. After the match concluded, the Mavericks did not linger in Los Angeles. Instead, they boarded a private jet to Utah that very night, for they were set to face the Utah Jazz in a back-to-back challenge the following day. Jiuyun sat in her seat, unable to sleep. Although she participated in numerous NCAA games last year, she had never experienced such back-to-back matches, especially with the added strain of an overnight flight to such a distant destination. Jiuyun couldn't help but wonder if the organizers of the league harbored some discontent towards the Mavericks, as it seemed rather unreasonable to schedule the first two games back-to-back. Despite the exhausting nature of the match, he found himself unable to sleep on the plane. Opening the virtual panel of the system, he was delighted to see that he had accumulated over 120 points of rage from the game. Excluding the usual training sessions and one-on-one challenges, he had amassed over 1,000 rage points in fewer than 10 matches, which was a significant attribute boost. After his moment of joy, his thoughts shifted to the upcoming opponent, the Utah Jazz. He had just reviewed the team's statistics, noting that there had been little change from the previous season. The only notable alteration was the replacement of former Mavericks player and all-star point guard Devin Harris with Mo Williams, a name familiar to Chinese fans. Although the two point guards possessed different playing styles, their statistics from last season were quite comparable. Harris played 63 games for the Jazz, averaging 11.3 points and 5 assists, with an overall shooting percentage of 44.5 and a three-point shooting percentage of 36.2. In contrast, Mo Williams represented the Clippers in 52 games, averaging 13.2 points and 3.1 assists, with an overall shooting percentage of 42.6 and a three-point shooting percentage of 38.9. Last season, Harris had contributed to the Jazz's record of 36 wins and 30 losses, matching the Mavericks' performance as both teams advanced to the playoffs. However, in his recollection, the Jazz had failed to reach the playoffs in the original timeline, just as the Mavericks had, indicating a stalemate of sorts. Yet, with his presence as a variable, he felt confident that the current Mavericks were indeed stronger than the Jazz. He was also beginning to look forward to facing off against a former all-star point guard. Lost in thought, he soon arrived in Salt Lake City. After checking into the hotel, sharing a room with Crowder, he quickly drifted into a deep slumber. With no training scheduled for the morning and only warm-ups in the afternoon, he was ready for the game that awaited him in the evening. Jiuyun awoke from his slumber at 11 o'clock, rising to freshen up. Claude, having also stirred from his sleep, turned on the television and engrossed himself in the sports news. In the previous night's matchup, the new F-44 powerhouse, the Lakers, faced off against the Mavericks, who were without the presence of Dirk Nowitzki. Despite Kobe, Gasol, and Howard each achieving over 20 points, the Mavericks showcased superior teamwork, triumphantly defeating the Lakers on their home court. The once ridiculed Chinese player, Su, delivered a spectacular individual performance, with a thunderous dunk over Gasol ranking as the top highlight of the opening night. Even when confronted by Kobe's defense, he remained unperturbed. Throughout the game, his robust physique and swift agility frequently penetrated the paint, reminiscent of a guard-line LeBron James. He dominated Steve Nash, and in comparison to LeBron's debut statistics of 25 points, 6 assists, and 9 rebounds, Su's astonishing debut included 23 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, an impressive all-around performance that rivaled LeBron's. We eagerly anticipate Su's forthcoming displays, curious to see if he can emerge as the LeBron of the point guard position. Claude, having watched the sports news, scoured the internet for coverage of the game, yet was dismayed to find none of the articles elaborated on Su's performance. They merely recited his statistics. Frustrated, Claude exclaimed, drawing Su's attention from the bathroom. "Jay, what s with the morning madness?" Claude, wearing a pained expression, lamented, "Su, it's so unfair. Why does no one mention me in the news? I hit 2 3-pointers, for heaven's sake." "Ah, you should be thankful to me. I assisted you on those 2 shots." "So you owe me lunch," Su teased, eliciting a silent stare from Claude, who knew Su always took advantage of him. "Su, they're calling you the LeBron of the point guard position. Do you think that is accurate?" Upon hearing Claude's remark, Su's jovial demeanor vanished, and he pointed a finger at Claude, angrily retorting, "You're the one who is LeBron. Your entire family is LeBron. Oof, I am who I am, and no one else." Claude was taken aback. After all, the television had praised Su for resembling LeBron, which should have been a compliment. Just as he was about to retort, the television began broadcasting the top 5 plays from the previous day, prompting Su to chuckle. "Jay, check out how impressive my dunk was." At this, Claude could no longer contain himself and shouted for Su to leave him alone. In the midst of his outburst, a slipper flew in Su's direction, prompting him to retreat back into the bathroom. During lunch, Su insisted that Claude treat him, and the latter complied, knowing that Su would continue to assist him in the future if he did so. As they ate, Claude grumbled, "Su, both of our salaries are the same. And you have money at home, yet you still have the audacity to make me pay for lunch? You also receive meal allowances. This is outrageous." In the afternoon, the Mavericks arrived at the Energy Solutions Arena to acclimate to the venue. Claude not only carried his own bag, but also Su's. "Why don't you carry your own bag?" Su inquired playfully. "Because you are my little brother," Claude replied with a grin. "Just you wait. I will reclaim my pride." Observing Claude trudging forward with 3 bags, Su could not help but smile. There exists an unwritten tradition in the NBA where rookies assist veterans with their bags or become the target of pranks. Initially, Su had shared the same fate as Claude, but he never took offense when asked to carry bags or be pranked. Instead, he would challenge them to one-on-one matches during practice. Once on the court, Su's trash-talking would commence, and truth be told, there were few in the Mavericks capable of besting him in these one-on-one encounters. Those who could match his speed lacked his strength, and those who were strong could not keep pace with his swiftness or jump as high. Despite the external rating of 70 in the 2K system, Su had reached an impressive 80 within his own framework, the highest on the Mavericks aside from Nowitzki. Thus, with Nowitzki absent, he felt unchallenged and mercilessly dominated his opponents. After a few instances, no one dared to ask Su for assistance with their bags again. As evening fell, both teams concluded their shooting warm-ups and returned to their respective locker rooms. In the Mavericks locker room, Carlisle meticulously reviewed the game plan, addressing the team with, "I understand everyone is fatigued, and the high altitude of Salt Lake City may significantly affect our stamina. Competing at this elevation will be challenging, especially with back-to-back games, so I urge everyone to take care of themselves and avoid injuries. Our game strategy will mirror that of the previous match, but we will adjust the starting lineup." Meanwhile, in the Jazz's locker room, the head coach was finalizing his tactical arrangements. Mo Williams reviewed the materials provided by the assistant coach concerning his upcoming matchups against Darren Collison and Jiuyun. Detailed notes outlined their respective strengths, defensive strategies, and offensive tactics. Although Mo's athletic prowess had diminished over time, his pride prevented him from perceiving Collison as a genuine threat. It was Su, following his remarkable debut, who was now positioned as his opponent. Strengths: impressive height, long wingspan, robust physique, remarkable speed, strong ability to attack the rim, and a degree of mid-range shooting capability. Upon reviewing Su's recorded statistics, 195 centimeters in height, 207 centimeters wingspan, 95 kilograms in weight, along with an array of speed metrics, Mo Williams gasped, "Goodness, this is outrageous. In my prime, my speed barely matched his." At 185 centimeters tall, with a wingspan of 189 centimeters and weighing 90 kilograms, he felt dwarfed by Su's dimensions. With this realization, Mo reevaluated his earlier underestimation of Su and steadied himself, continuing to analyze the data. Weaknesses: average ball handling skills, poor ball control, and a lack of three-point attempts in his previous game, suggesting he was a subpar shooter from beyond the arc. Defensive strategy: allow him space for shots but deny him lanes to drive. After absorbing the analysis provided by the data team, Mo Williams silently began adjusting his mindset, acutely aware that the next couple of hours would present significant challenges. The Jazz's home court is notoriously difficult for visiting players, as it is situated in Salt Lake City at an elevation of 300 meters, where oxygen levels can pose challenges even for the average person. Consequently, visiting players often experience a decline in performance upon arrival, while those accustomed to the altitude feel significantly less discomfort. In the ebb and flow of competition, the players of the Jazz often find themselves performing at their peak during matches. This phenomenon is partly attributed to the formidable atmosphere of their home court, but equally, it is fueled by the fervor of Jazz fans. It is well known that the passion exhibited by Jazz supporters ranks among the most intense in the NBA. These zealous fans adorn the arena in hues reminiscent of a vast ocean, and throughout the game, they unleash a relentless barrage of cheers and chants, exerting pressure on the visiting players. They do not shy away from uttering derogatory remarks, displaying an aggressive demeanor towards every opponent on the court. One can only imagine the scene when renowned players are met with a chorus of boos. Those with fragile mental fortitude may falter, leading to mishandled passes and frequent errors. This time, as the Mavericks took the court, the atmosphere remained unchanged, filled with deafening jeers and faint echoes of insults. Jiuyun curled his lips in disdain. Although he could not discern the precise insults hurled at him, given the nature of the home crowd of the Jazz, it was unlikely to be anything complimentary. As he absorbed the electric atmosphere of the arena, a surge of excitement coursed through his veins. When he took to the court, he made a gesture demanding silence. This moment was captured and displayed on the enormous screen above, provoking an even louder chorus of boos and curses from the audience. Yet, Jiuyun remained unfazed. Anger level 2, anger level 1. Jiuyun was somewhat taken aback to have received a measure of anger, albeit not substantial. It was likely bestowed upon her by the starting players who had already taken the field. Jiuyun smiled. The starting players for the Mavericks included Jiuyun, J. Mayo, Marion, Crowder, and Brandon Wright. In preparation for this match, Carlisle made adjustments to the lineup, removing the relatively slower power forward Brand from the game and positioning Crowder in the 4th spot. The decision to employ a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players was a strategic arrangement that highlighted Jiuyun's distinctive style of play. Jiuyun possesses no significant shooting range, yet his exceptional ability to penetrate defenses is noteworthy. The presence of Brand merely congests the interior, complicating Jiuyun's efforts to break through. However, with the inclusion of Crowder, not only does his three-point shooting prowess create additional space for Jiuyun, but it also introduces another perimeter threat for the Mavericks. Previously, the only player capable of making three-point shots in the starting lineup was J. Mayo. On one hand, Jiuyun's remarkable effectiveness and fast breaks makes him a formidable force. Thus, Brand's sluggish pace hinders the Mavericks' offensive momentum. Conversely, Brandon Wright's attributes align perfectly with Jiuyun's style. Wright, a slender yet elite finisher, has developed a reliable mid-range jump shot and scores efficiently through screens and cuts. Nevertheless, his rebounding leaves much to be desired. While he can block shots, he struggles in physical confrontations and is vulnerable in low-post situations. Although Al Jefferson of the Jazz averaged 19.2 points and 9.6 rebounds last season, making him a significant interior presence, he does not rank among the league's elite. Furthermore, his mobility on defense is limited, posing challenges when faced with nimble big men, particularly those adept at scoring off screens, which is precisely the kind of player Wright embodies. For Carlisle, this game serves as an experiment. This exemplifies what it means to be a tactical mastermind, as Carlisle undoubtedly is. The Jazz's starting lineup consists of Mo Williams, Gordon Hayward, Paul Millsap, Marvin Williams, and Al Jefferson. On paper, this Jazz team appears robust and formidable. Despite ranking among the top in scoring last season, their three-point shooting was dismal, placing them 3rd from the bottom in the league. Consequently, the threat from beyond the arc is minimal, allowing the Mavericks to compress their defense. Though Crowder is significantly shorter and lacks the overall bulk compared to Marvin Williams, Brand's slow pace would be ineffective against both Williams and Millsap. This predicament is part of why Carlisle has resorted to starting Crowder. Observing Jiuyun step onto the court, Carlisle harbors great hopes for him. Go forth and let the world witness the extent of your prowess. As the whistle sounded, the match commenced in earnest, and White secured possession for the Mavericks. After Jiuyun dribbled past the halfway line and positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, he was met with defense from Mo Williams. It seems that despite his remarkable performance in the game, the opposing team chose not to alter their strategy. They opted for a one-on-one defense against him rather than deploying a taller, stronger player to counteract his skills. Jiuyun revealed a smile, his pearly white teeth gleaming under the light. Mo Williams did not venture beyond the three-point line to defend, but instead stood within its arc, granting him a distance of 12 steps. Jiuyun made a gesture, and White promptly emerged to set a screen for him. Utilizing White's screen, Jiuyun advanced, while Iyer chose not to follow. Fully aware that Jiuyun lacked the ability to shoot from beyond the arc, Jiuyun opted not to attempt a three-pointer. Instead, he capitalized on White's screen to penetrate the defense. Al Jefferson had already positioned himself in the path of his drive. Jiuyun did not force the issue. Instead, he observed Al Jefferson as he made a breakthrough to the right. His foot speed was undoubtedly not comparable to Jefferson's. Although he had gained a half-step advantage, he was already beneath the basket. If he dared to attempt a layup, there was an 80 chance it would be swatted away. After all, with Jefferson's towering height of 2.08 meters, he was not someone one could recklessly challenge in such a scenario. Jiuyun did not attempt a layup. Instead, he continued to dribble towards the left corner. Just as he exited the paint, he executed a swift turnaround and delivered a sudden pass to the base. Right, who had set a screen and rolled to the basket, galloped in, receiving the ball and soaring into the air. Despite the defensive interference from Millsap, he managed to score. The Mavericks took an early lead at 2-0. On the sidelines, Carlisle could not help but pump his fist. Noting the composure and patience with which the young player handled that moment, a stark contrast to his typically explosive style of play. He envisioned another facet of Jiuyun's adaptability and began to fantasize about the scenes that would unfold when Nowitzki returned to the court. If the defender assigned to Nowitzki dared to switch, Jiuyun could exploit his speed to penetrate the opposing big man or pass the ball to Nowitzki, who could either roll to the basket or retreat to the three-point line. What kind of guard could possibly defend against Nowitzki's shooting at that moment? As the Jazz initiated their offense, Mo Williams advanced past half-court, and Jiuyun immediately applied pressure, adhering to his philosophy of forcing opponents into difficult situations. Mo Williams turned sideways, using one hand to shield the ball from Jiuyun, but the pressure was palpable, especially after some physical contact. The force emanating from Jiuyun was alarming. Mo attempted to drive past him twice, but was thwarted each time. At this point, Mo Williams had already squandered a considerable amount of time. Hayward quickly moved to provide support, while Jefferson established a strong position in the paint. Hayward, not greedy for the ball, promptly passed it to Jefferson. Upon receiving the ball, Jefferson leaned back slightly, executed a rightward pivot feint, then pulled back before spinning left to execute a jump shot from near the corner, successfully scoring. In that moment, Al Jefferson showcased his exemplary back-to-the-basket skills. Earlier, after Hayward assisted Mo Williams, he could have easily attacked O.J. Mayo, who was significantly shorter than him, but he opted to pass to Al Jefferson instead. Although the hierarchy within the team was somewhat nebulous, Jefferson had averaged 19.2 points and 9.6 rebounds last season, Millsap 16.6 points and 8.8 rebounds, and Hayward 11.8 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 3.1 assists. Logically, Jefferson should be regarded as the team leader at just 27 years old, the prime of his career. However, defensively, he was somewhat of a liability, lacking the leadership qualities to command respect and guide the team effectively. Millsap was the most balanced player on both ends of the court for the Jazz, though he did not possess the star quality or leadership traits. Hayward, the 9th overall pick in the 2010 draft, had seen his rookie season stats of 5.4 points and 1.9 rebounds rise to 11.8 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 3.1 assists last season. His balance on both ends of the court was evident, and his reputation as the most tenacious small forward during his college days was well-deserved. His energetic play on the court easily inspired his teammates. Thus, there were murmurs suggesting that Hayward might be the future leader of the Jazz, although at this stage, Jefferson still held a slightly higher tactical status within the team. Moreover, given the Jazz's current reliance on half-court play, many of their strategies were initiated through Jefferson. Jiuyun maintained possession as he crossed the halfway line, while Mo Williams opted to take a step back. Jiuyun called for a pick-and-roll, mirroring his initial offensive play. However, this time, Jiuyun opted for a sudden stop and jump shot. The score flashed 4-2. Is this truly the ironclad defense of the Jazz? Yet, I see no one. Jiuyun did not retreat defensively. Instead, he positioned himself in front of Mo Williams, preparing to implement a full-court press. Listening to Jiuyun's incessant chatter, Mo Williams felt exasperated. This fellow was indeed as talkative as Arteist and the others had claimed. After receiving the ball, Mo Williams executed a few crossovers and successfully crossed half-court. A point guard capable of entering the NBA would not be like certain national team guards, who, under pressure, struggle to even advance past half-court. In the NBA, failing to prevent an opponent from crossing half-court while executing a full-court press primarily serves to deplete the opponent's ball handler's stamina, thwarting their ability to swiftly establish offensive plays and delaying their offensive timing. Occasionally, during the press, it may even induce mistakes from the opposing point guard or those involved in passing, which would be a significant gain. Indeed, after Mo Williams dribbled past half-court, he quickly passed the ball to the approaching Millsap, following a series of passes from the perimeter to the paint and back again. They still struggled to find a decent shooting opportunity. Ultimately, Millsap attempted to overpower Marion but failed, allowing Jiuyun to secure the defensive rebound and charge towards the front court. Meanwhile, the other Mavericks players surged forward, while the Jazz's transition defense appeared sluggish, their defensive formation not yet established. Jefferson lagged behind, as White, the Mavericks center, bolted past the three-point line just as he crossed half-court. As Jiuyun surged into the paint like a spearhead, he faced formidable defense, but adeptly passed the ball to the mid-range Marion. Demonstrating commendable self-restraint, Marion relayed it to the completely open O.J. Mayo. Mayo seized the opportunity without hesitation, delivering a decisive shot. The Mavericks executed a swift counterattack, eschewing a half-court battle with the Jazz, thereby exploiting the latter's relatively tall, yet slower players. Particularly, Al Jefferson, weighing in at 130 kilograms, struggled to keep pace. Although Jiuyun did not accumulate personal statistics from this play, the offensive initiation was undeniably his. Jazz head coach Corbin could no longer remain composed. Shouting instructions from the sidelines, focus on shooting efficiency, do not allow them to push the tempo. The Mavericks' defense tightened considerably, leaving Jefferson without a viable option, prompting him to pass the ball out. After receiving the ball at the arc, Hayward carefully surveyed the court before executing a sudden crossover dribble. Using his body to push past O.J. Mayo and penetrating the defense for a mid-range jumper, the Mavericks, undeterred, quickly transitioned the ball to Jiuyun via a fast inbounds by Crowder. Despite Mo Williams' interference, Jiuyun charged forward like a youthful bull, effortlessly breaching the defensive line. He charged directly towards Jefferson, entering the paint where he feigned a pass, momentarily stalling Millsap's defensive reaction. In that instant, Jiuyun accelerated, soaring into the air, rendering any opposition futile. With a resounding thud, he executed a powerful dunk, silencing the arena and leaving the home crowd momentarily stunned. Upon landing, Jiuyun flexed his biceps and roared, "You are too slow. Is this your so-called ironclad defense?" Anger points surged. 3, 5, 5, delicious, he mused. The Jazz called a timeout as Corbin struggled to contain his frustration. The team renowned for its defense was being thoroughly outpaced by a rookie's rapid assault. "Where's your defense? Being toyed with by a newcomer? Don't you feel ashamed?" he chastised. "They want to push the pace, and we must not fall into their rhythm. Let us be patient for the remainder of the game, protect the defensive rebounds, and exert more effort on the offensive boards. As our inside advantage is clear, we will employ this strategy." In stark contrast to Corbin's fiery demeanor on the Jazz bench, the atmosphere among the Mavericks was buoyant. "Speed. I demand speed. I hope that when the game resumes, your pace is even swifter, especially you two sharpshooters. If you have the opportunity on the perimeter, take the shot without hesitation." The ensuing contest would be a battle of rhythms. Whoever seizes their preferred tempo would tip the scales of victory in their favor. While this match was not broadcast live across America, it garnered attention in China due to Jiuyun's stellar performance in the previous game, leading to a live broadcast on TV5. The commentary was provided by Yang Jian and Yang Yi. Up to this point, the Mavericks' tactics appeared distinct from their prior game, with a marked increase in offensive and defensive transitions. Yang Jian expressed his agreement with Yang Yi, suggesting that Coach Carlisle had tailored this strategy specifically for Jiuyun, capitalizing on his speed and explosive power to enhance the Mavericks' tempo. Such an approach was essential if they were to claim victory against the Jazz. Following Dirk Nowitzki's hiatus, this Mavericks team was a patchwork assembly. Their collective strength could hardly rival that of the Jazz. Given this disparity, they had no choice but to adopt a speed-oriented strategy to overcome height and strength. This shift underscored Jiuyun's growing significance in Carlisle's plans, positioning him as the tactical nucleus of the Mavericks in Nowitzki's absence. Any coach would be remiss to overlook a rookie's debut that mirrored LeBron's statistical prowess. And even former Pistons coach Brown would likely find a way to utilize such talent. Meanwhile, fans watching from their screens were enthralled by the engaging commentary from the two Yangs, reminiscing about how long it had been since they experienced such exhilaration while watching a game. Although watching other teams was enjoyable, it lacked a certain essence, yes, the feeling of supporting a home team. Now, the fans in China had embraced the Mavericks as their own, reveling in the game, particularly since the ball was often in Jiuyun's hands, unlike previous years when the team's star was often seen running back and forth with little impact. Upon returning to the game, the Jazz exhibited greater patience, frequently executing their plays down to the final seconds. This approach yielded impressive success, with Jefferson, Marvin Williams, and Millsap effectively dismantling the Mavericks' interior defense. However, The Mavericks, without the weight of expectation, executed Carlisle's strategy with increased fervor, pushing the pace as swiftly as possible. Jiuyun nearly overwhelmed Mo Williams, compelling the Jazz to tighten their defense and pay close attention to his support. At this juncture, the contributions of O.J. Mayo and Jay Crowder became evident. Their sporadic long-range shots left the Jazz in disarray. By the end of the first quarter, the Mavericks held a modest lead of 32-27 over the Jazz. However, upon entering the second unit, the Mavericks' disadvantages became starkly apparent. Carter, Darren Collison, and Brand were utterly outmatched against the Jazz's formidable bench players. Derek Favors, the third overall pick of 2010, Randy Foye, the seventh pick of 2006, and DeMar Carroll, a defensive stalwart destined to evolve into a renowned 3-and-D player in a couple of seasons, all showcased their prowess. Additionally, there was the Turkish center, whose name could not even be mentioned in his homeland, known for his offensive strength and defensive frailty. This ensemble of young, athletic, and highly touted talent in the second unit wreaked havoc on the Mavericks. In the matchup between Collison and Foye, each player had their moments of advantage. Collison struggled defensively, and Foye found it equally challenging to contain Collison. Merely 2 minutes into the second quarter, the Jazz had overturned the deficit, prompting Carlisle to call a timeout. Yet, after revising their strategy, the Mavericks' second unit failed to make significant headway. By the time Jiuyun re-entered the fray, the team was trailing by 5 points. Upon his return, Jiuyun, fueled by determination, relentlessly attacked the basket, ultimately halting the Mavericks' slump. The teams resumed the pace established in the first quarter, although the Jazz gradually began to dominate the boards. Nevertheless, the Mavericks displayed remarkable accuracy from beyond the arc in the first half, with Collison hitting 2 of 2 attempts, Mayo making 2 of 3, and Carter, Crowder, and Marion each sinking 1, thanks to their sharpshooting and Jiuyun's fearless drives into the paint. The Mavericks concluded the first half with a narrow 63-60 lead, despite a significant rebounding disadvantage of 17-28. The Mavericks' locker room was filled with laughter, oblivious to the impending disaster that awaited them in the second half. As the second half commenced, the Jazz assigned Hayward to defend Jiuyun, significantly complicating his ability to penetrate the defense as he had in the first half. Hayward's height and weight advantages, combined with his explosive strength and agility, forced Jiuyun to rely on screens for his drives. Clearly, the Jazz had meticulously devised defensive strategies during halftime. After Jiuyun's penetration, either the small forward or power forward would promptly release their assignment to provide help defense, strategically positioned near the paint. Meanwhile, Jefferson lingered behind, ready to serve as a third line of defense. Compounding the Mavericks' woes, their three-point shooters lost their touch in the second half, failing to make a single shot from beyond the arc in the third quarter, where the Jazz outscored them 35-20, taking a 12-point lead. As the final quarter unfolded, the Jazz maintained control of the tempo, their rebounding advantage continuing to grow, ultimately leading to the Mavericks' inability to stage a comeback. The primary reason for the Mavericks' defeat was their inadequate rebounding. They were out-rebounded 40-62, with the Jazz securing an astonishing 20 offensive boards, which fueled their scoring spree in the second half. Among the Mavericks, the leading rebounder was the veteran small forward Marion, who collected 11 boards, while Jiuyun, the point guard, surprisingly grabbed 7 rebounds. In contrast, the Mavericks center, Brandon Wright, managed only 3 rebounds throughout the game, all of which were defensive. Jiuyun experienced the bitter taste of failure, and what irked him even more was the taunt from Mo Williams at the conclusion of the match. "Hello, rookie. Do you now comprehend the tenacious defense of the Utah Jazz? How does it feel?" Jiuyun curled her lips in disdain, feeling the sting of humiliation. Indeed, retaliating with scornful remarks carries its own risks. When one's strength is lacking, one's face may suffer the consequences. Nevertheless, one may lose individuals but never the battle. It is quite unimpressive, considering that you allowed this novice to achieve 19 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. Particularly your defense, had you not been standing before me. I might have thought no one was there to trouble me. Jiuyun's staunch retort nearly breached Mo Williams' composure. After all, despite the victory, he found himself at a disadvantage in his confrontations with Jiuyun. Throughout the match, under Jiuyun's vigilant defense, Mo Williams managed a mere 4 successful shots out of 11 attempts, accumulating only 11 points and 4 assists. The Jazz's triumph was not due to substantial contributions from their backcourt. Rather, it was the remarkable performances of their frontcourt players that secured the win. Marvin Williams showcased his prowess with 21 points from 7 of 13 shooting, including 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, along with a perfect 5 for 5 from the free throw line. Paul Millsap recorded a double-double with 15 points and 15 rebounds, 8 of which were on the offensive end. Jefferson added 16 points and 14 rebounds, with 5 coming from offensive boards, while Favors contributed 8 points and 10 rebounds. The quartet of interior players decisively overwhelmed the Mavericks' frontline. Among the Mavericks' big men, only White managed to score 12 points with 3 rebounds, while Brand averaged 5 points and 6 rebounds on 2 of 8 shooting. Rookie Bernard James scored 8 points with 6 rebounds, hitting 6 of 6 from the charity stripe, and Jay Crowder netted 8 points on 3 of 11 shooting. The scoring disparity between the Mavericks and Jazz in the paint was stark, with a ratio of 33-66. Conversely, the Mavericks excelled on the perimeter, with Jiuyun leading with 19 points, followed by Collison with 16, Mayo with 12, Carter with 12, and Marion with 8. The Jazz's backcourt could only muster respectable performances from Hayward with 11 points, Williams also with 11 points, and Foy with 13 points. Following a cold scoff, Mo Williams turned and walked away. Jiuyun chose to ignore him. In the post-match interview, it was indeed evident that players from the Jazz subtly criticized his arrogance. However, such remarks had no impact on Jiuyun's spirits. His formidable resilience rendered him immune to such commentary. Although the Mavericks lost the game, the external perception of Jiuyun continued to improve. In his debut, he scored 23 points, delivered 9 assists, and secured 7 rebounds. In the second game, he amassed 19 points, along with 8 assists and 7 rebounds. Such performances dazzled the eyes of team managers, owners, and the media alike. Undoubtedly, Jiuyun emerged as the standout rookie of the new season, despite being merely the 41st pick in the second round, particularly after all the rookies showcased their talents. Jiuyun's visibility surged, as the overall performance of this rookie class was rather mediocre. The first pick, Anthony Davis, scored 21 points and grabbed 7 rebounds on 6 of 12 shooting in his debut. The second pick, Michael Gilchrist, managed only 3 points and 5 rebounds on 1 of 6 shooting. The third pick, Bradley Beal, had a lackluster outing with 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists on 2 of 8 shooting. The fourth pick, Dion Waiters, recorded 15 points and 2 rebounds on 6 of 14 shooting. The fifth pick, Thomas Robinson, barely received any playing time with the Kings. The sixth pick, Damian Lillard, shone brightly with 23 points and 11 assists, while Anthony Davis met expectations. The performances of the other top 5 picks were far from impressive, with the exception of Lillard, whose display aligned with his draft position. Overall, the debut performances of this rookie class fell short of public expectations, especially when juxtaposed with Jiuyun's achievements at the 41st pick. Journalists began to interview general managers from various teams, probing whether they regretted not selecting Jiuyun, who was invited to the green room. Soon, journalist Bill Simmons revealed that several team managers and owners expressed remorse for not choosing Su. According to sources from several industry professionals, they reported that the initial reasons for inviting him to the green room included his status as a Chinese player, impressive physical metrics during the combine, and a commendable performance in the NCAA, marking him as a distinctive talent. However, they ultimately chose not to select him for several reasons. 1. Except for Chairman Yao, other Chinese players have failed to enhance their team's commercial value upon entering the NBA. 2. During the combine, his ball handling skills were deemed insufficient for a point guard position, and he lacked the shooting range to excel as a shooting guard. 3. Historically, every Chinese player in the NBA has struggled with injuries, leading them to believe that Su's playing style would subject him to similar ailments. Nevertheless, following his consecutive stunning performances, these managers and owners now felt inclined to take a risk on him. Bill Simmons, known for his reliable sources within the NBA, asserted that his statements held an 80 credibility rating. Consequently, Jiuyun's prominence now overshadowed any other 2012 rookie, except for Anthony Davis. Domestic media also published Simmons' revelations, igniting a wave of excitement among Jiuyun's fans on various forums. Indeed, through just 2 games, Jiuyun successfully silenced the critics among the managers and owners who overlooked him. His triumph resonates with the satisfaction reminiscent of Chairman Yao's unforgettable moments. If Chairman Yao had arrived a few years later, one can only imagine the heights that he and Jiuyun could have propelled the national team to. In today's domestic sports scene, it is undeniably Jiuyun who reigns supreme. On that day, Jiuyun successfully ascended to the trending topics, and more significantly, his performance in the NBA was also featured by official media. Although the coverage was not extensive, it nonetheless propelled his fame to new heights. Any news or posts regarding Jiuyun on major forums garnered a rapid influx of comments, with the enthusiastic support of basketball fans. Numerous photos of Jiuyun surfaced across various forums and portals, his handsome visage instantly captivating a multitude of female fans. It can be said that overnight, Jiuyun became a national idol, distinctively different from the idols of the entertainment industry. In terms of national recognition, treatment, fanbase size, and the grandeur of appearances, athlete celebrities pale in comparison to their entertainment counterparts. However, the influence of a national idol within the sports realm brings forth positive energy to the public, society, and the nation. Thus, the two categories cannot be equated, nor can their standing among the populace be regarded as equivalent. Consequently, Jiuyun's sudden dominance in trending topics and the attention he garnered in the United States, along with his defiant attributes, stirred envy among many stars from the entertainment industry. Recently, Jiuyun has been exceedingly busy. One could say that every moment of hers is worth a fortune. Today, she managed to steal a moment of leisure, soaking in a bathtub at her hotel, when she suddenly recalled the unforgettable 2 days and nights from 2 months ago. The mere thought of it now is utterly irresistible. Out of the blue, she recalled the abruptness of his departure, leaving nothing but silence, no texts, no calls. Yet, she longed to share a bath with him. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a blush crept across her cheeks, and her hands wandered astray. Suddenly, she made a decision. She would visit the United States. What would that rascal's reaction be if she unexpectedly appeared courtside to watch a game? Surely, a photograph with him would be beneficial to her, wouldn't it? P.S. Typos will be corrected later. After their match against the Jazz, the Mavericks returned to Dallas the next day to enjoy a day of rest. With their third game of the season scheduled for the 3rd, they had 2 days of respite, and following the back-to-back games, the players were somewhat fatigued, thus necessitating a day off. Upon returning home, Jiuyun indulged in a delightful slumber. To this day, he has yet to acclimate to sleeping on an airplane. Even though fatigue may coax him into unconsciousness, his sleep remains restless and superficial. Upon awakening, he turned on the television and was greeted by the sight of Mavericks owner Mark Cuban during a press interview, where he was asked to share his impressions of the Bobcats center, Haywood, who was set to visit. Cuban responded with a scowl, choosing not to comment. This elicited a chuckle from Jiuyun. If he were in Cuban's shoes, he, too, would find it difficult to muster any joy. During the off-season, the Mavericks utilized the amnesty clause to part ways with Haywood, relinquishing the final 5 years of his contract, of which the last year was non-guaranteed and excluded from the salary cap. Subsequently, the Bobcats seized the opportunity to sign him to a 3-year, $6 million contract, while the Mavericks remain obligated to pay over $23 million in wages for him. Jiuyun recalled that in the original timeline, Mark Cuban was quite displeased with this signing, often booing Hayward during games against the Bobcats. However, considering Cuban's peculiar preferences, Jiuyun found himself at a loss for words. Cuban had a penchant for robust, formidable interior players alongside delicate, agile perimeter players. He favored the likes of Dampier, Hayward, DeAndre Jordan, and Howard, while showing disfavor towards Chandler, perhaps due to his lack of physicality, which led to his departure. Cuban admired Nowitzki, Porzingis, Parsons, Levine, and Darren, but deemed Barnes insufficiently fair-skinned, resulting in his being traded away. Although much of this was said in jest, a chill ran down Jiuyun's spine as he pondered whether the owner harbored some peculiar predilections. Was he both an aggressor and a receiver? After all, the world of the wealthy often indulges in whims beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. It would be prudent to avoid solitary encounters with Cuban and to discern his taste as best as possible. The local Dallas Mavericks fans were experiencing a blend of anguish and joy. The source of their torment was the news that their beloved team leader, Dirk Nowitzki, would be sidelined for 2 months. Yet, their elation stemmed from the buzz surrounding the 41st pick, selected by the owner for $3.8 million, who had recently become a hot topic in the NBA. His debut was nothing short of spectacular, and his performance in the second game was equally impressive, further embellished by Bill Simmons's revelations, adding an air of legend to his story. After all, the world over, people revel in tales of triumph against the odds. America is no exception. For instance, last season's Jeremy Lin captivated the league with his breathtaking displays, sparking a phenomenon dubbed Linsanity by foreign media. Each time Lin and the Knicks played, throngs gathered to witness his exploits. Now, Jiuyun too was beginning to possess a similar enchanting aura. The upcoming home game against the Charlotte Bobcats marked the Mavericks' inaugural home match of the season. Tickets for this game were in high demand, and according to club staff, Jiuyun's jersey sales had surpassed even the revered Nowitzki since the season commenced. In the evening, after completing his self-training session at his home gym and freshening up, Bill Duffy arrived. "Bill, what brings you here?" Jiuyun inquired. "Well, considering our rapport, isn't it entirely natural for me to be concerned about you?" Bill replied. Jiuyun curled his lips in disdain, dismissing the conversation as mere nonsense. After declining to endorse a sneaker brand, he had not engaged in any advertising campaigns during this period, so why would anyone be concerned about him? "Bill, it would be best if you refrained from worrying about me. You are not a beautiful woman. I could tolerate the attention of a lovely lady. But coming from an old man like you, I'd rather pass." Bill Duffy, well accustomed to such banter, chose to ignore him and made his way to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of water. After gulping down half the bottle, he finally spoke. "I did come to see you today for a reason, and it is indeed good news." Jiuyun flung himself onto the sofa, finding a comfortable position as he languidly remarked, "Oh, what delightful news is this? Is it that a Hollywood starlet wishes to go on a date with me? Let me make it clear, I shall not entertain any offers from the Kardashian clan." Bill Duffy nearly choked on the water he had just swallowed, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of it all. "Sue, what on earth are you thinking? It's merely those sneaker brands reaching out again, and this time the offer is quite enticing." Upon hearing about the prospect of money, Jiuyun perked up, sitting upright with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh, how much has the endorsement fee increased? Do tell, do tell." Bill Duffy realized that for this fellow, money and beautiful women were the only matters of genuine interest. The domestic brand Anta has escalated its offer from $2 million over 5 years to $4 million for the same duration. Meanwhile, Peak has raised its proposal from $1.6 million over 4 years to $3.5 million over 5 years. Nike has upped its previous offer of $100,000 a year to a 4-year contract worth $2 million. And Adidas has matched that figure as well. What do you think? Jiuyun smiled, realizing that his remarkable performances in the last 2 matches, coupled with his current popularity, had elevated the expectations of these sneaker brands. The highest offer now reached an impressive $800,000 per year, nearly equivalent to his annual salary, amounting to approximately 6 million yuan. This seemed quite promising. However, he refrained from making a statement and instead turned to Bill Duffy, for it was his duty as an agent to provide an analysis. "Bill, what do you think? Share your perspective." Clearly, Bill Duffy was well prepared. As soon as Jiuyun finished speaking, he promptly responded, "If the primary motivation is financial, you might consider domestic brands. However, if you aspire to foster a more ambitious future in the league, I recommend signing with Nike or Adidas. Yet, I understand your concerns. You believe you can achieve results swiftly, and under such circumstances, the offered contract resembles that of a child laborer. I too believe you can excel further. But this requires time. We could negotiate a 2-year short contract, and after that period, I anticipate your performance will elevate to the next level, allowing you to secure a contract that truly reflects your worth." Upon hearing Bill Duffy's words, Jiuyun fell into deep contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiuyun slowly spoke. "Bill, I have made my decision. I shall refrain from signing any commercial endorsements for this season. Once the season concludes, we will determine which company to engage with. I am confident that once the season is over, they will be eager to approach us for a contract." Jiuyun spoke with utmost determination and seriousness. Bill Duffy, having been psychologically prepared, did not express much after hearing Jiuyun's words. He merely nodded and said, "All right. I understand." After Bill Duffy departed, Jiuyun organized his thoughts, smiled lightly to himself, and murmured, I am a man of systems. As long as I push hard enough, my anger points will flow endlessly. I refuse to believe that by the end of this season, you won't be clamoring to sign with me. Think you can make me sign a child labor contract? Nonsense. Do you really think I am that kind of pushover?" At this point, Jiuyun recalled that Curry's child labor contract seemed to be signed this year, though he couldn't remember the exact month. At that time, Curry was still grappling with ankle injuries. He remembered that in the original timeline, Curry was quite pleased when he signed the contract, as an average salary of 11 million was considered quite generous given his current performance and risk level. As for whether the most famous child labor contract in history could re-emerge in this timeline, Jiuyun was uncertain, yet he hoped to influence it. As long as his performance continued to improve, preventing the Warriors dynasty from forming and ensuring that Curry did not win back-to-back MVPs or a championship, then this child labor contract would not be deemed the most profitable in history. Just as Jiuyun was preparing to retire for the night, a call from Crowder interrupted him. "Su, we're heading to a strip club. Are you coming? We'll wait for you." Initially wanting to sleep, Jiuyun instantly perked up and cheekily inquired, "Who is going?" "Oh, there's Cunningham, LeBron, and others. Are you in or not?" Upon hearing Crowder's unhelpful response, Jiuyun rolled his eyes. "Who asked about Cunningham and the others?" "I'm asking about the beautiful ladies." On the other end of the line, Crowder, wearing a smile, had the speakerphone on, and the other two were momentarily taken aback by Jiuyun's remark. "That rascal." Crowder, suppressing his laughter, responded, "Su, is that really how you want to play it? Do you believe I won't tell Cunningham that you find them lacking? Please. As if I'd be afraid of you all. Just wait until tomorrow's training. I'll take you all down one by one. Humph. Hurry up and tell me if there are any beauties." On the other end, Crowder gritted his teeth, and the others were no different. However, they gestured to Crowder, who then revealed a mischievous grin and said, "Nope, we're heading to a strip club. Why would we bring any beauties?" Jiuyun was oblivious to the amplified voice of Claude and the unusual expressions on their faces. He chuckled, "Hee hee, are we really going all the way?" Claude and the others stifled their laughter and replied, "Indeed." This delightful answer caused Jiuyun to spring up from the bed, hurriedly dressing as he exclaimed, "Wait for me. I'm getting dressed and heading out now. Hee hee, I won't return until I've had my fill of fun today." "All right, we'll wait for you," Claude said. However, amidst the sinister smiles of the others, he suddenly added, "Hold on, Su. I just remembered that the strip club has a rule prohibiting entry for anyone under 21. If I recall correctly, you haven't reached that age yet, so you wouldn't be allowed in. My apologies, but next time, I'll be sure to find a nightclub where a 19-year-old can enter." Upon hearing this, Jiuyun, who was still in the midst of dressing, felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. "What did you say? Repeat that." Claude and the others, envisioning his incredulous expression, could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into a chorus of hearty guffaws. "Ha ha." Upon hearing their raucous laughter, Jiuyun could no longer feign ignorance regarding the jest at his expense. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Jia, are you all truly toying with me? Ha ha. Su Lauda, we are not deceiving you. We genuinely intend to visit the strip club. It was merely this sudden recollection of the regulation that caught us off guard. Ha, do. Jiuyun abruptly terminated the call, then fell onto the bed, his face reflecting a profound sense of despair. How infuriating. My previously tranquil heart was capable of leading me to a life of asceticism, yet you lot have disrupted my inner peace. Humph, just wait. Tomorrow, I shall settle the score with each one of you." That night, sleep eluded Jiuyun as alluring images from the strip club incessantly invaded his mind. Unable to find rest, he eventually rose to engage in weightlifting, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion before he could finally drift into slumber. On the following day, Jiuyun arrived early at the training facility. After warming up, he diligently commenced the training regimen devised by the coaching staff. As time progressed, teammates gradually filtered into the gym, with Claude and a few others who had visited the strip club the previous night being the last to arrive. Jiuyun gazed at them, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent, despite the expressions of schadenfreude that danced across their faces. Each of them harbored a flicker of trepidation within. After all, no one desires to be ruthlessly defeated in a one-on-one confrontation. And to be humiliated in the process is even more unbearable. Throughout their training, they had consistently evaded Jiuyun, yet ultimately, escape was futile. Jared, Bernard, do you truly believe yourselves to be formidable? Venturing off to a strip club while arriving last to training. How quaint. Come now, allow me, the 41st pick, who is ranked lower than any of you, to witness the extent of your prowess. Do not flee. Only cowards and the inept shy away from challenges posed by those rated beneath them. I grant you the privilege of a team battle." Jiuyun unleashed his full fury, forcing several individuals who contemplated fleeing to confront him instead. His teammates, observing Jiuyun's explosive demeanor, appeared puzzled, as he seemed to possess an unusually heightened temper today. Moreover, his offensive prowess was directed solely at Crowder and a few others, leaving them bewildered. However, they soon grasped the situation and erupted into laughter on the sidelines. Vividly imagining the expression on Jiuyun's face when he was toyed with by Crowder and his companions, it was akin to the feeling of anticipation built over a month, only to discover at the last moment that one's girlfriend had a surprise visit from relatives, a sensation known well by those who have experienced it. Half an hour later, the pallid-faced Crowder and his companions hung their heads in defeat, concluding their morning training. In stark contrast, Jiuyun, who had appeared furious just moments before, felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. In today's one-on-one battles, he opted for dunks over layups, favoring physicality over finesse. Within a mere 30 minutes, each of Crowder's group had been humiliated by him, and he relentlessly pursued them on the defensive end. This was undoubtedly the most devastating defeat they had endured since joining the team. Jiuyun's barbed remarks only added to their torment. "Jay, are you suffering from kidney deficiency? You jumped so low. How can you dare visit a strip club without fear of disdainful glances from the ladies? And you, Jared, did you get overwhelmed by some muscular guy at the club last night? Your speed is abysmal. Are you perhaps injured and unable to run?" Jiuyun relentlessly ridiculed them, leaving them with no retort. The onlooking players were in stitches from his jibes, and their laughter only intensified the embarrassment felt by Crowder and his companions. They wished they could disappear. With a beaming smile, Jiuyun exited the training facility, his joy stemming not only from besting those rascals, but also from their soft underbellies in certain areas. Consequently, his anger meter soared, amassing over 160 points during the training session. Oh, how he wished he could engage in such confrontations daily. Yet, he understood that such occurrences were rare, primarily ignited by their prior mockery of him, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Were he to face such personal attacks frequently, he would inevitably face a thrashing. The American Airlines Center buzzed with excitement today, marking the Dallas Mavericks' first home game of the 2012 to 2013 season. Despite the Mavericks being a relatively new franchise with a modest historical record, their home arena stood as a paragon of modern architecture. Owned by Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, the arena's ownership structure is a rarity in the NBA. Only 8 out of 30 teams possess their own venues, while others rent theirs. In 2001, Cuban invested a staggering $430 million, even personally designing the locker rooms, which alone cost $3.5 million. Upon entry, guests are greeted by a massive screen, and each player's wooden locker is outfitted with a 13-inch satellite television, a DVD player, a PS2, and 400 Sennheiser headphones. The Mavericks locker room is not merely a space for changing, but is also equipped with multifunctional restrooms, a therapy room, and a swimming pool. Described by the Dallas Morning News as a luxurious clubhouse. The only notable difference between the Mavericks locker room and a true high-end lounge is the absence of voluptuous women, replaced instead by the figure of Cuban himself. Cuban was equally generous in upgrading the visiting team's locker room, albeit with slightly less space. This level of hospitality is uncommon in the NBA, where visiting locker rooms are often sparse and rudimentary, resembling a bare-bones setup with merely a few lockers and a table. Many players have remarked that the Celtics locker room feels akin to that of a high school. Indeed, it is a true representation of a high school locker room. Today marked Jiuyun's first time playing at the American Airlines Center. Although he had visited before, this was his inaugural experience of utilizing the facilities, leaving him once again in awe of the opulence of the locker room. The opposing team today was the Bobcats, known for their lackluster performance. Thus, the game was not broadcast nationwide, rendering it less appealing to fans. Yet, with ample time remaining before the game commenced, there was an influx of fans entering the arena. Most donned jerseys numbered 41, followed closely by those wearing Jiuyun's number 14. Conversations among the crowd revolved not around Nowitzki's injury or his anticipated return, but rather the potential of their freshly minted sensation, the 41st pick, to shine in his home debut. Speculation buzzed about whether Jiuyun could once again outshine his competitor, the highly touted second overall pick, Michael Gilchrist. Although Gilchrist's debut had been painfully underwhelming, his innate talent was undeniable. As the Mavericks took to the court for warm-up shots, a throng of fans lined the player tunnel, clamoring for autographs. The excitement peaked when Jiuyun emerged, with every fan stretching out their hands, eager to exchange high fives, while others held up jerseys and pins, hoping for his signature. "Thank you, everyone. I'll sign autographs after my shooting warm-up. I apologize." Jiuyun's amiability garnered cheers from the fans. Before the shooting practice commenced, he flamboyantly delighted the on-site audience with a series of spectacular dunks, including a behind-the-back windmill and a stationary windmill, which sent the spectators into rapturous screams. Beside the court, Carter observed Sue's flamboyance with a tinge of envy. In his youth, he too had been like this young lad, effortlessly executing various dunks. But alas, that damned Bowen, whose image evoked a deep-seated hatred within him, that lecherous figure was a memory he could never escape. Beside him, Marion seemed to sense Carter's inner turmoil and patted his shoulder, saying, "Vince, we must concede to age. Now, we shall witness the prowess of these young talents." How swiftly do you think Su will progress? Might he and Dirk bestow upon us a championship ring before our careers conclude? Upon hearing Marion's words, hope ignited in Carter's eyes. Could the championship ring he so ardently desired truly materialize? As the game approached, Jiuyun finally made her entrance, having procured an expensive courtside seat. Upon entering the arena, the players' warm-up shooting had concluded, and they retreated to the locker room. While a significant number of fans had already filled the stands, Jiuyun noticed many supporters donned in the number 14 jersey and smiled. With her long flowing hair, a black sunnet perched atop her head, a long-sleeved black shirt, beige casual pants, and canvas shoes, she exuded a youthful charm despite being in her 30s. Notably, 2 buttons of her black shirt remained unfastened, revealing a modest yet alluring neckline, contrasting strikingly with her fair, delicate skin, captivating all who beheld her. Jiuyun possessed a naturally exquisite appearance, further accentuated by her enchanting peach blossom eyes, making her irresistibly alluring. Even in the eyes of foreigners, she was a rare beauty. According to Jiuyun, while she could not be a girlfriend or a wife, friendship was permissible, albeit of a carefree nature. Seated in her spot, Jiuyun envisioned the expression Su would wear upon noticing her. Would it be shock, delight, or an air of unfamiliarity? Amidst the enthusiastic and prolonged resonance of the DJ's voice, the prodigious rookie from Stanford University, Jiuyun, was the first to emerge from the starting 5, followed closely by the spotlight. The arena erupted with fervent applause, as Su had dazzled in both previous matches, seemingly poised to eclipse all other rookies this year. The Mavericks fans were generous with their applause and cheers. Though Su stepped onto the court with a smile, only he knew the slight thrill coursing through him. He was acutely aware that in NBA games, the order of player introductions bore significant weight. The first and last players to enter often symbolize popularity and prowess, though the first player typically holds a lesser status within the team compared to the last. Taking the Warriors as an example, Curry had been nurtured into the core of the team, his stature indisputable. Even after Durant's arrival, although Curry's statistics had diminished, his position within the team remained intact. Everyone, from management to rookie players, recognized the Warriors as Curry's team, ensuring he was always the last to enter. Today, the last player to take the court for the Mavericks was Marion, as the only player who had experienced the championship 2 years prior and a key contributor. His credentials were solid. Thus, with Dirk Nowitzki unable to play, it was entirely reasonable for Marion to be the last introduced. His first introduction, however, signified a rise in his standing within the team. Jiuyun bounced around half the court in front of the Dallas Mavericks bench, exchanging high-fives with his teammates before coming to a halt, soon joined by the other starting players, Jay Crowder, O.J. Mayo, Chris Common, and Sean Marion. Despite the previous game's defeat to the Jazz, the coaching staff was pleased with the performance displayed by the starting lineup over the last 2 matches. To bolster rebounding protection, the recently recovered Chris Common was immediately placed into the starting lineup by Coach Carlisle. While Common may not be the most dominant defensive or rebounding center, his height of 2.13 meters and weight of 120 kilograms offered a significant advantage over the 2.8 109 kilogram Brendan Wright. Furthermore, unlike Wright's lack of offensive diversity, Common maintained a mid-range shooting percentage hovering around 50%. The starting lineup for the Charlotte Bobcats included point guard Kemba Walker, shooting guard Gerald Henderson, small forward Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, power forward Alan Moultrie, and center Brendan Haywood. Notably, both the power forward and center positions in the Bobcats lineup stood at 2.13 meters. As the player introductions concluded and the arena lights illuminated, signaling the imminent start of the game, Jiuyun prepared to take the court amidst the cheers of the fans. After greeting his parents, who had made the trip to Dallas for his first home game, he began to adjust his uniform while walking onto the floor, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling out to him, "Go, Jiuyun." This surprised him. Although there had been no shortage of fans cheering for him in his previous games, the clarity of this voice was an unprecedented experience. Turning towards the source, Jiuyun nearly choked in disbelief. What was happening? Why was Jiuyun here? Would others misunderstand her presence? He wasn't quite ready to pursue a romantic relationship, especially with someone significantly older than him, lest his mother take issue with it. Although he had indeed enjoyed the company of this mature woman, the agreement had been one of mutual benefit, hadn't it? Quickly regaining his composure, he approached her and shook her hand. "Sister, why didn't you let me know you were coming? You caught me off guard. How long will you be in Dallas?" Jiuyun, unaware of the underlying implications of his question, replied with a playful tone, "Oh, brother, I wanted to surprise you, but I can only stay for a day or two. So, as the host, can you show your sister around this unfamiliar city? Upon hearing that Jiuyun would only be staying for a day or two, Jiuyun felt a wave of relief. However, her tone and expression were undeniably enticing, making it difficult for him to concentrate on the game ahead. All right. I'll reach out to you once the game is over. After Jiuyun finished speaking, she hurriedly departed. Goodness, it was impossible to linger. For the electric gaze of that woman could ignite a flame within anyone. Although my basketball shorts were quite loose, I too possessed my own allure. Domestically, live streaming platforms were broadcasting this match, capturing the scene of Jiuyun engaged in lively conversation with Sister Jean. Sister Jean is currently the most popular and talked about star in the country, undoubtedly eclipsing the majority of female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Despite the plethora of negative news surrounding her, her male fanbase is exceedingly vast for beauty, radiant skin, and an enviable figure reigns supreme. The encounter between Jiuyun and Sister Jean at the sidelines has become a topic of lively discussion among numerous fans. With the sound of the whistle, the match officially commenced, and the Bobcats secured possession of the ball. The ninth pick of last season, Kemba Walker, advanced the ball into the front court, prompting Jiuyun to defend against him. Standing at an impressive height of 195 meters, Jiuyun seemed to tower over Kemba Walker, who measured no more than 185 meters. However, Jiuyun held no illusions of underestimating his opponent. After all, Kemba Walker was a formidable player who had earned a place in the All-Star game 4 times, thanks to his remarkable offensive prowess. Renowned for his explosive agility, Walker appeared almost unstoppable when he surged forward, seamlessly combining speed, footwork, and aggression. He possessed the ability to score from any position on the court, employing stepbacks, directional changes, and an array of deceptive moves to elude defenders, thereby creating a multitude of shooting opportunities. His ball handling was characterized by both explosive power and creativity, allowing him to navigate through defenses with ease. Furthermore, he demonstrated the capability to score through physical contact and was adept at adjusting his shooting angle midair to evade incoming shot blockers. Thus, Jiuyun had every reason to regard Kemba Walker, who had averaged only 12 points during his rookie season, with utmost respect. As Walker faced Jiuyun's defense, he suddenly accelerated his dribbling speed, executing a swift crossover followed by a quick change of direction, propelling himself towards the right front with determination. Jiuyun was intensely focused. Yet Kemba Walker's explosive agility took him by surprise. Without devising a strategy to contain Walker, he found himself outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, Jiuyun persisted, closely trailing behind. Once Kemba Walker broke through, he found a clear path, aided inadvertently by his teammates, Mullen and Hayward, who created an opening. A surge of joy filled Walker's heart as he took 3 swift steps towards the basket for a layup. As the ball slipped from his fingers, a smile blossomed on his face. Prior to the game, many had extolled the remarkable prowess of this rookie, boasting of his advantages, yet here it was, merely this. However, before Kemba Walker's smile could reach its fullest radiance, he sensed an overwhelming pressure looming behind him, a shadow enveloping him. With a resounding slap, a long arm swatted the ball out of bounds. The force of the shadow caused Kemba Walker to stumble, losing his balance and sliding out of bounds. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, captivated by the sheer intensity of the block. Though Jiuyun, who had recently immersed herself in basketball knowledge, struggled to comprehend the intricacies, she could clearly see that Jiuyun had leaped remarkably high, sparking her imagination. Could this guy really jump so high? His legs were indeed powerful. No wonder he had such an extraordinary physique, able to circle the hotel numerous times while carrying me. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed unknowingly. As Kemba Walker slid out of bounds, he glanced over to see Jiuyun, who had just landed, gazing at him with a smile. "Buddy, the paint isn't your territory," Jiuyun remarked, his smile seemingly laced with mockery. To Walker, it felt as though the grin was a taunt regarding his height. Coupled with the relentless trash talk from their previous 2 encounters, Walker swiftly concluded that this was indeed a jibe at his expense. Anger surged within him. As a sophomore rookie, though his demeanor was humble and his smile warm, it was evident that his experience was still lacking. Having just been blockaded and ridiculed by a freshman, how could Kemba Walker not be infuriated? Without waiting for his teammates to assist him, he rose to his feet. Passing by Jiuyun, he deliberately nudged him aside while muttering, "Get out of here." How could Jiuyun possibly be someone who enjoys suffering losses? When Kemba Walker pressed his hand against his chest, he naturally responded by pushing Kemba Walker back with his palm. My friend, you may not be able to outplay him, and you certainly won't fare any better in a scuffle. At that moment, the players had already intervened to separate the two, and the referee approached to admonish them both. Gentlemen, heed my words. I do not wish for any disturbances during my officiating. If you create trouble for me, rest assured, you will find yourselves in quite a predicament. Jiuyun pouted, realizing the truth. Novices possess little in the way of rights. The referee's tone towards rookies was markedly more severe than that reserved for seasoned players. Despite having garnered a modicum of fame after performing well in 2 games, he still found himself voiceless in this league, unlike LeBron James, who had been anointed for promotion even before entering the league. Merely a minor altercation, the game pressed on. Following an inbound pass, Kemba Walker began orchestrating the plays. The Bobcats set up a double screen for him, and Walker skillfully maneuvered through, ultimately sinking a mid-range shot. After scoring, Kemba Walker refrained from provoking Jiuyun, as instigating conflict was simply not in his nature. Jiuyun found herself at a loss for words. How could such an honest child repeatedly provoke others with such audacity? As the Mavericks launched their offensive, Jiuyun advanced into the front court and passed the ball to Mayo, faced with the similarly built Gerard Henderson. She attempted to maneuver past him but failed. Instead, she lofted the ball to Come On. At that moment, Jiuyun, who had been lingering beyond the three-point line, suddenly darted towards the paint from the arc. Kemba Walker lost his position, and Come On, who was backing down, noticed Jiuyun's rapid insertion into the lane. With a bounce pass, Kemba attempted to intercept, but his reach fell short. Jiuyun received the ball, taking a step before leaping into the air. At that moment, Haywood finally reacted, his habitual lack of concentration on the game evident as he had been preoccupied with preparing to assist on defense against Come On. Consequently, when Jiuyun soared, Haywood had just returned to the defensive zone and also jumped, albeit a step behind, perpetually lagging. In midair, Jiuyun did not wait for Haywood to reach his peak. With thunderous force, he slammed the ball towards the hoop. Indeed, it was a slam, and after the ball was forcefully driven through the rim, his hands never made contact with the basket. It was not due to a lack of elevation or distance in his jump, but rather an instinctive choice to protect himself. Haywood, already airborne, was a powerful center. Colliding with him during a dunk would undoubtedly result in a significant disadvantage for Jiuyun. Thus, as Haywood ascended, Jiuyun swiftly decided to unleash the ball while simultaneously positioning his other hand defensively in front of his chest. The ball struck the hoop with a resounding thud. Although it appeared as if he had posterized Haywood, the impact reverberated through Jiuyun's body, akin to colliding with a wall. A surge of force coursed through him, causing pain as he was propelled backward, ultimately losing balance and tumbling to the floor. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers, as fans were propelled from their seats by the sheer excitement of Jiuyun's explosive play. Truly, he was a remarkable second-round pick, exhibiting an exhilarating prowess that was utterly captivating. Jiuyun nearly leapt from her seat, having sensed the audible clash of muscles between the two players, an alarming sound for a celebrity not accustomed to the sport. Moreover, the man exuded a certain rugged masculinity that was somewhat intimidating. However, recalling the firmness of his muscles that she had experienced previously, she felt reassured. Otherwise, she might have fled in fear. The audience marveled at the spectacle, but one individual stood out in his exuberance. Mark Cuban, owner of the Mavericks, leapt from his seat during Jiuyun's dunk over Haywood, shouting with fervor, "Beautiful. Just like that, take him down. He lacks rim protection. He's far too soft." His voice resonated loudly enough for Jiuyun to hear, eliciting a bemused glance towards the animated Cuban, whose exuberance belied his billionaire status. Resembling more a fervent basketball fan than a wealthy mogul, his rotund figure bouncing about in a rather comical manner. Cuban's antics were captured by the live broadcast, with close-up shots displayed on the arena's big screen, prompting a mixture of laughter and disbelief among the fans. They were all too aware of their owner's disdain for Haywood, but this was overt even by their standards. Nonetheless, a single moment or an opening play would not significantly impact the course of the game, nor would it affect the Bobcats in any substantial way. As the Bobcats pressed forward, Kemba Walker dribbled into the front court, opting not to entangle with Jiuyun, instead passing the ball swiftly. After 2 passes, the ball found its way into the hands of Byron Mullins in the paint. Despite his impressive height of 2.13 meters, Mullins favored a shooting style. Thus, facing the shorter Crowder, he forewent any post moves and disregarded Crowder's interference, rising for a mid-range shot. The interference proved effective, as the ball clanged off the rim, rebounding into the hands of Marion, who promptly passed it to Jiuyun beyond the three-point line. Jiuyun did not wait for his teammates to cross half-court. Instead, he seized the ball and surged forward. Kemba Walker approached to defend. But with a simple change of direction, Jiuyun adeptly maneuvered past him. Kemba stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance, and glared at the advancing Jiuyun, gritting his teeth. Recognizing him as a formidable force, upon entering the paint, Hayward had also positioned himself defensively. Jiuyun, not overly confident from his previous dunk, refrained from attempting another. Instead, he suddenly passed the ball to the left corner, where O.J. Mayo received it, leaping for a seamless jump shot. Swish 5-2 with the Mavericks in the lead. Note: for future reference, the scoring format will consistently present the home team first, regardless of traditional NBA conventions. To avoid previous confusion, the Bobcats opted not to call a timeout and continued their offensive strategy, focusing again on the interior. Hayward successfully powered through come on with surprising strength, making the score 5-4, much to the dismay of Mark Cuban on the sidelines. The Mavericks employed a strategy centered around Jiuyun as the driving force, consistently targeting Kemba Walker. Although Walker could match his speed, the disparity in height and strength allowed Jiuyun to overpower him, necessitating additional defensive support from the Bobcats. This created openings inside, which both Crowder and O.J. Mayo capitalized on. The Bobcats seemed to have gleaned insights from the Mavericks' recent loss to the Jazz, opting to exploit the interior from the outset. In their first 6 offensive plays, Kemba Walker only attempted a shot once. Meanwhile, the Bobcats focused on Allen Moultrie, hoping to leverage his 2.13-meter height against the 1.98-meter Crowder. However, Crowder's resilience exceeded Moultrie's expectations, resulting in an unsuccessful 2 attempts. Upon witnessing the shooting technique of this year's second overall pick, Michael Gilchrist, Jiuyun nearly burst into laughter. During the warm-up, he had not paid close attention, but now, upon closer inspection, he thought to himself, is it truly possible to make a shot with such form? The mechanics of his shooting were in blatant defiance of human anatomy. It was exceedingly unattractive. He had never encountered such an ungraceful shooting posture before. With 5 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the Mavericks had established a lead of 15-7, ahead by 8 points. Jiuyun gazed at Kemba Walker, who was directing traffic, and remarked coolly, "My friend, why do you not take the initiative yourself? Are you not the leader of the team? The tactical cornerstone? Is it possible that you have failed to persuade them?" Kemba Walker was left speechless, yet his ire began to rise. Anger level 5. Jiuyun chuckled, realizing that even the seemingly docile can possess a fiery spirit. Kemba Walker, who played for the struggling Charlotte Bobcats last season, was vying for a position, consistently serving as the second choice behind Augustine. The team's overall situation was dire, with their leading scorer averaging a mere 15 points per game, Gerald Henderson. As a player of exceptional talent, Kemba Walker harbored his own sense of pride, having been a force to be reckoned with during his college years and entering the NBA as the 9th overall pick. Jiuyun recalled that 10 years later, a media outlet ranked the NBA star players based on their collegiate performances, placing Kemba Walker at the 6th position. Ahead of him were Anthony, Curry, Durant, Derrick Rose, and Griffin, while John Wall, Anthony Davis, and Zion followed closely behind. Observing Byron Mullins, who had already secured a prime position, he refrained from passing the ball and signaled for Hayward to come up for a screen. Hayward, undoubtedly, dared not to decline, as despite the coach's pre-game emphasis on an inside game, Kemba Walker had been established as the future cornerstone of the team following the trade of Augustine. He could not afford to show any disrespect. Utilizing the screen, Jiuyun found himself at a disadvantage. If Kamon could momentarily hinder Walker's acceleration, Jiuyun might have had the opportunity to navigate around the screen for defense. However, the old Kamon, with his lackluster agility, posed no threat to such a nimble player as Walker. O.J. Mayo provided assistance on defense, but Walker executed a classic stop-and-pop near the foul line, followed by a dazzling crossover dribble that left Mayo nearly off balance. The seamless and elegant sequence of 3 movements almost sent O.J. tumbling to the ground. Subsequently, it was a straightforward task. Before Jiuyun could return, Walker effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper. The score stood at 15-9, marking Walker's response to Jiuyun. It was a splendid display. Jiuyun couldn't help but admire Walker's explosive crossover. It tested a player's ball-handling skills, body coordination, and ability to read the defender's weight shifts. Only through the harmonious integration of these 3 elements could such a breakthrough technique be executed effectively. Currently, Jiuyun lacked that capacity. However, his moment of envy was fleeting, quickly replaced by motivation, for he relished the challenge of competing against formidable opponents. After scoring, Kemba Walker did not taunt Jiuyun but swiftly returned to his side of the court in silence. Jiuyun found himself at a loss. Was this it? Shouldn't you provoke me a little? It would have spared me from the scrutiny when I retorted. Did you not realize that a little back and forth makes the game more thrilling? Jiuyun began to feel a sense of tedium, although he had not provoked Kemba Walker's interest. His competitive spirit remained undiminished. Once again facing Kemba Walker, Jiuyun gestured grandly, directing all his teammates to the right side of the court, signifying his intent to confront Walker head-on. Kemba Walker's focus sharpened, while on the left side, the Bobcats still retained Haywood. Jiuyun employed no elaborate tricks. With a sudden shift in direction, he surged to the left. Kemba Walker, ever prepared, bravely closed in as Jiuyun executed his maneuver. Bang! Jiuyun emerged victorious in the physical confrontation without any surprises. However, this time, Kemba Walker gritted his teeth and stayed close by. As they crossed the three-point line, Hayward positioned himself in the path of Jiuyun's drive, intending to collaborate with Kemba Walker for a double team. Jiuyun also observed this detail. Upon reaching a mid-range position, he suddenly came to a halt. Kemba Walker, being both shorter and lighter, followed suit. Many spectators anticipated that Jiuyun would execute a sudden stop and jump shot, a feat within his capabilities, albeit not exceedingly reliable, with a shooting percentage hovering just above the league average. This position was indeed within his shooting range, especially with Kemba Walker standing over 10 centimeters shorter than him, making the jump shot a seemingly optimal choice. However, Jiuyun executed a move that took everyone by surprise. Instead of launching into a jump shot after his abrupt stop, he performed a half-turn and leaned into Kemba Walker. What sort of maneuver was this? Kemba Walker, alongside Hayward, who was eager to teach Jiuyun a lesson, found themselves bewildered. Was Jiuyun deliberately complicating a straightforward situation? Nevertheless, Jiuyun merely leaned against Kemba Walker without applying any significant force before abruptly pivoting towards the center. This unexpected action caught Kemba Walker off guard. As he had anticipated a back-to-the-basket play, his muscles tensed in readiness to absorb Jiuyun's impending physical challenge. Yet, with that swift turn, Kemba Walker had no time to react defensively, left only to watch helplessly as Jiuyun maneuvered past him. Jiuyun swiftly pivoted and entered the paint area, positioning himself almost directly in front of the hoop. As he took his second step toward the basket, Hayward, who had been patiently waiting, shifted laterally to establish his stance. At this moment, Hayward faced two choices: either draw an offensive foul from Jiuyun or interfere as he launched his shot. Regardless of the option he selected, it would prove advantageous for him. However, to everyone's astonishment, instead of leaping into the air after his second step, Jiuyun unexpectedly released the ball. The force and speed with which he threw it bore no resemblance to a layup. It appeared to be a shot. Hayward's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he just let it go? He quickly turned, intent on positioning himself for the rebound. Many spectators shared his sentiment, including the players on the Mavericks bench, who harbored similar thoughts. Just as Hayward pivoted around, still regaining his balance, he witnessed the basketball striking the backboard with a resounding thud before rebounding rapidly. No way could it be. A thought flickered through Hayward's mind when he heard Kemba Walker's voice from behind, warning, "Be careful." It turned out that after releasing the ball, Jiuyun had propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. Suspended in midair, he caught the rebounding basketball, soaring gracefully toward the hoop, almost as if he were flying. Meanwhile, Hayward had just managed to turn back around, still unsteady, as Jiuyun descended upon him like a looming storm cloud. Bang! Jiuyun forcefully slammed the ball into the basket, his lower body colliding directly with Hayward, causing the latter to stagger backwards a few steps. The entire American Airlines Center erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the atmosphere ignited once more by this stunning play. Jiuyun felt her eardrums throb amidst the frenzied applause and ecstatic screams. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed solely by the sight of Jiuyun soaring through the air, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. She instinctively covered her mouth. As a celebrity who had hastily brushed up on basketball knowledge, she understood the sheer brilliance of executing a self-assist dunk during a game. Gazing at the figure still hanging on the rim, Jiuyun couldn't help but tighten her legs. Yet, the image of him crashing into that towering figure earlier sparked an unsettling resemblance to certain moments they had shared in the hotel. Disgusting, indeed. She resolved to tease him after the game. As Jiuyun descended from the rim, brimming with exuberance and thumping his chest in a triumphant roar. He remained blissfully unaware of Jiuyun's thoughts. Had he known, a shiver would have run down his spine, and he certainly would not have exuded such a spirited demeanor. He would have likely exclaimed, "Jiuyun, be a decent person." Meanwhile, Mark Cuban was undoubtedly the most elated, shaking his head in disbelief, his pale face flushed, and proudly appearing on the arena's grand screen. With a score of 17-9, the Mavericks players were in a frenzy, particularly Carter on the sidelines, who seemed to see a reflection of his younger self, the one who once executed self-assist dunks in games. Following Jiuyun's remarkable play, the Mavericks' momentum surged, energizing their performance on both offense and defense. Despite his success, Jiuyun did not monopolize the ball. The team had yet to designate him as the core player. Thus, as the point guard, he dutifully created opportunities for his teammates, unlike Doncic, who handled nearly every play. As the first quarter concluded, the Mavericks led the Bobcats with a score of 31-19. In the first quarter, Jiuyun delivered an impressive performance, contributing 6 points and 4 assists. The highest scorer for the Mavericks was O.J. Mayo, who, in the first period, made 3 out of 6 attempts, sinking 2 three-pointers, and added a free throw for a total of 9 points and 3 rebounds. Meanwhile, Carter, who played only 4 minutes off the bench, scored 5 points from 2 attempts, including a three-pointer. The reason the Bobcats trailed the Mavericks by such a margin was due to Byron Mullen's underwhelming performance. He shockingly missed all 6 of his shots in the first quarter, including 2 three-point attempts. Initially, it was thought that he could exploit the matchup against the 6 feet 8 inches power forward, Crowder, but Crowder proved to be a formidable defender, holding Mullins to that dismal shooting record. Kemba Walker, designated as the team's core player for the new season, managed to score 7 points, along with 2 rebounds and 1 assist, making 3 out of 6 attempts in the first quarter. The matchup between this year's standout rookie, the 41st pick, and last year's 9th pick showcased the former's superior talent. During the break, Carlisle provided tactical guidance to the second unit, while Crowder incessantly chattered in Jiuyun's ear. "Su, how did you come up with that self-throw and dunk? Su, how could you execute such a move? You know you stole the spotlight from the fans, right? You realize you have no friends at this moment?" Driven to irritation, Jiuyun retaliated by throwing his sweat-drenched towel right at Crowder's face. Their playful banter on the bench was caught by the cameras and displayed on the big screen. The fans delighted in watching the 14th player, who resembled a child frolicking with teammates, as he was, after all, a 19-year-old young man, suggesting that he could still evolve into a more formidable player. Cuban was equally exhilarated, often praising his own foresight whenever Jiuyun shone brightly on the court. "I have an eye for talent. I acquired Su's rights for a mere $3.8 million. Suddenly, the team's general manager, Nelson, casually remarked something that sent a chill down Cuban's spine. "Boss, you're celebrating too soon. Don't forget, Su signed a 2-1 contract with us, and the final year is a player option." This revelation left Cuban dumbfounded, as it implied that Jiuyun's tenure with the Mavericks was effectively only 2 years. In 2 years, the uncertainties loom large. Would Jiuyun be tempted by other teams? The allure of franchises like the Lakers or Knicks far exceeds that of the Mavericks. To put it more elegantly, if Jiuyun thrives in Dallas, the Mavericks could consider an extension, but should his performance continue on this trajectory, even if he doesn't significantly elevate his game, securing him for $800,000 a year would be an impossible feat. $10 million would be a challenge as well. Cuban turned to Nelson and said, "Donnie, I believe it's time for us to convene a meeting to discuss Su's development, and we should involve Dirk as well." While Cuban's statement lacked clarity, Nelson grasped the underlying message and nodded seriously. "Understood, boss. I will arrange it and keep you informed." As Cuban turned his attention back to the court, the second quarter had commenced, and Jiuyun sat on the bench, intently observing the game. Witnessing Su's focused engagement, Cuban's smile returned. "Su, grow and flourish. I hope your presence, alongside Dirk, can elevate the Mavericks back to their former glory." As the second quarter unfolded, the spotlight shifted to the respective point guards of both teams. Darren Collison of the Mavericks demonstrated a fierce desire to score, relentlessly driving and taking jump shots, achieving 7 points from 3 successful attempts in just 6 minutes. On the other hand, the Bobcats' backup point guard, Ramon Sessions, a recent addition to the team, is known in the league for consistently averaging double figures. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 191 pounds, he possessed a notable advantage in height and weight over Collison. Moreover, he skillfully combined his height with speed, adeptly utilizing his physical attributes on the court. Typically, he showcased a broad vision and excellent ball handling skills, diligently creating scoring opportunities for his teammates. However, today, against Collison, he appeared to nearly overwhelm him, going 4 for 4 from the field, earning 4 free throw attempts, and accumulating 12 points. Collison incurred 2 fouls against him, thanks to Sessions' outstanding performance when Jiuyun entered the game. The deficit between the two teams had narrowed to just 5 points. Upon Jiuyun's entrance onto the court, he did not exhibit a remarkable performance. Rather, it was Mayo and Kamon who shone brightly. Mayo successfully converted 2 out of 3 three-point attempts, while Kamon hit 3 out of 4, leaving Haywood utterly helpless. Their splendid displays culminated in a significant lead for the Mavericks, expanding the score to double digits by halftime, standing at 62-52 with a 10-point advantage. As the first half concluded, the Mavericks' Mayo had amassed 16 points, Jiuyun contributed 9 points and 6 assists, and Kamon also netted 9 points. Marion, exhibiting a subdued desire to score, managed only 3 points but secured 8 rebounds. Conversely, for the Bobcats, the highest scorer was Ramon Sessions, who efficiently scored 16 points with a shooting record of 6 for 7 and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, alongside 4 assists and 3 rebounds. His brilliance as a backup guard overshadowed the primary guard, Kemba Walker, who managed only 8 points, 2 assists, and did not register any three-point or free throw conversions, shooting 4 for 9. Another starting center, Brendan Haywood, also recorded 8 points with a shooting efficiency of 4 for 8 and gathered 3 rebounds. This year's second overall pick, Michael Gilchrist, concluded the half with 7 points, shooting 2 for 6 and 3 for 4 from the charity stripe. However, the most disappointing performance came from Byron Mullins, who, standing at 2.13 meters, faced off against Jay Crowder but could only deliver a dismal 1 for 9 shooting, accumulating a mere 2 points and 7 rebounds. During halftime in the Mavericks locker room, Crowder was boasting about his defensive prowess. "Sue, despite your impressive statistics, I am not to be overlooked. Just look at how I have contained that towering opponent. If it were not for my defense, would we really be leading by 10 points? Jiuyun, feeling helpless, sighed. "Indeed, your contributions are the most significant." After casually dismissing Claude, Jiuyun glanced at the system. After a halftime performance, he had accumulated a meager 20 or so anger points. "Alas, I am still too soft-hearted. It's all Kemba Walker's fault. He lacks any semblance of masculinity. I have criticized you, yet you do not respond at all." Jiuyun silently criticized Kemba Walker in his heart, yet he felt helpless. Fine. He decided not to berate him during this match. Meanwhile, in the visiting team's locker room, the head coach of the Charlotte Bobcats was strategizing. The thought of that bothersome guard gave him a headache. Walker was indeed an enigma to defend against his penetrative moves. Scanning his players, he finally fixed his gaze on Michael Gilchrist. "Michael, in the second half, you will take on the primary defense against the Mavericks number 14. Is that all right?" Gilchrist was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression shifted, brimming with eagerness. "Understood, sir." Since the beginning of the game, he had faced criticism for his unstable shooting form and mediocre ball handling and penetration skills, which had hindered his scoring ability. In contrast, that illustrious number 41 was averaging over 20 points per game. If he could successfully limit his performance, perhaps he could mitigate some of the critique directed at himself. Michael Gilchrist recognized that Jiuyun's exceptional performance stemmed from his clear advantages in speed, strength, and agility at the point guard position. After delivering 2 consecutive high-quality performances, Jiuyun has once again caught the attention of many, prompting them to revisit his physical assessment data, which he still vividly remembers. Jiuyun's physical test data reveals a height of 195 centimeters and a weight of 95 kilograms, with a 3/4 sprint time of 3.8 seconds and a baseline shuttle run time of 10.9 seconds. In contrast, I stand at 198 centimeters and weigh 105 kilograms, boasting a 3/4 sprint time of 3.18 seconds and a baseline shuttle run time of 11.7 seconds, which is already commendable for a small forward. Although my speed is slightly inferior, the gap is not substantial, and I possess advantages in height and weight. What bolsters Michael Gilchrist's confidence even further is his top-tier defensive capabilities among his peers, as highlighted in his draft report, where his defensive accolades shine brightly. Thus, he is assured of his ability to thwart Jiuyun on the defensive end. As the second half commenced, spectators were taken aback to find that the player guarding Jiuyun was none other than this year's second overall pick, Michael Gilchrist. The crowd erupted in excitement, with some vocally urging, "Su, take him down." Jiuyun was at a loss for words. Did you all think this was a boxing ring? Jiuyun dribbled the ball to the front court, confronting McGilchrist's defense. Without hesitation, he executed a sudden change of direction followed by an acceleration to break through. During the first half, when Kemba Walker defended against him, this seemingly simplistic maneuver, combined with his physicality, often allowed him to gain advantageous positioning. However, facing McGilchrist's defense now, despite having a slight edge in speed, he found himself up against formidable defensive experience and skill, which swiftly closed in on him. The physical contact between the two did not disadvantage Jiuyun, yet he also failed to secure a significant advantage. After all, in this era, no player who rises to the second overall pick lacks physical prowess. This stands in stark contrast to a few years hence, when the prevalence of small ball strategies led to selections like that of a player like Yang, who, lacking in height, weight, and strength, astonishingly found himself chosen 5th overall. In this current era, he might only be a late second-round pick. While Curry's style bears resemblance, his height of 191 meters is, in fact, not short. And his rookie bench press results surpassed those of most of his contemporaries. Jiuyun was unable to overpower Michael Gilchrist with sheer speed and strength, finding himself thwarted in his attempts to break through. Rather than clinging to the ball, he opted for a pass, and instead of remaining stationary, he drew upon the wisdom gleaned from watching countless games featuring two of the most adept off-ball movers in the history of the league. He understood the advantages that such movement could bestow upon him. Consequently, after making the pass, he swiftly circled to the baseline and, upon returning beyond the three-point arc, executed a seamless handoff with Marion. Jiuyun adeptly utilized Marion's physique as a shield, effortlessly hurling the ball forward as he penetrated within the three-point line. His swift movement bewildered Gerald Henderson, who was tasked with defending Marion. The Bobcats' interior defense fell into disarray, allowing Jiuyun to pass the ball to the open Mayo beyond the arc swish. The score stood at 65-52, with the Mavericks leading by 13 points. Carlisle, who had recently felt a twinge of concern due to Jiuyun's thwarted advance, finally exhaled in relief. This young man possessed an exceptional basketball IQ, exhibiting no signs of stubbornness. O'Brien, seated beside Carlisle, chuckled. "How about that? Are you feeling reassured now? They say Su is quite the trickster. He won't just charge ahead recklessly." Carlisle returned the smile, acknowledging the young man's innate talent. Jiuyun's recent off-ball movement and a series of breakthroughs following his handoff with Marion showcased his acumen on the court. Naturally, one successful penetration does not guarantee success in every possession. McGilchrist's defense presented a more formidable challenge than Kemba Walker's. Particularly at the basket, the Bobcats' towering interior presence loomed large, coupled with a small forward shadowing him closely, leaving little room for Jiuyun to take a shot. Yet, no one dared to ignore him upon his drive into the paint, prompting Jiuyun to devote more energy to facilitating his teammates. The Mavericks players exhibited notable agility in their movements, creating a harmonious synergy. Once again, Jiuyun breached the Bobcats' defense. Was he going to attack the rim himself? His scoring had stagnated at 12 points for quite some time. No, he opted to pass to the open O.J. Mayo. A splendid execution. Mayo's three-pointer found its mark, marking his second three-pointer of the quarter, both set up by Jiuyun's assists. Indeed, Jiuyun had already amassed 9 assists, with approximately a quarter and a half remaining. A double-double was undoubtedly within reach. Dare we dream a little bigger? Jiuyun's line read 12 points, 9 assists, and 6 rebounds. If he could snag a few more boards, a triple-double might just be on the horizon. The commentator for the domestic broadcast of the game exclaimed excitedly. As Michael Gilchrist scored his 13th point of the match, he trailed back on defense alongside Jiuyun. "Su, I believe my scoring has surpassed yours, haha. How long has it been since you last scored? Is this what they call a super rookie?" He taunted. "Afraid to face my defense? You're merely a coward." Jiuyun was taken aback, as this was the first time in recent games that someone had actively challenged him. Previously, it had been seasoned veterans, and provoking them would have seemed undignified. Now, however, the second overall pick of his draft class was daring to confront him. What a delightful sensation. "Really, my friend? Are you certain you're an NBA player? Don't you realize I'm the point guard? I've dished out numerous assists. Haven't you noticed our team leading you by 14 points? Jiuyun retorted. "But fine, I shall show you why the 41st pick is deemed a super rookie, while you, the second overall pick, are labeled a bust." Anger level 15. Ah, so he was concerned about being labeled a bust. How intriguing. It appeared there was an opportunity to capitalize on this moment. Jiuyun seized the basketball from Mayo in the logo area, having carried it across half the court, and then, without warning, launched into a fierce sprint. This caught Michael Gilchrist off guard, as it had been quite some time since Su had executed such a direct drive. Previously, he either passed the ball and moved without it or called for a screen. Nevertheless, Gilchrist swiftly adjusted his steps to close the gap. However, this time, Su's determination was unwavering. Despite the physical contact causing a slight deceleration, he pressed forward relentlessly. Ultimately, his strength and speed proved advantageous. And with the offensive initiative on his side, he managed to surge past Gilchrist after 3 decisive steps. Yet, by this point, Su's breath was nearly spent. And upon entering the paint, he found himself at a loss for options. Suddenly, he executed a sharp stop, causing Gilchrist, who had been trailing him, to finally position himself in front of Su. Before he could stabilize his stance, he reached out in an attempt to disrupt Su's shot. Just as Gilchrist sought to interfere, Su unexpectedly leaped for a jump shot, incorporating a slight forward motion. The sound of a slap echoed through the air, followed by the referee's whistle. In midair, Su flailed his arms but ultimately released the ball, which, regrettably, did not find its mark. Observing the innocent expression on Gilchrist's face, Su curled his lip, thinking, "My signature move is not something a mere rookie can counter." Meanwhile, in Houston, Harden sneezed and murmured, "Damn, did I catch a cold last night? But that can't be right. With such ample warmth beside me, how could I feel unwell? There must be a traitor cursing me." Jiuyun raised his hands toward Michael Gilchrist and remarked, "Buddy, is this the prowess of the 2nd overall pick? Keep it up, I have faith in you." Anger level increased by 12. Hee, delightful. Jiuyun successfully converted 2 free throws, extending the Mavericks' lead to 16 points. However, he was substituted not due to a conflict, but rather because Mayo and Crowder both sank a 3-pointer, widening the gap to 20 points, signaling the time for the second unit to take the court. As Jiuyun left the game, he cast a resentful glance at the exuberant Crowder. At this rate, whether he would see the court again in the 4th quarter remained uncertain. My frustration knows no bounds. Jiuyun truly wished to strangle these two fellows. As the substitute players from both teams gradually took to the court, Darren Collison found himself once again subdued by Ramon Sessions, who scored a 2-1 and a 3-pointer, leaving Collison utterly deflated. Thanks to Sessions' remarkable performance, by the end of the 3rd quarter, the Bobcats managed to extend their lead back to 10 points. While 10 points seemed decent, a moment's lapse could easily allow the opponents to catch up. During the intermission, Mavericks head coach Carlisle conferred with O'Brien. "Perhaps we should put Su in right at the start of the next quarter. It would stabilize the situation, and I wish to enhance his statistics. Currently, he has 14 points, 9 assists, and 6 rebounds. It would be splendid if he could achieve a triple-double, which would significantly bolster his confidence," suggested O'Brien. Carlisle nearly burst into laughter, looking at O'Brien incredulously. "Do you genuinely believe this guy lacks confidence? On the contrary, I think he might be overconfident." Nonetheless, he found O'Brien's suggestion commendable. Let us have him take the court shortly. After a brief discussion, Carlisle approached the players' bench and clapped his hands. "All right, gentlemen. When you take the court, I need you to push hard and widen the gap, leaving no opportunity for them to recover." As the competition commenced, Su, you shall take to the court at the outset, leveraging your height advantage to assist in securing the rebounds. Darren, you will join Su on the floor, as we implement a dual point guard strategy with Su as the primary focus. Vince, you will assume the role of small forward, while Sean, you will occupy the power forward position, and Chris, you two shall enter the game. Corliss, Carter, Marion, and Kaman all nodded in agreement. Carlisle, in his efforts to facilitate Jiuyun in accumulating statistics, has painstakingly arranged for 4 sharpshooters to be on the court simultaneously. The game swiftly began, and the Mavericks lineup caught the Bobcats, who adhered strictly to their rotation, entirely off guard. The head coach of the Bobcats immediately shouted from the sidelines for backup small forward Reggie Williams to defend Jiuyun. As the Mavericks initiated their offense, Jiuyun crossed half court and swiftly passed the ball, aided by the presence of 2 point guards and 3 seasoned veterans, resulting in exceptionally fluid ball movement. When Jiuyun deftly cut through, evading the Bobcats' backup small forward Reggie Williams, Marion delivered a bounce pass, perfectly timed with both player and ball arriving in unison. Jiuyun received the ball and, after his second step, leapt into the air. The substitute forward, last year's 7th overall pick, Bibiombo, rushed over to attempt to block. However, suspended in midair, Jiuyun refrained from forcing a shot. Instead, he adjusted his posture and opted to pass, delivering the ball to Marion. Marion, unguarded, made a successful mid-range jumper, extending the Mavericks' lead to 12 points. Splendid. Jiuyun's assist marked his second double-digit achievement. Jiuyun is the second domestic player to have achieved 10 assists in an NBA game, following Chairman Yao. The domestic commentators were ecstatic, and the fan chatroom erupted with unanimous praise. The fans present at the venue were also aware that Jiuyun had secured a double-double, showering him with applause and cheers. However, Jiuyun had no time to dwell on these accolades as he was intensely focused on defending against Sessions. With Jiuyun's defense, the floor general found himself at a height advantage, making it impossible for him to play as comfortably as he had against Collison. He passed the ball to the team's second scorer, Gerald Henderson, who, confronted by Darren Collison's defense, rose up for a mid-range shot. Collison was left helpless. Yet Henderson's shooting touch was notably poor that day, resulting in a clang as the ball ricocheted off the rim. Up to that point in the game, he had only made 1 out of 7 attempts. Diligently executing Coach Carlisle's instructions, Jiuyun had already surged towards the paint as Henderson took his shot. And when the ball bounced off the rim, it fell perfectly into his hands. Jiuyun seized the ball and charged forward, while the players from both teams sprinted with all their might. The Bobcats exhibited no semblance of a defensive formation whatsoever. As Jiuyun advanced, he passed the ball to Old Carter and then made his way towards the basket. Old Carter, having successfully made 3 out of 5 three-point attempts so far in the game, was brimming with confidence. There was no justifiable reason for him to refrain from taking a shot in such an open position. However, contrary to expectations, the attempt did not find its mark. The ball struck the rim and ricocheted high, as Come On, Haywood, and others battled fiercely for position beneath the hoop. Jiuyun charged towards the basket, having originally intended to cut into the paint, with no one obstructing his path. Beneath the rim, a throng of players jockeyed for position as the ball descended, prompting a collective leap. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Jiuyun soared into the air, fully utilizing his impressive vertical leap that exceeds 1 meter. Boom. The Mavericks led by 14 points. The first boom signified Jiuyun's emphatic dunk as he slammed the ball into the hoop, while the second echoed the jubilant cheers from the fans. Upon landing, Jiuyun raised his arms triumphantly, urging the audience to amplify their applause. The arena resonated with cheers and screams, reaching a crescendo. Sister Jean gazed at the dazzling Jiuyun, nearly overwhelmed with admiration. Truly a man of valor. Cuban, observing the electrifying atmosphere, smiled. This young man consistently elevates the energy in the arena. He believed that regardless of the team's performance this year, the Mavericks' marketability would flourish. What a stroke of luck. Ha. Jiuyun recorded 16 points, 10 assists, and 7 rebounds. Jiuyun became aware of his current data when he casually passed by the bench, where the rascal Crowder informed him. Jiuyun stroked his chin, then hurried over to whisper a few words to Come On, who chuckled and nodded in response. Alas, Henderson's shooting was still off. He had made only 1 out of 8 attempts. Wait, Come On positioned himself but refrained from grabbing the rebound, allowing Jiuyun to dash in and seize it. What was going on? Nonetheless, Jiuyun had already amassed 8 rebounds, leaving him just 2 shy of a triple-double. After securing the rebound, Jiuyun swiftly advanced, and to everyone's astonishment, he executed a board pass for a spectacular alley-oop to the trailing Carter. Was this the result of winning too comfortably? Did the Bobcats not care about their pride? Hilariously, the veteran Carter summoned all his strength to finally reach the basketball, executing a soaring alley-oop dunk. How long had it been since Carter jumped so high? Following his successful dunk, Carter laughed heartily and pointed at Jiuyun, who sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that perhaps he had overthrown the pass. Thankfully, the old-timer Carter still had a bit of spring left in his legs. The Bobcats called a timeout and subsequently reintroduced their starters, with Michael Gilchrist assigned to defend Jiuyun. After 3 possessions, Come On again obstructed Jiuyun from grabbing a rebound. Undeterred, Jiuyun took the ball on a fast break, bulldozing through Sessions for yet another dunk that sent the crowd into a frenzy. Haha. Jiuyun's stats now stood at 18 points, 11 assists, and 9 rebounds, just 1 rebound away from a triple-double. The domestic commentators were ecstatic. Meanwhile, the Mavericks had already extended their lead over the Bobcats to 18 points. Yet, the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. 3 minutes later, with just 5 minutes remaining, the Bobcats finally substituted their starters. In harmony, the Mavericks planned to do the same after the next dead ball. Jiuyun has relinquished his pursuit of a triple-double, for indeed, a forcibly obtained fruit lacks sweetness. What is not one's own remains unattainable. Nevertheless, he holds a firm belief that he will eventually secure it. During this offensive play, Mayo, who had previously shot 6 of 9, saw his three-pointer ricochet off the front rim, and by sheer fortune, the long rebound fortuitously landed in Jiuyun's hands. Accepting this unexpected boon, Jiuyun seized the moment to shoot a three-pointer himself, as a form of self-reward. However, as the ball sailed through the air, he immediately sensed it was overcooked and turned to retreat to the backcourt. Just as he pivoted, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, prompting him to glance back and witness the Bobcats preparing to inbound the ball. Astonishingly, the shot went in. It seemed he was indeed the destined one. Following a deliberate foul by Marion, Carlisle substituted the starters, including Jiuyun. With a remarkable stat line of 15 attempts yielding 8 successful shots, 20 points, 11 assists, and 10 rebounds, complemented by 2 steals and 2 blocks, Jiuyun etched his name in history as the youngest player ever to achieve a triple-double in NBA lore. A milestone accomplished by none other than our own Jiuyun. As he exited the court, domestic commentators erupted in ecstatic shouts. As the game drew to a close, marked by the sound of the buzzer, the Dallas Mavericks triumphed over the Charlotte Bobcats with a resounding score of 126-99, showcasing an exhilarating victory on their home turf. Throughout the game, 5 players from the Bobcats scored in double digits, with Sessions leading the charge, scoring 22 points on 8 of 13 shooting, along with 5 assists and 4 rebounds. Kimball Walker contributed 15 points and 5 assists from 6 of 14 attempts, while the second overall pick, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, netted 13 points on 4 of 8 shooting. Byron Mullins, after a dismal first half of 1 for 9, rebounded in the second half with 6 of 9, finishing with 16 points and 10 rebounds. Brendan Haywood added 14 points and 11 rebounds from 7 of 13 shooting. The Bobcats aimed to dominate inside like the Jazz, but their lofty aspirations clashed with the stark reality. Although both towering players at 2.13 meters tall delivered double-double performances, the interior scoring of the Bobcats surpassed that of the Mavericks. They ultimately failed to overpower the Mavericks' interior defense. Instead, they fell victim to the Mavericks' perimeter shooting, reminiscent of their fate against the Jazz. While only Chris Cummon showcased his prowess with 16 points and 4 rebounds on 8 of 9 attempts, the Mavericks, bolstered by Jiuyun's 10 rebounds and Marion's 9, dominated the boards with a total of 47 rebounds to the Bobcats' 38, out-rebounding them by 9. In terms of scoring, the Mavericks had 6 players in double figures, with O.J. Mayo leading the pack with 28 points, including 6 of 10 from beyond the arc. However, the spotlight was undoubtedly stolen by Jiuyun, who, with his triple-double of 20 points, 11 assists, and 10 rebounds, overshadowed Mayo's impressive performance. As the game concluded, Jiuyun exchanged warm embraces with the Bobcats players before stepping aside to partake in a post-game interview, where he indulged in lighthearted banter. He was the last player to return to the locker room, and upon entering, he was met with a bucket of ice water poured over him by Crowder. The sudden chill caused Jiuyun to shudder. The sensation was indescribable, akin to a younger brother wanting to retreat. Congratulations on breaking the record, exclaimed Crowder, beaming with childlike glee. The entire locker room erupted in laughter at Jiuyun's disheveled state, showering him with congratulations. Jiuyun could only cast a glance of exasperation at Claude before reluctantly accepting the congratulations of everyone. At the post-match press conference, Jiuyun was undoubtedly the focus of the reporters' inquiries. At the age of 19 years and 138 days, you achieved a triple-double, becoming the youngest player in NBA history to do so. What significance does this game hold for you? Jiuyun smiled, acknowledging the undeniable thrill of the moment. After all, a record signifies one's excellence in certain respects. However, I merely regard it as an ordinary regular season game. As long as victory is attained, the quest for a triple-double becomes inconsequential. The reporters on site were rendered speechless. His nonchalance was rather audacious. Did he truly perceive it as just another game? Assuming we were oblivious to the fact that in the final quarter, Cummon assisted him in securing rebounds? Did you indeed enlist Cummon's help to position himself for rebounds in pursuit of that triple-double? The public relations manager, upon hearing this question, grew anxious and swiftly signaled to Jiuyun. Jiuyun cast a glance at the reporter, noting his affiliation with Los Angeles. It was no surprise that he had become one of the most despised players among the fans and media supporting the Los Angeles Lakers. When the new Big Four was assembled, he, a newly minted second-round draft pick, audaciously proclaimed that the Lakers quartet was inadequate and he did so not just once. Infuriatingly. During the season opener, this individual led the Mavericks to victory over the Lakers. A rivalry had undeniably begun. But things worsened as the Lakers subsequently fell to the Trail Blazers and the Clippers, suffering a disheartening 3-game losing streak to commence the season. The discord between Kobe and Howard was evident, with whispers of discontent swirling, and the on-court dynamics spoke volumes. This only served to solidify Jiuyun as a target for Los Angeles fans, who sought a scapegoat for their frustrations. When confronted with this challenging predicament, Jiuyun did not shy away. It is a matter of perspective. Those who approach it without bias can clearly see from those offensive plays that my quick transitions after securing rebounds contributed to the team's scoring. And such rapid counterattacks are difficult for opponents to thwart. Of course, to those who harbor grievances against me, my actions may appear as a mere interior player positioning himself to gather rebounds and inflate statistics. I do not deny that when Chris and I devised this strategy, there were dual considerations, one being whether this tactic would benefit the team, and the other being, as you mentioned, my desire to achieve my first triple-double in my career. However, at that moment, our team held a substantial lead, affording me ample opportunities to make mistakes, unlike some teams which find themselves in a perpetual chase, bereft of the chance to err. The subtle sarcasm of Jiuyun nearly overwhelmed the local reporters in Los Angeles, with some audaciously laughing out loud. The journalist, wearing a look of embarrassment, could only sit down in defeat. Sue, just moments ago, had heard Kemba Walker claiming during an interview that he had misrepresented his height. This question left Jiuyun utterly perplexed, wondering what on earth was happening and who could possibly be more honest than himself. "Brother, you need to finish your sentence. This is slander, and I could sue you," he retorted with a chuckle. "So, Kemba Walker said you are taller than the 195 centimeters listed in your profile?" Jiuyun was genuinely taken aback. It had indeed been several months since he last measured his height. At 19, it was perfectly normal to still be growing taller. Nevertheless, he maintained that he was 195 centimeters. Anyone else would also be 195 centimeters. Currently playing as a point guard, there was no need to inflate his height. In fact, claiming a shorter stature would be more advantageous for him. Haha, Kemba must be speaking nonsense. I assure you, my height of 195 centimeters has been thoroughly verified, and I am no longer growing. The reason Kemba made such a claim must be that he is looking for excuses to defend himself against me. Furthermore, the reason he believes I exceed 195 centimeters may stem from his own self-reported height of 185 centimeters. He genuinely thinks of himself as 185 centimeters, which is why he perceives me as taller. Jiuyun's words nearly broke the journalist's defenses. His roundabout statement was not much different from directly asserting that Kemba Walker was not 185 centimeters. If Kemba were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated, as he simply intended to convey that Jiuyun was too tall to defend against, only to have it twisted into an accusation of his own height being exaggerated. The press conference concluded in such an atmosphere, and upon returning to the locker room, most players were still present. Upon seeing him enter, Crowder cheekily remarked, "Sue, we're discussing which nightclub to visit later. Would you care to join us?" This remark ignited Jiuyun's temper, prompting him to chase Crowder around the locker room. Were it not for the numerous players serving as shields, he might have taken more direct action, although it remained playful banter. After their playful antics, Marion chimed in, "Sue, we are indeed heading to a bar to celebrate our first home victory. You are the only one under 21, which presents a bit of a challenge. However, I can seek out a bar with relaxed restrictions. Sean, are you certain? Is there a strip show? Will they take it off?" Laughter erupted in the locker room. Carlisle observed the lively atmosphere and nodded appreciatively. The addition of these rookies had alleviated the somber mood from the previous season, especially Sue, whose extroverted nature allowed him to integrate seamlessly with the others, devoid of the reserved demeanor often associated with individuals from Huaxia. Moreover, this young man possessed an innate charisma that made others feel at ease around him. Admittedly, racial discrimination in Dallas was not uncommon, nor was it rare within the NBA. Yet, Jiuyun thrived with the Mavericks, partly due to Mark Cuban's staunch anti-discrimination stance. Whether it be superficial or genuine, his actions clearly reflected that belief. Furthermore, the Mavericks had previously welcomed 2 other individuals from Huaxia, making local fans more accepting. Within the team, Sue had established his reputation through relentless one-on-one encounters and exceptional performances on the court. Carlisle pondered extensively, also reflecting on the agenda for the meeting that Nelson had notified him about for tomorrow. Observing the playful Jiuyun, He murmured, in the not-too-distant future. Will you alter the landscape of this game? After the merriment subsided, Jiuyun finally spoke up. I might not be able to join tonight. A friend from my home country has come to visit. She is a major star back home, and her presence in a nightclub could attract unwanted attention. Haha. That's no issue, Sue. That bar prohibits photography, so feel free to bring your friend along. Marion, now the leader of the Mavericks without Dirk Nowitzki, had spoken, making it difficult for Sue to decline. All right, I'll make a call to check. If it doesn't work out, I'll just have her return to the hotel. What do brothers need women for anyway? Laughter erupted once more, and the group gave him a thumbs up. Jiuyun took out her phone and called Sister Jean, sharing all the details with her. Upon hearing about the prohibition on photography, Sister Jean became quite eager and agreed to accompany Jiuyun to the nightclub. Before long, Jiuyun picked up Sister Jean, who was adorned with a sun hat and large sunglasses, and they joined the crowd heading to the club. In the car, Sister Jean was somewhat exhilarated. Brother Yun, are we really going to a nightclub with a strip show? I've never been to one before. Is it fun? Do they really strip? Jiuyun was speechless, finding her words oddly familiar. Sister, your use of people is quite inappropriate. That's a term for young girls. Ah, Jiuyun. Do you want to die? Are you implying that I am old? How could I dare? You are a mature woman. Those young girls simply cannot compare to you. Moreover, is there anyone with skin as fair, tender, and with such a delightful touch as you? If there is, do introduce me to a dozen of them. Hearing Jiuyun's playful banter, Sister Jean was both amused and exasperated. I see it now, Jiuyun. You are nothing but a lecher, and quite fickle too. Tell me, how many young girls and married women have you led astray? Jiuyun nearly spat blood. This woman was indeed formidable. Sister, this is unjust. I am a theoretical type, so far removed from the practical. You know my skills are not yet refined. Humph, you managed to endure for such a long time last time. Moreover, this tender shoot of mine is currently being nibbled by you, if you please. The words of Jiuyun directly rendered the seasoned Jean Jie blushing. As she glanced at Jiuyun, memories of the 2 tumultuous days at the hotel flooded her mind. The more she pondered, the redder her face became. With her legs crossed, she shot an annoyed glare at Jiuyun, muttering, I can hardly believe you. Such a young age yet full of theories, humph. After exchanging some playful banter, the group swiftly arrived at their destination. Entering an American nightclub for the first time, Jiuyun felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity, quickly acclimating to the vibrant atmosphere, and surprisingly, he found himself quite enjoying it. Jean Jie, noticing the no photography policy, felt a wave of relief wash over her. The teammates of the Mavericks, witnessing Jean Jie's striking beauty for the first time, began to connect the dots, recalling the captivating woman who had occupied the front row during their previous game. Indeed, Jean Jie was a beauty, even by international standards. One might think of a street interview where foreign men were shown images of Jean Jie alongside others such as Feng Jie, only for Feng Jie to be deemed the most attractive. This outcome seemed rather ludicrous, as it appeared to be a case of external forces colluding to impose an unflattering narrative upon us, a mere act of discrimination cloaked in cultural imperialism. Consider Hollywood-esque grand productions, which film lacks a stunning female lead. Of course, the exception being The Black Mermaid. Otherwise, Feng Jie wouldn't find herself in such dire straits in America, resorting to pedicures and foot massages for a living. Thus, Jean Jie, who was now fairer than many Caucasians, with skin that was even more delicate and a beauty that was undeniable, garnered the attention of all the Mavericks players. However, their teasing remained lighthearted, with no overt advances, as they recognized that she was brought along by Jiuyun. Given that he had brought her out so late, it was clear she was someone special to him. With the nightclub atmosphere enveloping them and no training scheduled for the following morning, the group let loose, Jiuyun included. Though he was determined not to overindulge, as they had a second game to play that night, he still intended to have a good time. The excitement peaked during the striptease performances, which thrilled him. Yet, compared to his teammates, his actions seemed rather tame, as he merely flirted with Jean Jie. Meanwhile, his companions were stuffing cash into the dancers' minuscule thongs, leaving both Jiuyun and Jean Jie utterly astonished. Jiuyun finally understood why this group of individuals carried so much cash in their bags. He suddenly pondered whether this was the reason why American men generally shunned electronic payments. After all, it was hardly feasible for a dancer to bear a QR code on her body, and the thrill of cash far surpassed the coldness of a notification sound. Sister Jean leaned against Jiuyun's chest, and at a height of 165 centimeters, her presence felt comforting and secure. even though her hands and leg were somewhat overwhelming for her. Brother Yin, why the hurry? For these few days, I belong to you. Do NBA players truly indulge in such extravagance? However, the rain of bills undeniably drove these dancers into a frenzy. Do you think her bosom is larger than mine? Jiuyun gently nibbled at her ear, teasingly remarking, of course, hers is larger. After all, she relies on it for a living. Noticing the threat in her eyes, he quickly added, though it may be big, it certainly doesn't compare to my sister's in terms of feel. Hiki, and let us not forget who I am. Why would I lower myself to be compared to a mere dancer? That would be beneath my dignity. Hearing Jiuyun's timely flattery, Sister Jean planted a soft kiss on his lips and said, you're discerning. Tonight, I'll unlock some techniques for you. How does that sound? Aren't I good to you? Jiuyun chuckled, quickly assuring her, you treat me the best. Rest assured, my service will be impeccable. I will definitely be your loyal little pup. Before 3 a.m. Unable to resist Sister Jin's teasing, Jiuyun led her away, opting not to return home since his parents had not yet returned from abroad. Initially intending to go to Jiuyun's house, Sister Jean, upon learning his parents were still there, took him back to her hotel instead. Once inside, Jiuyun excitedly embraced Sister Jean, eager to head to the bed. Oh dear, I'm all sweaty. I need a bath. Hiki, that's perfect. I enjoy bathing as well. Especially with you, he replied. Stop it. Keep your hands to yourself. That night was tumultuous, filled with thunder and rain. Although Jiuyun had exerted considerable energy during the first half of the night, the latter half saw him playing even more fiercely, overwhelming his opponents. As dawn broke, Sister Jean surrendered, feeling drowsy, while Jiuyun celebrated his victory in both halves, eventually falling asleep with her in his arms. Meanwhile, his remarkable achievement from the previous night, the youngest player in NBA history to achieve a triple-double, had stirred a significant stir both in the United States and domestically. Had it merely been a sudden game where he achieved a triple-double, it might have been seen as a fleeting marvel. However, since the draft, Jiuyun had continuously defied expectations, nearly bruising the egos of all the league's managers and owners. Invited to the green room before the draft, not a single team chose him, and he was selected only at the 41st pick by the Mavericks. Despite this humiliation, he boldly continued to perform, drawing ridicule from many fans who accused him of seeking attention. Yet, during the upcoming Summer League, he outperformed all rookies, except for the absent Anthony Davis, earning the MVP award. His reputation experienced a considerable turnaround, although he was sidelined during the preseason, playing less than 10 minutes across 7 games. As the regular season commenced, he became a starter from the very first game, dazzling everyone with his performance. In the opening match against the Lakers, he scored 23 points, provided 9 assists, grabbed 7 rebounds, and made 2 blocks and 2 steals. In the second match against the Jazz, he tallied 19 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. During his home debut against the Bobcats, he achieved 20 points, 11 assists, and 10 rebounds, making history as the youngest player to secure a triple-double in the NBA. Across the first 3 games of the season, he averaged 6 points, 3 assists, and 8 rebounds, a statistic that could easily be deemed a near triple-double. For a rookie selected at the 41st pick, such numbers were astonishing. If he maintained these stats throughout the season, even with a slight decline, making it to the All-Star roster would not be out of reach. Notably, 3 assists would have placed him second in the previous season's assist rankings, just behind Nash's 7, and ahead of Paul's 9. With such consistent performances, coupled with his triple-double, the impact Jiuyun had made was undeniably profound. This year's most formidable rookie of the year, the strongest 41st pick in history. Could this dark horse continue to defy expectations? Various headlines and accolades flooded in, with journalists generously employing every commendatory term at their disposal. Naturally, Los Angeles reporters, having regarded Jiuyun as a rival, were the exception. Meanwhile, fans back home discussed him with the enthusiasm of a festival, reveling in his prowess. In short, Jiuyun had become a sensation, a blazing star. At noon, Jiuyun finally awoke, finding Sister Jean still in deep slumber, evidently worn out from the previous night's exertions. As he lifted the covers, memories of the disheveled state around him ignited a fire within him. But recalling his afternoon training, he reluctantly refrained from indulging further after a brief moment of temptation. As he attempted to eat, Sister Jean finally stirred, groggily protesting, "Beastly brother, are you trying to harm me? Humph. Can't you show a little more consideration for your sister?" Jiuyun chuckled, surveying the victorious landscape before him. The The sense of psychological satisfaction he experienced surpassed the pleasure of downing a chilled beer on a sweltering summer day. How could I dare, sister? I still have training this afternoon. You should rest well, and I will come to find you once my training concludes. Upon hearing Jiuyun's words, Sister Jean felt a mix of trepidation and an irresistible longing. The thought of his return in the evening made her tremble with anticipation. All right, but remember, you must not treat your sister so coldly tonight, or else I may not come to seek you again. Ha. Jiuyun departed from the hotel with a hearty laugh. Sister Jean, watching him leave, decided against sleeping and instead took out her phone to browse through the domestic news. As expected, she soon found herself trending on Weibo. Due to Jiuyun's performance the previous day, several news articles about him quickly made their way to the hot search list, and she was among them. The top-tier celebrity Sister Jean was spotted courtside at a Dallas Mavericks game, engaging in a warm conversation with Jiuyun. What was the nature of their relationship? A romantic entanglement, perhaps? Opening her Weibo account, she was astonished to discover that overnight, she had gained 300,000 followers. This brought her immense joy. After all, as a prominent female star who had been in the limelight for many years, it was quite a challenge to increase her follower count. Those who admired her had already followed her long ago. Yet, thanks to Jiuyun, her follower count surged dramatically. Additionally, she noticed numerous messages from fellow celebrities in her inbox, many of whom, whether directly or indirectly, were eager to connect with Jiuyun. Among them were both male and female stars, some of whom genuinely adored basketball and had become fans of Jiuyun. However, she had developed an immunity to the vitriol from certain fans. After all, even negative attention counted as attention. Could it be, she mused, that Sister Jean is preparing to pursue the young Jiuyun? Comments like "leave him be, he's our sole gem in the NBA," and "how shameless. There are so many eligible suitors, yet she aims to snatch the young one," flooded in. With a smile, she set her phone down and gazed at the ceiling, her heart brimming with joy. While her intentions were clear, deep within, she yearned to rekindle her connection with Jiuyun, for he had gifted her with 2 unforgettable days and nights. When Jiuyun arrived at the training facility, he was surprised to find an unusually large number of reporters gathered at the entrance. It was evident that the absence of Nowitzki from the Mavericks could not account for such attention. It was solely due to the current momentum and soaring popularity of Jiuyun. Jiuyun did not participate in the interview, leaving the arrangements to the club. During today's training, he exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. After completing the usual drills, Jiuyun began to challenge others one-on-one, embodying the persona of a gang leader. If one is reluctant to engage, he provocatively taunted, "Come on, are you a coward? Afraid to face me in a duel? Perhaps it's best you go home and drink some milk." He beckoned, "Come here, let me teach you how to play." In essence, Jiuyun was teetering on the brink of a brawl. However, his relentless sarcasm during the one-on-one encounters drove his opponents to the brink of madness. Yet, he was discerning in his choice of adversaries. He avoided the seasoned players, aware that their extensive experience rendered them nearly impervious to provocation. Besides, one never knows when they might need a buffer. For the journalist witnessing the Dallas Mavericks training for the first time, the spectacle was astonishing. As Jiuyun seemingly took on the role of a commanding leader instructing his subordinates, this scenario felt eerily familiar to them. In their eyes, Jiuyun radiated an air of undeniable authority. After 2 days of refreshing and fulfilling experiences, Jiuyun engaged in training during the day and honed his ball-handling skills with Sister Jean at night. Indeed, a heavenly existence. However, prior to his 4th regular season game, both Jiuyun's parents and Sister Jean were set to depart, traveling together. Jiuyun implored Sister Jean and her assistant to look after him a bit more. The Dallas Mavericks' 4th regular season match was a home game against the Portland Trail Blazers. Both teams had teetered on the brink of the playoffs last season and were not considered formidable rivals. Thus, this game was originally slated for no national broadcast. Yet, due to 2 individuals, it was hastily arranged for nationwide airing. One of these individuals was, naturally, Jiuyun, whose remarkable performances in the previous 3 games and the record for the youngest triple-double had catapulted him into the limelight, with his popularity soaring. While many regarded him as a dark horse among this year's rookies, few believed he could clinch the Rookie of the Year title. As another rookie had also exhibited extraordinary prowess thus far. This individual was not the first overall pick, Anthony Davis. In his debut, Anthony Davis scored 21 points and secured 7 rebounds, showcasing a commendable performance. However, he faltered in his second game with only 8 points and 6 rebounds, and was sidelined due to injury in the third. The standout rookie was, in fact, Damian Lillard, the sixth pick of the Portland Trail Blazers. In his debut against the Lakers, he amassed 23 points and 11 assists, demonstrating a performance on par with Jiuyun's against the same team. In his second game against Russell Westbrook of the Thunder, despite allowing Westbrook to score 32 points along with 6 assists and 5 rebounds, Lillard still managed to secure 21 points and 7 assists himself, a commendable achievement for a rookie, especially considering Westbrook's status as an all-star in the past 2 seasons. In the third game, he outperformed Jeremy Lin of the Houston Rockets, who had previously enjoyed a breakout season, with 20 points, 9 assists, and 6 rebounds. Lin, when faced with Lillard's defense, could only muster 13 points and 7 assists from 13 attempts. Averaging 21, 3 points and 6 assists over 3 games was already impressive, yet Jiuyun surpassed him. The margin was slim, leading many to predict that Damian Lillard and Jiuyun were the most likely candidates to contend for the Rookie of the Year title this season. Jiuyun and Damian Lillard represent an exceptionally select group of outstanding rookies throughout the years. However, regardless of who it may be, greater expectations are placed upon Jiuyun. He exhibits a more comprehensive skill set than Lillard, with statistics that surpass those of a young LeBron James, which undoubtedly contributes to his rapid rise to prominence. Furthermore, in terms of both static and dynamic talent, he undeniably eclipses Lillard. More crucially, Lillard is an older rookie at the age of 22. Thus, immediate impact is essential, relegating him to merely being viewed as a contender for the Rookie of the Year title. His long-term prospects, however, pale in comparison to those of the 19-year-old Jiuyun and Anthony Davis. Lillard, with his prideful disposition, is acutely aware of this. Although he suffered a defeat to Su during the Summer League, he remains unconvinced of his superiority, dismissing the notion that someone lacking shooting prowess and possessing mediocre ball-handling skills could maintain such performance over an entire season. As the season progresses, teams will intensify their scrutiny of him, and his lack of shooting range will be magnified. Consequently, upon the team's arrival in Dallas and just after disembarking, he articulated during an interview, "Su is indeed exceptional, but I do not believe he is the most formidable rookie this year. His weaknesses are too pronounced and not something that can be resolved in the short term." Lillard's remarks seem to convey much while simultaneously saying little, leaving the reporters bewildered. Yet, reporters are known for weaving narratives from mere images, constructing stories as they see fit. Lillard asserted that Jiuyun is not his primary rival in the race for Rookie of the Year. Su's performance merely reflects that opponents have yet to fully comprehend his capabilities. Otherwise, his impact would be significantly diminished. On the very evening of the Trail Blazers' arrival in Dallas, the Dallas Mavericks convened a small management meeting attended solely by the team owner, head coach, general manager, and Dirk Nowitzki. As soon as everyone was present, Mark Cuban candidly stated, "Today is not so much about a meeting as it is about open communication among us. The contract with Su and the team, as everyone knows, was rather careless on our part. We only signed him for 3 years, with the final year being a player option. Thus, we can only reliably retain him for 2 years. How we position him within the team will significantly affect his likelihood of remaining with us in the future." Rick, would you care to share your thoughts on whether Su can truly shine, or if his performance is merely fleeting? Carlisle has long been prepared, wearing a smile that exudes a charming confidence. After today's practice, this young fellow approached us, claiming he felt as though he had grown taller and thus decided to undergo another physical assessment. At this point, Carlisle's previously calm demeanor revealed a flicker of excitement, piquing the curiosity of the others. "Gentlemen, can you believe it? Su has indeed grown, reaching a height of 196 centimeters, weighing 95 kilograms, with an astonishing wingspan of 210 centimeters. More importantly, his vertical leap has increased from 90 centimeters during the combine to 96 centimeters, and his approach jump has risen from 103 centimeters to 110 centimeters. His baseline sprint time has slightly diminished from 10.9 seconds to 10.15 seconds, while his 34-meter dash has gone from 3.8 seconds to 3.12 seconds. However, these figures were recorded post-training. At peak physical condition, his speed would not decline significantly." Carlisle's words left everyone dumbfounded, as they understood the implications. Jiuyun's physical prowess had ascended from the realm of historical excellence to the pinnacle of physical talent, embodying an extraordinary blend of static and dynamic abilities. Of course, there are varying tiers within this elite classification, and he currently occupies the lower echelon of this elite tier. Cuban and Little Nelson found themselves breathing more heavily, Nowitzki wore a look of envy. Carlisle reveled in the astonishment etched on their faces and continued. Su's shooting, ball handling skills, and shot selection indeed present weaknesses, yet these can be cultivated. Su possesses a commendable basketball IQ. In an era where speed is paramount in basketball, placing him in the point guard position is simply ideal. Although his current style bears some resemblance to Westbrook's, I assert that he possesses physical gifts and basketball intelligence that Westbrook lacks. Imagine the terror of an upgraded version of Westbrook. Mark, Donnie. We must ensure Su remains with us. He is a budding superstar, and his style of play will undoubtedly ignite the basketball market. Dirk is here. And I must also mention that he is now 34 years old. He, along with all of us, recognizes that his prime has passed, nonetheless. He remains the leader of the team and can guide this young lad to become the future leader. Should Su develop rapidly, we could provide Dirk with suitable support, allowing us to contend for a championship before Dirk retires. Cuban, Little Nelson, and Carlisle all turned their attention to Dirk Nowitzki. If he is unwilling, things could get complicated. Immersed in the vision of potentially contending for another championship before his retirement, Dirk quickly grasped the situation as others looked toward him. Gentlemen, do you believe I am the type to shy away from aiding the younger generation? Your gazes are rather disconcerting, he chuckled. Laughter erupted among the group. And Nowitzki's affirmation of nurturing Su Jiuyun as the future leader signified a tactical shift towards Su. After all, as a point guard and future leader, it is only natural for strategies to align with him. Thus, our primary objective this season is to cultivate Su and facilitate his rapid development, preparing for the synergy between him and Dirk upon his return. Rick, you shall take charge of the tactical aspects. Keep an eye on the types of players we need. And both Donnie and I will wholeheartedly support you. Cuban's words served as a definitive decree, prompting Carlisle to nod in agreement. Invigorated by the belief that Su Jiuyun could elevate the Mavericks into the championship contention. Oh, by the way, let us keep his physical assessment data confidential if anyone inquires. We'll reference the combined figures. A player with the speed of a point guard, the physique of a shooting guard, and the strength of a small forward. How intriguing. As Cuban spoke, he began to bask in his own excitement. Carlisle, with a sly grin, added, yes, there were no other players present during his assessment. I have already taken measures to ensure discretion. Little did the outside world know, this management meeting also heralded a transformation in the Maverick style of play. The following morning, during tactical drills, Su Jiuyun felt overwhelmed as Carlisle's voice echoed in his mind, critiquing him. Su, you could have taken that shot yourself. Why pass? Against Collison. Your physical advantage is substantial. Why not assert yourself? Su, you must accelerate your transition speed. Your hesitance is a concern. Gradually, everyone began to grasp the implications. The coaching staff was intentionally increasing Su Jiuyun's shooting opportunities. All eyes turned towards Su, their expressions reflecting a complex mix of emotions, indicating that this incessantly chattering individual might one day succeed Nowitzki as the Mavericks' future leader. Unsurprisingly, the most discontented among them was O.J. Mayo. Once heralded as the top high school player, now reduced to wandering with the Mavericks after failing to secure a contract with his original team. He had hoped to seize a moment of glory amidst the Mavericks' turmoil, yet Su Jiyun's emergence shattered that faint hope. In the last game, Mayo had efficiently scored 28 points, anticipating attention, but ultimately, no one acknowledged his performance as all eyes were drawn to the rookie with a triple-double. While it may not be accurate to say O.J. Mayo harbored hatred for Su Jiyun, his recently reignited enthusiasm began to wane. That evening, within the American Airlines Center locker room, Carlisle was briefing the players on their final strategy. Tonight, they would face the Portland Trail Blazers, and the plan was to control the boards and, aside from Chris, everyone else should execute fast break transitions as swiftly as possible. The Blazers' two big men would struggle to recover in time. Jet speed is beyond their reach, ensuring numerous 4-on-3 opportunities. Let us implement the tactics we've practiced over the past few days. Su, I require you to lead our team in establishing our rhythm. The opponents possess Aldridge and Hickson, and they cannot keep pace with us. Chris, during our half-court plays, ensure to set screens for Su, drawing Aldridge out to allow Su to penetrate. In summary, Carlisle emphasized Su Jiuyun's tactical role on the court. For the first time, Su felt the weight of pressure as he has ascended to the position of the leader. His ability to guide the team to victory will directly reflect his leadership skills. In the visitors' locker room, the Trail Blazers head coach, Terry Stotts, was also meticulously devising strategies. He glanced at Wesley Matthews and stated, Wesley, you are tasked with defending the rookie Su. Do not underestimate him. If you can contain his performance, we will secure this game. There are no players on the Mavericks who can withstand our prowess. Wesley Matthews nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, I will handle this rookie." He neither dismissed the challenge nor appeared overly concerned. After all, he carved his path through defense, rising from an undrafted player to the starting shooting guard for the Trailblazers. Thus, a rookie did not instill fear or trepidation in him. Time swiftly passed, and the player introductions for both teams were completed in no time. The game was about to commence. This match was broadcasted live across the nation, and TNT's premier duo would not miss it. Let us examine the starting lineups for both teams. The Mavericks starters are Sue, O.J. Mayo, Shawn Marion, Jay Crowder, and Chris Come-On. The Trailblazers starting lineup remained unchanged from the previous 3 games. Damian Lillard, Wesley Matthews, Nicholas Batum, LaMarcus Aldridge, and J.J. Hickson. Shaquille, Charles. Which team do you favor for victory, and whose performance will outshine the other, Sue's or Lillard's? After Kenny Smith posed the question, he turned it over to O'Neal and Barkley. O'Neal shrugged and remarked, "It's quite simple. The Mavericks, without Dirk Nowitzki, while benefiting from Sue's remarkable performance, are on par with the Trailblazers at 2 wins and 1 loss. However, the disparity in strength is evident. Just from the data alone, they are not on the same level. Last year, Aldridge averaged 21, 7 points, and 8 rebounds, ultimately earning an all-star selection, while J.J. Hickson contributed 15, 1 points and 8, 3 rebounds last season. The offensive and rebounding prowess of these two in the paint is beyond what the Mavericks can withstand. Furthermore, in terms of perimeter strength, the Mavericks cannot compare to the Trailblazers, not to mention this year's 6th overall pick, Damian Lillard. The starting small forward Nicholas Batum averaged 13, 9 points and 4, 6 rebounds last season, with a 3-point shooting percentage of 39.1. Meanwhile, Wesley Matthews contributed 13, 7 points and 3, 4 rebounds, with a 3-point shooting percentage of 38.3. Together, these two alone average 8 3-pointers per game and excel in both offense and defense. What can the Mavericks possibly compare with them? Hence, from the interior to the perimeter, the advantages are quite pronounced, giving the Trailblazers a greater chance of victory. After O'Neal finished, Barkley spread his hands and said, "Although I was once humiliated by Yao, I believe in Sue's potential. The Trailblazers may not necessarily triumph over the Mavericks he leads." Shaq merely relies on statistics without analyzing the game from a practical perspective. Stats will undoubtedly assign Wesley to defend Sue, but do not forget that the Mavericks prefer to utilize pick and rolls. After the pick with Hickson and Aldridge, who can impede Sue's drive? One individual possesses the capability to dismantle the Trailblazers' defensive line with remarkable ease. It is essential to recognize that both Lillard and the inconsistent Hicks, alongside Aldridge, exhibit notable deficiencies in their defensive abilities. I remain skeptical as to whether Hicks and Aldridge can withstand the onslaught that Sue poses to the rim during critical moments. Furthermore, as Sue disrupts the defensive formation of the Trailblazers, O.J. Mayo, Shawn Marion, and Jay Crowder can effectively inflict damage from the perimeter. In contrast, the Mavericks lineup, aside from O.J. Mayo and Chris Come-On, who have shown some vulnerabilities on the defensive end, boasts the tenacity of rookie Jay Crowder, veteran Shawn Marion, and the formidable Sue, all of whom are defensive stalwarts. Thus, it is questionable whether the Trailblazers can execute a fluid offensive strategy. Therefore, I hold a more favorable outlook on the Mavericks securing victory. I extend my gratitude to Shaq and Charles for sharing their insights. The match is on the verge of commencement. Although the prowess of these two teams may not be formidable, the current level of interest remains quite substantial. Who among Sue and Damian Lillard will emerge as this year's most dazzling rookie? As Kenny Smith concluded his remarks, many camera shots shifted to the American Airlines Center. The players from both teams began to take to the court, exchanging pleasantries. When Jiuyun and Lillard exchanged a fist bump, Lillard remarked nonchalantly, "Sue, you have indeed performed admirably in recent games, but I shall surpass you." Observing Lillard's expression, Jiuyun felt an urge to strike him, tugging at his own emotions. My friend, you are but a vanquished foe. Have you forgotten so soon?" Lillard, momentarily incensed, quickly subdued his anger, letting out a huff before returning to his position. Poised and ready for the jump ball, Jiuyun shrugged and returned to her rightful place. Jiuyun and Lillard were the focal points of the match, and their recent exchange of banter, which ended on a sour note, was captured and displayed on the grand screen above the court. How amusing it is that these two youngsters began their playful rivalry even before the game commenced. The atmosphere promises to be delightful. In the TNT broadcast booth, laughter erupted among the commentators. The fans present, upon witnessing the scene on the big screen, joined in the merriment. Jiuyun noticed that many fans were laughing, their eyes fixed on the large screen. He raised his head to take a look and was astonished to see a replay of the heated exchange he had just had with Lillard, which had ended on an unsatisfactory note. Jiuyun was left speechless, wondering who the director was, so utterly dull. Wasn't this just tarnishing his majestic image? One might mistakenly believe him to be an immature child. Humph, it's all Lillard's fault for being so arrogant. What else with the attitude? Just wait. I'll show you. As Jiuyun's gaze swept through the crowd towards Lillard, Lillard too had taken note of the earlier incident and turned his attention to Jiuyun. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially commenced, and old Kamon was no match for Aldrich in the tip-off. Lillard took control of the ball and crossed half-court, while Jiuyun, brimming with frustration, directly approached him to defend. Lillard attempted to break through, but was thwarted. Jiuyun's defense was commendable, compounded by his significant height and wingspan. His long arms frequently reached out, causing Lillard to feel the pressure. Lillard passed the ball to Wesley Matthews, who was poised beyond the three-point line, initially intending to return the ball to Aldrich. However, he suddenly noticed that O.J. Mayo, defending him, seemed distracted, his positioning and movements alarmingly unorthodox. In an instant, Wesley Matthews executed a quick change of direction and surged past Mayo's defense. O.J. Mayo stood like a mere post, effortlessly bypassed. Kamon, momentarily taken aback, had yet to respond as Crowder left Hickson to intervene. Ultimately, Wesley Matthews successfully completed the layup. Jiuyun was rendered speechless, as were the other players from the Mavericks. They were perplexed by the defense. On the sidelines, Carlisle wore a stern expression, leaving one to wonder about his thoughts at that moment. Meanwhile, in the broadcast booth, Barkley was unrestrained, bursting into laughter. Huh, O.J. Mayo still has that flavor, doesn't he? TSK, TSK, TSK. Even after being traded to the Mavericks, he still hasn't moved on from his past glories. However, after the basket was made, Crowder promptly passed the ball to Jiuyun, while Marion and Mayo sprinted towards the front court. As Jiuyun received the ball, he immediately took off, sprinting with fervor. Matthews, who had initially intended to begin his defense in the backcourt, found himself overtaken before he even crossed half-court. Startled, Matthews hastily tried to close the gap to slow down Jiuyun's momentum. However, the explosive Jiuyun was not someone he could easily impede. With a slight change in direction, Jiuyun effortlessly maneuvered past Matthews and surged toward the three-point line. Just as Carlisle had anticipated, the trio of Hickson, Aldrich, and Kamon had just crossed half-court when the Mavericks executed a 4-on-3 play. Ultimately, under Batum's defensive support, Jiuyun delivered a precise pass to the trailing Marion, who completed a thunderous dunk. The score was now tied at 2-2. Oh my, the Mavericks' offensive pace was astonishingly swift. Matthews had just breezed past O.J. Mayo as if he were a mere obstacle, yet found himself similarly outpaced by the rapidly advancing Sue. I relish watching this young lad. That previous pass was executed with remarkable composure. Did you notice how he charged down the court, reminiscent of LeBron James, making him nearly impossible to defend against? Jiuyun desperately wished to avoid comparisons of his playing style to that of LeBron James. Ironically, the more he sought to distance himself from such notions, the more others insisted on drawing parallels. As the Trailblazers executed their offensive strategy, Lillard crossed half-court, opting not to engage with Jiuyun further. Instead, he called for a screen and penetrated beyond the three-point line, subsequently passing the ball to Aldrich, who had raised his hand in demand for the pass. Although Lillard, as a rookie, displayed remarkable prowess, he had yet to assume the role of the team's leader. Following the decline of the White Mamba, the mantle of leadership within this team had been firmly held by LaMarcus Aldridge, who remained the unequivocal first choice for the Trailblazers. Upon receiving the ball, Aldridge faced the defensive challenge posed by Old Kamon, feigning a move before executing a smooth, elevated jump shot that sailed through the net with precision. Sujudu found watching Aldridge's shooting to be a delightful experience. He and Dirk Nowitzki are undoubtedly among the most proficient shooting big men in the league. As the Mavericks launched their offense, Matthews took on the role of primary defender, fully aware of Jiuyun's speed and explosive power, thus refraining from granting him the opportunity to drive. This also prompted his own big man to return to defense promptly. After Jiuyun skillfully protected the ball across half-court, he called for a pick-and-roll. Kamon positioned himself beyond the three-point line to set the screen, allowing Jiuyun to glide past Aldridge with just 2 swift steps. The Blazers' other interior player, Hickson, was renowned for his rebounding prowess, yet his defensive capabilities were lacking, particularly in terms of help defense and shot blocking. Thus, after bypassing Aldridge, Jiuyun successfully executed a layup against the glaring defensive gaps left by Hickson. In the next offensive possession for the Blazers, it was once again Aldridge who concluded the play with a straightforward shot, bringing the score to 4-6. Turning back, Jiuyun sought out the open O.J. Mayo, but his attempt went awry. On the subsequent play, Aldridge's double team inadvertently set up Matthews for a successful three-pointer. With the score at 4-9, the Mavericks found themselves trailing by 5 points, prompting Carlisle to call for a timeout. As Jiuyun stepped off the court, he scrutinized the Blazers' lineup. Recalling the past few minutes and realizing the familiarity of their gameplay, a fragment of memory from his previous life surfaced, and his eyes gleamed with understanding. He recognized the reason behind the resemblance. The Blazers' head coach, Terry Stotts, had served as an assistant coach under Rick Carlisle during the Mavericks championship year, specifically as the offensive coach. Reflecting on the Blazers' strategies, Jiuyun discerned numerous parallels between their offensive system and that of the Mavericks from years prior. Observing the personnel configuration of the Blazers revealed striking similarities. Their primary player and tactical linchpin, Aldridge, mirrored the shooting big man role of Dirk. In the small forward position, both Batum and Marion were versatile warriors, adept in defense and capable of individual offensive maneuvers, showcasing remarkable athleticism. In the scoring guard roles, Matthews and Deshaun Stevenson were sharpshooters, capable of long-range firepower, sturdy in physique, and unafraid to challenge on the defensive end. At the point guard position, both Kidd and Lillard acted as offensive orchestrators. Though Lillard had yet to reach the esteemed heights of future Hall of Famer Kidd, Jiuyun had a sudden realization. This was nothing less than a lower-tier version of the 2011 Mavericks. The Mavericks bench, Carlisle looked left and right. Yet he could not identify the ideal candidate to defend against Aldridge. Double-teaming was an option, but the three-point shooting prowess of Batum, Matthews, and Lillard was no laughing matter. Ultimately, his gaze rested upon Jiuyun. I need you to adopt a more aggressive offensive approach. Take Aldridge down for me. Carlisle's directive was clear to all Mavericks players. Provoke Aldridge into committing fouls. It mattered not how accurate your shot was if you remained benched. The uncertainty lingered. Could Jiuyun fulfill this task? In the TNT studio, the analysts were dissecting the situation. Kenny Smith remarked, clearly, the Mavericks lack a singular player capable of defending Aldridge one-on-one. Though Chris Common possesses the height and strength to match Aldridge, his speed and leaping ability are simply inadequate. Aldridge can effortlessly elevate for his shot. Shaquille O'Neal concurred with Smith's assessment, stating, indeed, to effectively guard Aldridge, one must possess height, wingspan, mobility, and strength. All are essential. Charles Barkley, however, disputed O'Neal's stance, retorting, who says, if it were me in my prime, I could prevent him from even jumping. Humph. Do you believe every big man is as inept as you? O'Neal shrugged, chuckling. Hey, Charles, with your modest stature, Aldridge could shoot over you effortlessly. What? Are you going to hop around like a frog to try and disrupt him? Ha ha ha, just imagining that scenario brings me joy. The banter between the two jesters shifted the atmosphere, leaving Kenny Smith exasperated. The timeout swiftly elapsed, and both teams returned to the court without making substitutions. Aldridge was tasked with defending Common. Although one was a center and the other a power forward, their heights were the only aspect that aligned. Jiuyun positioned himself beyond the three-point line, and Common instinctively approached to set a screen for him. Having learned from past experiences, Aldridge refrained from directly contesting the shot. Instead, he stationed himself at the free throw line, well aware that Jiuyun lacked the range. Jiuyun did not hesitate. He charged straight into the paint and executed a subtle change of direction as he approached Aldridge. The distance from the free throw line to the basket is merely a couple of steps for someone of Aldridge's towering stature. Thus, despite Jiuyun's swift pace, Aldridge, already prepared, had no intention of completely obstructing him. Instead, he retreated while simultaneously shielding Jiuyun's shooting space. Jiuyun felt somewhat frustrated. Who claimed Aldridge's defense was lacking? This particular defensive positioning and distance management made it challenging for him. A sudden jump shot seemed futile given the distance between them and Aldridge's impressive height and wingspan, which would undoubtedly disrupt the shot. A layup could easily be swatted away. One should not assume that leaping high allows for an unrestrained challenge against Aldridge, who stands 2.11 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.25 meters. In a swift motion, Jiuyun abruptly halted, and as Aldridge also came to a quick stop, he sprang into action once more. This sudden start and stop caused Aldridge's footwork to falter, positioning him away from directly facing Jiuyun. Jiuyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took a step forward and leaped into the air with all his might. Although the action was described in slow motion, it transpired in just a fleeting moment. Aldridge, witnessing Jiuyun's determined jump, followed suit and leaped as well. Bang! In the air, Jiuyun collided with a portion of Aldridge's body. The baseline referee observed the aerial encounter, and, though his lips moved as if to blow the whistle, he ultimately refrained. Jiuyun, suspended in midair, sensed the absence of a foul call, realizing that while drawing a foul had been his intention, it was not his sole objective. Following the impact with Aldridge, his body experienced a slight recoil, causing him to lose balance. Nevertheless, with a determined thrust of his waist, he managed to stabilize himself. Aided by the remarkable agility honed through his training, his left arm extended to shield against Aldridge's hand, while his right deftly maneuvered the basketball from his waist, propelling it through the gap beneath Aldridge's raised arms. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the ball kissed the backboard before finding its way into the hoop. The score stood at 6-9. What a splendid offensive display! In the face of Aldridge's questionable defensive tactics, Jiuyun, leveraging his impressive vertical leap and hang time, successfully eluded Aldridge's interception to score. I admire this style of play. Barkley praised Jiuyun's offensive prowess during the live broadcast. The Dallas Mavericks fans in attendance erupted into cheers and applause for Jiuyun. Meanwhile, Carlisle, displeased, rushed to the head referee to contest the earlier incident involving Aldridge's foul. Upon landing, Jiuyun could not maintain his balance and stumbled, sliding to the ground. Jiuyun did not wait for his teammates to assist him. Instead, he rose to his feet and addressed the linesman, saying, "Sir, could it be that there was no foul on that play?" The referee remained silent, merely shrugging his shoulders in response. Jiuyun was furious. This was a clear manifestation of the new talent's lack of rights. At that moment, the Trailblazers had already commenced their offensive, leaving him no choice but to hastily return to defense. Ultimately, Jiuyun managed to reposition himself just in time, blocking Damian Lillard's path. "Damian, did you not claim you would defeat me? Yet, since the start of the match, you have been evading me. Huh? The 6th pick avoiding the 41st pick. How absurd. And they dare to compare you to me." Sigh. His anger surged. 10. Hee, what a gain. Lillard initially intended to pass the ball, but now he had changed his mind, determined to take a shot himself. He dribbled the ball slowly, then suddenly executed a convincing fake to the right, his right foot taking a small step forward. Jiuyun was truly deceived this time. He hurriedly took a small step to the left, attempting to obstruct Lillard. However, as Jiuyun shifted, Lillard skillfully pulled the ball back, executing a swift crossover before driving to the left. With a single step, he moved parallel to Jiuyun, who had already lost his defensive position. In such circumstances, it typically signified a defensive failure, allowing the opponent to break through. Upon realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Jiuyun promptly adjusted his stride. As Lillard passed by him, he swiftly reached behind. He had braced himself for a foul, but after Lillard skillfully broke through his defense, a sense of triumph surged within him, causing him to neglect proper ball protection, ultimately revealing his vulnerability. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Lillard knew the ball had slipped away, and a jolt of surprise coursed through him. It was evident that the audacious and sharp-tongued individual had swiped it. In that moment, he did not contemplate the repercussions of this turnover on the team. Instead, he anticipated the biting remarks that would soon come from that individual. It was as if Jiuyun's words had led him astray. The ball, dislodged by Jiuyun, was seized by Marion, who wasted no time launching it toward the front court. Jiuyun had already sprinted ahead, with only Lillard trailing behind him. Jiuyun ultimately secured the ball, and after a brief dribble, he made his move. Although Lillard followed closely, yearning to deliver a resounding block to this once despised adversary, reason ultimately prevailed, urging him to relent. After taking 2 steps, Jiuyun leaped high to execute a powerful tomahawk dunk, concluding the offensive play. With a score of 8-9, the resounding dunk energized the crowd, showcasing the prowess of their 41st draft pick as he outperformed the opponent's 6th pick. Inside the live broadcast room, Barkley was exhilarated, exclaiming, "Did you see that? This young fellow possesses remarkable athleticism." Lillard underestimated his wingspan, allowing the ball to be snatched away. Thus far, Sue's performance eclipsed that of Damian Lillard. Shaquille O'Neal, however, was less than pleased. While he couldn't exactly say he disliked Jiuyun, his sentiments were far from warm, especially since the young player had the audacity to mock their past effort for failure. Did one or two good plays truly signify anything? A player's excellence cannot be solely measured by statistics. It also hinges on their ability to contribute to the team's victory. Kenny Smith had long grown accustomed to their banter, knowing full well that their exchanges only bolstered viewership. After Jiuyun executed a slam dunk and landed, he cast a glance at the visibly displeased Lillard and chuckled, "Damian, that shot was a breeze. By the way, your behind-the-back dribble was quite impressive, but perhaps you should refrain from using it next time." As he spoke, a surge of anger manifested, increasing by 12 points. The sound of his cold yet melodious voice made Jiuyun grin widely, a smile that only intensified Lillard's perception of him as arrogantly mocking. Another surge of anger, this time by 5 points. Jiuyun was somewhat bewildered. He had come to understand this ridiculous system by now. A single phrase or action could incite the ire of others, resulting in merely 1 point of anger value, determined solely by the system itself. Presently, he had acquired another point of anger value, unless the system interpreted his earlier laughter as an entirely different action and activated a mechanism to further provoke his opponent's fury, thereby granting him additional anger points. But, for heaven's sake, he was not mocking you just moments ago. At this juncture, Lillard had already received the ball from the baseline and was charging towards the front court. As Jiuyun trailed closely beside him, he attempted to explain, "Damian, I truly was not laughing at you. I chuckled because I recalled something rather amusing." Anger value 6. Well, it must be that this fellow has a short temper, he thought with a smirk. Lillard, seething with rage, did not manifest his fury through his facial expressions. He merely pressed his lips together, fixated intently on Jiuyun's movements before him. Suddenly, Lillard executed a quick dribble, stepping back to the right before launching a jump shot. This maneuver took Jiuyun completely by surprise, causing him to lag slightly in his response. Although he ultimately lunged forward, he was unable to block the shot. Rebound! Jiuyun shouted from midair, convinced that Lillard had rushed the shot, rendering its success unlikely. In truth, even without his shout, the players beneath the basket were already positioning themselves to contest the rebound. As Jiuyun landed, he turned to face the hoop, just in time to witness the basketball tumbling through the net, accompanied by the unmistakable swish of the strings. The score read 8-12. Jiuyun, in a fit of frustration, waved his hand dismissively, while Lillard, with a clenched fist, swung forcefully. As he retreated on defense, he pointed at Jiuyun and exclaimed, "Su, you cannot guard me, you cannot." Jiuyun was exceedingly displeased, profoundly irked, as if he had been struck directly in the face by Lillard's prowess, leaving him utterly mortified. Alas, it was rather embarrassing. Jiuyun received the baseline ball and, upon reaching the front court, intended to execute a move reminiscent of Lillard's style. However, Chris Common had already approached to set a screen for him. "Very well, let us adhere to the strategy for the time being. I shall first eliminate Aldridge before attempting the Lillard maneuver, for victory holds greater significance." Jiuyun evaded Matthews' defense and, upon crossing the three-point line, found Adrian waiting there. As Jiuyun approached Aldridge, merely a meter away, he suddenly changed direction. The sharp sound of sneakers vigorously rubbing against the floor echoed in the air. Jiuyun's speed increased once more as he deftly maneuvered past Aldridge. Although Aldridge was aware he had been outpaced, he swiftly turned to pursue him defensively. After Jiuyun had evaded Aldridge, he took a step forward to attempt a layup. Aldridge, leaping from behind, was in pursuit. Initially, Jiuyun, suspended in midair, could have easily executed a bank shot. However, upon realizing that Aldridge had already leaped, he abruptly altered his plan, retracting the ball he had initially extended. As Aldridge's hand swiped through the air, missing its target, Jiuyun lifted the ball once again. The sound of Jiuyun's hand striking Aldridge's arm echoed. Yet the ball remained firmly in his grasp. Before he descended to the ground, he deftly arched his back and launched the ball into the air. A sharp whistle from the referee pierced the air. The basketball struck the backboard, spun around the rim, and ultimately rolled out. After landing, Jiuyun, who had fallen to protect himself, lay on the ground watching the ball roll away, frustration evident as he clapped his hands in dismay. In an instant, Crowder and Marion rushed over to assist him, with Marion giving his rear a playful pat and encouraging, "Su, that's the spirit. Take him down." Jiuyun smiled broadly, while Aldridge's expression darkened. "Must you not speak with a modicum of civility? Your words are so coarse," he exclaimed. He hurried to the referee to assert that it was not he who struck Jiuyun's hand, but rather the latter who had stepped onto the stage. "Ramicus, "Your subordinate has overstepped," he stated, leaving Aldrich speechless as he quietly withdrew. Jiuyun made 2 free throws, 1 successful, bringing the score to 9-12. With the Mavericks trailing by 3 points. After dribbling past half-court, Lillard chose not to pass the ball, perhaps emboldened by his earlier play, utilizing a screen to drive. He opted for a personal attempt, and today, fortune favored him as he executed a sudden mid-range jumper that found its mark. With the score at 9-14, the Mavericks initiated their offense, and once again, Jiuyun aimed for Aldrich. However, Aldrich held his ground, yet Jiuyun powered through to successfully finish at the rim, making the score 11-14. This contest had evolved into a thrilling duel between 2 of this year's premier rookies. Lillard showcased remarkable shooting prowess. Yet I find myself more captivated by Jiuyun's relentless assault on the paint. Although both players utilized screens, the destructive impact on the opposing defense that Jiuyun imparted was unmatched by Lillard. Not only did Barkley and his colleagues relish the spectacle, but American fans tuning in also reveled in the contrasting styles of play, reminiscent of heroic clashes. Such matchups hold significant appeal for American audiences, characterized by a fierce spirit of rivalry and retribution. As Barkley aptly noted, during the first half of the opening quarter, the offensive dominion was firmly held by these 2 athletes. Lillard's approach leaned heavily on shooting, with occasional passes. Had his shooting percentage not been commendable and Aldrich maintained a decent temperament, he would have faced significant criticism. In contrast, Jiuyun enjoyed a more favorable environment, having been clearly established as the tactical focal point prior to Nowitzki's return. Thus, each of Jiuyun's offensive pursuits was directed towards Aldrich, who was encumbered by a foul. Given Jiuyun's explosive drive, Aldrich found himself hesitant in his defensive efforts. Were it not for Hickson's timely intervention on 2 occasions to alleviate the pressure, Aldrich would have undoubtedly faced early foul trouble and had to retreat to the bench. Jiuyun's exertion was considerable as he relentlessly attacked the paint, engaging in fierce confrontations with even larger opponents. On several occasions, he managed to launch his adversaries into the air, drawing fouls in the process. His unwavering determination left the spectators in rapturous excitement. In the 6th minute of the first quarter, the Mavericks initiated an offensive play, with Matthews increasingly tightening his defensive grip, closing in on him just beyond the halfway line. Jiuyun passed the ball to the approaching Come-On, then sprinted towards him, receiving the ball back in a seamless handoff as he charged into the paint. Aldrich was infuriated, utterly vexed. How could a mere rookie dare to challenge him like this? Was there no sense of dignity left? Yet, he found himself powerless. At this moment, the wing defender Batum had also collapsed to provide assistance, ensuring that even if he could not fully defend, he would still offer protection for Aldrich. Jiuyun came to an abrupt halt, turning to gaze at Marbury, who had been left unguarded by Batum. He then made a convincing gesture as if to push the ball in that direction. The authenticity of this motion compelled Batum to lift his foot, attempting to return to defense. However, Jiuyun seamlessly transformed the ball push into a pull, executing a swift spin move. Before Aldrich could react, Jiuyun altered his direction and charged, colliding with Aldrich's shoulder. Bang! Jiuyun felt a surge of excruciating pain. After all, there is no collision with a wall that does not hurt, even if the wall is somewhat softer. He was akin to a car that had veered off course, its side colliding with a utility pole, causing him to be flung outwards. Losing his balance, Jiuyun slid to the ground, but he did not hear the whistle. Just as he was about to curse, the long-awaited whistle finally sounded. Beep. Then, Jiuyun observed the referee signaling a blocking foul. Jiuyun let out an exhilarated roar, pounding his fists on the ground in sheer excitement. Aldrich, at a loss for words, had been diligently controlling his movements, yet he was caught off guard by Jiuyun's sudden maneuver. Unable to adjust his stance in time, he collided shoulder first with the exuberant Jiuyun, resulting in an unavoidable foul. Resigned to his fate, he chose not to protest to the referee and made his way to the bench, fully aware that he would be substituted. Indeed, the Trailblazers called for a substitution, replacing Aldrich with the towering 2.16-meter center Myers Leonard, selected as the 11th pick by the Trailblazers this year. Jiuyun made both free throws, bringing the score to 17-19, with the Mavericks trailing by 2 points. Aldrich's exit from the game resulted in a shift in the dynamics of both teams' offense and defense. Initially, the Trailblazers relied on Lillard's scoring prowess, but after several missed attempts, coach Terry Stotts urged Lillard to focus on ball distribution. Consequently, the offensive opportunities increasingly shifted to Matthews and Batum. With Aldrich sidelined, Jiuyun adopted a more strategic approach, opting for drives to the basket when feasible and passing the ball when the situation was less favorable. Both O.J. Mayo and Crowder benefited from this, successfully sinking three-pointers. Marion also seized an opportunity for a direct dunk. However, the most significant beneficiary of Aldridge's absence was Come-On, who, despite Myers-Leonard's impressive height of 2.16 meters, found him easily outmaneuvered. Come-On's perfect shooting record against Leonard was a testament to his effectiveness. To everyone's surprise, the Mavericks seized control of the game in the latter half of the first quarter, largely due to their solid defensive efforts. Marbury effectively limited Batum's scoring chances, while Crowder excelled in defending against last season's average scorer, Hickson, yielding impressive results. 1 out of 4 attempts for merely 2 points against Crowder's defense. As the first quarter approached its 10th minute, Jiuyun was substituted, with the score standing at 30-24, marking a 13-5 surge for the Mavericks. Darren Collison, stepping in for Jiuyun, managed to maintain control against the Trail Blazers' backup point guard, Ronnie Price, who had never averaged more than 5.3 points since entering the league in 2005. The first quarter concluded with an unexpected lead for the Mavericks at 34-27, 7 points ahead of the Trail Blazers, eliciting joyous reactions from the TNT broadcast studio, where Charles Barkley was in high spirits. "Haha, Shaq, I remember you favored the Trail Blazers before the game. But look now, the Mavericks lead by 7. Barkley exclaimed. "Honestly, after all these years of playing, have you not noticed that Jiuyun's style is inherently designed to counter the Portland Trail Blazers?" He continued, "The core of the Blazers is Aldridge, a formidable offensive player. Yet his defensive skills are his Achilles heel. Thus, a player like Su, with such explosive offensive capabilities, puts him in a reactive position, while being cautious can mitigate fouls. Su's sheer force makes it exceedingly easy to score if he is not fully challenged." The repercussions of this caution became evident when Aldridge found himself sidelined, leading to a breakdown in the Trail Blazers' offensive strategy. While Damian Lillard showed promise, he was still too young to bear the weight of being the primary offensive option. In contrast, Su displayed remarkable maturity under Carlisle's guidance, appearing more like a seasoned 21-year-old, while Lillard seemed akin to a 19-year-old. After Aldridge's departure, Su achieved his objective and moderated his aggressive drives to the basket. I'll leave it at this. Su is a stronger rookie than Lillard. Shaquille O'Neal was left speechless, having been proven wrong, while Barkley's notorious jinx seemed to be defying expectations as the Mavericks thrived. True, there are 3 quarters left, and we know Barkley's jinx will surely rear its head, O'Neal remarked. "Charles, remember, a game has 4 quarters. Don't rush to conclusions. You are infamous for your jinx. Whoever you favor is at risk, and that's not just my opinion, it's widely acknowledged." Thus, he advised patience as 3 quarters remained. Laughter erupted from Kenny Smith, who found the situation amusing. As the second quarter commenced, the Mavericks fielded a lineup of Darren Collison, Vince Carter, Sean Marion, Brandon Wright, and Elton Brand off the bench. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers reintroduced Aldridge, who had been affected by foul trouble in the first quarter, alongside Ronnie Price, Alexander Pavlovich, Nicholas Batum, and this year's second-round pick, the 10th overall, Will Barton. Yes, the very same Will Barton who was selected ahead of Jiuyun. Ironically, the most ridiculed figures at this moment were the Trail Blazers' general manager and owner, as they had traded their 41st pick to the Mavericks, who subsequently chose Jiuyun with that selection. Additionally, prior to Su's selection at 41, they had picked a shooting guard, Will Barton, who bore a striking resemblance to Jiuyun. After Jiuyun took the court, the Trail Blazers faced a wave of ridicule. In truth, the Mavericks held an advantage with their second unit. Young point guard Darren Collison, alongside seasoned veterans like Sean Marion, Elton Brand, and Vince Carter, all possessed notable skills. Conversely, the Trail Blazers relied primarily on Aldridge and Batum, while the other players might not even be recognized by their own fans. Consequently, as the game commenced, the Mavericks executed a more cohesive team strategy, focusing on movement, screens, and open shots, leaving the Trail Blazers' second unit scrambling. The Trail Blazers' offensive efforts were predominantly centered on Aldridge, whose prowess stood out among both teams' second units. Brandon Wright found it nearly impossible to contain Aldridge, who consistently scored with precision, forcing the Mavericks to provide help defense. This opened opportunities for Batum, who capitalized by making 2 three-pointers. Both teams achieved commendable shooting percentages, resulting in a tightly contested score throughout the quarters. By the time both teams began rotating their starters back in, the Mavericks maintained a 6-point lead. Coach Carlisle adjusted his lineup, opting to keep Darren Collison on the floor while benching O.J. Mayo. In the first quarter, Mayo's defensive shortcomings and lack of focus proved detrimental, overshadowing his offensive contributions. Presently, Mayo functioned merely as a shooting threat, while Collison boasted a superior shooting percentage. Despite his height disadvantage, Collison's skills matched those of Lillard, allowing him to effectively guard Lillard, while Jiuyun took on Matthews. This arrangement facilitated seamless ball movement for the Mavericks, and Jiuyun's ability to penetrate and distribute the ball overwhelmed the Trailblazers' defense. With an additional ball handler, the Mavericks' passing became more timely and frequent, leaving the Trailblazers struggling to keep up, resulting in an impressive shooting display. Moreover, Jiuyun resumed targeting Aldridge as long as Aldridge remained on the court. Jiuyun was determined to challenge him, even if his efficiency was average. As the saying goes, one can evade the initial onslaught, but not the subsequent barrage. With 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Aldridge committed his third foul and exited the game. Without Aldridge, the Trailblazers lacked a focal point in their offense and were not inherently a strong defensive team. As the game progressed, the Mavericks' lead swelled to double digits, and even Aldridge's return in the final 2 minutes failed to narrow the gap. The final offensive possession before halftime belonged to the Mavericks. After Jiuyun dribbled the ball to the front court, he glanced at the clock and then waved his hand, prompting all his teammates to create space for him, affording him an opportunity for a powerful drive. As Jiuyun dribbled the ball, he only began to move when there were merely 10 seconds remaining. Matthews, positioned 2 steps ahead of him, started to feel a sense of urgency. Jiuyun suddenly launched a breakthrough to the right, but since Matthews had given him a 2-step advantage, he still managed to block Jiuyun's path of advancement. Jiuyun remained composed, executing a behind-the-back dribble before dashing to his left. Matthews swiftly slid to obstruct him, yet Jiuyun seamlessly transitioned to another behind-the-back dribble to his right, accelerating past his defender. The 2 behind-the-back maneuvers altered Matthews' center of gravity, rendering him unable to keep pace. Upon penetrating the paint, Jiuyun abruptly halted and feigned a pass, leaving Aldridge momentarily bewildered. He then pivoted and launched into a powerful jump, delivering a thunderous dunk. Simultaneously, the buzzer signaling the end of the half resonated throughout the arena. The score stood at 60-46, with the Mavericks leading by 14 points. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, wholeheartedly acknowledging Jiuyun's spectacular buzzer beater. Despite the somewhat clumsy execution of his behind-the-back dribble, the final outcome was nothing short of perfect. After scoring, Jiuyun glanced at Lillard, who was about to head to the locker room not far away, and said, "Damian." Lillard turned his head, looking at Jiuyun in puzzlement. Jiuyun smiled as she pointed to the scoreboard of the 2 teams, saying, "We are in the lead, come on, otherwise the second half will be rather dull. The Knicks claim to be stronger than me." Lillard's expression darkened. He thought to himself how insufferable this person was, utterly detestable. Anger level 10. Jiuyun was momentarily taken aback. Could one truly accumulate rage points during halftime? It was something he had never considered before. Nevertheless, he thought, any opportunity to gain something was better than none. A smile broke across Jiuyun's face, radiating genuine joy. Lillard, however, had lost all desire to continue conversing with him and turned away to leave. Jiuyun shrugged and muttered to himself, "Alas, how rude." After saying this, he proceeded towards the changing room. As the final whistle blew, Barkley unleashed his mocking prowess. "Ha ha ha, Shaq. I told you that you lack understanding of the game. Did you see that? Sue made a buzzer beater." At the last moment, he even dared to execute a feint. His mental fortitude is extraordinary. One word. Tough. Just like his playing style. Both Sue and I are individuals of unwavering strength. Unlike you, a flaccid fish. Kenny Smith could not contain his laughter, while Shaquille O'Neal could barely hold back. "Charles, in what way am I less formidable than you?" "Humph. Do you not recall how I once dunked over you?" Barkley retorted with a smirk. "All I remember is how I once bested you on the court. Ha ha." Laughter erupted again from Kenny Smith, while Shaquille O'Neal began rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Barkley, only to be restrained by Smith. Of course, their playful antics were largely theatrical, yet it is precisely this chemistry that ensures impressive viewership whenever the 3 of them commentate on a game. After their jovial exchange, Barkley continued, "The Mavericks have significantly extended their lead. Indeed, Sue's determination to take on Aldridge is commendable, and he has succeeded. He is merely a rookie, having played only his 4th regular season game. I wonder if the general manager and owner of the Trail Blazers are experiencing heartache watching this first half. Having sold their draft position to the Mavericks, allowing them to secure Sue. They had another opportunity before Sue, yet they inexplicably chose Barton, a shooting guard. I can only imagine the expressions on their faces. O'Neal pointed at Barkley in disbelief. Charles, that hefty pig merely got lucky this time. The Trail Blazers' struggles are undoubtedly linked to Aldridge's inconsistent playing time, which is related to his defensive skills. If I were manning the paint, just watch me block Sue. Kenny Smith interjected, Shaq, how would you even attempt to block? With your physique, I doubt you could even leap. I could believe you might inadvertently break Sue's bones. But anything beyond that is utterly implausible. Ken, are you joining forces with Charles to attack me? Do you believe I couldn't break your bones with a mere seat? After a hearty laugh, Kenny Smith returned to the topic at hand. Now, let us examine the statistics of the key players from both teams. Sue made 5 out of 9 shots, converting 3 of 4 free throws, thereby accumulating 13 points, along with 6 assists and 3 rebounds. Chris Common was flawless, scoring 10 points from 5 attempts. O.J. Mayo sunk 2 3-pointers, totaling 8 points. Darren Collison contributed 7 points, while both Marion and Carter added 6 points each. On the Trail Blazers side, despite Aldridge's sporadic presence on the court, he efficiently scored 11 points from 5 of 8 attempts. Matthews recorded 12 points from 5 of 9 shooting, including a perfect 3-point shot and 1 of 3 from the free throw line. Batum managed to hit 2 3-pointers, contributing 8 points, 10 of which were scored against O.J. Mayo's defense, a factor that led Coach Carlisle to bench him in the second quarter. Damian Lillard shot 5 of 11 and made both of his free throws, finishing with 12 points and 2 assists. Statistically, Sue outperformed Lillard in both scoring and playmaking, raising hopes that Lillard could help bridge the gap in the second half, making the game even more thrilling. Following a brief commercial break, we resumed watching the second half of the match. The atmosphere in the Trail Blazers locker room was tense, as the first half had been quite challenging for the players. Aldridge faced limitations due to foul trouble, resulting in fragmented playing time, while Lillard, after a strong first quarter, faltered in the second, scoring only 3 points on 1 of 4 shooting. Matthews initially showcased his skills against O.J. Mayo, reminiscent of Jordan's prowess, but struggled to find opportunities thereafter, managing only 2 points from 1 of 3 attempts. Conversely, the mood in the Mavericks locker room was buoyant, with everyone, except O.J. Mayo, in high spirits. Such is the nature of the NBA. Victories breed positivity and camaraderie. Before the season commenced, skepticism surrounded the Mavericks due to Nowitzki's surgery, relegating them to the bottom of the Western Conference standings. However, they began the season with a commendable record of 2 wins and 1 loss, including a victory over the formidable Lakers. By the end of the first half, they held a 14-point lead, and as long as they avoided a collapse, their chances of victory appeared promising. This would result in a 3-1 record, a delightful surprise for a team characterized by its age and injuries. Unbeknownst to them, attention shifted towards the young player, who was playfully interacting with Crowder. This young man had seamlessly transitioned from a rookie to the tactical linchpin of the team, a shift that had brought victory. Everyone recognized Sue's potential for future greatness, provided the Mavericks management was not as inept as that of the Kings. Sue would not follow the troubled path of Tyreke Evans. While it may be premature to predict, an all-star appearance seems well within reach. After a playful exchange of banter between Sue Jiuyun and Claude, he noticed O.J. Mayo seated silently in his position. This brought to mind the second quarter of the game, during which Carlisle had kept him firmly on the bench, limiting his time on the court to mere minutes. Sue Jiuyun fetched a stool and settled beside Mayo, who regarded him with a mixture of confusion and surprise. In truth, he was not particularly well liked in the locker room, as his temper was rather irritable and he often marched to the beat of his own drum, leaving him without any genuine friends. "Hey, what's the matter? Not feeling happy?" Mayo impatiently shook his head, remaining silent. Sue Jiuyun, unfazed, softly remarked, "I understand the reason for your discontent. It is simply because you were just confined to the bench." Mayo furrowed his brows and cast a glance at Sue Jiuyun, his expression seemingly conveying, "You are aware of my plight, yet you still choose to trouble me." Sue Jiuyun disregarded him and continued, "O.J., do you not realize that you have no way out? Your time with the Grizzlies has tarnished your reputation. How much have you earned now? 10 million? Or perhaps 20 million? That is hardly sufficient for a comfortable life in your later years. However, if you cannot showcase your true value with the current Mavericks, do you honestly believe any other team will offer you a substantial contract? Of course, A minimum salary may be guaranteed, but would you be content with that? You were once the top high school player, with a template akin to Jordan. Therefore, if you aspire to reclaim your worth and ensure a life of financial ease in your later years, you must exert effort on both defense and offense. Who would then consider offering you a lucrative contract? Reflect on this. Your attitude will determine the trajectory of your future life. Upon Jiuyun taking a seat beside O.J. Mayo, the attention of most individuals in the locker room shifted towards them. They were puzzled by Jiuyun's deliberate choice to sit next to Mayo. Initially, he did not catch Jiuyun's first two remarks. But when Jiuyun stated that he had no retreat, his voice rose slightly due to the emotional weight, allowing the other players to hear clearly. This left them bewildered. What was happening? A rookie was attempting to counsel a veteran? Veterans such as Marion and Carter exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. The coaching staff, led by Carlisle, transitioned from surprise to delight as they observed Mayo transform from contemplation to determination in response to Jiuyun's words. Their astonishment was not solely due to Mayo's change, rather, it stemmed from Jiuyun's proactive approach in engaging with the veteran, which yielded results. Typically, such initiatives are taken by the team's leaders. Yet this young individual had taken the initiative and succeeded. Could it be that he is a natural leader? In truth, had Jiuyun been aware of their thoughts, he would have scoffed at the idea of being a so-called natural leader. His motivation for approaching Mayo was primarily due to Mayo's impressive performance in domestic leagues in his past life, a player who had once clashed with teammates and faced a 2-year ban for using prohibited substances. A rebellious figure with numerous conflicts. However, upon arriving in China, he underwent a complete transformation, contributing significantly on the court and willing to connect with his teammates off the court, which was precisely why Jiuyun sought to provoke him. The second half commenced swiftly, with Lillard and Aldridge, fueled by determination, scoring 5 points right off the bat, narrowing the gap to within 10 points. Notably, after Lillard sank a 3-pointer to bring the score within 10, he shouted towards Jiuyun, "Su, the battle has begun." Jiuyun nearly burst into laughter. How absurdly pretentious. To declare the commencement of war over a mere competition, oh dear. After Jiuyun advanced past the halfway line, Come-On stepped up to set a screen for him. Aldridge, in exasperation, gazed skyward, questioning whether they had any other strategies at their disposal. Jiuyun seized the opportunity to break through. Yet this time the Trailblazers had altered their defensive strategy. During the pick and roll, Matthews had already retreated, maneuvering around Come-On to obstruct Jiuyun's path to the basket, aiming to force him into the double-team trap set by himself and Aldridge. Jiuyun did not notice in time and was subsequently surrounded. Just as she intended to pass the ball to Come-On, who was still at the arc's top, she heard O.J. Mayo's voice from the corner. Here. As Jiuyun glanced around, he realized that there was truly no one nearby. He hesitated momentarily with the ball intended for Come-On, then elegantly executed a behind-the-back pass. The pass, however, lacked both precision and power. O.J. Mayo, upon receiving the ball, made a slight adjustment and, just before Lillard could close in for the defense, released the shot. Swish, the ball went in, narrowing the gap to a 12-point deficit. Following the successful basket, Mayo approached Jiuyun with enthusiasm, exchanging a high five, and declared, "Su, I will strive for my lucrative contract, my luxurious mansion, my extravagant car, and beautiful women. Rest assured, I shall give my utmost in defense." Jiuyun's previously cheerful expression abruptly froze. Goodness, is it truly this blatant? Very well, let it be. As the Trailblazers launched their offense, Lillard brought the ball up the court, and this time, he found no opportunity to score. Instead, he passed the ball to Matthews, who was eagerly calling for it. It goes without saying that Matthews perceived O.J. Mayo as an opportunity not to be missed. After receiving the ball, he executed a simple feint before attempting to drive towards the basket, a strategy that had proven effective in the first half. A swift change of direction combined with his physical strength could create the necessary space for a breakthrough. However, this time he failed to penetrate. Mayo's resolute defense held firm. Matthews, known for his prowess as a sharpshooter and defender, did not possess exceptional skills in ball handling and driving. His unsuccessful attempt at a breakthrough, compounded by the physical contact, left his footwork somewhat disordered. Sensing the ball's exposure, Mayo's eyes gleamed with opportunity, and with a swift jab, he sent the ball flying towards the opposite half of the court. Upon witnessing the ball drop, Jiuyun and Lillard simultaneously sprang into action to contest for it. Ultimately, Jiuyun, leveraging his physical strength and wingspan, secured possession of the ball first. He then tossed it in front of him and surged forward. Bang! Jiuyun once again thundered against the hoop, extending the lead to 14 points. While exchanging high fives with O.J. Mayo, he remarked, "Well done, mate." Mayo smiled, his expression radiating warmth, prompting Su to reflect, no one is born a villain. Initially, when the Portland Trail Blazers scored 2 quick baskets at the start of the second half, spectators anticipated a fierce battle. However, the emergence of a singular man shifted the game into an unforeseen dimension. It was none other than O.J. Mayo, who, after receiving a pass from Su during a drive, sank the second three-pointer of the quarter. Incredibly, Mayo followed up with a sudden three-point shot, stretching the Mavericks' lead to 20 points, placing the Blazers in peril. Oh ho ho, it was Mayo once again, connecting with another pass from Su for the fourth three-pointer of the quarter, his shooting touch ablaze. I am certain that the Trail Blazers are eager for the third quarter to conclude. They found themselves trailing the Mavericks by 25 points. With the electronic buzzer signaling the end of the match, the Mavericks triumphed at home with a resounding 126-96, boasting a 30-point advantage over the Trail Blazers. After sitting on the bench for an entire quarter, Jiuyun lazily stood up, exchanged high fives with his teammates, and then ran over to embrace the Trail Blazers players in a show of sportsmanship. When he reached Damian Lillard, who wore a frosty expression in anticipation of Su's taunts, Su simply grinned and said, "Hey, cousin, aren't you heading to Dallas tonight? How about I treat you to a drink later?" And let me tell you, the dancers in Dallas are quite something. Lillard's jaw dropped in disbelief. This was the same person who had irked him on the court, yet now he was being invited to a nightclub with vivid descriptions of the dancers. Was this man perhaps a lunatic? However, Lillard couldn't deny his own appreciation for the lively and uninhibited dancers. The abrupt shift in tone left him momentarily speechless. In the TNT broadcast booth, Kenny Smith began summarizing the game. The match concluded with an unexpected 30-point victory for the Mavericks, who were without their core player, Dirk Nowitzki, against the visiting Portland Trail Blazers. Let us examine the statistics from both teams. For the Mavericks, O.J. Mayo erupted in the second half, shooting 6 of 8 from beyond the arc, with a total of 12 of 18 from the field and perfect from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 32 points, the highest of the game. Chris Come-On was efficient inside, hitting 8 of 10 for 16 points and 6 rebounds. Meanwhile, the 41st overall pick, Su, in just 3 quarters of play, contributed 17 points, 11 assists, and 5 rebounds, orchestrating the team's offense. Although Mayo secured the highest score, I believe Su's performance was the standout of the match. Offensively, he relentlessly targeted the Trail Blazers' LaMarcus Aldridge, drawing fouls that limited Aldridge to merely 23 minutes in the first 3 quarters, one of the key reasons for the Blazers' dismal defeat. As for the Trail Blazers, both Aldridge and Wesley Matthews scored 20 points. Another highly touted rookie, 6th overall pick Damian Lillard, had a decent first quarter but finished with 18 points and 5 assists, shooting 5 of 16 from the field and 3 of 8 from three-point range. Though he outscored Su by a point, his efficiency paled in comparison, especially given the lopsided scoreline. Thus, in this much-anticipated clash of super rookies, Su's performance outshone that of Lillard. Indeed, the Mavericks now stood at 3 wins and 1 loss. And it was evident who had steered the team during these games without Nowitzki. This is precisely why I admire Su. He possesses an innate leadership quality that Lillard has yet to demonstrate. Barkley extolled Jiuyun, expressing his fondness for Su's playing style, which resembles his own during his playing days. Both exhibit a powerful yet intelligent approach to the game, adept at leveraging their physical advantages. Shaquille O'Neal shrugged, stating, "I don't like him because he said our F4 team didn't win a championship, but I must admit, he played exceptionally well tonight." To put it bluntly, his performance surpassed that of Kobe in his rookie season. Fans back home were ecstatic. A super rookie was pitted against another super rookie, and their own had emerged victorious. This was, in many eyes, a matter of national pride. After returning to the locker room, Jiuyun took a shower and prepared for the post-game press conference, a routine he had grown accustomed to. As he left the arena, he did so alone, for Lillard, the coward, had declined to join him for a night out. Another lonely evening awaited him. Although he felt a twinge of regret for missing the chance to witness the dancer's performance, there was still a silver lining. His anger meter had topped 1,000 points. He decided against using it for the moment, opting to save it for future use. Reflecting on his rate of accumulating anger points, he calculated that by season's end, reaching 30 points seemed a feasible goal, especially since he had been holding back. Currently, he faced relatively few adversaries and had not made any enemies. When the time came for genuine rivals to emerge, he anticipated an uptick in his anger point collection efficiency. After a restful night, Su arose the next morning, prepared himself breakfast, and turned on the television to catch the sports news. As expected, he saw coverage of himself, featuring his highlight reel moment, the buzzer-beater dunk just before the game's conclusion. Jiuyun has grown indifferent to the prospect of being among the top 10 plays, having already made the list 3 times in just a few games since the season commenced, rendering his apathy quite understandable. He has also taken note of the league's announcement regarding the players of the week for both the Eastern and Western conferences since the season's inception. Without a doubt, he has secured the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Week, boasting impressive statistics of 20 points, 9, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists, surpassing the 6th overall pick, Damian Lillard, and the 1st overall pick, Anthony Davis. Meanwhile, the Eastern Conference accolade was awarded to Dion Waiters, who averaged 16.5 points in the opening week. Jiuyun exhibited little interest in which player from the Eastern Conference would earn the title of Rookie of the Week. To be candid, he recognized that among this year's rookies, only Damian Lillard, averaging 19 points, stood out as a singular talent. The remaining contenders, including the 1st overall pick Anthony Davis, 3rd pick Bradley Beal, and 4th pick Dion Waiters, all failed to surpass an average of 15 points. In addition to the Rookie of the Week announcement, the league also revealed the names of the best players from both conferences. Surprisingly, the Eastern Conference accolade was awarded to Brandon Jennings of the Milwaukee Bucks. In the past week, he participated in 2 games, leading his team to consecutive victories with an impressive average of 17 points, 13 assists, 3 rebounds, and 4 steals. Conversely, in the Western Conference, the honor was bestowed upon James Harden, who had recently joined the Houston Rockets. Following a tumultuous parting with the Thunder's management, he transitioned from the team's 6th man to the core of the Rockets, unleashing his scoring prowess. Over the first week, he played 3 games for Houston, securing a record of 2 wins and 1 loss. With a remarkable shooting percentage of 52.9, he averaged an astounding 35.5 points, 6.3 assists, and 6.3 rebounds, thus turning the Thunder's management into a subject of ridicule, as reports indicated that the split was merely due to a $6 million discrepancy in contract negotiations. It is unfathomable to consider what might have transpired had both an offensively unleashed James Harden and star players like Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook remained on the Thunder alongside Serge Ibaka, potentially mounting a formidable challenge to the Miami Heat. Reflecting on the statistics of the 2 players who claimed the weekly honors, Jiuyun felt a sense of incredulity. His own performance would have undoubtedly secured him the title in the Eastern Conference. Yet, he found himself overshadowed by the blazing form and unrestricted shooting privileges of James Harden. To imagine the spectacle of being a rookie and clinching the title of Rookie of the Week in the very first week of competition. Surely, numerous businesses would be waving checks in his direction. Nevertheless, he mused that if he could maintain his current level of performance over time, even if his stats dipped to 15 points, 7 assists, and 7 rebounds, he would still find himself reaping substantial financial rewards. The mere thought of endorsements from sports brands offering sums of 100,000, 400,000, or even 500,000 made him bristle with frustration. However, it was not long before Jiuyun was struck by a news report that left him both shocked and amused. According to a reporter covering the Trailblazers, after the game, Su had invited Lillard to accompany him to a nightclub, but Lillard declined the offer. Insiders revealed that Su had a particular affinity for nightclubs, especially those featuring exotic dance performances. Jiuyun's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? How could Lillard have revealed this? Moreover, there must be a gossip monger within the Mavericks as well. Alas, what of my illustrious reputation? How shall I ever charm the Hollywood starlets after this? The more I ponder, the more irked I become." With a sudden resolve, Jiuyun retrieved his phone and composed a tweet. "Damien, I never imagined you to be such a traitor. Here I was, extending my goodwill, and you chose to betray me. The next time we meet on the court, you'd best tread carefully, for I shall unleash my fury upon you." Jiuyun has now become a sensational rising star, his statistics more resplendent and versatile than those of LeBron James upon his entry into the league. Consequently, shortly after his tweet, a multitude of spectators began to comment, "Haha, Su is too adorable. He actually self-incriminated. Uffed. This seems reminiscent of a children's quarrel, yet I also believe Lillard has played the role of the backstabber. Haha, Su. Obliterate him. I'm rooting for you." Lillard, while on the bus to the airport, stumbled upon Jiuyun's tweet, finding it both amusing and exasperating. Although most fan comments were lighthearted, he would never admit to having said it. Lillard promptly took to his own Twitter, declaring, "Not me, I didn't do it. Don't slander me. Do you think I fear you? Obliterate me, can you?" Thus, the two principal figures engaged in a playful exchange, much to the delight of the onlookers. When Jiuyun arrived at the training facility, his teammates were already present, engaged in lively discussions about him and Lillard. Upon noticing Jiuyun, they immediately teased, "Ah, our little prince of the nightclub has arrived. So how was it? Were you turned away from the club last night? Su, do you require our assistance to gain entry into the nightclub? Otherwise, it seems you might struggle to get in on your own." Jiuyun's expression darkened as he decided to challenge a few individuals before the official training commenced. The training hall soon echoed with his various taunts. After completing the warm-up exercises that morning, he began to analyze game footage, focusing on highlights from himself as well as the upcoming opponent, the Toronto Raptors. The mere mention of the Raptors brought to mind the infamous Trash Brothers, a duo that likely emerged this season. Kyle Lowry had secured his position as the starting point guard for the Rockets since the 2010 to 2011 season, averaging a commendable 13 points and 6 assists per game. Such statistics are satisfactory for a starting point guard. However, last season, an injury sidelined him, allowing Goran Dragic to step in and truly showcase his worth. Posting averages of 11, 7 points and 3 assists. More critically, Dragic's shooting percentage soared to 46.2, in stark contrast to Lowry's 49. The Rockets thus concluded that Dragic was the point guard they truly needed, leading to his ascension as the starter, which rendered Lowry a lesser figure within the team. Consequently, the Toronto Raptors managed to acquire their franchise's best player, the true king of the North, by merely trading Gary Forbes and a protected future first-round draft pick. Who was Gary Forbes? A 28-year-old undrafted player, he had only managed an average of 6 points in his second season in the league. The notion that a protected future first-round draft pick could yield a high-ranking selection seems implausible. Jiuyun harbored a keen interest in Kyle Lowry, as he perceived a resemblance between their playing styles, both being akin to a little cannon, albeit Lowry's stature was somewhat diminutive. He yearned for the opportunity to engage in a duel with him, eager to ascertain the true grit of this little cannon. Unfortunately, Lowry's injury precluded his participation, leaving Su to face Josh Calder in, the Raptors' starting point guard from the previous season. Calder averaged a commendable 5 points, 8 assists, and 3 rebounds last season, establishing himself as a highly competent floor general. Notably, he was the first point guard in the NBA to outshine Kyrie Irving, as evidenced during Irving's debut, where Calder scored 15 points, alongside 11 assists and 6 rebounds, leading the Raptors to victory over the Cavaliers. While Irving managed a mere 6 points and 7 assists on a lackluster shooting night. As a traditional European point guard, Calder is characterized by his selfless passing, remarkably low turnover rate, and expansive court vision, adeptly orchestrating the team's play like threading a needle. Although he lacks the scoring prowess to clinch games decisively, he undoubtedly qualifies as an excellent player, with his shooting ability being his most distinguishing trait. However, his capacity to dominate Irving was less a testament to his defensive acumen, which is rather mediocre by NBA standards, than it was to Irving's struggles, as Calder's defense is generally regarded as below average. Su, in tomorrow's match, I need you to exploit Calder's defensive shortcomings to carve out breakthroughs and dismantle the Raptors' defensive structure, Coach Carlisle remarked. Increasingly convinced that the opposing guards consistently appeared to be the weakest links in Su's presence. Is he really just a rookie? Upon reviewing the Raptors roster, Jiuyun was struck by the abundance of high draft talents within the team. Among them were the 2006 first overall pick Andrea Bargnani, who contributed an average of 19.5 points and 5 rebounds last season. DeMar DeRozan, selected 9th overall in the 2009 draft, averaging 16.7 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Ed Davis, the 13th pick in 2010, Jonas Valanciunas, the 5th pick in 2011, and Terrence Ross, the 8th pick in this year's draft. Despite boasting such a plethora of high-caliber talents, the Raptors disappointingly finished 11th in the Eastern Conference last season. In contrast, the Mavericks, aside from their veteran players who were also drafted relatively high, lacked any young prospects of similar pedigree. While Mayo was indeed a 3rd overall pick, he was a player who had been cast aside. As time swiftly passed, the evening of the 7th arrived at the American Airlines Center. Both teams had completed their shooting warm-ups and were in the locker rooms finalizing their strategies. The Mavericks had little left to arrange, as both Marion and Brand were sidelined due to physical ailments, rendering them non-essential to the team's current dynamics. Meanwhile, in the Raptors' locker room, despite prior tactical discussions, head coach Dwayne Casey found himself troubled at the prospect of matching Josh Calder-in against Jiuyun. Calder-in, standing at 191 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms, appeared physically imposing. However, to the untrained eye, he seemed rather frail. Furthermore, Calder-in's athleticism was mediocre at best, making him a questionable choice to defend the burgeoning and explosive Jiuyun, who had garnered acclaim for his strength, speed, and formidable impact since the season's inception. Players of the ilk of Jiuyun are precisely the type that Calder-in struggles to contend with. Although the technical team has provided defensive strategies, one wonders how effective they truly are. Dwayne Casey surveyed his entire roster, noting that starting small forward Landry Fields possesses mediocre defensive capabilities and lacks athleticism, rendering him incapable of keeping pace with Jiuyun's speed. While DeRozan's physicality matches up, he is the established leader of the team this season and cannot afford to divert too much energy towards defense. To be frank, early in his career, DeRozan's defensive skills were merely average, at best placing him in the mid-tier of the league. This year's 8th overall pick, Terrence Ross, stands at a commendable height of 6 feet 7 inches and exhibits decent speed, demonstrating effort in both offense and defense. However, at only 194 pounds, Casey perceives little potential for him to effectively guard Jiuyun. Ultimately, he maintained the pregame strategy, allowing Calder-in to confront Jiuyun defensively. During the player introduction ceremony, with Marbury absent, Jiuyun was scheduled to make a grand entrance, and he approached without any airs. As DJ elongated the sound of his name amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Jiuyun emerged to the loudest ovation of all players on both teams, a clear testament to his popularity and standing in Dallas. The Raptors players, poised to commence the game, could not help but envy the spirited Jiuyun. Among them was DeRozan, in his 4th season with the Raptors, having just assumed the role of team leader. Yet, the fervor of Toronto fans for him pales in comparison to the adulation Dallas fans bestow upon Jiuyun. Terrence Ross, the 8th overall pick, also admired Jiuyun from afar during the green room interactions, but refrained from initiation. When Jiuyun fell to the 41st pick, Ross, like many, found amusement in the situation. However, he now finds himself as the subject of that jest, as Jiuyun has become a cornerstone of the Mavericks, dazzling in his performance as a standout rookie. In contrast, Ross, the 8th pick, has averaged merely 10 minutes of playtime per game, contributing a modest 3.6 points. The starting lineup for the Dallas Mavericks includes Jiuyun, O.J. Mayo, Vince Carter, Jay Crowder, and Chris Kaman, while the Toronto Raptors field Josh Calder-in, DeMar DeRozan, Landry Fields, Andrea Bargnani, and Jonas Valanciunas. The Raptors boast 2 towering players at 7 feet 0 inches in their lineup. Yet Carlisle's decision to field only one center stems from Bargnani's dismal rebounding statistics throughout his career, never exceeding an average of 6.2 rebounds per game. Valanciunas, selected by the Raptors last year, is only now making his official NBA debut. As the whistle signaled the commencement of the match, Valanciunas secured possession for the Raptors. Calder-in advanced the ball past half court, with Jiuyun applying pressure. However, his attempt to disrupt Calder-in's rhythm proved futile, as Calder-in maintained control while surveying his teammates' movements. Suddenly, he passed the ball to DeRozan, who had maneuvered to the 3-point line. Upon receiving the pass, DeRozan executed a change of direction to drive towards the basket. O.J. Mayo, having intensified his training since the last game, managed to keep pace with DeRozan's initial move, thwarting his breakthrough. After being halted, DeRozan shifted into a back-to-basket play, leveraging his physical advantage over Mayo. As he approached mid-range, he faked a turnaround jumper, nearly causing Mayo to leap. Recognizing Mayo's lack of reaction, DeRozan seized the opportunity to pivot his right foot past Mayo's left, using a subtle shift of his hips to push Mayo behind him. The ensuing move was seamless, culminating in a bank shot that found its mark. DeRozan's footwork was exemplary, as he skillfully created separation from Mayo, executing a flawless jump with both feet leaving the ground simultaneously, leaving no room for travel violations. It was a textbook display of technique. The crowd responded with scattered applause, acknowledging the beauty of his recent play. Jiuyun was envious beyond measure, wishing fervently that she too possessed such remarkable footwork. It can be said that from the very beginning, DeRozan delivered a resounding blow to the Mavericks. Jiuyun recalls that DeRozan is perhaps the last bastion of the classical shooting guard. Although his skills are still not sufficiently refined, in a few years, it will indeed be challenging to find another player with such a traditional and classical playing style. His mid-range dribbling techniques and his ability to dominate the game are truly emblematic of DeRozan's unique style, which emphasizes technical prowess and skill. His ability to score while handling the ball is the foundation of his career, and his mid-range shooting and driving footwork were among the best in the league at that time. The only aspect he lacks is the brilliance of a superstar, as he often falters in the playoffs, unable to overcome the formidable presence of LeBron James. Jiuyun set aside his envy of DeRozan's footwork, thinking to himself, "You possess your own skills and style of play. I too can embrace my own approach." Jiuyun advanced the ball to the front court, while Calder-In continued to employ strategies reminiscent of other teams, positioning himself firmly within the three-point line, opting to concede outside shots rather than allowing penetration. Kamon moved to set a screen for Jiuyun, thereby creating additional space in the paint, while also possessing a reliable mid-range shot. Valen Inas stood at the free throw line, entirely unconcerned with defending beyond the arc, illustrating the plight of a point guard lacking shooting range. If one also lacks the ability to penetrate and challenge the rim, even a highly skilled facilitator like Rondo may gradually find himself sidelined by the league. And even if he remains, substantial contracts may elude him. Jiuyun indeed lacks the ability to shoot from beyond the arc. Yet he possesses remarkable speed and the prowess to attack the basket. When confronted by Valen Inas, who stood ready at the free throw line, Jiuyun executed a swift change of direction, successfully breaching his defense. The ensuing moments were straightforward. Bargnani's shot-blocking capabilities are inherently limited, and his awareness in terms of defensive support is lamentably subpar. Thus, as Jiuyun surged forward, he found that Bargnani had failed to provide adequate assistance, leaving it to Landry Fields to attempt the defensive intervention. Although Fields stood at a height of 2.01 meters, his leaping ability paled in comparison to that of Jiuyun. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to a blatant attempt to steal the ball while covertly pulling Jiuyun down. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Jiuyun, suspended in midair, was tugged by Fields, causing his body to lose balance. Yet Fields underestimated Jiuyun's strength. As Jiuyun arched his back midair, executing a flawless layup, he exuberantly shouted, "And one!" To his astonishment, the ball swished through the net. The score stood at 2-2, and a cacophony of cheers erupted from the crowd. Upon landing, Jiuyun stumbled slightly but quickly regained his composure, flexing his biceps and taunting Fields, "You cannot stop me. Your strength is insufficient. This is a men's basketball game, not a women's." Fields' expression darkened, realizing the sheer force behind Su's move. He was unable to foul him. Anger surged within him, and he felt a rise of 15 in his fury. Hearing the point tally brought a radiant smile to Jiuyun's face, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, yet in Fields' eyes, it was a blatant provocation. Seething with rage, Fields approached Jiuyun, his countenance grim, and warned, "Kid, do not be so arrogant. Do you not realize that no matter how high you soar, you will eventually descend?" Jiuyun's smile faltered, realizing the depths of Fields' taunts. Just as he prepared to retort, the referee and teammates intervened, preventing any escalation of conflict. After separating the two, the referee issued a warning to both parties. "Be mindful. Do not disrupt my game. I merely wish for the match to proceed smoothly without any complications." Jiuyun received a warning from the referee, which understandably displeased him. "Huh, sir. Did you not hear him threaten to trip me? This is utterly disgraceful." The referee, noticing the impolite tone in Jiuyun's words, felt a surge of anger. "You must adhere to my rules on the field. Do not cause trouble, or I shall not be lenient." Jiuyun intended to say something further, but was abruptly pulled back by Carter. "Do you wish to incur a technical foul? There is no need for that." Carter's intervention finally allowed Jiuyun to regain his composure, and he soon realized that his previous reaction had been somewhat excessive. Where had the issue arisen? It was due to his recent success. With his rising fame came an inflated sense of self-importance, leading him to believe he was a star player. Little did he remember that he was merely a novice in this realm. Having acknowledged the flaws within himself, Jiuyun took a deep breath, regulated his breathing, and stepped up to the free throw line, confidently sinking the additional shot. The score stood at 3-2, with the Mavericks in the lead. Following this, the Raptors advanced, but Bargnani's mid-range shot over Crowder failed to find its mark. Upon seizing the rebound, Jiuyun surged forward with fervor. The Raptors had long anticipated this move. It was not merely Calderon attempting to impede his progress and diminish his momentum, but DeRozan and Fields had also positioned themselves effectively on defense. Jiuyun did not cling to the ball. Instead, he passed it to Mayo as he descended. Simultaneously, Mayo unexpectedly rose to take a shot. DeRozan was utterly unprepared for the audacity of Mayo to shoot directly in front of him, resulting in minimal interference. The shot, which culminated in a score of 6-2, was executed with remarkable finesse and decisiveness. Following the successful basket, a smile graced Mayo's face. As the home crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, a warmth he had not experienced in recent years. Originally, the fans anticipated a closely contested match. However, in the ensuing two possessions, DeRozan's mid-range attempt fell short, and Valen Inaz's strong play against Kamon was unsuccessful. Conversely, the Mavericks capitalized on a pick and roll between Kamon and Jiuyun, leading to a mid-range jumper that found its mark. Additionally, Carter sank a three-pointer. The Mavericks orchestrated a brief surge of 11-2, compelling the Raptors to call a timeout. Jiuyun finally understood why the Raptors averaged a mere 90 points per game last season, ranking third from the bottom in the league. Indeed, there was a distinct lack of coherence in their strategy. Jiuyun feared that if they were to face defeat, their lack of effort might lead to a complete rout in the first half, which would significantly impact their own statistics. Just as Jiuyun had anticipated. Upon returning from the timeout, the Raptors' offense relied solely on DeRozan, who exhibited a modicum of control, while Bargnani remained inconsistent. Conversely, the Mavericks' offense flourished both inside and out. As Carlisle recognized that although the Raptors possessed height in their interior, they lacked the requisite tenacity. Jiuyun consciously passed the ball to Kamon, who lived up to expectations by scoring an impressive 2-1 and a mid-range jumper within 3 minutes, simultaneously causing Valanciunas to commit 2 fouls, forcing him to take a seat. In his place came the equally tall Aaron Gray, yet Gray pales in comparison to Valanciunas. Since entering the league in the 2007 to 2008 season, he has only managed to average over 4 points in a single season, rendering him as ineffective as a mere water cooler. After half a quarter, Kamon too was substituted, as his stamina had reached its limit. Brandon Wright, who replaced him, proved more than capable of dealing with Aaron Gray. The Raptors, a team reliant solely on their perimeter offense while lacking any interior strength, found themselves at a disadvantage as the Mavericks fortified their perimeter defense. Under Jiuyun's leadership, the Mavericks executed a harmonious blend of inside and outside plays, leaving the Raptors in dire straits. The first quarter ended with the Mavericks leading the Raptors by 16 points. 36-20. Coach Dwayne Casey of the Raptors wore a stern expression, astonished that a depleted Mavericks squad could dismantle his team so thoroughly in just one quarter. Though Kamon had scored 8 points and Mayo had added 7. Casey believed that it was the 41st pick's contribution of 4 points and 3 assists that truly accounted for the Mavericks' substantial lead. Conversely, his own team struggled as Calder-N was effectively neutralized by Jiuyun, resulting in a dismal first quarter where they recorded only 2 assists, compared to the Mavericks' 9. Casey reminisced about the dynamism of the small but mighty Lowry, who had averaged 5 assists and 25 points in the season's opening 2 games, only to be sidelined with a foot injury in the third game, requiring a week of recovery. The second quarter commenced swiftly, with Darren Collison enjoying a rare height and weight advantage over the 180 75 kilograms John Lucas III. He relentlessly penetrated the Raptors' defense, creating chaos, prompting Casey to replace Lucas III within 3 minutes. Scanning the bench, he opted to bring in DeRozan, deploying him in the point guard role. This substitution proved detrimental to Collison, who found himself ill-equipped to defend against DeRozan. With Dominique Jones providing assistance, DeRozan effortlessly passed to an open Terrence Ross, who converted a mid-range shot. DeRozan's presence altered the dynamics of the game, allowing the Raptors to regain momentum. Coach Carlisle hastily introduced Carter to counter DeRozan, yet the latter remained in fine form. By the 7th minute of the second quarter, the Raptors had narrowed the gap to just 10 points. Carlisle called for a timeout, not to strategize offensively, but to instruct Jiuyun. "You need to guard DeRozan. I need you to lower his shooting percentage." This decision left both players and coaching staff puzzled, unsure of why he made such an arrangement, considering Jiuyun's defensive skills, though commendable, lacked experience. Moreover, as the team's tactical linchpin, devoting his energy to defense raised concerns about its impact on the team. As the players took to the court, O'Brien approached Carlisle, questioning, Rick? Are you putting too much pressure on the kid? Carlisle glanced at O'Brien, shook his head gently, and replied earnestly, Buddy, we all see Sue's talent. But to become a superstar, he must continually hone his skills on both ends of the court. It is through such trials that he will grow and fortify his resolve. Regardless of this season's standings, our primary goal is to develop Sue into a formidable player. O'Brien was taken aback by Carlisle's words. While he had sensed the management's and Carlisle's commitment to Sue Jiuyun's development, he hadn't anticipated they would go this far. Turning his gaze toward the young player dribbling across the court, he recalled the astonishing performance from 3 months prior during the Summer League, which had also surprised him. Now, just 3 months later, Sue had emerged as the focal point of the team's post-Nowitzki-era development. As Sue Jiuyun advanced the ball into the front court, DeRozan, who was temporarily filling the role of point guard for the Raptors, positioned himself directly in front of him. DeRozan could be described as a versatile swingman, capable of playing both shooting guard and small forward. However, upon the commencement of the game, Sue Jiuyun had already scrutinized DeRozan. He noted that the latter's height certainly did not match the listed 201 centimeters. Although DeRozan had not been in the league for long, Sue Jiuyun had discerned that for the majority of players, their publicly stated height was often 3 centimeters exaggerated. Thus, DeRozan's actual height was likely no more than 198 centimeters, with a wingspan of 206 centimeters. Despite Sue Jiuyun's own height of only 196 centimeters, he boasted an impressive wingspan of 210 centimeters, indicating that he was physically on par with DeRozan. Facing DeRozan, Sue Jiuyun first glanced to the right before executing a feint to prepare for a pass, only to suddenly pivot left with a swift drive. DeRozan quickly shifted his feet to intercept, yet his defensive skills were merely average. And Sue Jiuyun's initial burst of speed was particularly remarkable, allowing him to seize half a body position. DeRozan could only position himself closely beside Sue Jiuyun, obstructing the route for an inward cut, attempting to steer him toward the baseline. With a resounding impact, their bodies collided as Sue Jiuyun aimed for the interior. His shoulder pressed against DeRozan's chest, who was attempting to thwart the inward maneuver. Frankly speaking, this situation could warrant either a foul for an offensive charge or a blocking foul, yet the referee remained unmoved. Consequently, DeRozan was pushed aside by Sue Jiuyun, effectively granting him an unobstructed passage into the paint. Sue Jiuyun displayed no hesitation. After a deft dribble, he had already left DeRozan trailing behind. Confronted by Bargnani's assistance on defense, Sue Jiuyun had no intention of passing the ball. He believed he could take on the challenge posed by Bargnani himself. Sue Jiuyun sprang up immediately, and Bargnani followed suit. Although his shot-blocking ability was rather average, standing at a height of 2.13 meters with a wingspan of 2.21 meters was no trivial matter. Sue Jiuyun felt as though the entire sky had been enveloped by him, rendering the basketball hoop invisible. However, he remained unfazed. Instead, he curled his body midair and glided past Bargnani. It was only upon spotting the hoop that he twisted his waist, utilizing his agile core to great effect. Flicking the ball with his right hand, the basketball deftly kissed the backboard before swooshing through the net, propelling the Mavericks to a 12-point lead. The moment the ball swished through, an uproar of cheers erupted from the crowd, while DeRozan's gaze towards him was laden with gravity. This individual indeed possessed remarkable physical prowess. This basket showcased his speed, strength, vertical leap, and hang time to their fullest extent. It was not merely a triumph of skill, but rather a victory of innate athletic ability. DeRozan had previously been content with his own physical gifts, as evidenced by his selection at the 9th overall pick. Yet now, facing this 41st pick, he sensed no advantage in speed, jump, or strength. Nevertheless, Sue Jiuyun ignited within DeRozan a fierce competitive spirit, not merely a desire to win the game, but a rivalry with Sue Jiuyun himself. After DeRozan crossed half-court, he initially passed the ball to Bargnani, but Crowder's defense was relentless, denying any opportunity for a shot. Following 2 passes, the ball eventually returned to DeRozan's hands. The Raptors sorely lacked players capable of autonomous offense. Upon receiving the ball, DeRozan executed a swift change of direction to penetrate, yet Sue Jiuyun firmly obstructed his path. In a deft maneuver, DeRozan switched the ball under his legs and broke through from the opposite side, managing to reach near the free throw line, only to find Sue Jiuyun once again in his way. However, DeRozan came to a sudden halt, rising up for a shot. Sue Jiuyun also sprang into action, yet DeRozan's shot was slightly arched backward. Though not as exaggerated as the iconic fades of Kobe or Jordan, it nevertheless evaded Sue Jiuyun's attempt to block. Swish! The ball found its mark, restoring the 10-point lead. As the Mavericks initiated their offense, Jiuyun proactively stepped forward to set a screen, allowing Jiuyun to seamlessly drive through. DeRozan, in pursuit, chose to relinquish his coverage of Jiuyun. Jiuyun could sense the pressure exerted by DeRozan behind him. A fleeting glance revealed a ground pass as he advanced. Once unguarded, Jiuyun approached the free throw line just in time to see the ball soar towards him, though somewhat rushed. As a seasoned veteran, he knew how to navigate the situation. He secured the ball, steadied himself, and executed a mid-range shot. The ball swished through the net, narrowing the gap to 12 points once more. This exquisite assist elicited exhilarated cheers from the audience. DeRozan was back on the offensive, this time dazzling Jiuyun with a deceptive move that led to a shooting foul against him. He converted both free throws, reducing the deficit to 10 points. The court showcased DeRozan leading the charge for the Raptors, while Jiuyun leveraged his penetrating ability to orchestrate plays for the Mavericks. Both teams found themselves in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Jiuyun was slightly out of breath, finding it arduous to defend against DeRozan, a task that demanded considerable physical exertion. It could be said that during the remainder of the second quarter, his defensive effectiveness waned, yet only DeRozan truly understood the mounting pressure he felt on defense. Among all the players on the court, the most frustrated was undoubtedly volatile of the Raptors. He barely played a few minutes in the first quarter before being sidelined, and when he returned midway through the second quarter, he was again benched after just 3 minutes due to being outperformed by Jiuyun, prompting Coach Casey to replace him. By the end of the first half, the Mavericks held a lead of 11 points over the Raptors, 60-49, on their home turf. In the Mavericks' locker room, Jiuyun took a moment to steady his breathing before calling for the masseur to help ease his muscles. The past quarter had seen him primarily guarding DeRozan while also orchestrating the Mavericks' offense, leading to significant fatigue. He needed to swiftly recuperate. This experience made him acutely aware of how exhausting it was to juggle both offensive and defensive responsibilities. He had previously thought his stamina rating of 85 would suffice for most games, but he now realized how far from that assumption he truly was. At the same time, he felt a profound admiration for players like Kobe and Jordan, who maintained a high level of play while seamlessly balancing offense and defense. It was a mystery to him how one could endure such rigorous training to cultivate such remarkable stamina. The second half commenced swiftly. With Calder in returning to the point guard position, Jiuyun seized the opportunity to strike, scoring 4 consecutive points at the onset of the third quarter, nearly plunging the game into garbage time. However, DeRozan rose to the occasion, executing a series of dazzling maneuvers to outplay Mayo and Carter, thereby keeping the score within reach. Carlisle swiftly adjusted his strategy, stifling other avenues for the Raptors while permitting DeRozan to engage in isolation plays, firmly believing that DeRozan's individual prowess would not suffice to dismantle his team. Indeed, when a team relies solely on a singular offensive initiator, and that individual lacks the transcendent skill to dominate the league, the outcome becomes predictable. What more is there to say? You can only do so much. Meanwhile, the Mavericks continued to maintain their rhythm and tactics, showcasing a balanced defensive approach. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the lead had expanded to 18 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, DeRozan immediately took to the court, scoring 3 consecutive baskets, including a remarkable 2-1, racking up 7 points in quick succession. Conversely, the Mavericks, having grown complacent, squandered 3 offensive opportunities, narrowing the deficit to a mere 11 points. Frustrated, Carlisle promptly called a timeout, unwilling to permit his team to be overturned under such circumstances. Jiuyun believed that the Raptors had gained momentum and that the upcoming match would be challenging. However, he was overly optimistic. A turnaround was simply unattainable. Upon returning from the timeout, Mayo steadied the situation with a 3-pointer, while Bagnia attempted to shine but failed to score on 2 occasions. When the game reached the 6th minute, the Mavericks held a commanding 15-point lead. At this juncture, Raptors coach Casey decided to bench DeRozan for a brief 2-minute respite, hoping to capitalize in the final moments. However, once DeRozan left the court, he did not return, as Carlisle substituted Jiuyun in his place. He first assisted Carter with a mid-range shot, then, with no clear passing options, he executed a 3-pointer that fortuitously found its mark. This very 3-pointer shattered the Raptors' fleeting resurgence as the deficit ballooned to 20 points. With just over 4 minutes remaining, it became evident that the Raptors could not possibly close the gap. Ultimately, with 3 minutes left in the game, Casey conceded defeat and, in the following possession, the Mavericks also substituted their key players. The final score read 113, 96, with the Mavericks triumphing resoundingly over the Raptors on their home court. Jiuyun delivered an impressive performance with 22 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds. Kamon matched him with 22 points and secured 8 rebounds. Mayo continued to showcase his exceptional three-point shooting, sinking 3 out of 6 attempts for a total of 16 points, along with 5 assists and 5 rebounds. Carter contributed 15 points and 5 rebounds, while Crowder added 8 points with 2 successful three-pointers. On the Raptors' side, DeRozan shone brightly, hitting 11 of 23 attempts and converting 6 of 8 free throws, resulting in a game-high of 28 points, complemented by 7 assists and 6 rebounds. In the absence of Lowry, DeRozan took on a dual role, leading the team in scoring and assists. Bargnani managed to score 17 points from 17 attempts, making all 5 of his free throws, while also collecting 9 rebounds. Amir Johnson contributed with 14 points and 10 rebounds. Throughout the match, the Mavericks outperformed the Raptors by securing 11 more rebounds and achieving 6 additional assists. This victory elevated the Mavericks' record to an impressive 4 wins and 1 loss, unexpectedly placing them in a tie for the top position in the Western Conference alongside the Spurs, who also hold a 4-1 record. Meanwhile, formidable teams like the Thunder and Clippers trail behind with a 3-2 record, creating quite a stir in the league. The following day, when Nowitzki was interviewed, he humorously remarked, "Haha, my Mavericks are stronger without me. Sue is fantastic. One would never guess he is a rookie. He is the most perfect addition to the team this year." Although Jiuyun scored an impressive 22 points, along with 7 assists and 6 rebounds, his performance, having been consistent over several games, no longer evokes the astonishment it once did. Consequently, the excitement surrounding this match was rather subdued, and post-game discussions lacked fervor. In contrast, the game between the Philadelphia 76ers and the Charlotte Hornets, which took place simultaneously, became the focal point of today's discourse. The reason for this heightened interest was not due to the stellar performance of the Hornets' top draft pick, Anthony Davis, who sat out, nor was it because any player from the 76ers exploded for 50 points. Rather, it was the exceedingly dismal quality of play that rendered it hardly recognizable as an NBA matchup. The final score was a staggering 62-77, with the home team, the Hornets, suffering a 15-point defeat to the 76ers. Such a scoreline had not been seen in many years, especially during the regular season. Even more astonishing was the fact that only one player from the Hornets, Al-Farouq Aminu, managed to score in double figures, tallying a mere 10 points. Yes, you read that correctly, 10 points, while the rest of the team fell below that threshold. This abysmal performance faced unanimous criticism from media and fans alike. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers, who returned from Dallas with disappointment, were preparing for their encounter with the Los Angeles Clippers that evening. Damian Lillard, having scrutinized Jiuyun's game statistics, scoffed, thinking to himself that defeating an Eastern Conference weakling was hardly a feat worthy of acclaim. Today, he intended to take on Chris Paul. He would not be overshadowed by Sue. Lillard was mentally fortifying himself, as his objective for the season was to outshine Jiuyun, both individually and as a team. This obsession with Sue's performances explained his constant vigilance over Sue's games. That night, the matchup between the Los Angeles Clippers and the Portland Trail Blazers unfolded with unexpected twists. On paper, the Clippers possessed superior strength and were clearly a different caliber of team. The game commenced in alignment with this expectation. In the first quarter, Chris Paul decisively established dominance over Lillard, scoring 9 points on 4 of 5 shooting, while Lillard managed only 4 points, with 2 of those coming from free throws. By the end of the first quarter, the Clippers led by 7 points. In the second quarter, the Clippers' bench player, Jamal Crawford, contributed 10 points, and Eric Bledsoe added 6, helping the Clippers to a commanding 31-17 advantage in that quarter. At halftime, the Clippers found themselves ahead by 21 points, leading many to believe the outcome was already decided. However, in the third quarter, Nicholas Batum erupted for 12 points, and Lillard found his shooting touch, making 2 three-pointers, which propelled the Blazers to a 32-17 scoring run, reducing the deficit to just 6 points. In the final quarter, Lillard was stifled by Paul, managing only 1 shot attempt and failing to score. Meanwhile, Jamal Crawford added another 16 points, and Chris Paul contributed 6 points over Lillard, culminating in a final score of 90-103, with the Blazers succumbing to the Clippers by 13 points. Paul's comprehensive stat line of 21 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, and 3 steals overshadowed Lillard's 16 points, 4 assists, and 2 rebounds. Following the game, Lillard felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Although he had faced Chris Paul, he recognized that his performance paled in comparison to Jiuyun's, a fact he found intolerable. Subsequently, he remained in the arena for over an hour to practice shooting after the game, an endeavor that was later reported, further cementing Lillard's reputation for diligence. Media outlets began to draw comparisons between Lillard and Jiuyun regarding their work ethic since entering the league. Lillard frequently shared training updates on social media, whereas Jiuyun did not, and sources indicated that he was not among the earliest players to arrive for practice or the last to leave. Instead, reports highlighted his affinity for nightlife, leading many to believe he preferred the club scene. As a result, numerous media outlets concluded that despite Jiuyun's superior physical gifts, Lillard would ultimately achieve greater success due to his superior work ethic. Upon encountering media praise for Lillard's industriousness, Jiuyun scoffed, dismissing it as mere posturing. Feeling slighted, Jiuyun took to Twitter to challenge Lillard directly, stating, "I've heard you're quite diligent and have been putting in extra practice. Next time we meet, let us see if your hard work pays off and if you can defeat me." Jiuyun's tweet quickly garnered widespread attention, with many interpreting it as a sign of jealousy towards Lillard, who has been receiving accolades from the media. Meanwhile, a larger audience eagerly anticipates a rematch between the Mavericks and the Trailblazers, envisioning a clash where these two superstars would undoubtedly showcase their prowess to an explosive degree. Lillard, having seen the tweet, responded, "Next time you will witness a more formidable version of me, and I hope you won't be left behind." Upon reading Lillard's reply, Jiuyun could already picture the expression on his face, a mixture of pride and defiance, as if to say, "Although I lost, I am still formidable. We are ranked first in the West, while you are ninth," was Jiuyun's final retort. Lillard, opting for silence, allowed the exchange to conclude there. Thus, the verbal sparring, ignited by diligence, came to an end, and Jiuyun set his sights on the upcoming challenge against the New York Knicks on the 9th. The Knicks remain undefeated this season, having played only 3 games, one of which was a decisive victory over the reigning champions, the Miami Heat, by a margin of 20 points. The roster of the Knicks has not seen significant changes from the previous season, with the sole exception being Jeremy Lin, who was acquired by the Rockets due to a burdensome contract. However, the Knicks successfully acquired Jason Kidd from the Mavericks. Although the veteran Kidd may not contribute numerous points or assists in a single game, his presence undeniably enhances the Knicks' competitive strength, as he adeptly organizes the team's offense with increasing finesse as he ages. On the afternoon of the game, during a break in training, Carter and Jiuyun sat on the floor, and he patted Jiuyun on the shoulder, saying, "Tonight, you can exploit old Jason. His foot speed has diminished," leaving him at a loss against quicker guards. Jiuyun smiled and nodded, having watched the relevant footage. He knew that the once formidable Jason Kidd was now past his prime, with the fuel tank nearly empty and only a semblance of his former linking ability remaining. In his youth, Kidd's defensive prowess had been exceptional, but now he found it all too easy for speedier guards to glide past him. The clips he had viewed made it hard to believe this was the same man who had once dominated and overwhelmed Chauncey Billups countless times, leaving Billups utterly frustrated. "Vince, I would actually welcome the chance to face him," Sue mused, "though I suspect the Knicks coach wouldn't be so foolish, opting instead for Felton to guard me. He has proven to be quite a handful." This season, the Knicks favored a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, with both Kidd and Felton starting as point guards, while Anthony took up the power forward position. Hence, it was clear that Felton would be the one tasked with defending him. As the engine of the North Carolina 4, Felton was highly regarded during the 2005 draft alongside Paul and Williams, with great expectations placed upon him upon entering the league. Despite standing at only 185 meters, his robust physique, long arms, and quick speed made him an excellent defender. Though he appeared somewhat stocky, Felton possessed remarkable jumping ability and hang time. Such a player was ideally suited to guard Jiuyun, especially given Sue's lack of shooting capability. The Knicks coach was certainly astute enough not to let Kidd be an easy target. However, it was too long before Carlisle intensified the pick-and-roll drills among the guards during practice, undoubtedly intending to put the aging Kidd in Sue's path. On November 9th, at Madison Square Garden, after the player introductions concluded and the game was set to commence, Jiuyun and Kidd exchanged a gentle embrace. "Jason, you will always be a cherished figure in Dallas, but today I fight for the honor of the Mavericks, and I intend to defeat you." Kidd, looking up at Sue, who was slightly taller and equally robust, patted his arm with a smile. "Sue, I have followed your games closely. Mark's decision to select you was fortuitous. You are exceptional. The future of the Dallas Mavericks is in your hands. Winning or losing against me is inconsequential. What truly matters is the team's victory. Thus, Su, I am eager to see how you will lead the Mavericks to triumph over us. Jiuyun smiled, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the match commenced. Unsurprisingly, Come-On was no match for Tyson Chandler. Having been the crucial defensive pillar that aided the Mavericks in defeating the Heat 2 years prior. The champion Chandler had just turned 30 and was still in the prime of his career. Kidd did not handle the ball. Instead, it was Felton who dribbled past half-court before passing it to Kidd. After signaling, the Knicks players began to move incessantly, while Carmelo Anthony positioned himself to receive the ball. At that moment, Kidd delivered the pass, and as Anthony caught the ball, aside from the defender Crowder, the remaining defenders were drawn away by the Knicks players previously directed by Kidd. Anthony took a tentative step, prompting Crowder to instinctively retreat slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Anthony swiftly gathered himself and launched a shot, rendering Crowder's final attempt at interference utterly ineffective. Swish, the ball sailed through the net with pristine precision. The entire sequence was executed with seamless fluidity and elegance. In his prime, Anthony was indeed formidable, although he lacked the airborne acrobatics and frequent dunks of his Denver days. His tenure with the Knicks represented the pinnacle of his career, showcasing the utmost maturity. Whether it was his triple threat stance, his jump shot, or his back-to-basket plays, he was at the peak of his prowess. As the Mavericks initiated their offense, Felton was tasked with defending Jiuyun. Upon receiving the inbounds pass, Jiuyun recognized that Felton, with his squat and stocky build, was not to be underestimated in terms of strength. Jiuyun suddenly changed direction and accelerated towards the front court. Remarkably, Felton managed to keep pace with him, closely shadowing his movements in an attempt to urge Jiuyun to decelerate. However, Jiuyun did not relent. Instead, he resolutely pressed forward, maintaining his momentum against Felton's challenges. As they approached the three-point line, Felton ultimately found himself unable to withstand the relentless pace, falling behind Jiuyun's swift strides.